In the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3, a sense of tension and anxiety was spreading among the students. The triennial job transition ceremony, which could determine the fate of every senior student, was about to begin. No one dared to take it lightly. In the third-to-last row by the window, Qin Fan gazed outside with a complex expression. As a transmigrator, he had been living in this world for 7 years. This was a magical parallel universe that had undergone a transformation 100 years ago when the realm of God's game merged with reality. The Earth's landmass expanded a millionfold, with secret realms and dungeons appearing one after another, and monsters rampaging across the globe. To combat the magical disaster, everyone who turned 18 and reached level 10 was required to participate in the job transition ceremony. The job transition system was divided into 3 main categories: combat professions, enhancement professions, and life professions. Among these, combat professions sat at the pinnacle of the pyramid, coveted by all who underwent the transition. Even the most ordinary life profession allowed its holder to rise above the life of an average person, gaining a superior status. On the podium, the homeroom teacher was meticulously explaining the characteristics and development paths of thousands of first transition professions. She emphasized that no first transition profession could be labeled as useless. This statement sparked a new round of discussions, as everyone's innate talents would greatly influence their job transition. Qin Fan had awakened with an E-level talent in culinary mastery, which was seen by others as a rather useless talent. However, he didn't want to become an ordinary cook. He aspired to be a combat professional. The reason was simple. Among the thousands of first transition professions, only combat professions had the strongest earning potential. At that moment, his chubby classmate, Fang Dehai, tapped him on the shoulder from behind, bluntly mocking his talent level. Qin Fan didn't say much, simply responding with a calm remark about luck. Ding. The job transition ceremony is about to begin. System activation in progress. System binding successful. Newbie gift pack issued. Would you like to claim it? Ding. The newbie gift pack contains an SS level talent, Beast Affinity. A system prompt suddenly echoed in Qin Fan's mind. In the schoolyard of Yizhong, a grand ceremony of career transformation was underway. On a high platform, a mage dressed in a light blue robe held a staff, channeling magic into a massive magic circle. As the circle came to life, pillars of 7-colored light shot skyward, marking the official start of the ceremony. The mage announced loudly, "Students whose names I call, please step into the magic circle. The circle will assess your attributes and talents to determine your initial career path." Number 1. Li Hai. Li Hai took a deep breath, suppressing his inner anxiety, and slowly walked towards the magic circle. As soon as he stepped in, the 7-colored light enveloped him entirely. Everyone held their breath, eager to see what career this student, with decent attributes and a talent grade of D, would receive. A minute later, a flame rune unexpectedly appeared above Li Hai's head. The crowd gasped in surprise. This was not the anticipated combat career, but rather the rune of a blacksmith. With eyes welling up, Li Hai returned to Class 5, deflated like a punctured balloon. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Xie, could only offer some powerless words of comfort. This outcome was a harsh wake-up call for all the students. As the ceremony continued, the homeroom teachers engaged in a silent competition. The Class 1 teacher boasted, "We've already had 6 students transform into combat careers." The Class 3 teacher, Zhao Li, gritted his teeth, secretly hoping for a hidden career to turn the tables. Next, Class 3, Qin Fan. Fang Dehai shouted excitedly, "Teacher, it's Qin Fan." Zhao Li responded half-heartedly, thinking that this student, with an E-talent, was likely only suited for a non-combat career. However, in the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred within the magic circle. Enormous phantoms burst forth, manifesting in the sky for all to see. A deafening dragon roar echoed through the heavens, followed by the apparition of a colossal dragon, its wings spanning the sky, forming above Qin Fan. Simultaneously, hundreds of beastly images appeared one by one. The audience erupted in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the unprecedented spectacle, speculating on what astonishing career Qin Fan had awakened. A multitude of beasts gathered, blotting out the sky and sun. "My goodness, this is a divine miracle. It's truly a miracle." The students were utterly astonished, and even on their tiptoes with necks craned, they couldn't grasp the full scope of the beasts. Above the myriad of beasts loomed the spectral image of a colossal dragon, emanating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. The dragon's majesty swept across like a tidal wave, and the oppressive force that blanketed the area made the humans beneath it feel as insignificant as ants, instinctively inspiring a sense of awe and reverence. "Teacher, it's Qin Fan," someone in the group exclaimed. "He's the one causing all this commotion." The students in Qin Fan's class were collectively speechless, and even the homeroom teacher, who initially doubted Qin Fan, was left dumbfounded. Countless astonished gazes were fixed on the spectral beasts, where the dragon at the top raised its head and uttered an obscure yet grand dragon chant. Dragon, lord of all beasts. Beneath the sun, moon, and stars, the dragon soul is eternal. This obscure dragon chant resonated in everyone's minds, yet it was miraculously understood. In the next moment, the dragon gently flapped its wings, and a terrifying whirlwind formed above the magic circle, stirring up dust and debris. Roar! Roar! Under the dragon's roar, the spectral images of the beasts crumbled one after another. Only a few phantoms remained intact, yet they trembled, bowing their forelimbs to show submission. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted as the spectral images of the beasts, along with the dragon's apparition, began to rapidly shrink and solidify. Ultimately, the massive phantom vanished, leaving behind a single point of light imbued with a mysterious aura. Whoosh! The light shot straight towards Qin Fan, disappearing with a flash on his forehead, leaving a miniature version of a mysterious mark. Ding! Congratulations, you've acquired an SS-level talent, Beast Affinity. Qin Fan's body shook violently, and in the span of a single breath, his attributes surged by at least 7 or 8 points. He felt an unprecedented state of well-being, his body brimming with explosive power, as if he could shatter a large rock with a single punch. More importantly, Qin Fan's entire demeanor transformed, as if he had gained a natural affinity and command over the beast tribes. At that moment, the leaders on the podium finally snapped back to reality. Having witnessed the scene firsthand, even they couldn't help but feel a sense of awe and disbelief. The principal blinked incredulously and asked, "Did I see that right? Did this student awaken a new talent during the transfer ceremony?" The director of education, eyes gleaming with excitement and exhilaration, quickly responded, "Indeed. There have been precedents in past ceremonies, but usually only in first-tier or second-tier cities. Judging by the commotion, this talent is at least a level, possibly even S-level. This really puts our school in the spotlight." Hearing this, the principal's face broke into a delighted smile. He confessed, to be honest, before Qin Fan took the stage, the performance of this year's students was somewhat underwhelming. But now, with the dragon phenomenon accompanied by the shadows of myriad beasts, this student's new career might be related to dragons. Is it a dragon mage or a dragon blood warrior? He clenched his fists in excitement. Fantastic! We've finally got a promising talent. No sooner had the principal finished speaking than the director added, both dragon mage and dragon blood warrior are hidden professions. Could it be that our school, in a remote, 8th-tier city, is about to produce a student with a first transfer hidden profession? Even if it's not related to dragons, a beast master is still a top-tier combat profession. At that moment, everyone present held their breath, palms sweaty, eyes fixed intently on Qin Fan, who was still in the midst of his transfer. The principal was secretly calculating. This is a 1 in a billion chance. If this student truly has a hidden profession, his future achievements will be limitless. As long as he doesn't fall prematurely, becoming a significant figure is just a matter of time. He had already decided in his heart that if Qin Fan's hidden profession was confirmed, the school would spare no effort to cultivate him. This was no longer just about Qin Fan personally. It concerned the future development of the entire school. The school's reputation, the quality of incoming students next year, and even government funding would all be impacted. One person's success could elevate the entire school, benefiting everyone because of Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan himself was oblivious to all of this. The transfer ceremony finally reached its conclusion. Above the magic circle, beams of multicolored light interwove, casting rays onto Qin Fan. A minute later, a rune imbued with mysterious energy appeared within his reach. This rune, this aura, there's no mistake, it's a hidden profession. This student, he really did it. Several school leaders stood up almost simultaneously, eyes glued to the rune, their breath heavy with indescribable excitement. Qin Fan reached out with his right hand and gently touched the rune. It instantly transformed into countless points of light, merging into his body. The transfer was a success. Almost at the same moment, there was a loud bang, and a figure shot out from the direction of the podium like a cannonball. It was the principal, who shattered a table underfoot and appeared before Qin Fan in the blink of an eye. His square face was flushed with excitement, eyes wide like saucers. "Qin Fan, what's your first transfer profession? Dragon blood warrior? Or dragon mage?" The principal gripped Qin Fan's shoulders tightly, almost crushing the young man's bones. Facing the principal's fervent gaze, Qin Fan bowed respectfully and answered truthfully, "My first transfer hidden profession is Dragon Tamer." Everyone was stunned. Dragon Tamer? What kind of profession is that? Does it involve taming dragons? They exchanged puzzled looks, and even the well-informed principal was at a loss. Although they had never heard of this profession, it sounded impressive just from the name. Fortunately, Qin Fan had received an introduction to his profession after the transfer. As everyone had speculated, Dragon Tamer was indeed an advanced version of Beastmaster. The difference was that the former formed contracts with sacred dragons, or those with dragon lineage, while the latter formed contracts with magical beasts. The principal's expression shifted rapidly, his eyes fixed on Qin Fan as he anxiously asked, "Are you sure? You can only contract sacred dragons or those with dragon lineage, and no other magical beasts?" Qin Fan nodded, affirming, "Yes. And the dragons a Dragon Tamer contracts must have pure bloodlines. Even the lowest tier of earth dragons with diluted dragon lineage would be naturally rejected by the contract." Upon hearing this, the principal's expression froze. It was a look of indescribable disappointment, as if doused with cold water after a moment of joy. Not just him, but all the thousands present wore the same expression. As they learned the true nature of the Dragon Tamer profession from Qin Fan, everyone fell into silence. The name Dragon Tamer sounds so impressive, someone couldn't help but exclaim, causing a burst of laughter. The principal's expression, however, turned grim. As an experienced warrior, he understood the rarity and power of dragons. Even the weakest of the dragon kin were comparable to third or fourth tier warriors. Yet, the young man who had just transitioned was only a first-tier novice. The idea of him taming a dragon was nothing short of a fantasy. To make matters worse, Qin Fan himself had mentioned that the Dragon Tamer's contract automatically rejected dragons with impure bloodlines. Didn't this mean that his transition was utterly pointless? The principal's face twitched slightly as he struggled to hide his disappointment. He patted Qin Fan on the shoulder, managing to offer a somewhat forced consolation. "It's all right. At least it's a hidden class, and an unprecedented one at that. Even if it doesn't have boundless potential, it certainly has research value." Research value? The crowd couldn't hold back any longer and erupted into laughter. Someone even mocked, "Principal, are you planning to dissect him for research?" The shift from high expectations to worthlessness happened so quickly and unexpectedly. The crowd's hope turned into disappointment, but Qin Fan, the person in question, remained calm and unbothered. Some began to speculate that perhaps he had been hit so hard he lost his mind. Someone tried to offer a suggestion for Qin Fan. "Why not try a wyvern or a land dragon?" "Wyverns are out of the question." Another person shook their head. "Unless it's a land dragon with the thinnest dragon bloodline, and even then, it would have to be the lowest of its kind." But what would be the point? The lowest land dragons aren't recognized by dragon bloodlines, and have even lost their intrinsic magical abilities. The discussions continued, with some expressing sympathy, others mocking, and some even joking. "I once had a mangy dog that supposedly had a trace of dragon blood. Want to give it a try?" The principal gave Qin Fan a final, meaningful look and advised, "The college entrance exam is in a month. When you enter the secret realm, try to keep a low profile. If you're lucky, you might encounter some low-level beasts. Collecting some materials and experience could help you get by." Just then, a system notification sounded in Qin Fan's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a challenge mission. The mission requires top the city-level exams in a month, aiming to be the top scorer above city level. Excellent score city top score perfect score province top score. Mission rewards." Another notification followed. "Ding! The system has issued a daily mission. Please complete it promptly." Qin Fan paid no attention to the mocking voices of his classmates around him. He quietly returned to the classroom and sat down, focusing entirely on the system that had suddenly appeared. As an avid reader of online novels and a time traveler, he knew that his very own golden opportunity had finally arrived. A voice echoed in his mind. Upon completing achievement tasks, the system will grant the host generous rewards. Failure will result in severe penalties. To facilitate the appropriate career rewards, please bind a profession as soon as possible. Would the host like to bind the Dragon Tamer profession? Without hesitation, Qin Fan chose yes. Although Dragon Tamer was a long-lost profession with scarce information and hard-to-find skill books, and despite not having a dragon yet, it was undeniably a combat profession. Sensing his concern, the system promptly chimed in, "Profession binding successful. Congratulations on activating the Ultimate Beast Mastery System. A beginner's career package is now awarded. 1 dragon egg. Please check your exclusive system inventory." Thrilled, Qin Fan mentally commanded the system inventory to open. A blue information panel appeared before him. He instinctively glanced around to ensure no one else could see it, then focused on the crimson dragon egg adorned with golden patterns in the inventory. Using the Eye of Appraisal skill, the egg's details were revealed. Dragon Egg SSS can be tamed using dragon taming technique. Success grants a blazing holy dragon hatchling as a dragon pet. Note: the hatchling loves divine fire jade essence, which greatly increases taming success. Qin Fan frowned slightly. He had no access to this grade treasure, divine fire jade essence. However, he decided to attempt taming it with the dragon taming technique directly. Gathering his things, Qin Fan left the classroom with a smile, leaving his puzzled classmates behind. Returning to Anning City's orphanage, what he called home, he was immediately surrounded by a group of adorable children. They clung to his pants, quickly turning him into a tree full of monkeys. The orphanage's caretaker, a kind-hearted, middle-aged woman, came out, smiling as she asked, Qin Fan, you're back. What profession did you choose? Is it a chef? Qin Fan replied with a grin, not a chef. It's a secret. I'll tell you in a few days. After dinner, Qin Fan retreated to his modest room to check his personal information panel. Name, Qin Fan. Age, 18. Level, 10. Profession, Dragon Tamer. Talent, Beast Affinity SSS. Attributes, Strength 15. Intelligence 15. Constitution 15. Agility 15. Professional skill, Dragon Taming Technique S. With the SS level Beast Affinity talent, Qin Fan's attributes were 5 points higher than the average person. This talent not only enhanced his stats, but also made it easier to gain favor with beasts and significantly boosted all beast mastery skills. Eagerly, Qin Fan retrieved the SS-level dragon egg from the system space, ready to attempt taming it with the dragon taming technique. The dragon egg was as large as a human head, with a fiery red shell adorned with intricate golden patterns that emitted mysterious waves. As Qin Fan held the dragon egg in his hands, he immediately felt an intense heat, causing the room's temperature to rise and become uncomfortably warm. Even more astonishing was that Qin Fan could sense the breathing rhythm of the dragon egg. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fan decided to try using his professional skill, dragon taming. However, with each attempt, the system's notification repeatedly echoed. Unfortunately, taming failed. Even after exhausting his energy, Qin Fan was unable to tame the dragon egg. Just as Qin Fan was in disbelief, he suddenly sensed a faint emotional wave from within the egg, as if it were saying, without the divine fire jade essence, don't even think about taming me. Scratching his head, Qin Fan was troubled. He thought he finally had a dragon egg, only to find taming it was so difficult. The divine fire jade essence, and glass treasure, was invaluable and far beyond his means. At this moment, the strongest beast taming system's notification suddenly chimed. Congratulations, host, for triggering a novice mission. Novice Mission Phase 1. The host must go to the Yulin Mountains to hunt 30 cat demons. Rewards for completion: 1 bottle of Divine Fire Jade Essence, 20 free attribute points. Penalty for failure: none. Time limit: 3 days. Please complete the mission promptly. Qin Fan's eyes lit up with joy, and he thought to himself, the system is amazing. Although the task seemed daunting, he decided to give it a try to tame the dragon egg. The Yulin Mountains, located on the outskirts of Anning City, emerged as a mysterious place following global cataclysmic changes that altered the map's landscape. It was home to many monsters and magical beasts, as well as countless rare materials, drawing adventurers from all over to explore. In this context, the Adventurers Guild came into being. Many graduates chose to become adventurers or join adventuring teams, taking on tasks from the guild to earn rewards. Governments worldwide tacitly approved and supported this, as these adventurers also contributed to border defense by eliminating monsters in the wild. Despite the dangers, Qin Fan was determined to head to the Yulin Mountains to tame the dragon egg. He donned the basic white-grade armor issued by the school, grabbed his level 10 white-grade weapon, left a note behind, and set off from the orphanage towards the Adventurers Guild in Anning City. Arriving at the guild hall around 3 or 4 in the morning, Qin Fan found it bustling with activity. In this world where the Divine Realm game overlapped with reality, wild monsters and rare materials respawned at regular intervals, attracting adventurers eager to take on tasks. Amidst the crowd, Qin Fan unexpectedly encountered 3 classmates: Zhuofeng, Lu Qing, and Su Rou. Zhuofeng was a roguish warrior, Lu Qing a bespectacled mage, and Su Rou a gentle-natured priestess. Zhuofeng sneered. What are you doing here? Qin Fan simply replied that he wanted to earn some pocket money. Zhuofeng scoffed. Are you sure? I remember you're a dragon tamer, right? It's a hidden class, but it turns out to be so useless. Lu Qing chuckled in agreement, while the wealthy heiress Su Rou remained silent, casually observing the surroundings. Her staff, embedded with 3 enchanted crystals, suggested it was at least a level 10 purple-grade weapon. Turning to Su Rou, Zhuofeng fawned. Miss Su, whatever task you choose, will certainly help you complete it and stay by your side. Ignoring them, Qin Fan focused on accepting several demon-related tasks before boarding the light rail bus to the Yulin Mountains. Su Rou and her companions followed, accompanied by 3 robust men at level 14. As the light rail arrived at the entrance of the Yulin Mountains, the first hints of dawn were just beginning to seep into the valley at 5 in the morning. The air was filled with the calls of unknown birds, mingling with the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, creating a symphony of the early morning. Qin Fan jumped off the light rail bus, ignoring Su Rou, Zhuofeng, and Lu Qing behind him, and headed straight towards the outskirts of the Yulin Mountains. Don't worry, with us uncles around, this mission will be a piece of cake. The 3 burly men following Su Rou thumped their chests and laughed boisterously. This made Su Rou frown in frustration. She hadn't wanted these rough-looking men to join their group, But Feng and Lu Qing had given in to their intimidation. With no other choice, she reluctantly set off. Qin Fan sighed inwardly, wanting to warn Su Ro to stay away from those thuggish adventurers. Such rogue adventurers often harbored malicious intentions and could be ruthless. For the sake of profit, they might betray friends, stab them in the back, or even resort to robbery and murder. Moreover, Su Ro was not only a beautiful young woman, but also came from a wealthy family. In these desolate, monster-infested mountains, those desperate individuals might target her. However, Qin Fan was no saint and decided not to meddle. The fate of those classmates was none of his concern. After collecting his thoughts, Qin Fan unfolded a map and headed towards a more secluded area. Along the way, he spotted several low-level magical beasts that could be turned into delicious meals, such as horned antelopes, armored boars, and unicorn rabbits. These creatures were known for their tender and flavorful meat. But today, his goal wasn't hunting. It was to complete a beginner's mission given by the system. Soon, Qin Fan arrived at a small valley. He nimbly climbed a tall tree and surveyed the valley below. His eyes fell upon his target for this mission, the cat demons. Qin Fan quickly activated his appraisal eye skill to scan the group of creatures. Monster, cat demon, level 11, type, beast monster. Skills, bite, frenzy. Quality, black iron. Note, common in the Yulin Mountains, these creatures like to attack enemies with their sharp claws and teeth. Roughly estimating, there were about 30 to 40 cat demons in the valley. Qin Fan knew that charging into them heat would be a death sentence. The difficulty of this mission was clearly beyond the capability of an average student, and even the school's teachers would find handling such a number of cat demons challenging. However, Qin Fan had a plan. His hidden class was Dragon Master, and more importantly, he possessed an SS-level talent beast affinity. Although Dragon Master skills couldn't tame these cat demons, the powerful talent of beast affinity should suffice to deal with them. Despite this, Qin Fan decided to proceed cautiously to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Let's try with a single cat demon first, Qin Fan thought to himself, then cast a universal skill on himself, Cat's Grace. Cat's Grace F. For 3 minutes, it allows the user to move, jump, and climb without making any noise. In this world, skills are divided into 3 categories: talent skills, class skills, and universal skills. Talent skills stem from one's awakened talent, class skills are self-explanatory, and universal skills can be used by any class. Appraisal Eye is the most common universal skill possessed by every job changer. While some students lacking combat experience might dismiss Cat's Grace as useless, Qin Fan saw it as an essential skill worth investing points in. With Cat's Grace activated, Qin Fan silently approached a lone cat demon. Suddenly, he unleashed his beast affinity talent. The cat demon, previously preoccupied with licking its paws, immediately displayed an expression of sheer terror, its body trembling with fear. It seemed to sense an invisible aura of dominance enveloping it. Without hesitation, the cat demon turned and prostrated itself before Qin Fan, worshipping him. Simultaneously, it felt an overwhelming sense of reverence and friendliness towards this human. Watching the trembling cat demon before him, Qin Fan's expression confirmed his expectations. Beast Intimidation SSS. When activated, it can intimidate all beasts, causing them to instinctively feel close to and worship the user, viewing the user as their sovereign. Qin Fan couldn't tame the cat demon, but the effect he achieved was akin to taming it. Without hesitation, he plunged his novice sword straight into the cat demon's head. The cat demon let out a muffled groan and died instantly, a satisfied and blissful expression on its face, as if being killed by Qin Fan was a great honor. System notification. Task target, Cat Demon 130. Subsequently, Qin Fan began experimenting with intimidating multiple cat demons simultaneously. To his delight, he found success with 2, 3, or even 4 at a time. Realizing the importance of time, Qin Fan decided to push forward and complete the task in one go. Having already slain half of the cat demons, he boldly leaped into the center of the small valley. This brazen act immediately caught the attention of the remaining dozen or so cat demons. They screeched and prepared to attack, but then, buzz, the beast affinity activated once more. In an instant, the once fierce and terrifying cat demons became reverent and awestruck, bowing down to Qin Fan. Qin Fan showed no mercy, swiftly dispatching the dozen cat demons with his novice sword. This novice sword, which initially had 50 points of durability, was now down to just 8 points. Qin Fan had slain a total of 42 cat demons, earning 420 experience points, and his level had increased to 11. However, what he was most eager about was the system's reward. Ding! The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the first stage of the novice task. Rewards are now being distributed. You have received a bottle of Divine Fire Jade Essence. You have also received 20 free attribute points. Immediately following this, the system issued the second stage of the novice task. Task content, The host must successfully tame the flame dragon's hatchling. Reward: 3 grade skill books. Penalty: none. Time limit: 24 hours. Please complete the task as soon as possible. At this moment, Qin Fan took a deep breath to calm his mind. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a hopeful glow on his clenched fists, as if it too was anticipating the turning point that lay ahead. His gaze fell upon the divine fire jade essence in his hand. The bottle, clear and crystalline, held a fiery red liquid that swayed gently. This small bottle carried all his hopes. Could it really increase the success rate of taming? The question echoed in his mind. Thinking back to the orphanage, Qin Fan's brow furrowed involuntarily. Although the caretaker, Amma, never mentioned it, he had long realized that the benefactor who once funded the orphanage had passed away 2 years ago. The benefactor's children were unwilling to continue the investment, leaving Amma to silently work 3 jobs to keep the orphanage running. A surge of pain and concern welled up in Qin Fan's heart. He knew clearly that if things continued like this, Amma's health would eventually fail. Without her protection, the orphan children would face an even more dire fate. Success or failure hinges on this. Qin Fan silently encouraged himself. He took a deep breath and retrieved the dragon egg, still radiating intense heat, from his system's storage. As soon as the dragon egg appeared, it quivered gently, as if complaining about being confined in the dull warehouse for too long. Qin Fan gently stroked the egg's smooth surface, soothing its emotions. Then, he carefully took out the bottle of divine fire jade essence and gently unscrewed the cap. A pure and intense aura of fire elements surged forth, drawing in the surrounding fire elements. Qin Fan couldn't help but marvel. Truly enshrined treasure. As the essence's aura spread, the dragon egg suddenly bounced twice with excitement, seemingly expressing a strong desire. A sly glint flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as he softly addressed the egg. Want a taste? Behave and let me tame you, and it's all yours. He placed the divine fire jade essence aside and cradled the restless dragon egg in his hands, softly promising, "Don't worry, once you're tamed, the whole bottle is yours." As soon as he spoke, the once agitated egg suddenly calmed down. Qin Fan took a deep breath and once again used his unique dragon taming technique on the egg. Congratulations! Taming successful. The system notification rang out, leaving Qin Fan stunned. It worked on the first try, he exclaimed in surprise. This little dragon must be a foodie, surrendering at the sight of the divine fire jade essence. Of course, Qin Fan was well aware that his SS grade talent, beast affinity, played a crucial role in this success. Generally, high-level dragon species beyond the lesser earth and flying dragons were extremely resistant to humans. Yet, this dragon egg showed no fierce resistance in his hands, undoubtedly due to his beast affinity. Suddenly, a humming sound enveloped Qin Fan as mysterious crimson patterns began to spread across his body. These patterns extended from his fingertips, swirling around the fiery dragon egg. Simultaneously, the intricate red patterns intertwined with the golden patterns on the egg. Qin Fan felt a wondrous connection forming between his consciousness and the dragon egg. He could distinctly sense the eagerness of the little dragon to drink the divine fire jade essence, as well as its growing affection and friendliness towards him. As the patterns between them intertwined more deeply, the dragon egg burst into a dazzling light. Crack! Amidst the glowing light, Qin Fan heard the crisp sound of the eggshell breaking. This signified the imminent hatching of the true flame holy dragon hatchling. As the brilliant light receded like a tide, Qin Fan looked down to find the eggshell had vanished. In its place was an adorable little dragon, clutching the bottle of divine fire jade essence and eagerly drinking. I finally have a dragon companion. Qin Fan's heart surged with excitement as he carefully examined the dragon in his hands. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales, shimmering enchantingly in the morning light like a small burning fireball. A pair of wings with golden patterns unfurled slowly, and its golden eyes narrowed contently, as if savoring an exquisite delicacy. Though its size was as small and endearing as a kitten, each subtle movement of its limbs emitted a power that sent shivers down the spine. On its chest, a flame-like golden pattern flickered with its breath, declaring its dominion over fire. The bond was complete. This little dragon was now Qin Fan's dragon companion, bound together for life. With a thought, the dragon's detailed information appeared before him. Dragon companion, flame holy dragon, lord of endless fire. Nickname, none. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 300, intelligence 300, constitution 270, agility 270 without any buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, fire immunity S, passive skill, as the lord of endless fire, immune to 100 fire damage. Flame breath S, active skill, breathes a stream of flame, causing massive fire damage to all enemies in a certain range. Divine fire scale armor S, passive skill, The dragon's scales are the strongest armor, reducing all blocked attacks power by 70. Destructive Flame Claw A. Active skill, ignites claws with flames, delivering a powerful strike in a fan-shaped area ahead, causing damage to all enemies. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Qin Fan was astounded by these stats. The extraordinary attributes alone were astonishing, not to mention that 3 of its skills were rank and 1 was a rank. In this resource-scarce world, even crank skill books were extremely valuable. A single crank skill book could fetch at least 10 million dragon coins on the market, often with no availability. Yet, this newly hatched dragon came with 4 powerful skills. No wonder dragons were exalted beings, and no wonder no beast tamer had ever succeeded in taming a high-level dragon. Humans could hardly match the innate potential of dragons. Recalling the mockery and schadenfreude from classmates during the job transition ceremony, Qin Fan couldn't help but smirk. The weakest profession? I'm now the strongest profession, he silently declared, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. At that moment, the little dragon contentedly finished drinking the divine fire elixir from the bottle. It let out a satisfied burp, a small flame flickering out of its mouth, and then twisted its plump body, affectionately rubbing its head against Qin Fan's hand. This proud and noble dragon, surprisingly, was acting cute in Qin Fan's embrace, creating a stark contrast. Just then, the system's electronic notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second phase of the beginner's task. Now distributing rewards. Skill B, Hatred Mark. Skill B, Dragon Berserk. Skill B, Dragon Claw Strike. Rewards have been distributed. Now commencing the final phase of the beginner's task. Task: raise your dragon pet's level to 10. Reward: 2 level profession exclusive passive skills. Penalty: none. Time limit: 30 days. Please complete the task as soon as possible. The system then detailed the effects of the 3 new skills. Hatred Mark B places a mark on the target, causing the dragon pet to generate significant hatred towards it, while increasing the damage taken by the marked target by 30. Dragon Berserk B puts both the user and the dragon pet into a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 20 during the duration. Dragon Claw Strike B transforms the user's arms into dragon claws, delivering massive damage to the target in front. Qin Fan's eyes lit up, realizing that the system was providing such generous rewards to compensate for his current weakness. The strength of the Dragon Master profession lies not only in controlling dragons, but also in assimilating their abilities into oneself. Notably, Qin Fan's personal stats remained unchanged, with his 4 attributes still evenly at 15 points. However, with a powerful dragon pet, future exams, dungeons, and battles would no longer be a problem. Although Qin Fan wasn't the top talent in his class, his exceptional combat intuition consistently earned him the highest practical exam scores in his grade. Even if he couldn't defeat others in a solo fight, his excellent combat skills ensured he could protect himself unless faced with an overwhelmingly stronger opponent. The little dragon was now nuzzling Qin Fan's chest with its adorable head, its golden, slit eyes shimmering with joy. Since drinking the divine fire elixir, the divine fire gold patterns on its body appeared even more vibrant. Gently stroking the little dragon's head, Qin Fan softly said, "You don't have a name yet. It's time to give you one." Upon hearing this, the little dragon stood up excitedly, waving its cute little dragon claws. Qin Fan knew that this seemingly harmless little creature could transform its tiny claws into deadly weapons when facing enemies or monsters. After all, its attributes were unbelievably high. "I thought of naming you something like Great Fire God, but since you're a girl, let's choose a more poetic or cute name." Qin Fan chuckled. The little dragon's ears drooped slightly at the name Great Fire God, but perked up again with excitement at the mention of a poetic and cute name. "My favorite lines from a poem are, 'The fireflies gradually gather their flames, and the green ants brew new wine. You love drinking the divine fire elixir, and look as red as a little drunkard. How about Ingjio, with Xiaojio as a nickname? What do you think?" Hearing this, the little dragon's eyes widened, its golden, clear slit pupils filled with joy. It continuously nuzzled Qin Fan's chest, clearly delighted with the poetic name. Then it settled, Qin Fan said, just as the little dragon's information panel updated. Name: Ingjio. Nickname: Xiaojio. After nuzzling Qin Fan for a while, Xiaoju suddenly leaped into the air, flapping its small dragon wings, creating a strong gust that nearly knocked Qin Fan off balance. Instantly, Xiaoju soared into the sky, showcasing the dragon race's astonishing speed as the rulers of the skies. Suspended in midair, Xiaoju spread its wings, enveloping its body in them, absorbing the golden sunlight. Even from the ground, Qin Fan could hear Xiaoju's intense heartbeat. It was digesting the pure energy of the divine fire elixir. As in level celestial treasure, the divine fire elixir contained pure and vast fire elemental energy. Although Xiaoju was a holy dragon, its newborn state couldn't instantly absorb this energy like an adult dragon. During this process, Xiaojuo's body, initially the size of a kitten, grew visibly larger. Half an hour later, Xiaojuo finally unfurled its dragon wings covered in divine fire gold patterns. Its height had grown to an impressive 1.6 meters, exuding a scorching aura that was both intimidating and awe-inspiring. Qin Fan had no doubt that if Xiaojuo directed its breath at the small mountain ahead, it could likely melt the entire peak in an instant. Whoosh! Having fully absorbed the divine fire elixir, Xiaojuo swooped down from the sky, hovering in front of Qin Fan. It enthusiastically leapt into Qin Fan's arms, affectionately nuzzling him, seemingly unaware of its significant size change. While struggling to support Xiaojuo's affectionate behavior, Qin Fan checked its updated information panel. Dragon Pet. Blazing Holy Dragon. The Infinite Fire Lord. Name: Ingjiu. Nickname: Xiaojuo. Gender: female. Age: less than a month. Level: 5. Attributes: Strength 500. Wisdom 500. Constitution 450. Agility 450. No buffs, equipment, or items applied. After absorbing the full energy of this Grey Divine Fire Jade Marrow, Qin Fan was surprised to see that his level only increased by 4. For humans, consuming and digesting such a high-grade treasure would typically result in a level boost of 10 or more, even from a level 1 state. This highlighted the fact that dragons require significantly more experience to level up compared to humans. However, this vast experience requirement also came with substantial rewards. Xiaojuo's attributes saw a staggering increase. Strength and wisdom skyrocketed from 300 to 500, while agility and constitution jumped from 270 to 450. Qin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the dragon's astonishing growth, truly befitting of its kind. As Qin Fan was engrossed in Xiaojuo's remarkable development, suddenly, the creature, which had been nuzzling against him affectionately, lifted its head alertly. Its golden dragon eyes fixed on a corner of the small valley. Following Xiaojuo's gaze, Qin Fan spotted a group of minotaurs wielding stones. The system quickly provided information on these creatures. Monster: Minotaur. Level: 12. Type: Beast Monster. Skills: Throwing, Bull Rush. Quality: Black Iron. Note: common small monsters in the Ghost Forest Mountains, they have a taste for cat demons and are natural enemies. Qin Fan quickly realized that this group of minotaurs had come to the valley intending to hunt cat demons. However, they were evidently unprepared to face a mighty flame holy dragon instead. Under the powerful dragon aura released by Xiaojuo, the once fierce minotaurs were instantly terrified, trembling with fear and inadvertently dropping their stones. Clearly, these small monsters had completely lost the will to fight against a creature at the apex of the beast hierarchy. Despite being annoyed at the minotaurs for interrupting its time with its master, Xiaojuo obediently turned to Qin Fan, seeking permission with its eyes. "Master, can I kill them?" Qin Fan nodded slightly, granting permission. With his master's approval, Xiaojuo became visibly excited. With a gentle flap of its wings, it appeared like a phantom in front of the already petrified minotaurs. Without hesitation, Xiaojuo opened its dragon mouth, releasing a torrent of flames that engulfed the minotaurs like a waterfall. The fire roared, and the minotaurs were incinerated before they could even scream, leaving not a trace of ash. The scene left Qin Fan utterly stunned. Reflecting on his own struggles with cat demons, Qin Fan couldn't help but admire the dragon's strength. Even with his SS grade talent, Beast Affinity, he had a hard time dealing with a single cat demon, let alone a group of level 12 minotaurs. Typically, eliminating such a group would require at least a level 15 5-member adventuring team. Yet, in front of Xiaojuo, the minotaurs didn't last a second. Qin Fan even thought Xiaojuo could have easily dealt with them using its claws, but it likely chose the fire breath to avoid dirtying its claws. This not only showcased the dragon's power, but also their intelligence and elegance comparable to that of humans. Having effortlessly annihilated the minotaurs, Xiaojuo flapped its wings joyfully and returned to Qin Fan, looking for praise. Qin Fan chuckled, reached out to rub Xiaojuo's head, and sincerely praised, "Well done." With Xiaojuo's monster hunting, Qin Fan, as its master, also shared the experience, leveling up from 11 to 12. However, Xiaojuo seemed unsatisfied with the brief battle. It patted its belly, adorned with divine fire gold patterns, indicating it was hungry again. Qin Fan found this both amusing and exasperating, thinking how this little glutton could be hungry again after just consuming enscraved divine fire jade marrow in a single breath attack. Curious, Qin Fan asked, "Should I prepare the cat demon and minotaur corpses for you to eat?" He was unsure about dragon dietary habits, assuming it might be similar to other magical beasts, which could be fed with monster remains. But Xiaojuo's reaction was unexpected. It shook its head disdainfully and let out a gawp sound, clearly showing it had no interest in such crude food. "It won't eat those disgusting things." It wants gourmet food, Qin Fan said with a fond smile, his eyes sparkling with indulgence. All right, let's make some gourmet food. But first, we need to hunt some unicorn rabbits and magic antelopes. I'll make you roasted whole lamb and rabbit. Qin Fan had meticulously prepared for this trip to the Yulin mountain range. His internal storage space was filled with various spices and survival gear for the wild. He initially thought it would take several days to kill 30 cat demons. However, his innate beast affinity unexpectedly allowed him to complete the task in one go. Upon hearing that Qin Fan was going to prepare gourmet food for it, Xiaoju let out an ear-splitting dragon roar, spread its wings, and soared into the sky. The sudden commotion sent nearby magical beasts into a panic, making them cower on the ground, too terrified to move. As one of the world's top predators, the Dragon Clan's hunting skills were unparalleled. Just 10 minutes later, Qin Fan watched in astonishment as Xiaoju returned, clutching several unicorn rabbits and magic antelopes in its powerful limbs. Watching the little dragon excitedly spin in circles, Qin Fan shook his head with a resigned smile. Oh well, what else can I do but spoil my little dragon? While Qin Fan was busy preparing the ingredients for a barbecue feast, a different scene unfolded in another valley of the Yulin mountain range. A burly man wielded a giant axe, effortlessly cutting down 2 cat demons. This level 14 warrior could easily dispatch the cat demons thanks to the buffs cast by a priest weapon blessing and strength spell. Haha, you're quite impressive, miss. The burly man laughed heartily. Not only do you have a level 10 purple grade staff, but you also know the strength spell, a crate support skill. Without you, we couldn't have taken down so many cat demons. The other 2 warriors, also brothers, joined in the laughter. They were known as the 3 brothers, the eldest, Delong, followed by Erlong and Sanlong. In response to the brothers' praise, Su Ro merely nodded slightly, exuding an air of pride with every gesture. Of course. Have you forgotten who Miss Su is? She's the daughter of Su Qinghua, the wealthiest man in Anning City, Zhuofeng declared, stepping forward with his chest puffed out, his voice filled with pride. It was as if Su Rao's prestigious status also enhanced his own standing. Beside him, Lu Qing pushed his glasses up, wearing a look of shared pride. Su Ro remained silent, her expression calm. Her slender fingers gently brushed against a rare level 10 purple staff at her waist, as if such boasting had nothing to do with her. Hearing this, the 3 burly men plastered flattery on their faces, nodding repeatedly and uttering phrases like, indeed, and it's our honor. Yet, beneath their lowered gazes, a flicker of greed and ruthlessness was barely noticeable. Let's move on, Su Ro commanded coolly. The 3 men responded eagerly, their smiles widening. They were more than willing to venture deeper, knowing that fewer adventurers meant their secretive plans could finally unfold. Time flew by, and before long, it was the next day. Qin Fan had already moved beyond the outskirts of the Ghost Forest Mountains into a remote area. Here, the terrain was rugged and mountainous, with creatures residing there mostly reaching levels 15 and 16. Last night, Qin Fan had prepared a lavish feast for the young dragon Xiaojiao, unexpectedly finding that his discarded E-level life skill, culinary mastery, had come in handy. Suddenly, a dragon's roar shattered the silence of the valley, followed by an ear-splitting explosion of flames. As the dust settled, 5 unicorn rhinos level 16 black-scaled demon rhinos lay charred and lifeless. Qin Fan quickly stepped forward to collect the hearts, horns, and black scales of the rhinos. At that moment, he felt a familiar surge of energy, his level advancing to 13. 5 days later, Qin Fan stood atop a mountain peak, covered in blood. He had just single-handedly hunted an 18th level magical beast, the blue star leopard. His clothes were tattered, and his beginner armor was in ruins. However, his level had skyrocketed to 15, and Xiaoju had also advanced from level 5 to 7. Just as Qin Fan was about to continue his exploration, the long-awaited system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a random mission. Hero saves the damsel. Mission content. Successfully rescue Miss Su from the Su family. Reward, 2 diamond chests. 1 legendary chest. Penalty, none. Time limit, 12 hours. Please complete the mission promptly. Qin Fan paused, recalling the 3 sinister-looking men who had entered the Ghost Forest Mountains with Su Ro's team. He cursed inwardly, realizing those 3 were indeed trouble. Xiaojiao, deploy your mental field immediately. Detect any movement around us. Qin Fan ordered, preparing to embark on this thrilling rescue mission. In a secluded valley near the edge of the inner perimeter of the Yulin mountain range, 6 figures stood amidst a chaotic scene of monster corpses and bloodstains. Scattered on the ground were the bodies of ordinary minotaurs and cat demons, interspersed with the remains of more formidable elemental cat demons and minotaur behemoths. Elemental cat demons, a mutated variant of the cat demon, boast a strength level of 14. They are not only more agile than ordinary cat demons but also inflict elemental damage with their attacks, capable of causing confusion and poisoning upon striking their targets. The Minotaur behemoths are mutations of the regular Minotaurs, with a power level reaching 15. These creatures are 3 times the size of a standard Minotaur, possessing immense strength and a powerful skill known as Earthquake Fury, a double-fisted strike that causes a massive shockwave, inflicting significant damage and stunning all targets within range. Both creatures are considered mini-boss level threats. Although the 6 managed to fend off these 2 waves of monsters, it came at a great cost. They were battered and exhausted, particularly Su Ro and her 2 followers, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, who were in a dire state. To protect Su Ro, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing fought desperately, leaving their HP, MP, and stamina nearly depleted. Su Ro, having continuously bestowed buffs on her teammates, was similarly drained of magic and strength. In contrast, the 3 brothers, Delong, Erlong, and Sanlong, had expended far less energy. These burly men, having spent over a decade navigating the perils of the Yulin mountain range's outskirts, understood the importance of conserving strength in chaotic situations. After all, only by reserving power could they backstab a comrade at a crucial moment or guard against betrayal. At this moment, Delong exchanged a meaningful glance with Erlong and Sanlong, then hefted his giant axe and eyed the 3 younger individuals with ill intent. Noticing their unusual gaze, Zhuofeng immediately became alert. "What are you planning?" he asked. Lu Qing silently tightened his grip on his staff, while Su Ro pursed her lips and raised her valuable purple-grade staff. Delong grinned. "What are we planning? Take a guess." With that, the 3 hulking figures advanced toward them like looming mountains. Zhuofeng's face turned pale, and Lu Qing, thinking quickly, shouted, "Don't forget, our leader is the daughter of Anning City's wealthiest man. If you dare betray and attack us here, you'll have nowhere to hide in Anning City." However, instead of deterring them, his words only provoked laughter from the 3 brothers. DeLong sneered, "Kid, if you were just ordinary students, we might not bother with you. Commoners don't have much worth taking, and they might bring trouble not worth it. But it turns out this girl is the daughter of the richest man in Anning, haha. That makes it all the better. We specialize in dealing with the rich." Hearing this, Su Ro's face turned ashen. She never imagined that her most prized status would become the very reason for her downfall. "Brothers, let's do it," DeLong ordered. "Kill the other 2, but leave the girl." Erlong and Sanlong immediately raised their giant axes and charged at Zhuofeng and Lu Qing. Unexpectedly, to the surprise of the 3 brothers, Zhuofeng and Lu Qing dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. "Spare us, great warriors. We won't interfere with what you do to Su Ro. Just let us go." Seeing this, Su Ro was completely devastated and hopeless. She couldn't believe that the 2 followers who had always been so devoted to her would abandon her so easily. Lu Qing coldly said, "Su Ro, don't blame us. We want to live too." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his staff and attacked the unsuspecting Su Ro. Bang! A magical beam struck Su Ro's petite body, sending her flying. Lu Qing adjusted his glasses, his voice icy. "Go ahead, brothers. Do whatever you want with her. Zhuofeng and I won't interfere. Just give us a way out. I've already attacked Su Ro, so rest assured, we won't speak of this." Zhuofeng nodded repeatedly in agreement. DeLong was somewhat surprised by this display. Well, you've got a dark heart and decisive actions. You even know how to offer proof of loyalty." He hadn't expected Lu Qing, who still looked like a student, to be so ruthless and resolute. However, DeLong shook his head slightly. "It's not enough." "Not enough?" Lu Qing asked. DeLong smiled faintly. "You haven't been ruthless enough. Please, tell me what to do," a voice said urgently, "or I might just go over there and chop off Su Ro's arm myself." DeLong surveyed the room, a sinister grin playing on his lips. His gaze settled on Zhuofeng and Lu Qing, 2 students who usually seemed so mild-mannered, but now had a strange gleam in their eyes. "Lu Qing, Zhuofeng," DeLong began slowly, his voice laced with temptation, "you've admired this girl for a long time, haven't you? Today, your brother DeLong will make it happen for you." He paused, his eyes turning menacing. "Now, both of you go and have your way with her. I'll record the whole thing, just to make sure you don't turn on me." DeLong's words exploded in the air like a bomb. He continued to threaten, "If you dare to snitch after this, I'll post the video online. Then you'll be finished too." Erlong and Sanlong laughed harshly from the sidelines, clearly in favor of DeLong's plan. DeLong felt a smug satisfaction. He knew that killing 3 students outright would arouse suspicion, but leaving 2 as witnesses would perfectly cover the truth. Zhuofeng and Lu Qing exchanged a glance, their inner desires ignited. They never imagined they would have the chance to get close to the untouchable daughter of the wealthiest man. They swallowed hard and began to approach Su Ro, shedding their clothes as they went. Su Ro watched the 2 approach with terror, tears streaming down her face. Raised in luxury, she had never faced such betrayal and humiliation. She realized in despair that, as a healer without any magical power, she was completely defenseless. Su-ro, don't cry, Lu Qing said with a chilling smile. We'll be gentle with you. Just at that critical moment, a cold, slightly sardonic voice suddenly rang out. Oh, I thought there were only 3 beasts, but it turns out there are 5. Who? The icy voice cut through the air, wiping the smirks off the faces of the Sanlong brothers as they immediately went on high alert, their sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Lu Qing and Zhuofeng were startled, shivering at the sudden sound, while a glimmer of hope flickered in Su-ro's eyes, which had been filled with despair. From the shadows emerged a tall figure. It was Qin Fan. However, upon seeing his disheveled appearance and unremarkable aura, the Sanlong brothers' disdainful sneers returned. Zhuofeng and Lu Qing sighed in relief, and the hope in Su-ro's eyes dimmed once more. It's him. It's all over, Su-ro thought in despair. In Yizhong, everyone knew that Qin Fan had become a Dragon Tamer during the job transition ceremony, a hidden profession deemed utterly useless since there were no dragons to tame. High dragons, being apex magical beasts, were proud and powerful, never submitting to humans. Even the lowest earth dragons or flying dragons were hard to come by. Moreover, a dragon tamer could only bond with high dragons of pure blood, rendering the skill ineffective on mixed blood dragons. This meant that dragon tamers, despite having the skill to tame dragons, had no dragons to tame, thus becoming completely useless. Seeing Qin Fan's ragged appearance, everyone assumed he had barely survived by hiding and scavenging. Huh. I thought it was someone important, but it's just you, the loser. Zhuofeng mocked, his previous fear of being discovered replaced by ridicule at the sight of Qin Fan. You know this guy? DeLong asked, frowning. Big brother, of course, we know him. Zhuofeng replied quickly. He's a total waste. Don't worry, he poses no threat to us. Just kill him. With this assurance, DeLong relaxed. Although he couldn't see Qin Fan's basic stats, Zhuofeng's recognition and dismissal of him as a waste left no room for concern. Qin Fan, run. Su-ro suddenly shouted. Tell my dad I died at the hands of these bastards. Make sure he avenges me. She believed Qin Fan stood no chance against the 5 of them and thought it better for him to escape and inform her father. This might make the gang cautious, possibly using her as a hostage for ransom rather than killing her outright. Think you can escape? Not a chance, Erlong sneered, as he and San Long blocked 2 exits. Zhuofeng and Lu Qing sealed the other 2, leaving Qin Fan with no way out. Kid, your attitude displeases me. DeLong taunted cruelly. Choose. Walk yourself to death, or should we send you? In the face of this predicament, Qin Fan remained unervingly calm, his eyes filled with a steely determination that sent shivers down their spines. He seemed unfazed by the threat surrounding him. Fine, let's use these 5 beasts for practice. Qin Fan's gaze turned sharp. Xing. He drew a beginner's longsword. Get him. DeLong ordered, charging at Qin Fan with his massive axe. The other 4, not daring to underestimate him, attacked simultaneously. As the clash loomed, Su-ro shut her eyes in despair, unwilling to witness Qin Fan's demise. She felt a strange admiration for him, puzzled as to why he would risk himself to save her. Ah! Suddenly, a rough scream pierced the air. Su-ro opened her eyes, stunned by the scene before her. Instead of being overwhelmed, Qin Fan stood with a blood-stained sword, having somehow maneuvered behind Zhuofeng. The sharp blade had pierced through Zhuofeng's chest. Thud! Zhuofeng fell to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, dead in an instant. How is this possible? How is he so fast? Even the usually composed DeLong couldn't help but exclaim. Their weapons had nearly struck Qin Fan, but in an instant, he vanished and reappeared behind Zhuofeng, striking him down. Damn it! Lu Qing, didn't you say this guy was a waste? Erlong shouted angrily, feeling deceived. Such incredible speed and deadly skill were anything but wasteful. Clearly, Qin Fan was a formidable fighter. I have no idea. Lu Qing stammered, shocked to see his supposedly useless classmate reveal such strength. Stop talking, will you? Qin Fan, standing by the campfire, wore a sinister smile. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? Come on then. Watching the tall figure, Su-ro's extinguished hope reignited. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she fixed her gaze on Qin Fan's back, thinking, he's so strong. My hero. Brothers, full assault. Use Plan B. DeLong, realizing there was no turning back, ordered a full-in attack. As DeLong's words faded, the strategy of the 3 dragon brothers shifted instantly. Their massive axes vanished, replaced by heavy shields. Charge! With a commanding shout, the trio formed a triangular formation, encircling Qin Fan. They employed a slow, methodical charge, their steps heavy and deliberate, shields raised as they advanced on Qin Fan. This tactic, though slower, exerted immense psychological pressure on the opponent, and was better suited to counter Qin Fan's astonishing speed. De Long's eyes gleamed with cunning as he turned to Lu Qing, issuing a low command. Go take that girl hostage, just in case. Lu Qing nodded and headed toward the severely injured Su Ro, a cold smile playing on his lips. Faced with the encroaching shield-bearing warriors, Qin Fan appeared unfazed. He smirked with a hint of disdain, his eyes glinting. Suddenly, his skin was marked with dragon scale-like patterns, a fierce aura erupting from within him. Dragon Berserk? Qin Fan muttered, his entire being surging with a 20 boost in attributes. His arm began to transform, muscles bulging, covered in fiery red dragon scales, as his fingers morphed into sharp dragon claws. Intense flames danced along his dragon arm, unleashing a formidable dragon's might. The sudden transformation left the three dragon brothers and Lu Qing stunned. Su Ro, meanwhile, gazed at Qin Fan in awe, as if witnessing the descent of a fire deity. Dragon Claw Strike. Qin Fan's voice cut through the air, and his dragon claw slashed out like lightning. With a crack, De Long's prized stone shield shattered instantly. The sharp dragon claw then effortlessly pierced through De Long's chest, directly striking his heart. Witnessing their eldest brother's swift demise, Erlong and San Long were terrified, crying out in panic, "Run!" There was no time left for fear. Their only thought now was to run as fast as they could. Monster! Monster! This Qin Fan is a monster. One of the Sanlong brothers shouted in terror, his face etched with despair. At that moment, Lu Qing snapped out of his stupor, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He no longer cared about using Su Ro as a hostage. All he wanted was to escape. Just at that critical moment, a small, adorable head popped out from Qin Fan's embrace. It was Xiaojie. With its little paws extended and eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit, it seemed eager to leap out and help its master dispatch these scoundrels. However, Qin Fan gently held its head down, a confident smile playing on his lips. These scum aren't worthy of Xiaojie's effort. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fan took a step forward. Whoosh! His figure vanished instantly, leaving only a blur behind. Beside him, Su Ro covered her mouth with her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with awe. She thought to herself, this speed. It's faster than any of my classmates who are trained assassins. Before Su Ro could fully process what was happening, there were two soft thuds. Qin Fan had already caught up with Erlong and San Long, efficiently ending their lives with a swipe of his claw. They didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Having dealt with the Sanlong brothers, Qin Fan shifted his stance. Whoosh! He appeared like a phantom in front of Lu Qing. With a thud, Lu Qing's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. Qin Fan, I was wrong. Please spare my life. I'll do anything for you. But Qin Fan only looked down at the man groveling at his feet, a cold, mocking smile on his face, his eyes filled with icy, merciless intent. He was never one to show undue compassion, especially to those who had plotted to kill him. Whoosh! With a swift motion of Qin Fan's dragon claw, Lu Qing's head was sent flying. Blood gushed from the neck, wound like a fountain. Qin Fan turned away indifferently, not bothering to spare Lu Qing another glance. And so, the brutal and evil Sanlong brothers, along with the vile and despicable Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing, were all eliminated. The executioner, Qin Fan. Ding! A system notification sounded in Qin Fan's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the Hero Saves Beauty mission. Commencing reward distribution. Congratulations on receiving 2 diamond chests and 1 legendary chest. As soon as the system notification sounded, the rewards were already delivered to Qin Fan's system warehouse. The efficiency was so impressive that he couldn't help but silently praise it, thinking how much better it was compared to those unscrupulous bosses who delay salaries. Just as Qin Fan was about to open his inventory to check the rewards, a clear and pleasant voice came from next to him. Qin Fan, thank you? The voice abruptly reminded Qin Fan that Su Ro, the girl, was still present. He replied somewhat perfunctorily, no need to thank me. It's only right for classmates to help each other. Su Ro, the high and mighty heiress. From elementary school to high school, she had always been the center of attention, getting whatever she wanted. With a privileged background, she never lacked cultivation resources, and her level increased rapidly. By her first year in high school, she had already completed the job transition ceremony and was now a level 15 priest. Although the priest class struggles to solo dungeons, it is highly sought after in teams. But none of this concerned Qin Fan. He was just a poor orphan boy, and if it weren't for this task, he probably would never have crossed paths with Su Ro. Since there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Qin Fan was eager to leave, primarily because the little dragon in his arms was squirming, wanting to come out and stretch. The little dragon, named Xiaojie, could shrink its originally massive 1.6-meter form to the size of a kitten because it unlocked the dragon-exclusive skill Dragon Form Transformation upon reaching level 7. This skill allowed Xiaojiu to adjust its size freely and included two powerful dragon stances, the Divine Fire Annihilation form and the Earth-Shattering Force form, which significantly boosted magical or physical damage, respectively. Qin Fan wait. Seeing Qin Fan about to leave, the usually aloof Su Rou unexpectedly called out to him. What is it? Is there something else? Qin Fan asked, puzzled. He had completed the task, and the surrounding monsters had fled due to Xiaojia's earlier dragon aura, so Su Rou should be safe. Su Rou bit her lip, not used to Qin Fan's indifferent attitude towards her. Usually, any guy would be overjoyed to have her speak to them, yet Qin Fan seemed somewhat impatient. I'm just a priest. Being here alone is too dangerous. If monsters attack at night, I'd be hard-pressed to defend myself, Su Rou explained. Besides, we're classmates. You can't just leave me to be monster food, can you? Hearing this, Qin Fan thought it made sense and reluctantly agreed. All right, you can tag along for now. Tomorrow, you can head back the way you came. However, Su Rou's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly said, that might not be possible. I might have to stick with you. Why? Qin Fan frowned. Any other man would be thrilled to have a beautiful companion, but he wasn't keen on dragging along this burden. Because my phone and high-tech nanocomputer are both broken, without an electronic map and navigation, it's easy to get lost, Su Rou explained, her eyes pleading like autumn waters. Qin Fan sighed deeply. Women are nothing but trouble. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his collar suddenly moved. In Su Rou's somewhat surprised gaze, a small head emerged, its golden dragon eyes staring directly at her. Eek! A lizard? Su Rou exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Qin Fan to have a fiery red lizard hidden in his arms. Roar! Upon being called a lizard, Xiaojiu immediately became indignant, letting out an angry dragon roar. Whoosh! A stream of fire burst from Xiaojiu's mouth, aimed directly at Su Rou. It seemed to be warning her. Don't talk nonsense, I'm a noble blazing sacred dragon, not some lizard. Xiaojiu's puffed-up look was endearing, and Su Rou couldn't help but smile warmly at the scene. Xiaojiu, don't be mad. Qin Fan quickly consoled. I'll make you something delicious. Su Rou didn't mean it. Don't take it to heart. He gently stroked Xiaojiu's scales, careful not to startle Su Rou by any sudden moves from the little dragon. After all, this was a genuine blazing sacred dragon hatchling, a top-tier creature from legend. Su Rou felt a twinge of annoyance when she heard Qin Fan say she was all hair and no brains, just to appease the little one. But on second thought, she let it go. There was no need to compete with a youngster. Besides, was this little lizard actually Qin Fan's pet? Could it really have dragon blood? Thinking of Qin Fan's profession as a legendary dragon tamer, Su Rou's eyes widened. Is this a dragon? She suddenly asked. Qin Fan paused for a moment before slowly answering. Yes. This brief reply was like a hammer blow, shattering Su Rou's understanding. She stared incredulously at the little creature nestled in Qin Fan's arms, her mind echoing with disbelief. Could this little lizard really be a dragon? What kind of dragon is it? Su Rou probed further, her curiosity driving her to know more. Don't ask. Qin Fan replied calmly. It's impolite to pry further. Only then did Su Rou realize her faux pas and quickly apologized. She understood this touched on Qin Fan's professional secrets and that she shouldn't press too much. Despite this, she remained profoundly shocked. Not only had Qin Fan truly bonded with the dragon, but what astounded her more was his formidable personal combat prowess. Recalling how Qin Fan single-handedly defeated the three dragon brothers along with Shuofeng and Lu Qing in an instant, Su Rou suddenly realized she had grossly underestimated this peer. Her gaze returned to Qin Fan, her eyes reflecting amazement and newfound respect. Having completed the system's task, Qin Fan let out a sigh of relief. He found a spacious, flat mountaintop clearing and decided to set up camp there. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, with orange-red flames dispelling the surrounding darkness. Qin Fan skillfully hunted a few unicorn rabbits, cleaned them, and set them over the fire to roast. The aroma was tantalizing, whetting everyone's appetite. He thoughtfully tore the roasted rabbit meat into small pieces, feeding them piece by piece to the little dragon hatchling nestled in his arms. Little Gio wanted to revert to its normal size and devour the feast, but considering Su Rou's presence, it maintained its small and cute form, comfortably curled up in its owner's embrace, enjoying being fed. Notably, Little Gio's appetite shrank along with its size, and a few unicorn rabbits were enough to satisfy it far less than the several magic goats it could consume in its normal form. Su Rou watched in amazement, thinking that despite its small size, the little dragon hatchling could eat several unicorn rabbits quite impressive. What surprised her even more was Qin Fan's culinary skills. Even she, accustomed to the finest foods, had to admit the roasted rabbit was exceptionally delicious, leaving her mouth watering. After the meal, everyone prepared to rest. Qin Fan suddenly spoke seriously to Su Rou. I hope you can keep my contract with the dragon hatchling a secret, Su-ro nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, not even my father. She understood the significance of Qin Fan successfully contracting with a dragon hatchling. It was enough to make him the focus of national attention. Although the Dragon Kingdom had Dragon Tamers, no one had ever successfully contracted a true dragon. Qin Fan's accomplishment was unprecedented. Although she didn't know the specific bloodline level of the dragon hatchling, Su-ro understood that a dragon contracted by a Dragon Tamer must have a noble bloodline. It was just in its infancy, with its potential not yet fully realized. Reassured by Su-ro's promise, Qin Fan nodded gently. Then, they each returned to their tents to rest. In his small tent, Qin Fan closed his eyes and immersed himself. He silently recited, "System, open the warehouse." In an instant, a system warehouse panel visible only to Qin Fan appeared, with 3 glowing treasure chests lying quietly on itchwords for the recent random task. Qin Fan eagerly opened 2 of the diamond chests. Ding! All diamond chests have been successfully opened. The system prompt sounded, followed by a series of rewards. Congratulations! You have obtained the Xinjing Earth-Scale Sword. Congratulations! You have obtained the Swift Wind Set. Congratulations! You have obtained the top-tier Gene Enhancement Potion. Congratulations! You have obtained the Grade Skill Fire Dragon Bullet. Qin Fan carefully examined the attributes of each reward. Xinjing Earth-Scale Sword. Purple quality, suitable for level 15 Dragon Tamers and Dragon Blood Warriors. It provides significant attribute boosts and comes with multiple powerful effects, making it a formidable weapon. Swift Wind Set. Level 15 purple quality armor, including shoulder guards, belt, and greaves. Each piece offers substantial attribute boosts and enchantments that enhance attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed. The set effect significantly reduces damage taken. Top-tier Gene Enhancement Potion. Consuming it greatly enhances all 4-dimensional attributes and significantly improves genes. Fire Dragon Bullet. Upgrade skill that can condense a massive flaming dragon ball, causing area magic damage upon explosion. Qin Fan was overjoyed. These rewards were exactly what he needed. He eagerly donned the new armor, wielded the sharp sword covered in black scales, and drank the Gene Enhancement Potion in one go. If not for the time and place, he would have tested the Fire Dragon Bullet's power immediately. As the potion took effect, Qin Fan felt a warm sensation throughout his body, and his 4-dimensional attributes reached new heights. Strength 130, Intelligence 130, Constitution 120, Agility 120. These attributes far exceeded those of peers at the same level. If Su-ro saw this, she would surely be amazed again. Finally, Qin Fan turned his attention to the most precious legendary chest. He took a deep breath and clicked to open it. Ding! You have successfully opened the legendary chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the SS grade passive skill Bloodline Fusion. Bloodline Fusion. The blood of your dragon pet fuses with you, granting you 20 of the dragon pet's total attributes. When you have multiple dragon pets, the inherited attributes can stack with no limit on the number. Holy cow! Qin Fan exclaimed in shock. This skill was incredible. Indeed, it was worthy of being a legendary chest reward terrifyingly powerful. Inheriting 20 of a single dragon pet's total attributes was already strong, but the key was that this effect could stack. With 3 dragon pets, it would mean a 60 total attribute boost. The more dragon pets, the greater the stack. Of course, this was just a beautiful fantasy for now. Acquiring the blazing holy dragon was already an immense stroke of luck. Obtaining more dragon pets seemed like a dream. Even so, it was more than enough for Qin Fan. Little Jia's current 4-dimensional attributes were Strength 800, Intelligence 800, Constitution 670, Agility 720. With Bloodline Fusion, Qin Fan's attributes surged again. Strength 290, Intelligence 290, Constitution 254, Agility 264. At the same level, I'm invincible. Qin Fan's eyes shone brightly, overflowing with joy. Gaw! The little Jew perched on Qin Fan's chest seemed to sense its owner's happiness, letting out a joyful cry. The next morning, after packing up his high-tech folding tent, Qin Fan said to the freshly groomed Su-ro, "Let's go. I'll take you back to the camp." Su-ro emerged from her luxurious tech tent, which was worth at least 200,000 long coins. This tent required no manual assembly, opened automatically, and was equipped with various foldable appliances, rivaling the comfort of home. In comparison, Qin Fan's tent was just a standard model. Su-ro sincerely said, "Thank you so much for this. I can't imagine what might have happened without you." She keenly noticed the changes in Qin Fan. His features were more handsome, his demeanor was serene, and his physique was well-proportioned, giving off a pleasant and attractive aura. What surprised her even more was the overwhelming presence he exuded, making it hard for her to breathe just standing in front of him. Qin Fan responded nonchalantly, "It's only right for classmates to help each other." As they set off, they encountered 6 well-equipped, student-like adventurers gathered ahead. As Qin Fan and Su-ro passed by, The group of adventurers turned to look. Suro? A surprised voice emerged from the crowd. A handsome young man in a mage's white robe stepped out, looking at Suro with delight. Suro nodded slightly and said, "Hello, Zhou Xinhan." Zhou Xinhan smiled and asked, "What are you doing here? Are you here to train and level up too?" He glanced at Qin Fan, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Suro replied coolly, "Yes, I'm here to train and level up. I'm about to head back." Zhou Xinhan looked at Qin Fan and asked, "And who might this be?" Qin Fan replied briefly, "Just a passerby." At this point, a boy with dyed yellow hair approached excitedly and asked, "Brother Zhou, is this your girlfriend?" Zhou Xinhan feigned innocence and explained, "Don't talk nonsense, she's just a childhood friend." He then suggested, "We've just discovered a wild secret realm and are short on people. Why not join us?" The others agreed, emphasizing that they needed more people, especially a healer. Qin Fan then noticed a spatial distortion vortex not far away, emitting a faint blue glow. Wild secret realms are dungeons that randomly appear on wilderness maps, accessible through these spatial vortices. They offer adventurers a rare opportunity with generous rewards upon completion, but they are also extremely dangerous. Faced with the invitation, Suro didn't immediately agree but instead turned to Qin Fan, seeking his opinion. Zhou Xinhan noticed this and, though the shadow in his eyes deepened, he continued to smile and said to Qin Fan, "Why don't you join us, brother? We could use another hand." Just as Qin Fan was about to decline, a system prompt suddenly appeared. "Congratulations to the host for triggering the random mission. Seize the opportunity. Mission: complete the wild secret realm ahead and achieve the highest damage rank. Reward: Life Profession Second Transition Scroll 1. Penalty: none. Please complete the mission as soon as possible." Qin Fan had no choice but to agree. "All right, thank you." Zhou Xinhan turned and signaled to his 5 companions, who nodded in understanding. "All right, let's go," Zhou Xinhan said. The group entered the wild secret realm through the spatial vortex, and a holographic task panel appeared before each of them. Secret Realm, Goblin Village. Grade: Silver Secret Realm. Level: 15 and above can enter. Difficulty: Hell level. Player requirement: 8 people. Note: deep within the damp rainforest, a group of fierce and savage goblin creatures resides. They not only feast on human flesh, but also harbor a lustful desire for human women. Upon seeing this information, everyone except Qin Fan looked grave. "Wow. Hell difficulty for a silver grade secret realm. This is bad. I don't think we can handle it. I was hoping to strike it rich, but I didn't expect such a terrifying secret realm. Should we back out?" Some of the other boys were already having second thoughts, and even Suro looked solemnly at the entrance to the rainforest. Everyone knew that once they entered, they would face the terrifying goblin creatures. In addition to the basic information about this wild, secret realm, there was also a condition for clearing it. The condition was simple and straightforward. Slay the Goblin King to receive the rewards for clearing the secret realm. Everyone exchanged glances, eyes filled with both excitement and concern. The generous rewards for completing the wild secret realm were undeniably tempting, but the hell level difficulty was daunting. The team's composition wasn't an issue. It was the risk of the adventure that made them hesitate. Failure could mean meeting their end here. Zhou Xinhan surveyed the group and said in a deep voice, "Let's first report our classes. We'll see how our lineup looks before deciding whether to proceed." He deliberately used a calm tone to mask his inner anxiety, hoping to appear composed in front of Suro. However, when he glanced at Suro, he noticed she was quietly standing beside an unfamiliar young man, not even sparing him a glance. This sight filled Zhou Xinhan with rage, though he kept it hidden. "Let's go with what Zhou says," a boy spoke up first. "I'll start. I'm a warrior. I'm an assassin. I'm an archer. I'm a swordsman. I'm a mage." After the boys were done, Zhou Xinhan continued, "I'm a martial artist. Xiao Rou is a priest," he said, using an affectionate term deliberately, then turned his gaze to Qin Fan. "What about you, brother? What's your class?" This group was from a different school and didn't know Qin Fan. Qin Fan calmly replied, "I'm a Dragon Tamer." At these words, all the boys, including Zhou Xinhan, widened their eyes, showing a mix of surprise and amusement. "A Dragon Tamer? Are you the one everyone's been talking about?" Zhou Xinhan asked incredulously. Qin Fan remained unfazed. "Yes, I am a Dragon Tamer. Is there a problem?" Immediately, the surrounding boys began to curse and complain. "What's the problem? Don't you see it yourself? A Dragon Tamer is a useless class. Damn, now we've got a deadweight in our team." Suro was about to speak up for Qin Fan, but remembering Qin Fan's desire to keep the existence of his dragon a secret, she held her tongue. Zhou Xinhan approached Qin Fan and said coldly, "Brother, I think you should know your place." "What do you mean?" Qin Fan frowned. "I mean you'd better drop out. With a useless class like yours, you can't expect to share in the rewards, can you?" Zhou Xinhan said bluntly. Qin Fan calmly replied, "Fine, I'll leave." He wasn't bothered by their attitude, as it was understandable that they wouldn't want him to share the rewards of a secret realm they had discovered. Besides, he wasn't particularly interested in those rewards anyway. Just as Qin Fan was about to leave, Su Rou suddenly grabbed his hand. Zhou Xuankan's expression darkened further. Xiao Rou, what are you doing? Zhou Shinken asked, suppressing his anger. Su Rou said earnestly, he's strong. If he leaves, I doubt we'll be able to clear this secret realm. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, looking at Su Rou in disbelief. He's strong? A Dragon Tamer is strong? Are you out of your mind? How can a Dragon Tamer without a dragon be strong? Someone couldn't help but mock. Zhou Shinken chuckled in disbelief. Xiao Rou, are you joking? A Dragon Tamer without a dragon. How strong can he be? Su Rou was resolute. I don't care. If he leaves, then I'm leaving too. I have no intention of staying here to die with you all. Zhou Shinken had no choice but to compromise. Fine. Let him stay. But the rewards will be distributed based on individual damage dealt, except for support classes like priests. Agreed? Agreed. Su Rou nodded. Just as Qin Fan was about to leave with a sarcastic smile, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on triggering a random task. Task content: clear the Goblin Village Secret Realm. Reward: 50,000 experience points shared with Dragon Pet. Penalty: none. Please complete the task as soon as possible. Qin Fan was taken aback. The reward was too generous, and it perfectly aligned with his current goal to level up Xiaoju to level 10 and complete the final task. He was determined to earn those 50,000 experience points. Having initially intended to leave, Qin Fan changed his mind. Seeing this, Zhou Shinken announced, since there are no objections, let's begin the Secret Realm Challenge. The group quickly equipped their armor and weapons, adjusted their status, and headed towards the jungle entrance. As they stepped into the entrance, they experienced a slight dizziness. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves in an entirely new space. For Qin Fan, this was his first time entering a wild Secret Realm instance. He had heard that future vocational exams would also use a similar format, requiring students to clear Secret Realm instances, with their scores determined by the time taken to clear them. Having the chance to experience it in advance was certainly beneficial. Qin Fan began to carefully observe the surroundings. The hot and humid air was filled with the smell of soil and decaying leaves, mixed with the stench left by various insects, assaulting everyone's senses. This was a typical tropical rainforest environment. Although the Secret Realm space was vast, climbing a tall tree would reveal the boundaries of the spacea barrier resembling a purple light curtain. This barrier could be touched but not broken. It was the spatial boundary of the Secret Realm instance. In other words, the adventurer team that had stepped into this place had no way out. They either cleared the instance or perished here. Despite this, everyone was confident, believing that with proper coordination, they could clear it with ease. Following the path deeper into the jungle, they finally saw a mountain fortress in a valley not far away. The fortress was inhabited by goblins of various skin colors. The largest observed goblins were 3 meters tall, clad in iron armor, with grotesque faces. The smallest were less than a meter tall but very agile, clearly the goblin offspring. The most chilling sight was the desiccated heads hanging from the towers. These severed heads silently narrated the brutal history of the Goblin Village and hinted at the daunting difficulty of this mysterious dungeon. Zhou Shinken surveyed the area, his gaze resolute as he issued the command to attack. Let's go. Fight our way through, he ordered, swiftly organizing the formation. Fatty, you're the warrior. Take the lead. Blue Hair, you're on support duty. Protect the damage dealers. Everyone else, focus on dealing damage, manage your mana, and replenish as needed. Xiao Rou, stay behind me. I'll protect you. Finally, Zhou Xuankan's eyes settled on the Dragon Tamer. You stay at the back and use ranged items to disrupt the monsters. The team members nodded in agreement, except for Su Rou, who gently shook her head. No need. I'll stay in the back with Qin Fan and buff you all. Zhou Shinken nodded in agreement, though he secretly contemplated how to sideline the Dragon Tamer permanently. As the goblin sentries raised the alarm, the battle commenced. One goblin attempted to turn back and alert others, but was stopped by a swift arrow to the chest. At Zhou Xuankan's command, the team advanced. The enraged goblin sentries grabbed their weapons and charged. Su Rou immediately swung her staff, casting 4 powerful buffs on her teammates, showcasing her exceptional skills as a priest. Under her support, over 30 goblin sentries were quickly dispatched. The team pressed on, soon bursting through a large gate, drawing the attention of over 100 goblin soldiers of varying colors. They swiftly assessed these level 15 silver monsters, and Zhou Shinken calmly devised a strategy. The battle lasted over 10 minutes, and the team was noticeably fatigued, especially Fatty, who was drenched in sweat. Brother Zhou, let's take a break. I can't keep going, Fatty said with a wry smile. Zhou Shinken smiled and turned his gaze to Qin Fan, who had yet to take action. Qin Fan, you can't just coast along and gain experience. Fatty's tired, so you'll take the front line. Fatty, stay behind Qin Fan. If he can't handle it, swap back in. This decision left everyone exchanging puzzled looks. A fragile Dragon Tamer taking the front line? What kind of plan was this? Due to the team's shared experience system, even if Qin Fan was slacking off on the sidelines, he would still gain experience as long as Zhou Xiancan and the others were fighting monsters. This was supposed to encourage everyone to contribute, but Zhou Xiancan suggested putting the fragile Dragon Tamer, Qin Fan, on the front lines, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Su Rou immediately opposed. No way. Dragon Tamers are as fragile as mages and archers. Putting Qin Fan in the front as a tank is no different from sending him to his death. The other guys fell silent, clearly agreeing with Su Rou's perspective. Zhou Xiancan shrugged, his tone slightly innocent. Then, Su Rou, how should we arrange it? He doesn't have a dragon, can't attack from a distance, and is too fragile for close combat. Should he just get a free ride on the experience while others do the hard work? I don't mind, but we can't let the rest of the team work for nothing. Zhou's right. The others chimed in. Why should we risk our lives while he takes it easy? Let him hold the front line as long as he can. Su Rou's clear voice rang out. Then I won't take my share of the rewards after we clear the dungeon. That should make up for it, right? Her words changed the expressions of everyone, especially Zhou Xiancan, whose smile vanished instantly. He couldn't believe Su Rou would sacrifice such a significant benefit for Qin Fan. The rewards from clearing a rare dungeon were incredibly valuable, yet this wealthy young lady was willing to forego them for a commoner. Zhou Xiancan turned to Qin Fan, his gaze cold. Kid, are you even a man? Just hiding behind a woman without saying a word. Qin Fan responded calmly. It's fine, Su Rou. You don't need to sacrifice your share. I'll take the front line if that's what's needed. Just as he finished speaking, a crisp sword hum echoed. To everyone's surprise, a sharp, heavy sword inlaid with black scales appeared in Qin Fan's hand, its blade surrounded by an intimidating sword aura. The chubby warrior could especially sense that this sword was far superior to his own weapon. Wow, that's definitely a level 15 purple-grade heavy sword, the chubby one exclaimed. Even Su Rou and Zhou Xiancan, from wealthy families, were only wielding level 10 purple-grade weapons. Zhou Xiancan couldn't help but ask, Qin Fan, where did you get that weapon? I don't think it's necessary for me to tell you. Qin Fan replied coolly. Zhou Xuancan's eyes darkened further. Fine, very well. I was planning to go easy on you for Su Rou's sake, but since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being ruthless. He coldly ordered the team to move forward, pulling the chubby guy aside and whispering through a secret voice transmission, remember, don't help him. Let him get badly injured in the next wave of monsters. When we reach the elite or boss stage, find a chance to sell him out and let him die to the monsters. The chubby guy nodded excitedly and asked, Zhou, if he dies, can I have that heavy sword? No problem. As long as he's dead, the sword is yours, Zhou Xiancan agreed nonchalantly. The team continued deeper into the sprawling goblin village. The wooden structures were bristling with large crossbows and catapults, creating a perilous scene. Soon, they encountered the third wave of monsters. A group of blue-green skin goblins appeared, with more goblins operating weapons from rooftops and platforms. A massive crossbow bolt was launched by a cackling goblin towards the team. Holy light shield. With Su Rou's soft chant, a large shield of light enveloped the team, deflecting the bolt. At that moment, the goblin minions charged forward. Zhou Xiancan shouted, ranged attackers, take out the ones on the rooftops. Front line, don't falter. However, Qin Fan paid no heed to Zhou Xuancan's words. As the goblins charged, he stepped out of Su Rou's shield range. What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The other team members were alarmed. But the chubby guy and Zhou Xiancan were secretly delighted, thinking he was walking into his own doom. Su Rou's face showed a hint of worry, but the next moment, an astounding scene unfolded before everyone. Qin Fan calmly lifted his Xinjing scale sword and effortlessly swung it in a horizontal arc. The sword energy sliced through the air like lightning, instantly cutting a dozen goblin creatures in half. The monsters didn't even have time to scream before they were dead. This scene shocked everyone present. Monsters that typically required concentrated attacks from two damage dealers were taken down by Qin Fan with a single stroke. Without waiting for a reaction from the others, Qin Fan stepped forward heavily. The ground caved under the force of his step, and he swung the Xinjing scale sword again. The sharp sword energy rippled out like waves, sending the upper halves of the goblin minions flying, their thick blood spraying like fountains. In the blink of an eye, the goblin horde that had been charging and howling was completely annihilated. Everyone in the team was stunned, gawking at the scene before them. Their understanding of reality was shattered as they watched Qin Fan deal such devastating blows with just 2 swings. However, the shock Qin Fan delivered was far from over. He lightly tapped his toes, leaping onto the roof of a wooden structure. Another sweep of sword energy followed. and the goblins manning the crossbows and stone throwers could only let out a piercing scream before being sliced in half. Elsewhere, a goblin minion gritted its teeth and shot an arrow at Qin Fan, aiming with precision. Just as Su Ro was about to shout a warning, Qin Fan effortlessly caught the speeding steel arrow and snapped it in half. This display of acute perception and strength left everyone in awe. The final sweep of sword energy took out the last two goblin soldiers, ending the third wave of monster attacks. Qin Fan's Xinjing scale sword remained untainted by the monster's blood. When Qin Fan landed back on the ground, he found everyone staring at him with expressions frozen in disbelief, as if they were looking at a monster. Qin Fan asked dispassionately, "The monsters are dealt with. Shall we move on?" He was met with a deafening silence. Zhou Xianhan and the fat man were pale, their plans to eliminate Qin Fan utterly thwarted. The blue-haired assassin, voice trembling, asked, "Why? Why are you so strong?" The others also watched Qin Fan in disbelief, unable to fathom how someone who hadn't bonded with a dragon could be so powerful. Qin Fan coldly replied, "Do I owe you an explanation?" No one dared to argue, simply shrinking back. Only Su Ro looked at Qin Fan with eyes full of admiration. She proactively suggested, "From now on, let's follow Qin Fan's lead. Does anyone have objections?" Everyone exchanged glances but remained silent. Su Ro smiled and said, "Since no one is speaking up, I'll take that as agreement." Qin Fan agreed, not wanting to listen to Zhou Xuanhan's self-important commands anymore. He had sensed Zhou Xianhan and the fat man's murderous intent towards him. He added, "By the way, the rules for distributing rewards remain unchanged. Whoever contributes more damage gets a larger share of the rewards." The team members checked the damage statistics and despaired to see Qin Fan's contribution at a staggering 80, while other damage rolls had pitifully low percentages. This meant that, aside from the healer's fixed portion, 80 of the total rewards would go to Qin Fan. Qin Fan continued, "As for the team composition, Su Ro will be in charge. I'll act as a free agent since I don't want you slowing me down." His cold words felt like a slap in the face to the others. They couldn't refute him and internally questioned whether Qin Fan had actually bonded with a high-level dragon. But they quickly dismissed the idea, assuming he must have gotten lucky with some rare treasure to become so powerful. As for bonding with a legendary dragon, they believed it was simply impossible. After the recent turn of events, those who had previously mocked and underestimated Qin Fan, including Zhou Xian and the others, fell into a collective silence. They no longer dared to criticize Qin Fan, and the contempt on their faces was replaced by fear. Su Ro, observing this change, breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Zhou Xian would continue to provoke Qin Fan recklessly. An inexplicable sixth sense told her that without Qin Fan's presence in this mystical realm, their adventuring party might have already met its demise. With Qin Fan having single-handedly dealt with the third wave of monsters, the rest of the group had expended little energy, merely watching from the sidelines. Therefore, they decided not to rest and continued to venture deeper into the village. A few minutes later, they came to a halt in front of a massive gate. Before them stood a formidable giant goblin warrior. This creature loomed 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles, clad in heavy steel armor, and a massive helmet. It was completely armored, leaving only a narrow slit for vision. Its thick arms wielded a massive, rusty iron sword, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Roar! The giant goblin let out a deafening roar upon seeing the humans. Confronted with this terrifying sight, Qin Fan remained calm and composed as he activated his appraisal eye to assess the opponent. Monster, giant goblin. Level, 17. Type, humanoid monster. Skills, war stomp, charge assault, mighty slash, skin hardening, support summon, berserk. Quality, silver. Notes, a trusted lieutenant of the Goblin King, possessing formidable strength and defense. It can negate 30 of general physical attacks. Everyone be careful, this is likely an elite-level monster. Don't let your guard down. Su Ro warned her teammates with a serious expression. However, before she could finish speaking, the giant goblin launched a violent attack. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar, it charged towards them with terrifying force. Charge assault. This was its signature skill. Simultaneously, the group watched in horror as the goblin's originally green skin turned a shade of brown, as if coated in brown paint. Skin hardening. This was the reason it could negate 30 of physical attacks. Su Ro, Zhou Xian, Li Dafu, and the others hastily scattered, but the warrior class member, who was less agile, lagged behind. At the critical moment, he could only grit his teeth and raise his shield. Bang! With a loud crash, the giant goblin sent the warrior flying, powerless to resist, as he spewed a stream of blood midair. Even more shocking was that after sending the warrior flying, the giant goblin abruptly halted its charge, skillfully turning its focus to Li Dafu. Li Dafu's face turned pale, He hadn't expected the giant goblin to be not only immensely strong but also so agile. Run! Without hesitation, Li Dafu activated his shadow stealth and darted into a nearby room. Fool! Qin Fan coldly muttered. The next moment, as if to validate Qin Fan's judgment, Li Dafu's screams echoed from the room, Aya! Accompanied by the sound of teeth tearing through flesh and bone. It was evident that the room was teeming with goblin minions. Qin Fan had already discerned that the giant goblin's support summon skill indicated the presence of numerous goblin minions lurking in the surrounding rooms. A single command from the giant goblin would unleash these minions in a swarm. By retreating into the room, Li Dafu had essentially walked into a trap. Listening to Li Dafu's harrowing cries, the faces of the other teammates turned ghostly pale, except for Qin Fan, who remained calm and indifferent. He made no move to rescue him, knowing full well that these people had wanted him dead. When they had mockingly watched him take the frontline role earlier, Qin Fan understood they were hoping for his demise. Without the contract with the blazing holy dragon, if he were still weak and continued as the frontline, he might have perished in the first wave of minions. Outwardly, they appeared as a team, but in reality, their hearts were divided. Qin Fan had no intention of playing the hero for them. Besides, he was confident he could clear this mystical realm on his own. After all, he had the most adorable and powerful Xiaojiu. Roar! With Li Dafu dealt with, the giant goblin shifted its menacing gaze towards Zhou Xian and the others. Run! Zhou Xian turned and fled without hesitation, not even considering taking Su Rou with him as he passed by her. They had realized that this realm was beyond their ability to conquer. Even with Su Rou's priestly buffs, they were no match for the giant goblin. Its brutal charge alone could shatter their formation. Watching the guys flee faster than rabbits, the giant goblin snorted dismissively, showing no interest in pursuing these cowards. It then turned its attention to the fair-skinned and beautiful Su Rou. With just a moment's glance, Su Rou saw the giant goblin fall into an excited state, its filthy, sticky drool dribbling from its mouth. It looked like a lecherous man eyeing a beauty. Eek! Terrified, Su Rou quickly ran to Qin Fan's side. When it came to Su Rou, Qin Fan felt obliged to intervene. Step back. I'll handle this monster, Qin Fan said calmly. His tone was neither arrogant nor overly confident, yet this calmness gave Su Rou a profound sense of security. All right, I can buff you. Su Rou nodded, then waved her staff to bestow all the enhancement spells she could on Qin Fan. Buzz! In that moment, Qin Fan's combat power surged nearly tenfold. No wonder people insist on having a priest as support in dungeons. This kind of buffing is indeed powerful. Feeling the power surging within him, Qin Fan clenched his fists and smiled coldly. At that moment, the massive goblin roared as it charged towards Qin Fan. It unleashed its combination skill of charging assault and skin hardening, barreling forward like an unstoppable bulldozer with terrifying destructive power. In just 2 seconds, the distance of several dozen meters closed to less than 2. Qin Fan could even smell the foul stench emanating from the giant goblin. Despite the seemingly invincible foe, Qin Fan remained fearless. He shouted, "Kneel before me," and twisted his wrist, sending the sharp Xianjing earth-scale sword slashing out. The sword's energy struck the giant goblin's shoulder, clashing against its tough brown skin. Despite its 30 physical damage reduction, the formidable sword still managed to leave a shallow wound on its skin. The giant goblin let out a pained scream. Its fierce charge abruptly halted. Even more unbelievable was that the force of Qin Fan's strike forced it to one knee. The humiliation was immense for the giant goblin, as only the Goblin King in this village had ever made it kneel before. In a fit of rage, the goblin's muscles swelled again, unleashing a fearsome orate had finally activated its berserk buff. However, as the giant goblin's power surged, Qin Fan smirked coldly. You think you're so tough just because of your armor and skin hardening's physical immunity. But have you considered what happens when I blast a fire dragon bullet at your helmet from this close range? No sooner had he spoken than Qin Fan released the Xinjing Earthscale sword. At the same time, the Blevel skill fire dragon bullet, which he had been chanting, burst from his hand, aiming straight for the gap in the giant goblin's helmet. With a thunderous explosion, a fiery dragon roared into the helmet, incinerating the giant goblin's head completely. It didn't even have time to resist or scream before its massive body toppled over. Thus, the elite giant goblin was successfully vanquished. However, no materials, items, or equipment were dropped. In secret realm dungeons, rewards are usually given only after clearing the entire area. Su Rou, who had watched the entire battle, was in disbelief. This young man had effortlessly defeated the giant goblin that even Zhou Xiancan and his team had to flee from. What surprised her even more was Qin Fan's mastery of fire magic. The flame that instantly incinerated the goblin was clearly magical damage, with power at least at a level. Although the giant goblin had high physical defense, its magical resistance was low. Qin Fan's fire dragon bullet had exploded its head, melting flesh and bone. This was a skill exclusive to Dragon Tamers, far more potent than a regular mage's fireball. Qin Fan, do you want to keep going? Su Ro asked cautiously as she approached him. Perhaps only by staying near this young man could she feel secure. In just 2 days, she had experienced the fickle nature of people, betrayal from Zhuo Feng and Lu Qing, and Zhou Xuankan's group's desertion. Without Qin Fan, she would have perished twice already. It made her reflect deeply. Familiar faces can betray, while strangers extend a helping hand. Of course, we'll keep advancing, Qin Fan replied calmly. But if you're scared, you can leave first. I can handle it alone. As a dragon tamer with Xiao Jio by his side, he feared nothing. Sensing that Zhou Xiankan and his group had left, Xiao Jio, who had been napping in Qin Fan's arms, poked its cute little head out from his collar. It squinted happily, feeling the trust and reliance from its master. No, I want to stay with you, Su Ro said firmly. Even though I'm just a support class, at least I can buff you, boosting your combat power several times over. Alright, then we'll split the rewards 50-50, Qin Fan said, never stingy with teammates willing to stick by him. The two approached the final fortress gate and slowly pushed open the heavy doors. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, four figures emerged from the entrance vortex. It was Zhou Xiankan and his group. Their original 6-member team was down to 4, as Li Dafu and the Fat One had perished in the secret realm. During their escape, 2 others were ambushed by sudden monsters and lost an arm, only able to stop the bleeding with basic healing potions. To regenerate a limb, they'd need to spend nearly 1 billion dragon coins to hire a second transition Grand Priest. Damn it! Zhou Xiankan cursed, unable to accept that the useless Dragon Tamer was so formidable. Zhou, what now? One of his companions asked cautiously. Let's wait here for Qin Fan and Su Ro to come out, Zhou Xiankan said grimly. The secret realm entrance hadn't vanished, indicating that Qin Fan and Su Ro were likely still alive. In wild secret realms, if all entrants die or escape, the entrance disappears and reappears at a random location. Damn, a silver-level wild secret realm is this tough. They say the transition exam secret realms are also silver-level, but even harder because that King of Hell sets the challenges, another person remarked. The so-called King of Hell was the nickname for Zhang Shaoxin, the exam question setter, known for designing challenging secret realm dungeons as exams, earning him the reputation of a ruthless overseer among candidates. Zhou, what if Qin Fan and Su Ro clear the dungeon? What do we do then? A red-haired companion asked nervously. Faced with the question, Zhou Xiankan fell silent, his expression growing dark and brooding. As Qin Fan's strong arm pushed open the massive door before him, a wave of decay swept over them. He and Su Ro stepped into the makeshift fortress, constructed from wood and metal, its formidable structure evoking a sense of indestructibility. They passed through several heavy doors, each step taking them deeper into an unknown realm. Eventually, they arrived at the heart of the Castlia Hall, filled with a nauseating stench. The walls were adorned with macabre human bone decorations, casting eerie shadows in the dim light. In the center of the hall sat a towering figure on a massive stone throne, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, the figure stirred. 2 scarlet eyes, larger than brass bells, slowly opened, and an overwhelming aura filled the space. Humans? A deep voice echoed through the hall. How many years has it been? Never has a human survived to stand before me. The colossal figure, the Goblin King, rose slowly, clutching a sharp, giant axe. Each of its steps caused the ground to tremble, cracks spreading like a spider's web. Su Ro, pale with fright, was grateful to have Qin Fan by her side. Qin Fan calmly scrutinized the boss with his appraisal eye. The Goblin King, level 19, possessed the king's authority talent and a suite of powerful skills, including the ability to resist 70 of physical damage and a shield against magical attacks. What should we do, Qin Fan? Su Ro asked nervously, relying completely on the man beside her. Qin Fan replied nonchalantly, we don't need to do anything. We'll just watch the show. If this boss lasts more than 10 seconds, I'll consider it impressive. Hearing Qin Fan's arrogant words, the Goblin King let out a disdainful laugh. Haha, to meet me without cowering, and to be so insolent, you're the first human. In this tense moment, Qin Fan suddenly called out. Xiao Jia. A small, adorable figure emerged from his collar, heralding the beginning of an epic battle. The Goblin King barely had time to see what had flown out before a terrifying roar filled with draconic fury exploded in the castle hall. Roar! The sound waves shook the walls, causing them to tremble. The Goblin King's eyes widened with horror written all over his face. Suddenly, a massive whirlwind surged in the center of the hall. The howling wind swept up dust and debris from the ground. The once small and adorable figure rapidly expanded within the storm, transforming into a colossal creature in the blink of an eye. As the storm subsided, everyone held their breath. Standing before them was a towering 10-meter-tall crimson dragon. its head nearly touching the ceiling. The dragon was covered in gleaming scales, each one flickering like a flame. Its eyes, like two blazing suns, emitted a daunting aura. Su-ro stood to the side, her jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Her body was as stiff as a board, her eyes filled with disbelief. A dragon! It's really a dragon! She screamed internally, and such a powerful one at that. The majestic and sacred aura emanating from the dragon made Su-ro instantly understand its status among dragonkind. Endless flames burned on its body, showcasing its unparalleled power. Her fear of the boss monster vanished in an instant, replaced by awe at the scene before her. It felt as if her worldview had been shattered, leaving her mind blank. It wasn't just Su-ro. Even the Goblin King, who had been advancing with a sinister grin, was stunned by the sight. Its grotesque face twitched, eyes glimmering with profound fear. The dragon, which towered above it, made it feel an unprecedented threat of death. What terrified the Goblin King even more was what happened next. Qin Fan suddenly called out cheerfully, "Xiaojiu." To everyone's astonishment, the towering flame dragon narrowed its eyes and made a purring sound like a cat. It gently lowered its massive head towards Qin Fan. The Goblin King's mind was nearly blown. How could a mere level 15 human command such obedience from a holy and noble flame dragon? It completely upended its understanding of the world. But there was no time to ponder this, as Qin Fan's icy gaze turned towards it. Simultaneously, he gave the flame dragon an order. "Xiaojiu, see that ugly creature in front of you? Roast it with your dragon breath." Earlier, when Xiaojiu leveled up, it awakened a dragon-specific skill called Dragon Transformation, which includes the Divine Fire Annihilation form and the power to shake the heavens form. At this moment, Xiaojiu opted for the Divine Fire Annihilation form, enhancing its magical damage by 500 while reducing its physical damage by 500. Fierce flames swirled around Xiaojiu, sending scorching heat waves sweeping through the area. The entire fortress began to show signs of burning, and the surrounding temperature soared drastically. Su-ro had to cast a holy light shield on herself just to barely keep the blistering heat at bay. Meanwhile, Qin Fan, Xiaojiu's master, stood unharmed beside the dragon, showcasing the formidable power of a Dragon Tamer. The Goblin King boss was terrified, its skin nearly roasted by the relentless heat waves. It had to continuously use healing skills to fend off the scorching assault. In reality, Xiaojiu had deliberately restrained its divine fire power out of consideration for its master's friend, Su-ro. Otherwise, if Xiaojiu unleashed its full divine fire annihilation form, not only the Goblin King and Su-ro would be reduced to ashes in an instant, but the entire fortress would also be razed to the ground. Under Qin Fan's command, Xiaojiu lifted its massive dragon head, its golden vertical pupils filled with disdain as it looked down on the Goblin King, who was frozen in fear. Its gaze seemed to say, "How dare a lowly creature bare its teeth at my master?" As Xiaojiu moved its dragon feet, the ground trembled under its immense weight. The Goblin King widened its eyes, overwhelmed by fear and despair, and for the first time thought of fleeing, only to find its limbs completely stiff. Su-ro finally snapped out of her daze, staring in disbelief at the fiery holy dragon, which seemed like a moving mountain, and said to Qin Fan, "I thought you had a contract with a lower-tier dragon. I never imagined it would be a top-tier existence among dragons, a blazing holy dragon." Though there were no recorded instances of a dragon tamer successfully taming a high-level dragon, humans were not entirely ignorant of dragons. Nations had long instructed publishers to compile monster and beast manuals for job changers and adventurers to study. Su-ro had meticulously read detailed descriptions of high-level dragons, and the majestic, divine fire-like presence of the blazing holy dragon had left a deep impression on her. She never expected to witness the legendary blazing holy dragon in person today, nor did she expect the usually low-key Qin Fan to have contracted such a mythical creature. Her feelings had far surpassed mere envy. Despite Su-ro's astonishment, Qin Fan remained calm. Su-ro then wryly remarked, "They say dragon tamers are the most useless hidden profession, but that notion is completely debunked with you. If the world knew you successfully contracted a blazing holy dragon, everyone's jaw would drop." Her words were no exaggeration. This contrast made her feelings extremely complex. Since childhood, she had been hailed as a genius, almost the strongest priest among high school students in Anning City. But compared to Qin Fan, she not only fell short in combat strength, but he also had the strongest dragon companion, making the gap undeniable. At this moment, Qin Fan paid little attention to Su-ro's sentiments, as Xiaojiu had already approached the Goblin King. A level 7 blazing holy dragon versus a level 19 Goblin King boss. Despite the Goblin King being 12 levels higher than Xiaojiu, it suddenly fell to its knees with a thud, trembling and pleading, "Spare me, please. I know I was wrong." Before it could finish, a torrent of dragon breath, engulfed in overwhelming flames, erupted from Xiaojiu's mouth. Under Su Ro's stunned gaze, the Goblin King could only let out a scream before being consumed by the fiery wave. Instant kill. A direct instant kill. The Goblin King didn't even have a chance to resist before perishing in the dragon breath. It probably never dreamed that being a minor boss in a silver-level dungeon would attract a blazing holy dragon to slay it. Stop staring, get on. Qin Fan grabbed Su Ro's hand and pulled her onto Xiaoju's back. Roar. Xiaoju let out a disgruntled roar, clearly displeased with having anyone other than Qin Fan on its back. All right, Xiaoju, be good. Consider this a favor for me. After this is over, I'll cook anything you want until you're satisfied. Qin Fan quickly appeased his little dragon. As a noble and highly elite dragon, Xiaoju regarded humans other than Qin Fan as mere trash. But Qin Fan had no choice. Xiaoju's stats were already terrifying, and with the 500 magic fire bonus from the divine fire annihilation form, its dragon breath not only turned the Goblin King to ashes in an instant, but also engulfed the entire fortress in flames. If he didn't take Su Ro with him, she would undoubtedly perish in the inferno alongside the Goblin King. Roar. Hearing its master's promise of treats, the little gourmand finally relented. With a mighty flap of its vast wings, boom, a fearsome tornado whipped up from the ground, intensifying the surrounding inferno. In a flash, Xiaoju soared into the sky with Qin Fan and Su Ro. Gazing down from high above at the vast rainforest world, Su Ro's heart raced, and she clung tightly to Qin Fan, fearing she might fall. Her gem-like eyes sparkled with excitement, and the comforting scent of Qin Fan filled her senses. The exhilarating feeling of soaring through the sky left Su Ro in an extremely blissful and serene state. Boom! With a thunderous roar, Xiaoju soared out of the blazing inferno, carrying Su Ro on its back. It quickly found a clearing to land, and impatiently urged Su Ro to dismount. If it weren't for Qin Fan bribing it with delicious food, it wouldn't have agreed to carry a human. Qin Fan quickly helped Su Ro down from the dragon's back. At that moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping them both. This was the reward for completing the level. In the distance, the goblin village burned fiercely under Xiaoju's dragon breath. The sacred fire of the blazing dragon not only had immense destructive power, but also inflicted mental burns on its targets. As a level 7 dragon pet, a single breath could clear a level 15 hell difficulty silver-tier dungeon, showcasing the unbeatable strength of a Dragon Tamer. Su Ro gazed at the distant sea of flames, her face full of awe. As the daughter of the richest man in Anning City, she had witnessed many level 45 second-turn mages in action, but they paled in comparison to the young blazing dragon before her. Qin Fan didn't dwell on it, as the dungeon rewards had arrived. The task info panel appeared before them, showing that they had cleared the Goblin Village dungeon with an SSS rating in 7 minutes and 21 seconds. Each of them received 5,000 experience points, the title, Goblin Slayer, 30 free attribute points, and 30 skill points. A silver chest, shimmering with light, landed in front of Qin Fan. Without hesitation, he opened it to reveal several items. A Clevel skill book, Holy Light Protection, a silver 3-star ring, Empowerment Ring, a Life Profession second-turn scroll, a Clevel material, Goblin King's Heart, a silver 5-star weapon, Goblin King's Greatsword, and a Goblin King's enchantment card. The total value of these rewards was a staggering 2 to 3 billion dragon coins, making Qin Fan's breath quicken. Even the wealthy Su Ro was moved, realizing the immense value of wild dungeons. Only Xiaoju, now reverted to its small lizard form, seemed unimpressed, more concerned about the gourmet meal awaiting it at home. Su Ro offered to forego all the rewards, but Qin Fan decided to give her the priest's skill book and the empowerment ring, keeping the rest for himself. Surprised, Su Ro heard Qin Fan calmly say, "Take them, but you will need to pay a price." Cautiously, Su Ro asked, "What price?" Her cheeks flushed, as if she had a certain thought. However, Qin Fan simply replied, "I just need you to do 2 things for me." Qin Fan calmly laid out 2 conditions. First, keep my contract with the dragon pet a secret, even from those closest to you, until my college entrance exams are over. Second, transfer 30 million to my bank account quietly. As the eldest daughter of the Su family, this shouldn't be difficult for you. He made these demands because the skill book and ring were items he could easily sell, but that would attract unwanted attention. Giving them to Su Ro not only came across as a friendly gesture, but also allowed him to leverage the Su family's influence in Anning City. Moreover, during their time together, Qin Fan had observed that Su Ro was of good character, neither arrogant nor domineering, and could make a good friend. Su Ro nodded earnestly. "All right, I can handle both conditions without any problem, I promise." Seeing her agreement, Qin Fan unhesitatingly tossed her the skill book and ring, then quickly stored the remaining items in his personal space. At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations to the host for completing all random tasks. Now distributing task rewards. Congratulations, you have received a secondary profession advancement scroll 1. Congratulations, You have received a 50,000 experience pill shared with your dragon pet one. The rewards have been sent to the system warehouse. Please check them yourself. Qin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. The secondary profession advancement scroll was a rare and valuable item. Now he had 2 copies, one for personal use and one to sell. Even more precious was the 50,000 experience pill, a scarce resource that even wealthy families found hard to come by. Most importantly, this experience pill could be shared with his dragon pet. After accounting for the rewards, Qin Fan felt relieved and prepared to leave the stifling environment. At that moment, Xiaojiao, now the size of a kitten, flapped its wings and landed on Qin Fan's shoulder, conveying through its thoughts, "Gaw, I'm hungry, make some delicious food." Qin Fan affectionately replied, all right, I'll make it for you as soon as we get out." Su Ro, surprised, asked, "You can actually communicate with your dragon pet?" Qin Fan replied helplessly, "Isn't that a given? Beast tamers can communicate with their pets." Su Ro sheepishly admitted her ignorance. Soon, Qin Fan, holding Xiaojiao, left the burning secret realm with Su Ro. Once the brief disorientation from the spatial transfer subsided, they found themselves back at the entrance to the secret realm in the real world. However, to Qin Fan's annoyance, Zhou Xinkai and his group were still waiting at the entrance. Zhou Xinkai feigned concern upon seeing them safe. "Xiao Ro, are you all right?" The other 3 boys also gathered around. Su Ro replied coldly, "I'm fine, thanks for asking." She had never thought highly of Zhou Xinkai, and now she knew he was a coward who abandoned friends in danger. Faced with Su Ro's coldness, Zhou Xinkai awkwardly smiled. "It's good you're okay. I thought you two wouldn't make it out." Su Ro scoffed, retorting, "Huh? Who said we escaped? Why can't Qin Fan and I have completed the challenge before coming out?" Everyone was shocked. They actually completed the challenge? That giant goblin was not something students of their level could handle. Qin Fan calmly said, "No need to waste words with them, let's go." As they were about to leave, a red-haired swordsman suddenly shouted, "Hold on." Qin Fan turned to look at him indifferently. Despite being intimidated by Qin Fan's cold gaze, the redhead, emboldened by his companions, boldly said, "Since you completed the challenge, shouldn't you share the rewards? After all, we're teammates." Such shamelessness nearly made Qin Fan and Su Ro laugh in disbelief. Abandoning teammates mid-danger, and now expecting to share in the rewards, was beyond comprehension. Qin Fan shook his head, "Forget it. They're not worth our time. Su Ro, let's go." However, as they turned away, the redhead furiously yelled, "I told you to stop." With that shout, a sharp blade of sword energy shot toward Qin Fan's back. This was a low-level swordsman skill called Gale Slash. Although only a level skill, once it hit, the sword energy would burrow into the enemy like a gale, damaging muscles and organs. If enhanced to 100, its power was formidable. The redhead clearly intended to kill Qin Fan. This unexpected backstab turned Qin Fan's indifferent expression icy cold. If that sword hit, Qin Fan would likely lose most of his life. Su Ro, standing nearby, sensed a sharp sword aura targeting Qin Fan, and her face instantly changed color. She never expected that the red-haired man would dare to launch a sudden attack. Just as she opened her mouth to shout, "Watch out," Qin Fan reacted even faster. Clang! The sharp sound of a sword broke the silence. Qin Fan drew his Xinjing Dilling sword in just 0.01 seconds and swung it swiftly behind him. Clink! The blade collided with the sword aura, sending dazzling sparks flying. Qin Fan let out a cold snort, twisted his wrist, and effortlessly neutralized the fierce wind sword aura. Everyone around was visibly shocked. The red-haired man was a level 17, 2 levels higher than Su Ro. As a guard of the Zhou family, he was young but almost 30, with plenty of battle experience. He had chosen the moment when his opponent was least alert to unleash his powerful level skill, Gale Slash. However, Qin Fan not only reacted in time but also easily dispelled the sword aura, overpowering the skill with sheer force. The red-haired man's face turned pale. Qin Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his cold words cut like a blade. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to stab me in the back?" Zhou Xian and his group were taken aback, feeling the terrifying killing intent emanating from Qin Fan, making it hard for them to breathe. The red-haired man stiffly defended himself. "I wasn't trying to stab you. I was just fighting for my own interests. You guys clear the level and get rewards, and we are in the same team but get nothing. That's not fair, is it?" Qin Fan sneered. "Didn't you cowards escape the secret realm yourselves? Did you contribute anything to the elite monster and boss fights? You just want to reap the benefits?" Without waiting for a response, Qin Fan coldly declared, "Enough. No more words. I, Qin Fan, have principles. Since you, this red-haired scum, stabbed me, it's only fair that I return the favor." Before the words were fully spoken, Qin Fan's figure vanished from sight. Zhou Xian and his group watched in horror. The red-haired man, relying on his swordsman's instinct, sensed danger and hurriedly turned to swing his sword. However, his sword aura only cut through air. Niexiong, to your left, Zhou Xian urgently warned. Just as the red-haired man named Niexiong turned, a sharp white light flashed. Swoosh! A blood-soaked arm was flung high, accompanied by a gush of blood. Niexiong's piercing scream echoed around. The crowd gasped, seeing Niexiong's left arm severed mercilessly by Qin Fan, with the residual sword aura shredding the dismembered limb to pieces. The scene fell into a dead silence, with only Niexiong's anguished cries breaking the quiet. Su Rou was stunned, amazed by Qin Fan's decisive ruthlessness. Zhou Xian was shocked that Qin Fan had incapacitated his family's capable guard with just one strike. Qin Fan remained expressionless, as if such matters had no impact on him. He coldly asked, "Tell me, was the attack your idea or Zhou Xian's?" Tears streaming down his face, Niexiong stammered, unable to answer. "Not speaking, huh? Then you can just die honestly." Qin Fan raised the Xinjing Dilling sword, ready to strike Niexiong's neck. I'll talk. I'll talk." At the critical moment, Niexiong finally broke down and begged for mercy. The sword's tip stopped just a centimeter from his neck. Red hair stared in horror at the scene before him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He knew all too well that if he didn't speak up, this young man would really take his life. What baffled him even more was that this seemingly ordinary kid was incredibly powerful. He couldn't help but wonder, aren't dragon tamers useless without a dragon? How could this guy, with no dragon in sight, possess such strength? Qin Fan fixed red hair with an icy gaze, his voice as chilling as ice. "I'll give you only 2 seconds. If you don't talk, this sword will pierce your throat, and you'll take your secret to the underworld." 2. Qin Fan's voice had barely fallen when red hair broke down. "It was Zhou Xianhan who ordered me." "It was him." Red hair pointed frantically to the side. "Don't kill me. Kill him if you want." Before the words were fully out, Zhou Xianhan jumped up in terror, shouting, "You're lying." He never imagined that one day he would be so afraid of a commoner. Qin Fan slowly turned, the cold light of his Xian crystal scale sword glinting. He advanced towards Zhou Xianhan step by step, his expression indifferent, like a merciless god of death. At that moment, Su Rou spoke softly. "Qin Fan, you can't kill this man." Qin Fan paused, turning to look at her. "Why?" Su Rou explained. "He's the legitimate son of the Zhou family in Anning City, and he has a brother attending a prestigious combat academy." Qin Fan instantly grasped the implication of Su Rou's words. She wasn't pleading for Zhou Xuanhan's life. She was reminding him of the Zhou family's complex background, especially with Zhou Xuanhan's brother likely to become a major figure in the future. Seeing Qin Fan halt, Zhou Xianhan breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, "He must be intimidated by my family's background and my brother." Just as he was about to make a scornful remark, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. In a flash of cold light, Zhou Xuanhan's head soared high, blood gushing out. His headless body collapsed heavily onto the grass under the stunned gazes of everyone present. The scene erupted into chaos, everyone too shocked to speak. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. Qin Fan had actually killed Zhou Xianhan. The scene before them left everyone utterly shocked. Qin Fan had actually killed Zhou Xianhan on the spot, blood splattering everywhere. The sound of the body hitting the ground especially jarring in the silence. Su Rou's pretty face was stunned, yet she felt no pity. Zhou Xianhan, notorious in Anning City as a spoiled scion, had long been despised for his unchecked behavior, relying on his family's influence. However, Su Rou's concern stemmed from the formidable power of the Zhou family second only to her own family. She couldn't help but worry about Qin Fan's situation. The two boys, Zhou Xuankan's lackeys, stared at Qin Fan in horror, their voices trembling. "Qin Fan, do you realize what you've done? You're finished. Once the Zhou family finds out, you and that rundown orphanage of yours are doomed." In the face of the threat, Qin Fan remained unexpectedly calm. He softly replied, "In that case, I might as well kill the 3 of you too. So the Zhou family won't find out, right?" Before he finished speaking, his sword flashed again. In an instant, 3 heads flew high, blood gushing like a fountain. With just 2 strikes, 4 people lay dead, including the Zhou family's second young master. Su Rou stood frozen, stunned by the sudden and fierce killing intent emanating from Qin Fan. This classmate, usually as inconspicuous as air, had suddenly revealed such a terrifying side. "Su Rou, can I trust you?" Qin Fan's cold voice reached her, causing her to shiver. Strangely, facing such a ruthless Qin Fan, she felt not fear but a hint of admiration. Su Rou didn't answer but decisively drew a sharp blade from her staff, a surprisingly valuable sword hidden within. She approached Zhou Xuankan's corpse and without hesitation, sliced the headless body into several pieces. "From now on, I'm your accomplice too," she said with a smile. Qin Fan's murderous aura gradually dissipated, and he extended his hand, Pleasure working with you, Suro softly replied. Actually, I should thank you. You taught me two essential lessons. She explained that Qin Fan had taught her not to trust acquaintances blindly, to always have an escape plan, and the necessity of being decisive and ruthless. What about these bodies? Suro asked. Qin Fan simply called out softly, Xiaojiu, chirp. A clear, crisp sound pierced the air as the adorable Xiaojiu emerged from Qin Fan's embrace, flapping its wings as it soared toward the three corpses. It opened its tiny mouth, unleashing a fiery blaze that instantly reduced the bodies to ashes, as if they had never existed. Once the flames subsided, Xiaojiu flew back to Qin Fan's side, letting out a long ah while affectionately nuzzling his cheek. Qin Fan immediately understood its message. Hungry, are you? All right, let's go hunt some magical antelopes and unicorn rabbits so you can feast to your heart's content. With a smile, Qin Fan gently stroked Xiaojiu's head, contemplating his next move. Initially, he had planned to be away for about 10 days, to tame the dragon egg and then return home. However, the system kept issuing new tasks, forcing him to stay for over half a month. Fortunately, before leaving, Qin Fan had left a note for the orphanage's caretaker and the children, claiming he was going to a wealthy classmate's home for intensive training in preparation for the upcoming career selection exams. The caretaker likely wouldn't worry too much, since the importance of this exam is well known in their society. This exam is crucial for those seeking career advancement. It's heralded as one of the most significant exams in Longhua. Prominent figures will be present to oversee the process, and top talents from each province are eager to compete, making it as competitive as crossing a single log bridge with 1,000 troops. Yet, with the system and Xiaojiu by his side, Qin Fan no longer feared these so-called talented rivals. Over the next few days, he didn't rush to send Suro back, but instead continued honing his skills in the dark forest mountains. He hunted monsters to boost his strength and captured delicious magical beasts for food. Previously, Qin Fan had used a second-tier profession scroll to upgrade from an ordinary chef to a spirit chef. This profession not only enabled him to prepare exquisite dishes, but also allowed him to imbue food with special effects, significantly enhancing his survival skills and team value. In the world of culinary professions, a regular chef might make meals that are much tastier than average, but that's about it. However, a spirit-enhanced chef, who has undergone a second transformation, can elevate flavors to another level and imbue food with magical benefits. Take braised pork, for instance. A regular chef might prepare it so well that people would simply exclaim, delicious. Yet, when a spirit-enhanced chef cooks it, not only is the taste exceptional, but it also grants the eater an additional 20 points of strength for a certain period while restoring some health and stamina. This seemingly minor boost can be incredibly significant. Imagine if a spirit-enhanced chef prepared a full Chinese banquet for you. After enjoying it, all your attributes would see a noticeable increase, and your combat power could even surge by 10. This potent effect is precisely why second transformation scrolls in the lifestyle category are valued at millions of dragon coins. Once you successfully undergo the second transformation, you become eligible to join various adventure guilds and vocational organizations, earning higher wages and benefits. For ordinary people who cannot switch to a combat profession, this scroll represents a hope to change their fate. However, the production of these rare scrolls is limited, creating an awkward situation where the wealthy don't need them, and the average person can't afford them. Qin Fan initially intended to sell both of his scrolls for money, but considering he still had to care for a picky little dragon, he decided to keep one to enhance his culinary skills. This decision proved to be very wise. Through telepathy, Qin Fan could sense the little dragon's happiness and satisfaction after each meal. Even Suro couldn't help but praise Qin Fan's cooking. I have two spirit-enhanced chefs at home, one for Western cuisine and the other for Chinese, yet I think neither can match your skills, especially considering you're cooking under outdoor conditions. Qin Fan smiled and replied, eat more if you like it. He already regarded Suro as a friend, mainly appreciating her character. After consuming a 50,000 experience point pill, Qin Fan's level rose to 18. At the same time, Xiaojiu also reached level 10, completing the final stage of the novice tasks. The system awarded 2 level passive skills. 1. Fire Affinity S, reduces fire attribute damage received by 80. 2. Dragon's Battle in the Wild S. When entering combat with a dragon pet, combat power increases over time, up to a maximum of 70. These passive attributes are exceptionally powerful, especially Dragon's Battle in the Wild, which greatly enhances Qin Fan's abilities. At this point, Qin Fan and his dragon pet's attributes underwent astonishing changes. Qin Fan. Name: Qin Fan. Age: 18. Level: 18. Profession: Dragon Tamer. Gift: Beast Affinity SSS, Culinary Mastery E. Attributes: Strength 400, Intelligence 400, Constitution 360, Agility 370. Professional skills: Dragon Taming S, Bloodline Fusion SSS, Hatred Mark B, Dragon Berserk B, Dragon Claw Assault B, Fire Dragon Bullet Bee, etc. Dragon Pet Scarlet Flame Dragon Endless Fire Lord. Name, Ingju nickname, Xiaojio. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level, 10. Attributes, Strength 1200, Intelligence 1200, Constitution 1100, Agility 1100. Skills, 1. Fire Immunity S passive, immune to 100 fire attribute damage. 2. Flame Breath S active, breathes fire, causing area fire attribute damage. 3. Divine Fire Scales S passive, dragon scales reduce received damage by 70. 4. Destructive Flame Claw A active, flame dragon claw attack, causing fan-shaped area damage. 5. Dragon Form Conversion S active, can freely switch between 4 forms. These statistics are simply astounding. Xiaojia's attributes have surpassed the 1,000 mark across the board, showcasing incredible power. At that moment, a level 25 Amethyst Demon Tiger, the boss monster of that area, was effortlessly crushed into a pulp by Xiaojia with just a casual strike, only managing a desperate cry. Su Rou was left speechless by the scene. This creature was several notches above a Goblin King in strength, yet it was so easily defeated by Xiaojia. This scene further solidified Su Rou's resolve to win over Qin Fan. After all, being able to control such a powerful Scarlet Flame Dragon, Qin Fan's potential seemed limitless. Qin Fan's potential for the future is undeniably immense. Su Rou thought to herself that even as the eldest daughter of the Su family, she might struggle to measure up to him. She clearly realized that as long as Qin Fan could grow, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure, a top-tier powerhouse capable of shaking the entire profession-changing world. Imagining the future, Su Rou couldn't help but become a little lost in thought. By then, not only the Su family of Anning City but even the top aristocratic families of the Fengtian province would have to bow before Qin Fan. This thought made her determined to find a way to get closer to him. No matter which academy he attended, she would follow closely behind. More importantly, she secretly hoped to win Qin Fan's heart. Although she was only in a supportive role, as the school beauty, she was confident in her looks and figure, believing she was second to none. Su Rou decided to first find out what type of girl Qin Fan liked, and then cater to his preferences. Thinking of this, a blush involuntarily appeared on Su Rou's pretty face. Her affection for Qin Fan was evident, not just because he had saved her life, but also because his aloof and handsome demeanor deeply touched her heart. As a child of a wealthy family, Su Rou had long been prepared to sacrifice for an arranged marriage. Her older sisters had all married into prominent families in other provinces, and she thought she would meet the same fate. But now, having met Qin Fan, she decided to fight for a chance for herself. Just as Su Rou was lost in her thoughts, Qin Fan's voice brought her back to reality. All right, it's time to head back. The college entrance exams are in a few days, Qin Fan said calmly, clapping his hands. Su Rou's eyes sparkled with expectation as she nervously asked, Qin Fan, do you need a team for the profession-changing exams? She knew very well that with Qin Fan having successfully contracted a dragon pet, his target was undoubtedly one of the 3 top academies in the Dragon Kingdom. The other top 20 prestigious schools wouldn't even catch his attention. However, to get into the top 3 academies, his exam results needed to be among the top 100 in the province. Solo performance was the best way to achieve the highest scores, as teammates could potentially drag down the rating. Su Rou anxiously awaited Qin Fan's response, filled with both hope and worry. Su Rou's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Qin Fan, having already made up her mind. As a priest, her skills were mostly supportive, making solo dungeon runs time-consuming and inefficient. Qin Fan's demonstrated strength and the sense of security he provided gave Su Rou the idea of forming a team. If the other students at number 1 high saw the illustrious Su family's little princess actively inviting Qin Fan to team up, they'd be shocked, Su Rou thought, a slight smile playing on her lips. Her status at the school was exceptional, and many top students dreamed of teaming up with her. Even the top 3 from Anning City's elite private schools, rocket-class Holy Mage Tian Jiming, Radiant Knight Ho Yiba, and Punisher Archer Xiong Shuang had abandoned their plans for solo runs to invite Su Rou to join them. They wanted to win her favor and also considered that this year's college entrance exam questions, crafted by the notorious Yama Zhangxiaosen, were particularly challenging. Forming a team seemed to provide a better chance of success. After a moment of thought, Qin Fan spoke, teaming up for the college entrance exam isn't out of the question, but you'll have to follow my orders unconditionally. Whatever I say, you do. If Tian Jiming and the others heard this, they'd probably rush over to punch Qin Fan. After all their pleading efforts had failed, Qin Fan was making such domineering demands of Su Rou. All right, Su Rou agreed with a smile. As long as I can team up with you, I'll do whatever you say. She knew she had found a more reliable partner than anyone else. When we get back, if the Zhou family asks, you know what to say, right? Qin Fan asked casually. Yes, I know. I'll say I've never met them. Su Rou nodded in confirmation. Good, let's head home. Qin Fan concluded his nearly month-long wilderness training and led Su Rou back to the Adventure Guild Hall. When the adventurers at the guild saw Su Ro return unharmed, they were stunned. The receptionist cautiously inquired, "Miss Su, what happened to the three dragon brothers?" Su Ro gave a meaningful smile. "Take a guess." The receptionist gasped and made a throat-slitting gesture. "Miss Su, you didn't." Su Ro continued to smile silently, leading people to speculate about the fate of the three dragon brothers. Though shocked, the receptionist soon smiled with relief. Good riddance. Those guys were always backstabbers, and everyone's glad to see them gone. Qin Fan didn't accompany Su Ro. He preferred to keep a low profile. After handing in his task, he headed to the subway station to return to the orphanage. During security check, the staff noticed a peculiar aura from a creature in Qin Fan's possession and asked him to reveal it. A tiny crimson head peeked out from Qin Fan's collar, emitting an adorable yip sound. "Wow, what a cute little lizard!" the security lady exclaimed. "You've dressed it up like a dragon. How adorable." Clearly, she didn't associate Xiaojia with a real dragon. In this world, dragons were not only mysterious but immensely powerful, especially the great dragons and holy dragons, which were almost mythical. The cute appearance of Xiaojia hardly fit the fearsome image of the legendary blazing holy dragon. "Gao!" Xiaojia roared angrily at being compared to a lizard. Fortunately, Qin Fan quickly covered its mouth, preventing it from spewing fire. Once on the subway, the long-suppressed Xiaojia couldn't resist peeking out from Qin Fan's collar, curiously observing the human world around it. Its lively golden dragon eyes immediately captured the attention of the young women in the carriage. "Wow, what an adorable little creature. Girls, come see this insanely cute little thing. Oh my gosh, it's too cute. Can I hold it?" A group of young women excitedly gathered around, reaching out to pet Xiaojia. "Gao!" Xiaojiu roared again in anger, unwilling to be touched by anyone other than its master. In Xiaojiu's eyes, its master was supreme, followed by itself, while all other creatures were mere trash. If not for Qin Fan's strict orders against harming humans, the entire carriage of passengers might have been in trouble. "Sorry, my Xiaojiu doesn't like being touched by others. Please refrain from doing so," Qin Fan explained apologetically. Having a pet dragon this cute was indeed a hassle. Despite Qin Fan's polite refusal, the women's interest in the adorable creature didn't wane. They sat around Qin Fan, bombarding him with questions, and even asked for his contact information. Qin Fan found himself in a humorous predicament. He never imagined that he, who usually had no luck with women, would one day become so popular because of Xiaojiu. After getting off the subway, Qin Fan headed straight to the nearby job change market. This was the hub where job changers traded materials, divided into two areas: Area A, which consisted of large chain stores, and Area B, where ordinary job changers sold their goods on stalls. Qin Fan looked around and noticed that most of the market-goers were ordinary job changers, with the highest level being around 18, similar to his own. These people seemed unremarkable, clearly living at the lower levels of society. Nevertheless, even the most basic combat job changer earned significantly more than an average office worker. All it took was hunting some small creatures in the wild and selling their hides for a good price. Of course, this job came with much higher risks than a regular profession, with the constant threat of danger. Area A was sparsely populated, but those who came by were well-dressed, with many wealthy individuals bringing their families to purchase equipment, jewelry, and potions. In contrast, Area B was bustling with activity, filled with ordinary job changers selling various materials and items from their stalls. Qin Fan's purpose for this visit was to sell a crate material, Goblin King's Heart, and a silver weapon, Goblin King's Greatsword. As for the rare Goblin King enchantment card, he intended to keep it for now. This card could increase the user's strength and attack speed by 1 with each successful hit, stacking up to 10 times, and was worth at least 50 million dragon coins. Such rare items, only obtainable in wild secret realms, were hard to come by even for those with money. After weighing his options, Qin Fan decided to head to Area A. It had been transformed into a lavish high-end shopping plaza. Qin Fan, dressed in ordinary attire, stood out in stark contrast to the opulent customers around him, but he paid no mind. He entered a store named St. Treasure Inn, immediately sensing the disdainful, contemptuous, and surprised glances from the surrounding customers. Just then, a familiar female voice called out, "Oh, isn't that Qin Fan? What are you doing here?" Qin Fan turned to see his classmate Zhang Dan, holding the arm of a handsome young man, approaching him. Zhang Dan was dressed in an expensive dress, her demeanor arrogant. Qin Fan nodded simply in acknowledgement. "I'm just here to sell something." Zhang Dan looked him up and down, her tone mocking. "Sell something? What could a poor orphan like you possibly have to sell? You're not here to steal, are you?" Faced with such sharp words, Qin Fan merely shook his head slightly, unwilling to engage with someone so spiteful. In his memory, Zhang Dan was always someone with poor character, often flirting with wealthy boys, reportedly having had over a dozen boyfriends in the past 3 years, and deceiving quite a few people out of their money. What surprised Qin Fan was that the young man beside Zhang Dan was none other than Ho Yiba, a renowned genius from Anning City. Known as the prince most suited to match with Su Ro, Ho Yiba was often in the newspapers and was even considered a potential city-level top scholar. Qin Fan wondered why Ho Yiba, who was supposed to be pursuing Su Ro, was with Zhang Dan. However, none of this concerned Qin Fan. He was here solely to sell his materials, and if possible, the great sword as well. Needing money urgently, he couldn't be bothered to converse further with Zhang Dan and turned to head deeper into the store. Seeing Qin Fan ignore her, Zhang Dan gritted her teeth but maintained a sweet demeanor as she turned to Ho Yiba. Darling, that guy dared to ignore me. Ho Yiba replied indifferently, then let's follow him in and see what's up. Though he wasn't easily swayed by Zhang Dan's words, he was indeed a bit bored and curious about what Qin Fan intended to sell. As Qin Fan stepped into the store, a sweet-looking and elegant saleswoman approached him politely. Welcome, sir. Are you here to make a purchase? Qin Fan shook his head. No, I'm here to sell something. All right, please show me what you'd like to sell, and I'll have it appraised to determine the price before we discuss further. Just a friendly reminder, sir, our store doesn't accept items valued at less than 10,000 dragon coins, the saleswoman gently informed him. Hearing this, Zhang Dan immediately sneered. Ha, Qin Fan, did you hear that? They don't accept items worth less than 10,000 dragon coins. The saleswoman, noticing Zhang Dan and Ho Yiba's entrance, also asked, Miss, sir, are you here to make a purchase? Zhang Dan quickly turned to Ho Yiba with a coquettish look. Darling. Ho Yiba frowned slightly, cursing inwardly, but maintained his composure, pointing at a necklace. That necklace over there, buy it, swipe the card, he said, handing over his bank card to the saleswoman. Certainly, sir. That necklace is priced at 300,000 dragon coins. I'll give you a discount, and it will be 250,000 dragon coins, the saleswoman responded with even more respect. Upon hearing the price, Ho Yiba's mouth twitched slightly. This bronze necklace, though it looked nice, had limited attributes and was so expensive. Despite his affluent family background, his monthly allowance was only 500,000 dragon coins, spending half of it in one go. All because of this foolish Zhang Dan, Ho Yiba thought to himself with regret. In this resource-scarce world, even a bronze-level necklace can be worth hundreds of thousands. Although Longwa implements a 10-year compulsory education system, the schools can only afford to provide basic iron-level starter equipment for free. Ho Yiba stood inside the luxurious jewelry store, conflicted. He didn't really want to buy such an expensive necklace for Zhang Dan, but his pride as a man made it hard to refuse. Zhang Dan seemed to know this well. With just a few words, Ho Yiba found himself reaching for his wallet. Qin Fan, do you see this? Zhang Dan said with a smile that was laced with mockery. Every necklace here is worth hundreds of thousands. It's better if you don't embarrass yourself with the junk materials you pick up in the wild. Zhang Dan's animosity towards Qin Fan had a long history. As a former orphanage child, her vanity was excessive, and she wasn't liked by the other kids. Qin Fan once tried to help her change her ways, but Zhang Dan was stubborn. After she was adopted, she continued to resent Qin Fan, mistakenly believing that he, as the leader among the orphanage children, had led the others to ostracize her. In reality, the kids just didn't like her. Since Qin Fan's reincarnation, Zhang Dan had been targeting him, but he couldn't be bothered to respond. Today, emboldened by her association with Ho Yiba, a wealthy young man, Zhang Dan took another jab. However, in Qin Fan's eyes, she was nothing more than a minor nuisance. At that moment, a sales assistant approached with an exquisite box, handing it to Zhang Dan. Miss, here's the necklace you requested. Then she turned to Qin Fan, speaking softly, Sir, if you have materials to sell, please present them, and I'll appraise them immediately. Qin Fan nodded and asked, I assume payment is immediate? Zhang Dan immediately sneered. Ha, you look like you've never seen the world. How much could your little scraps be worth? Do you think a store this size can't afford it? The sales assistant smiled and reassured him. You can rest assured, sir, we settle transactions on the spot. Ignoring Zhang Dan's provocation, Qin Fan nodded. All right then, here's what I want to sell. As he finished speaking, a ripple in space occurred. Ho Yiba and the others were shocked to see a still-beating heart appear in Qin Fan's hand. The heart's overwhelming vitality left the sales assistant and Ho Yiba dumbfounded. Zhang Dan grimaced in disgust. Ugh, that's so gross. You're selling something like that? Qin Fan calmly replied. Please have it appraised and let me know its value. He continued to ignore Zhang Dan, which only fueled her anger. Just as Zhang Dan was about to interfere with the heart, Ho Yiba pulled her back. She turned to see his stern expression and was startled. Shut up. Stop being annoying. Ho Yiba growled. Zhang Dan's previously arrogant demeanor quickly faded. The sales assistant hurried off with the heart for appraisal. She soon returned, her face adorned with the most respectful and sweet smile. Esteemed customer, please come with me. I'll serve you tea. Is there any special service you require? The sales assistant was brimming with enthusiasm. Noticing the change in the sales assistant's attitude, Zhang Dan incredulously asked, "Miss, how much is the material he brought worth?" "The heart of a goblin king, worth at least 30 million, the sales assistant replied with a smile. Zhang Dan and Ho Yiba were both stunned. Even Ho Yiba, with his wealthy background, couldn't help but react to the figure. After all, his monthly allowance was only 500,000 long coins. The sales assistant no longer paid attention to the pair, her eyes constantly sending flirtatious glances at Qin Fan. She hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary yet handsome young man to produce such a valuable material. Zhang Dan's face was a mix of emotions. She wanted to say something, but Ho Yiba had already turned to leave. "Why stay here and continue embarrassing ourselves?" Zhang Dan hurried after him, but kept glancing back at Qin Fan, feeling a surge of deep regret. Yet Qin Fan never spared her a glance. To him, Zhang Dan was nothing more than an ant, not worth his concern. "Stop batting your eyes at me, just settle the cash, and I'll be on my way," Qin Fan coldly told the sales assistant who was nearly clinging to him. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she quickly went to process the transaction. Watching her flustered retreat, Qin Fan reflected. No matter the life, for most ordinary people, money remains the ultimate pursuit. Half an hour later, under the bowing farewells of the store owner and the sales assistant, Qin Fan leisurely walked out with a bank card holding 30 million long coins, heading home. Back at the orphanage, Amma's worried expression instantly transformed into a gentle smile when she saw Qin Fan return safely. A loud shout of "Qin Fangage is back" suddenly echoed from the courtyard, followed by a whirlwind of a dozen boys and girls rushing out to greet him, all clamoring around Qin Fan. After playing with the children for a while, Qin Fan followed Ama into the living room. She softly asked if he was hungry, and upon receiving an affirmative answer, she turned and headed to the kitchen. Before long, the enticing aroma of egg noodles wafted through the air, warming Qin Fan's heart. He knew well that Ama never pried too much, instead choosing to show her care with a gentle smile and a steaming bowl of noodles, allowing each child their own space for secrets. Just as Qin Fan was about to dig in, a faint chirp emerged from his collar. A small, adorable head poked out, its golden dragon eyes curiously inspecting the egg noodles on the table. Ama's usually half-closed eyes widened in surprise at the sight. "Xiao Fan, this is?" Ama asked in astonishment, staring at the little creature, who in turn gazed back at her with its large, round eyes. Qin Fan chuckled softly, letting the creature in his arms fully emerge. When Ama saw the cat-sized creature reveal its true dragon form, her expression was even more astonished. Though she was just an ordinary person, tales of dragons were well known. Witnessing Qin Fan bring back a little dragon, the shock she felt was understandable. "Ama, don't worry. Its name is Ingjuing for firefly, Jiu for fine wine. We usually just call it Xiaojiu. As you can see, it's a legendary blaze dragon, a top-tier existence among dragons. I recently succeeded in changing my profession to Dragon Master, a hidden class," Qin Fan explained to Ama without holding back. After all, in the upcoming profession exams in 2 days, Xiaojiu would undoubtedly make an appearance, and everyone would eventually know he had a sacred dragon. While Qin Fan was explaining, Xiaojiu had already jumped onto the table. Understanding that the kind woman was its master's closest person, it showed no hostility, instead sniffing at the egg noodles. Its large golden eyes gleamed with joy as it opened its mouth and devoured the noodles meant for Qin Fan. The hot soup didn't bother Xiaojiu. Instead, it contentedly narrowed its eyes. Afterward, Xiaojiu darted around the room like a playful child, curiously examining everything. It even picked up the orphanage children's toys and started playing with them. Seeing such an adorable dragon cub, Ama's fear of dragons vanished instantly. Though still incredulous about Qin Fan bringing back a dragon cub, she had no choice but to accept the reality before her. "By the way, Ama," Qin Fan said with a smile, "I went to the Yulin Mountains with my classmates during training and was lucky enough to find a great herb. I sold it for over 100,000 dragon coins. I'll transfer the money to you later." Qin Fan didn't mention the millions still in his account. It wasn't out of stinginess but concern that such a large sum might overwhelm him. Rather than leaving her guessing, he decided to keep it under wraps for now. The 100,000 dragon coins were more than enough to support the orphanage, and he could always provide more if needed. As expected, although the sum was significant for Ama, it was within her range of acceptance. Still, she cautioned Qin Fan repeatedly to be careful and to inform her beforehand if he planned to visit places like the Yulin Mountains again. In any case, Ama's smiles became more frequent. Seeing the joy on his loved one's face, the burdened feelings Qin Fan had been carrying finally began to ease. 7 years had passed since he was reincarnated into this world, completely merged with the game. Before this, he had no special abilities, and his innate talent was merely E-level culinary expertise. He had often worried about the future. Even when his system finally awoke, Qin Fan remained vigilant. He knew that the tasks assigned by the system would gradually become more challenging, and failing to complete them could have dire consequences. Yet now, he was finally finding his way. The career transition exam? Here I come. In the stillness of the night, Qin Fan lay on his narrow bed, clenching his fists with a determined look on his face. However, just as he was filled with fervor, a shadow suddenly leapt out from the darkness. Splat! Caught off guard, Qin Fan spat out a mouthful of water. He focused his eyes and realized it was the mischievous Xiao Jiu, who had jumped up and landed heavily on his stomach. Although Xiao Jiu was now only the size of a cat, its strength was undiminished. Fortunately, Qin Fan possessed an SS-level passive skill, Bloodline Fusion, which endowed him with formidable four-dimensional attributes, greatly enhancing his physique. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been knocked out by such a blow. Xiao Jiu stood on Qin Fan's belly, purring like a cat. Its golden dragon eyes shimmered with affection and joy as it gazed intently at Qin Fan's face. A thought struck Qin Fan. He realized that he and this little creature shared a similar fate. They were both orphans, without parents. This dragon egg had been a gift from the system as part of his starter package. Whether it was created by the system or stolen from the sacred land of the dragons no longer mattered. What mattered was that Qin Fan had become Xiao Jiu's only family. For the next 2 days, Qin Fan allowed himself a rare break. He fought tirelessly in the ghostly forest mountains, both to relax and to adjust his state of mind. With the career transition exam on the horizon, maintaining peak condition was crucial. When the third morning arrived, the usually peaceful and serene small city suddenly buzzed with excitement. Third-year students rose early, equipped with carefully prepared gear and tools, filled with excitement and nervousness as they flocked to Anning Square. Anning Square was the sole testing site for this career transition exam. Today, all third-year examinees from Anning City and the surrounding counties would gather here to participate in this exam that could change their destinies. After years of arduous training, whether they could transform and succeed depended on this day. In this world where the game and reality are intertwined, resource allocation follows a strict hierarchical structure. The nation controls most of the resources, with only a small portion held by powerful organizations such as the Global Career Changers Guild and the International Combat Alliance. The significance of the career-changing exams cannot be overstated, as excellent results mean opportunities to enter prestigious academies, which are the primary recipients of national resources. The allocation of resources is clear. Ordinary academies receive 10, key academies get 20, top-tier academies are allocated 30, and the front lines of the demon battlefield take 40. In the country of Long, there are currently 80 ordinary combat academies, 20 key combat academies, and 3 top-tier elite combat academies. It's evident that these top-tier academies, with their abundant resources and powerful faculty, have become the ultimate goal for every student. Anning Square was bustling with people, the air filled with tension and excitement. Students gathered in small groups, murmuring about the difficulty of this year's exam and speculating on who might be the top scorer. Suddenly, a commotion broke the chatter. A stretch limousine slowly pulled up, and out stepped Tian Jinming, the Holy Spirit Mage, with elegance. Dressed in a snow-white robe and holding a silver-white staff, he exuded an air of nobility akin to a royal prince, drawing gasps from the surrounding female students. Following closely, 2 more luxury cars arrived. Guanghui Knight Ho Yiba and Punishment Archer Xiong Shuang made their appearances, each commanding attention and causing quite a stir. These 3 city-level top scorer candidates gathered together, chatting amicably, suggesting good rapport among them. Soon after, another luxury car arrived. Su Ro, dressed in a simple white cleric's gown, gracefully stepped out, immediately drawing everyone's gaze. The 3 prodigies approached her, each expressing their desire to form a team. However, Su Ro politely declined, stating she had other plans, a response that plunged the scene into silence. Amidst the crowd's surprise, Su Ro's gaze drifted beyond the throng, settling on a solitary figure in the corner. With a gentle smile, she briskly walked in that direction, softly saying, "Qin Fan, I'm here." This scene left everyone present stunned, including the 3 prodigies. They couldn't fathom why the princess of the Su family would choose an unknown individual as her teammate over any of them. All eyes followed Su Ro, curious about the identity of the person she had chosen. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them as if their entire worldview had been shattered. When they finally recognized the solitary figure's true identity, they found it even harder to accept. Qin Fan. It was actually Qin Fan. This unexpected choice left everyone present utterly shocked. A wealthy princess teaming up with a poor boy seemed like a plot straight out of a cliched romance drama. The most unable to accept this were the 3 prodigious talents. They were consumed by a single thought. Where did I lose? In terms of looks and charisma, they didn't think they were inferior to Qin Fan. In terms of talent and family background, they far surpassed him. Yet, Su Ro had forsaken them and chosen Qin Fan, an utterly useless hidden class Dragon Tamer. It was common knowledge that a dragon tamer without a dragon was even less valuable than some ordinary enhancement classes. And Su-ro, a priestess with boundless potential, had chosen to team up with such a waste. The three prodigies were so intent on pursuing Su-ro because of her beauty and her promising future. Rumors had long circulated that the head of the Su family had inadvertently saved a powerful figure, who, in gratitude, gifted the Su family a second-tier priest-class scroll. And this wasn't just any scroll. It was said to be a special scroll that could transform one into a divine hymnist, with the potential to eventually ascend to a seraph. This was the fundamental reason these three prodigies were so desperate to win Su-ro's favor. In high-level secret realm dungeons, a reliable teammate was crucial. A future divine hymnist like Su-ro was undoubtedly the best choice, not only beautiful, but also a powerful hidden support class. Yet, Qin Fan, a waste of a dragon tamer, had suddenly appeared, infuriating the three prodigies. Tianjiming frowned and said, Su-ro, you can't be serious about teaming up with this worthless dragon tamer, can you? Su-ro's face turned icy at his words. He's my friend. Please show some respect. Hoiba shook his head and said, Su-ro, whether he's your friend or not, I don't think he's worthy of teaming up with you. He's an orphan, grew up in an orphanage, and his class is useless. Teaming up with us is the wisest choice. Even the usually silent Xiong Shuang spoke up. He really isn't a match for you. The surrounding candidates murmured among themselves, questioning Su-ro's choice. Just as Su-ro was about to retort, Qin Fan gently took her wrist, signaling her not to bother with them. Su-ro took a deep breath, revealing a gentle smile as she stood obediently by Qin Fan's side. This sight further enraged the three prodigies. At that moment, a spatial ripple appeared on the podium at the front of Anning Square, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Dozens of imposing figures in suits appeared on the stage. The square fell silent immediately, with a solemn expression on everyone's faces. For standing on the podium were not only the principals and teachers from Anning City's major high schools, but also three prominent figures from the Dragon Nation's Education Bureau. The most eye-catching among them was the man standing in the center, Lu Bin, the legendary Starslayer Sword Saint, and a prize student of the King of Hades. At only 28 years old, he had already reached level 65, achieving the status of a third-tier Sword Saint. It was unexpected that such a figure would personally come to Anning City to serve as the chief supervisor for the entrance exams. Lu Bin stood up, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd, and said in a clear voice, Your homeroom teachers have already gone over the important details and special rules for the class transfer exams many times. I won't repeat them here. So now, I hereby declare the class transfer exams officially open. Staff, please release the secret realm portals. As soon as he finished speaking, intense spatial ripples erupted at the center of the square, spreading outward. In the center of the square, large silver-white doors materialized out of thin air, and the faint growls of monsters echoed in the candidates' ears. These were unmistakably the signs of a silver-level secret realm. All the third-year candidates wore grave expressions as they witnessed this scene. Though the transfer exams in previous years also involved silver-level secret realms, this year was noticeably different. Everyone knew that the monsters inside were far more formidable than in past years, making it a daunting challenge for the graduates. This led to 90 of the candidates choosing to form teams, while only a few confident individuals opted to tackle it solo, albeit at a lower difficulty level. Lu Bin, a disciple of the infamous King of Hell, broke from the tradition of long-winded speeches often favored by other leaders. He announced succinctly, harness the wind to soar to the skies. Whether you can seize this chance to rise depends on your strength. Now, the Long Kingdom transfer exams officially begin. As soon as he finished speaking, all the candidates sprang into action. The moment their fingers touched the silver-white doors, a flood of dungeon information surged into their minds. Secret Realm, 2 Maze. Level requirement, 1320. Difficulty options, easy, normal, hard, hell. Player limit, 15. Background. It is said to be the burial site of a long-dead emperor. Countless grave robbers entered seeking fortune, but none returned alive. The exam rules then appeared. 1. Each candidate is allowed only 2 mana potions and 2 health potions. Exceeding this will lower the overall score. 2. No restrictions on weapon or equipment grade. 3. Team mode scores are 20 lower than solo mode. Oh man, it's the 2 maze. I'm doomed. I'm terrified of ghosts. Looks like I'll have to go with easy difficulty. Anything above normal difficulty comes with environmental debuffs. It's brutal. Upon learning that the exam was the 2 maze, panic set in among the candidates. This was the most challenging secret realm in the history of the transfer exams, with a solo pass rate of only 30 and even team pass rates at just 50. These figures underscored its formidable difficulty. At that moment, Tianjiming, Hoiba, and Xiong Shuang approached Su-ro once more, questioning her. Miss Su-ro, are you sure you want to team up with that useless Dragon Tamer? Su-ro responded with a stoic expression. I'll say it again. Qin Fan is my friend. He is not useless. He's stronger than any of you. Her words caused not only the three but also the surrounding candidates to chuckle. Someone mocked, haha, a useless dragon tamer stronger than any of us? The eldest Miss Sue is pretty but lacks brains. Just wait. Teaming up with that dragon tamer, Sue Ro might not realize that people can actually die in the exam's secret realm. Hearing the chatter around her, Sue Ro's face flushed with anger, her body trembling slightly. Yet Qin Fan remained calm, indifferent to the insults and mockery, considering the mere background noise. He was confident that he would soon use his skills and results to silence them. Let's go, Qin Fan said, taking Sue Ro's delicate hand and leading her towards the silver door. Her face turned red at his sudden gesture, but she didn't resist, allowing the boy her age to lead her. This scene only fueled the anger of Tian Jinming, Ho Yiba, and the others further. Damn it, she's such a foolish woman. Ho Yiba cursed. Teaming up with a loser, when the results come out, they'll probably be at the bottom. Xiong Shuang sneered. All right, everyone. Let's get into the dungeon quickly, Tian Jinming said calmly. With that, many candidates took a deep breath, steadied their nerves, and rushed through the silver-white doors. In no time, the once crowded P-square was empty. Screens responsible for broadcasting the candidates' dungeon progress started displaying notifications. Ding! A team has entered the secret realm. A team has entered the secret realm. A team has entered the secret realm. The annual transfer exams did not allow for online streaming or external viewing. Only school leaders, teachers, and officials from the Long Kingdom Education Bureau had the privilege to watch the live feeds of each candidate's progress. Currently, enforcers were stationed around P-square. In this world where games and reality intertwined, transferees were a formidable force that every nation valued. These graduating high school students were the future backbone of the Long Kingdom and a vital line of defense against evil forces. To protect these significant individuals, the Long Kingdom strictly controlled the disclosure of student information. During the transfer exams, crucial details like talents, secret skills, and combat styles would appear on the live broadcast screens. If leaked, this information could be exploited by foreign powers, making the students vulnerable even if they grew stronger in the future. Therefore, the Long Kingdom had stringent confidentiality measures for every transferee's information. Teachers would even instruct students to set their information panels to private. This was also why P-square was completely isolated. What? How did the young lady from the Su family end up teaming up with Qin Fan? This news hit the teachers like a bomb. They all turned their eyes to the large screen, which clearly displayed the team information. Qin Fan and Su Ro. The principals were visibly shocked. Qin Fan, the student who transferred from First High to become a Dragon Tamer, didn't just skip the college entrance exam. He teamed up with Su Ro? This was outrageous. A Dragon Tamer without a dragon teaming up for an exam? It seemed like a joke. Someone couldn't help but ask, does Su Ro's father know? If he finds out, he might be furious to the point of spitting blood. All eyes turned critically towards Luo Yang, the principal of First High. Luo Yang was equally stunned and cast a stern look at Qin Fan's homeroom teacher. Zhao Li was on edge. He hadn't expected the class's brightest student, the Su family's princess, to choose Qin Fan as her teammate. At this moment, Lu Bin couldn't remain silent any longer and spoke up. What's wrong with you principals and teachers? Are you all so quick to belittle the students? The principal of Third High, Fang Dadong, hurried to explain. Director Lu, you might not understand. Although Qin Fan switched to the hidden profession of Dragon Tamer, without a dragon, he's pretty much like an ordinary person. With this statement, even Lu Bin fell silent. The Dragon Tamer profession was indeed perplexing. Dragons were known to be at the pinnacle of all beast-like creatures, incredibly powerful. Even the lowest earth dragons were exceedingly proud and would not easily form a contract with humans. And a Dragon Tamer could only establish a contract with the purest and strongest dragons, which was a daunting task. Lu Bin sighed inwardly, admitting that Su Ro's choice was indeed ill-considered. If she had teamed up with talents like Tian Jinming or Ho Yiba, she would at least have had a shot at the top 100 provincially. Those prodigies were not just willing to team up because of Su Ro's beauty, but because of her exceptional support abilities as a healer. In the end, Lu Bin could only say, since it's already decided, it's Su Ro's own choice. As teachers, we should try to understand and wait for the results. Though the other principals and teachers fell silent, their eyes still held blame as they looked at Luo Yang, as if accusing him of leading such an outstanding healer astray. Just then, a system notification sounded. Your team has successfully entered the secret tomb maze. Difficulty chosen, Hell level. Return scrolls have been distributed to your in-game inventory. Please use them if you encounter danger. The in-game inventory, similar to a game backpack, was used to store various items. Qin Fan's inventory had only 5 slots, while Su Ro had dozens, highlighting the gap between a poor boy and a wealthy heiress. As the brief dizziness faded, Qin Fan and Su Ro opened their eyes to see a massive tomb before them. A dark passage lay quietly, inviting their entry. like the gaping mouth of an abyss. Suddenly, a hoarse and unpleasant monster roar echoed, as if warning them. Trespassers, face certain death. The hell-level difficulty of the tomb maze was a challenge even talents like Tian Jinming and Ho Yiba dared not attempt solo. They would only dare to choose the hard difficulty and would need a team to venture into this level. Su Ro gripped her staff tightly, raising it gently to cast an illumination spell. The staff's tip flickered with bright light, dispelling some of the darkness. Let's go. Qin Fan led the way, with Su Ro close behind. Just as they entered the underground passage, the stench of rotting flesh hit them, nearly making Su Ro gag. Without looking, they knew the tomb was guarded by undead zombies. What surprised Su Ro even more was the overwhelming pressure that descended upon her as soon as they stepped into the corridor. After feeling it out, she realized her attributes had been reduced by 30. Even her senses and movements became sluggish. This hell-level difficulty environment debuff is really something, reducing challengers' attributes by 30 across the board. Qin Fan couldn't help but remark. Environmental debuffs were common in many secret dungeon challenges, typically weakening a specific attribute of the challengers. But a 30 reduction across all attributes was truly astounding. No wonder the candidates groaned when they heard Yin Wang was the examiner. Who can withstand such unreasonable environmental debuffs? Qin Fan continued. If I'm guessing right, normal difficulty reduces all attributes by 10, hard by 20, and hell by 30. Only Yin Wang would set such an insanely challenging stage. Scent purification. Without hesitation, Qin Fan activated this universal skill for both himself and Su Ro. Instantly, the nauseating stench of decay vanished, replaced by fresh air. Su Ro's pale face, a result of nausea, regained its color as she took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented comfort. You actually learned this skill. Su Ro looked at Qin Fan in astonishment. Qin Fan calmly explained, in Secret Realm dungeons, illusions can affect challengers. Just to be safe, I learned this skill. In truth, he had used his remaining skill points on these occasionally useful universal skills. Every job changer can use skill points to enhance their professional skills, up to a maximum of 100. At 30, 50, 70, and 100, skills above grade B gain new effects. Currently, Qin Fan had only enhanced his Fire Dragon Bullet to 5. High-level skill enhancements require more skill points, highlighting their preciousness. The ways to acquire skill points are limited: level-up rewards, Secret Realm dungeon completion rewards, and consuming rare natural treasures. Therefore, all job changers must exercise extreme caution when learning and enhancing skills. Don't be surprised, the battle is about to begin, Qin Fan reminded in a deep voice. Su Ro nodded solemnly. As they ventured deeper into the underground passage, the ominous sense of danger intensified. Qin Fan keenly detected the zombie howls echoing from the end of the corridor and whispered, "They're coming." Clang. The Xinjing Earth Scale Sword was unsheathed. Instead of slowing down, Qin Fan sped up. Su Ro immediately cast Weapon Blessing and Wind Whisper Blessing. Buzz. The sword in Qin Fan's hand glowed brightly, increasing its attack power by 10 and speed by 30. Remember to conserve mana. These two buffs are enough, Qin Fan reminded before leaping forward into the first level of the tomb maze. Roar. Nearly 100 zombie creatures let out frenzied howls at the human in the air. Qin Fan landed lightly, and the Eye of Appraisal instantly displayed detailed information on all the zombies. Monster, Burial Zombie. Level 17. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills, Poisonous Bite, Self-Destruct Poison Mist. Quality, Silver. Note: once commoners, they were buried alive as companions after the Empire's Emperor died. Filled with resentment, they roamed the tomb maze as zombies. Qin Fan thought to himself, for a warm-up stage, having nearly 100 level 17 burial zombies was far more challenging than the previous Goblin Secret Realm. As expected of a test set by Yin Wang, the zombie horde lunged at Qin Fan without hesitation, their maggot-infested grotesque appearance causing disgust. Just out of the corridor, Su Ro immediately began casting buffs on Qin Fan, fully aware that her role as a support was to protect the frontline attacker. However, the next scene left Su Ro utterly shocked. Qin Fan suddenly swung the Xinjing Earthscale Sword, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful white sword aura. The dozen or so burial zombies at the front screamed, and were instantly cleaved in half. One strike to annihilate over a dozen level 17 zombies. Before Su Ro could even utter a gasp, the battle had already reached its fever pitch. With a swift flick of his toes, Qin Fan soared 5 meters into the air, skillfully evading the lunging attack of the zombified burial attendants behind him. On the ground, the decaying creatures roared upwards, stretching their rotten limbs in a futile attempt to snatch their airborne prey. In this critical moment, Qin Fan let out a low shout, and the Xinjing Earthscale Sword in his hand sliced through the air, flying towards Su Ro's direction. The blade traced a glinting arc in the sky before embedding itself into the ground beside Su Ro with a crisp ding. Instead of plummeting to the ground and becoming a meal for the zombies, Qin Fan appeared to be drawn by an invisible force towards Su Ro. It dawned on Su Ro that Qin Fan had cleverly tied a thread as fine as a spider's silk to the sword's hilt, allowing him to execute this daring aerial maneuver. As soon as Qin Fan landed safely, a chilling sound erupted from behind him. Boom! The bellies of a dozen slain, zombified attendants began to swell before exploding. A virulent green mist spread rapidly, creating a deadly zone with a 5-meter diameter. This self-destructive toxic cloud was evidently the final attack of each fallen zombie. Worse still, the proximity of the creatures triggered a terrifying chain reaction. Boom, boom, boom. More zombies exploded in succession, and with each burst, the toxic mist rapidly expanded across the entire underground plaza. The surviving zombies were unfazed and continued to charge at Qin Fan and Su Ro with their gaping maws. Su Ro, pale-faced and about to ask for a plan, watched as Qin Fan dashed forward once more. Holding the Xinjing Earth-scale sword, he moved with calm precision, decapitating each zombie with every strike. Simultaneously, he retrieved several round objects from his spatial ring and hurled them into the zombie horde without hesitation. In the next moment, the fire dragon grenades detonated. Roaring flames shaped like a dragon's head surged forward, carrying intense heat as they blasted into the dense group of zombies. The landing of the fireball was nothing short of perfect. It struck precisely at the center of the zombie horde, triggering an astonishing chain reaction. Boom! The deafening explosion echoed through the underground palace. The round, black objects were instantly ignited by the intense heat of the firebomb. The roaring flames, fueled by the explosion's force, became even more fierce, swiftly consuming the remaining burial zombies. Bang! 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 As the zombies were incinerated, they erupted into toxic clouds. The hissing poison fog surged toward Qin Fan and Su Ro like a tidal wave. Just as Su Ro was about to raise her staff to unleash a holy light purification, Qin Fan stopped her with a gesture. Under her puzzled gaze, he took out a white sphere from his spatial storage and unhesitatingly smashed it onto the ground. Bang! The sphere burst into a brilliant white light, releasing a powerful purifying force. To Su Ro's astonishment, the toxic fog that was about to engulf the entire small square was instantly dispelled and dissolved. With a rumbling noise, a gate appeared at the center of the underground palace's small square, gradually revealing the entrance to the underground passage of the second level. This meant they had successfully cleared the first level. Su Ro was completely stunned. She looked at everything before her in disbelief, her preconceived notions utterly overturned. She had thought Qin Fan would need to summon Xiao Jiao in such a dire situation, yet he solved the problem with such ease. At that moment, she realized that not only was the dragon powerful, but Qin Fan, as its master, also possessed remarkable combat skills and techniques. What are you standing around for? Let's go, Qin Fan urged, leading the way to the second level. Only then did Su Ro snap out of her daze and quickly follow him. Outside, in the stands, there was a stunned silence. Everyone, teachers, the principal, education bureau leaders, and even the Star Slayer Sword St. Lu Bin were dumbfounded, their eyes filled with disbelief. What just happened? A teacher muttered in shock. Qin Fan cleared the first level in less than 30 seconds. Am I dreaming? Lu Bin slowly turned to the assembled teachers and principal, asking in a deep voice, is this what you call a useless profession, a dragon tamer? Everyone was speechless, especially Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, Zhao Li, and Luo Yang, the principal of First High School. They were so shocked they couldn't speak. They recalled their initial disappointment when Qin Fan chose his profession, only to now witness this destined-to-fail student deliver a near-perfect performance. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Lu Jinliang, the director of Anning City's Education Bureau, couldn't help but praise. This kid's combat skills are top-notch. It's hard to believe a third-year student possesses such refined battle techniques and a calm demeanor. Another Education Bureau leader chimed in. His physical control is flawless. From his aerial entry to swordplay, to the clever use of items, every move was meticulously calculated. This is not something a useless profession could achieve. These words left the teachers and principal visibly ashamed. They had to admit that Qin Fan had flawlessly resolved the zombie horde and poison fog issues using the simplest grade items, explosion grenades and purification bombs. More astonishingly, he had mastered fire magic, skillfully enhancing the power of the explosion grenades. Moreover, Lu Bin added, he conserved a significant amount of mana for the team's healer. Remember, this is just the first level. Excessive mana consumption is not wise. Reflecting on the performances of other candidates, some inexperienced teams panicked and had their healers use purification skills when faced with poison fog. In contrast, Qin Fan's performance was undeniably superior. At that moment, everyone realized how absurd their previous prejudices against the Dragon Tamer profession had been. Qin Fan's actions had decisively proven his strength and worth, shattering their misconceptions. As the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, Lu Jinliang couldn't help but express his regret. What a pity. If he had chosen another combat profession, it would have been great. But he chose to become a Dragon Tamer. The principals and teachers around him also showed expressions of regret upon hearing this. They knew well that with Qin Fan's exceptional combat skills and keen instincts, he would have been limitless in his future achievements had he chosen another combat profession. His cautious and detailed approach to battle clearly indicated his natural aptitude for combat. However, Qin Fan opted for the profession of Dragon Tamer, which worried the educators present. Although it sounds impressive, it is almost impossible to successfully form a contract with a real dragon. The legendary top-tier dragons reside in forbidden zones inaccessible to humans. These dragons are as powerful as deities, with adult dragons capable of taking on 3 human 4th-tier warriors simultaneously without defeat. Even more formidable are the adult holy dragons, which can take on 10 opponents at once. Even the lowest-tier earth dragons possess power comparable to 4th-tier warriors once they reach maturity. If a dragon tamer could contract with an earth dragon, it would undoubtedly become an extremely formidable combat profession. Unfortunately, the requirements for a dragon contract are very high, demanding a dragon of pure bloodline, at least at the level of a giant dragon. Lu Bin spoke solemnly. Let's see how far Qin Fan can go. For now, he might only reach the 2nd level. Although the 2nd level involves minor monsters, they are all enhanced. Given Qin Fan's current combat strength, despite his excellent skills, it might be difficult to effectively clear the monsters. Everyone understood that this was the high-stakes transfer exam, akin to a narrow bridge with countless competitors. Even if Qin Fan passed, his speed would likely lag behind others, meaning his performance might not be outstanding. Nevertheless, all they could do was wait quietly for the results. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Qin Fan, having swiftly cleared the 1st level, entered the dark passage to the 2nd level of the Earth Tomb maze with Su Ro. At the end of the corridor, they pushed open a dust-covered stone door to reveal a magnificent underground palace hall. The scene inside the hall was horrifying. It was packed with nearly 500 zombie monsters. Even more shocking was that aside from 100 ordinary burial zombies, the remaining 400 were all mutated types. Qin Fan quickly analyzed the information on these monsters. Steel zombies, level 18, humanoid monsters. Skills include hardened skin, steel claw tier, and mental roar. They have absorbed the tomb's energy over the years. Their skin is hard as steel, with defense far exceeding ordinary zombies. Curse zombies, level 18, humanoid monsters. They possess curse claw and bloodthirsty aura skills. Their attacks contain curse power and can amplify their companions' abilities. Night zombies, level 18, humanoid monsters. Skills include charge, trample, and death embrace. These zombies were knights guarding the empire in life, retaining some combat skills and intelligence. Faced with such a daunting situation, Qin Fan couldn't help but acknowledge that this was indeed a test crafted by Yin Wang himself. The 1st level was just an appetizer. The 2nd level was the real test of a candidate's skill. Su Ro's face turned pale at the sight of the dense zombie horde. This was far more challenging than the Goblin Village and incomparable to the school's secret realm training. Of course, this was also because Qin Fan had chosen the hell-level difficulty. Qin Fan quickly devised a strategy. With the 20 attribute boost inherited from Xiao Jiu, he was confident he could handle the 500 monsters, but it would take a significant amount of time. In the transfer exam, even a second's delay could lead to a considerable drop in ranking. After careful consideration, Qin Fan made a decision. He slowly closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Xiaojiu, reveal yourself." As soon as he spoke, a massive array imbued with terrifying magical energy appeared before Qin Fan. A deafening, powerful dragon roar emanated from the magical array. Then, a massive crimson dragon claw emerged, crashing heavily onto the ancient hall's floor, causing it to crack and shatter. Following this, a large dragon head with horns emerged from the array, its majestic golden eyes surveying the surroundings. Finally, a colossal crimson dragon, over 10 meters tall, fully appeared in the hall. It raised its head and smashed through the ceiling, casting a cold, commanding gaze over the 500 zombies. The hall's pervasive stench of decay prompted Xiaojiu to let out a low growl of disdain. Without waiting for Qin Fan's command, Xiaojiu opened its mouth, unleashing a searing dragon's breath that poured out like a tidal wave. As the overwhelming flames poured down, the entire hall was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The 500 zombies, which had just awakened, were reduced to nothingness before they could even attack the intruders, vanishing with a single scream. The bright light of the fire reflected on Su Ro's delicate face as she stared in shock, her heart filled with awe. Although Su Ro was already aware of the dragon's immense power, Witnessing the terrifying horde of zombies being obliterated in an instant still made her tremble. Is this the strength of a top-tier dragon? It's terrifying, she thought. They truly stand at the pinnacle of all living creatures. Meanwhile, the audience outside the dungeon was left speechless by the scene unfolding before them. When the familiar beast summoning circle appeared beneath Qin Fan's feet, the expressions of the leaders, principals, and teachers froze, and they momentarily forgot to breathe. Their shock stemmed from the fact that this summoning circle was typically exclusive to beast tamers. Yet Qin Fan, a dragon tamer, was able to use it. A question arose in everyone's mind. Besides dragons, what other creatures can a dragon tamer summon? In the next moment, a spine-chilling dragon's roar resounded throughout the venue. Following this, an astonishingly majestic dragon appeared before everyone. Its entire body was covered in fiery red, impenetrable scales, beneath which lay explosive muscles brimming with power. The scorching aura of divine fire surrounded it, resembling a god of fire. Its golden dragon eyes were filled with disdain for all things on earth. Everyone on the podium widened their eyes, their expressions overflowing with shock. Lu Bin struggled to utter a single syllable, his voice trembling with excitement. The others were so overwhelmed they couldn't speak at all. This was a real dragon, and judging by its awe-inspiring presence, it was undoubtedly a top-tier dragon of at least the giant dragon level. Qin Fan had successfully formed a contract with a dragon, becoming the only dragon tamer in history to possess such a creature. Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, Zhao Li, leaped from his seat, cheering with his fists in the air. Principal Luo Yang also stood up, his face flushed as he stared intently at the screen displaying the magnificent fiery dragon. A pang of regret suddenly stirred within him as he recalled jokingly suggesting that Qin Fan's potential as a dragon tamer might be worth researching. Now, this student he had once teased had indeed contracted a top-tier dragon, proving him utterly wrong. Despite this, Luo Yang felt that this slap in the face was well-deserved. The principals and teachers from other schools also stared at the screen, their lips tightly pressed together, as if a bomb was about to explode within them, yet they were forced to suppress it. When they witnessed the fiery dragon annihilate all the monsters in the second level with a single breath, gasps echoed throughout the room. This dragon is incredibly powerful. Inside the dungeon, Qin Fan couldn't help but let out a wry smile as he gazed at the sea of flames before him. By now, the colossal dragon, which stood over 10 meters tall, had shrunk in size and was fluttering its adorable wings as it landed on Qin Fan's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his cheek, showing its fondness for him. Beside him, Su Ro watched with a mix of envy and admiration. She realized that Qin Fan's participation in the vocational exam was unnecessary. If he were to simply present his dragon companion to the Education Bureau officials, he would undoubtedly receive a special invitation. Even the 3 top academies would compete to recruit Qin Fan, allowing him to choose whichever he preferred. Be good. After your exam, I'll make you something delicious at home, Qin Fan said with a warm smile, gently ruffling Xiaoju's hair, his eyes filled with affection. Didn't you say you wanted roast suckling pig? I'll get you dozens of them, and we'll have a grand feast. Hearing this, Xiaoju let out a soft, playful hum that was completely different from the usual low growl. Qin Fan chuckled to himself, thinking how this little dragoness turned into a sweet creature around him. Quite the cunning dragon indeed. Let's go, we can't waste time. Qin Fan turned to Su Ro, his tone becoming serious. After all, the talents from the provincial capital aren't pushovers. With that, he quickly headed towards the passage leading to the 3rd stage. Su Ro nodded and followed, aware that even without her so-called priest role, Qin Fan could easily conquer this hellish labyrinth on his own. She made a mental note of this favor, grateful for Qin Fan's help. Meanwhile, other battles were unfolding intensely in different areas. Ho Iba, clad in gleaming golden armor, was fighting fiercely in the 1st stage. Shield in one hand to fend off zombie attacks, an axe in the other to strike them down. In just 2 minutes, he effortlessly cleared the 1st stage. The top spot in Anning City is mine, Ho Iba's, he thought arrogantly, heading towards the 2nd stage, imagining the principals and teachers outside applauding his flawless performance. Similarly, Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang, who were also tackling the challenging labyrinth alone, were showcasing their skills and feeling proud. However, they were unaware that everyone on the viewing platform, including their principals and teachers, didn't even bother to glance at them. Surprisingly, Lu Bin had even ordered the broadcast director not to switch away from Qin Fan's footage, ensuring everyone could focus on watching Qin Fan and his formidable dragon companion's upcoming impressive performance. As Qin Fan led Xiaojiu and Su Ro to the 3rd level, Ho Iba, Tian Jinming, and their group had just completed the 1st level, opting for the difficult mode. In contrast, Qin Fan chose the hell mode of difficulty. Even though Qin Fan had a team, Su Ro's presence was almost negligible. Qin Fan and his dragon companion could easily and swiftly clear the level alone. Soon, Qin Fan and his team arrived at the third level. This underground tomb maze had 6 layers, with the third layer being the real labyrinth. Before them lay a winding underground complex, clearly designed to test the students' perception and sense of direction. Faced with this challenge, Qin Fan smirked, pointed ahead, and calmly said, "Xiaojiu, flatten the entire maze for me." Roar. Xiaojiu responded excitedly, flapping its wings at the maze's entrance. Suddenly, a crimson light burst from Xiaojiu's body, and it began to grow rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaojiu expanded to over 100 meters tall, its head even brushing against the ceiling of the underground maze. In this form, Xiaojiu was a completely different dragon than before. Not only was it larger and more imposing than in its divine fire annihilation state, but its fiery red scales also took on a dark hue, as if they had been hardened. The entire dragon exuded a majestic and powerful aura. This was Xiaojiu's fourth form, might shaking the heavens. Xiaojiu let out a deafening roar, and, to the amazement of all the onlookers, the colossal crimson dragon charged straight into the underground maze. Boom! Walls that even level 30 experts couldn't destroy crumbled like tofu under Xiaojiu's assault. Boom! 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 In a matter of seconds, Xiaojiu had carved a path 2 to 3 kilometers long through the maze, each step spanning hundreds of meters, reaching the maze's end in just a few strides. Standing beside Qin Fan, Su Rou was utterly stunned. She never imagined that a test of perception and direction could be bypassed in mere seconds by Xiaojiu's brute force. Outside, Lu Bin, Lu Jinliang, Luo Yang, and others were equally astonished. They watched as the meticulously designed level by Yin Wang was reduced to rubble in moments by the rampaging Crimson Dragon. What shocked them the most was Xiaojiu's formidable physique. After a moment of awe, Lu Bin smiled wryly. After this level, there's no need to look further. Even with a team, Qin Fan will undoubtedly be the top scholar of Tianyuan province. Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, confidently agreed, and other principals and teachers nodded in acknowledgement. As Qin Fan's homeroom teacher and principal, Zhao Li and Luo Yang were the most delighted. If Qin Fan became the provincial top scholar, Anning City High School's name would resound throughout Tianyuan province. At this moment, Qin Fan was already heading toward the 4th level. On the other side, Ho Yiba, Tian Jiming, and other prodigies frowned as they faced the dense horde of over 300 zombies. Even at a difficulty level deemed challenging, the sheer number of these creatures was truly astounding. Without hesitation, Tian Jiming raised his staff, launching a series of holy light spheres like meteors toward the zombie horde. The spheres sliced through the air with a whoosh, followed by the resounding boom-boom of explosions echoing all around. The blasts immediately caught the zombies' attention, and with deep growls, they surged towards Tian Jiming like a tide. Clad in a pristine white robe, Tian Jiming deftly dodged and cast spells, his staff moving with the speed of the wind. His spellcasting speed was remarkable, each spell hitting its mark with precision. This display clearly demonstrated that his reputation as a prodigy of Anning City was not merely due to family support, but through his own formidable abilities. 10 minutes later, the 300 zombies finally lay defeated. Tian Jiming was left panting, with only half of his mana remaining, and several noticeable claw marks on his robe. Despite his protective gear, this battle had clearly taken its toll on him. Heh, Tian Jiming sneered inwardly. I bet Qin Fan and Su Rou can't even pass this stage. I chose the challenging difficulty and faced over 300 monsters. The hell level must have at least 500. Even if they manage to get through, it will take them over an hour at least. The others shared similar thoughts. However, the so-called useless professions in their eyes had already breezed through, effortlessly reaching the 4th stage, far ahead of Tian Jiming and his team. Su Rou clutched her staff tightly, obediently jogging behind Qin Fan. Next, they were set to face elite monsters. In the state of sky-shaking might, Xiaojiu's strength and physique attributes soar to an astonishing 3,200 points, while its intelligence significantly decreases. This state clearly favors close combat battles. With such formidable strength and physique, even a second-tier expert would struggle to face it head-on. Only a level 60 third-tier expert would be qualified to stand a chance. What is truly shocking is that Xiaojiu is currently only level 10, still in its juvenile phase. A juvenile holy dragon already rivals a level 60 third-tier human expert, making one fear its terrifying power upon reaching adulthood. It's no wonder that before Qin Fan, no human had ever successfully tamed a dragon of such a high level. Even those lucky enough to form contracts with lesser dragon breeds only managed to establish equal partnerships. Yet, Qin Fan commands Xiaojiu to obey any command unconditionally, showcasing a remarkable level of control. Qin Fan pushed open the door to the 4th stage and stepped into the hall. Candles lit up automatically, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. Even in its normal state, Xiaojiu, still 30 meters tall, crashed into the hall. Under the dim candlelight, the interior of the hall became clear. At the far end of the hall stood a giant zombie, 6 meters tall. This zombie was bizarre, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, each holding a different weapon. Its body was covered in grotesque stitch marks, with several twisted human faces embedded within. Qin Fan immediately used his eye of identification, revealing the zombie's details. Monster, giant stitch zombie. Level, 21. Type, humanoid monster. Skills, grade, gold. Notes, a man-made experimental product stitched together from the bodies of over 100 elite zombie monsters. It possesses formidable strength, adept at both melee and ranged combat. The elite monster of a silver-level dungeon having a gold grade with hidden skills was a difficulty that surprised even Qin Fan. He couldn't help but admire the high level of challenge set by that mysterious figure known as Yin Wang. Some might question if Qin Fan's success was solely due to Xiaojie, suggesting he might not fare as well in solo combat. To this, Qin Fan would simply retort, "You're a fool. I'm a Dragon Tamer." A Dragon Tamer without a dragon companion is as absurd as a mage unable to use magic or a warrior without a sword. This is my professional advantage. If you're not convinced, try your luck and become a Dragon Tamer yourself. The giant stitched zombie let out a deafening roar, charging directly at Qin Fan, ignoring Xiaojie's presence. It had lost its self-awareness, driven only to devour and slay any human intruder, never retreating regardless of the opponent's strength. However, in front of Xiaojie, this ferocious zombie was merely a trivial obstacle. On Qin Fan's command, Xiaojie immediately unleashed Destructive Flame Claw. Fiery flames engulfed Xiaojie's front claws, illuminating the entire hall. As the giant stitched zombie charged forward, Xiaojie disdainfully swung its dragon claw. With a squelch, the zombie's body was reduced to mere pulp under the dragon's claw, and the accompanying fire attribute attack incinerated it completely. One strike of the destructive flame claw instantly annihilated this level 21 gold elite monster. Even though Qin Fan was well aware of Xiaojie's terrifying power, witnessing this scene still left him in awe. Had he faced this elite monster alone, it would have taken him at least 5 minutes to defeat it. Yet, with a mere flick of its claw, Xiaojie obliterated it in an instant. Holy crap! It's gone just like that? Qin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, feeling both astounded and proud to have such a powerful companion by his side. The people on the stage stared intently at the screen, and as the image appeared, their jaws nearly dropped in shock. Displayed prominently on the screen was a level 21 golden elite monster. Such a creature, if found in a wilderness map, would certainly serve as the boss of the inner region of the dense forest mountains. As the scene unfolded, Lu Bin, known as the star-slaying sword saint, keenly observed the 3 forms that Xiaojie exhibited during the battle. In its normal state, Xiaojie maintained a height of 30 meters, giving off a sense of balanced attributes. When rampaging, its size swelled to 100 meters, nearly touching the ceiling of the Earth Tomb maze, and the power it emanated was enough to make Lu Bin, a formidable third transition warrior, feel his heart race. Finally, Xiaojie could shrink to the size of a cat, nimbly perching on Qin Fan's shoulder. Lu Bin continued his analysis. This giant stitch zombie likely has a strength attribute surpassing 300, while Qin Fan, even with inherited attributes from bloodline fusion, only reaches about 400. Normally, dealing with such a tough-skinned elite monster would require at least 5 to 6 minutes of intense combat. However, to everyone's astonishment, under the watchful eyes of 3 leaders and numerous principals and teachers, Qin Fan's dragon pet effortlessly defeated this monster, which even a level 25 expert would struggle against, with just a single strike. This scene left everyone present gasping in amazement, marveling at the incredible power of the dragon race, which seemed to defy common sense. Lu Bin's words revealed his astonishment at the strength of this juvenile dragon pet, and his reaction sparked widespread discussion among the audience. Everyone realized that Qin Fan's dragon pet, seemingly young, possessed strength far beyond their expectations, capable of astonishing even an experienced third transition warrior. As the outside world marveled, Qin Fan had already led Xiaojie and Su Rou to the 5th level. The previous 4 levels tested their monster clearing abilities, sensory navigation, and attack power, but the scene at the 5th level was unexpected. Before them lay a barren, desolate plain with a sky overhead. This was clearly a specially created space by the test setter, a small secret realm like a mirror within a mirror. Qin Fan couldn't help but be impressed by the grandeur of it all. However, when he saw the monsters in this level, even he couldn't help but gasp. Hundreds of meters away stood 10 towering, giant stitched zombies, and even more shockingly, behind them were nearly 2,000 smaller zombie creatures. Su Rou's face turned pale at the sight. The scale of this monster army was beyond her imagination. Outside the dungeon, many principals and teachers also gasped. Some questioned whether the difficulty was excessive, but soon someone reminded them that this was a test set by Yin Wang, so the extreme difficulty was no surprise. Lu Jinliang, the director of the Education Bureau, explained with a wry smile that this level was designed for team candidates. When tackled solo, the number of elite monsters and minions would be halved. Even then, only exceptionally talented individuals could pass. Lu Bin spoke with anticipation. Let's watch. This little guy has a dragon. It'll be interesting to see if this young dragon can handle this challenge. Inside the secret realm, although Qin Fan was initially surprised, he soon showed delight. The more monsters there were, the more experience he and Xiaojiu could gain. Xiaojiu, go! Qin Fan ordered without hesitation. With a dragon's roar, Xiaojiu leaped from Qin Fan's shoulder into the sky. A massive magical array appeared, and fiery red light bloomed like fireworks. Surrounded by divine fire, Xiaojiu's size swelled to 50 meters tall. Spreading its wings, it soared across the ominous sky, its crimson flames illuminating the world. Golden divine fire patterns emerged, emitting a scorching heat that turned the entire realm blistering hot. Xiaojiu dove towards the horde of monsters like a bomber. The ground-bound zombie horde roared futilely, unable to reach this noble master of the skies. Before Qin Fan could give further instructions, Xiaojiu opened its dragon mouth and unleashed a devastating dragon's breath from high above. The terrifying, lava-like breath instantly engulfed the entire zombie army. The destruction was swift and overwhelming. Once again, Xiaojia demonstrated its immense power for all to see. Like molten lava pouring from the sky, its dragon breath rained down for half a minute, engulfing the terrifying zombie army in a blazing inferno. Even the 10 giant stitched zombies couldn't withstand this devastating attack. Xiaojia's intelligence attribute had surpassed 3,000, thanks to the magic amplification from its Godfire annihilation form. Against creatures with less than 200 magic resistance, the Godfire breath was undeniably lethal. The zombies were helpless, with no means to resist. Surveying the fiery sea below, Xiaojia felt satisfied. To ensure no creature was left alive, it circled the sky once more, only reverting to its adorable original form and landing on Qin Fan's shoulder when it sensed no remaining monster presence. Gaw! The now pet-sized Xiaojia affectionately nuzzled Qin Fan's face, as if saying, "Praise me, master. I'm amazing." Qin Fan, not holding back his praise, gently patted Xiaojia's little head. Nearby, Su Rou felt a pang of envy but quickly reminded herself that, as a priest, she couldn't contract with a dragon, resigning herself with a sigh. Outside, the teachers and principal on the podium were once again rendered speechless. Even though they thought the difficulty level of this challenge was excessive, Xiaojia's invincible display left them in awe. Wow, this is just absurd, someone couldn't help but exclaim. I feel like no matter how monstrous the final challenge is, it won't stop Qin Fan. He might just set the record for the Earth Tomb Maze instance. As Qin Fan's homeroom teacher, Zhao Li excitedly remarked, "There's no denying it. A dragon master with a dragon is terrifying. They bulldoze through everything without effort. Tactics, difficulty levels, test theory, all insignificant in the face of dragons. Truly, they stand at the pinnacle of the food chain." A principal from another school stepped forward, offering an apology to Luo Yang. "Congratulations to your school for producing such a prodigy. How laughable that we initially thought your dragon master was useless. I must apologize here and now." Other principals and teachers who had mocked the dragon master from Luo Yang's school quickly followed suit, knowing full well the dragon master's inevitable rise and the potential consequences of not apologizing now. Luo Yang responded with a stiff smile, "Just a misunderstanding. Glad it's resolved." In truth, he had also been disappointed in Qin Fan and hadn't even provided the support a hidden profession deserved. Luo Yang resolved to personally apologize once the college entrance exams were over. While these events unfolded outside, Qin Fan finally reached the last challenge of the Earth Tomb Maze. Deep within the maze stood a magnificent, resplendent palace. As Qin Fan, accompanied by Xiaojia and Su Rou, entered the palace, a loud voice suddenly echoed, "Who dares trespass in my imperial tomb?" In the center of the palace stood a towering figure. Clad in a golden dragon robe and wearing an ornate crown, his face was stern yet livid, and the oppressive aura filled the entire palace. Qin Fan immediately used his eye of appraisal. Monster, Tyrant's Undead. Level, 30. Type, Humanoid Monster. Skills. Rating, Golden. Notes, an emperor from an ancient empire, known for his cruelty and tyranny in life. In death, bound by the sins of his slaughter, he is eternally imprisoned here. Wow! Qin Fan exclaimed. The final boss of a silver-level instance was a level 30 monster with a golden 5-star rating, completely beyond expectations. Its attributes might all be at 500, a full 100 points higher than Qin Fan's. In an unknown fight, Qin Fan might not prevail. Though surprised, Qin Fan remained composed. As a dragon master with a dragon, he had confidence. What's more, the harder the challenge, the greater the experience gained. Su-ro felt grateful once more for aligning herself with Qin Fan, a feeling of secret joy welling up inside her. Oomph. Very well, the tyrant's undead sneered. I have languished in solitude for countless years, and it's been ages since I've tasted human flesh. You shall be my feast. Guards, at your command. With the tyrant's undead's order, thousands of undead generals in various attires materialized out of thin air in the once empty Golden Palace, creating a terrifying scene. In the opulent underground palace, countless small monsters suddenly emerged from all directions. Compared to the 5th level, the number of these creatures in the final stage surged to nearly 10,000, a staggering increase. Even more peculiar were the dozens of ghostly apparitions standing at the forefront of these zombie-like creatures, all clad in the robes of ancient ministers. Qin Fan squinted his eyes, carefully observing the monsters. He quickly realized that these were likely the subjects buried alongside the tyrant's corpse. No wonder they call him the tyrant's corpse boss, he thought to himself. Such actions truly define the word tyranny. His attention swiftly shifted to the elite monsters leading the pack, whose abilities and levels rivaled that of the giant stitched zombies. He scrutinized their information. Ministerial race. Level 25 humanoid creatures, possessing skills like ministerial command, curse orb, and soul absorption. Rated gold. These were once ministers under the tyrant, transformed into wraiths by absorbing negative energy after being buried. General's corpse. Also a level 25 humanoid creature, skilled in command charge, trample, self-destruct, mighty cleave, and sword mastery. Rated gold. They were the tyrant's trusted generals, turned into corpses by the same dark energy. Knight's corpse. Level 23 humanoid creature, known for lance whirlwind and charging. Rated gold. This unit is the elite force under the general's corpse, excelling in mounted assaults. Qin Fan marveled. This is truly a boss level. Just these high-level elite monsters are enough to plunge an ordinary team into despair, not to mention the nearly 10,000 zombie minions. He pondered. Unless those prodigies from the provincial capital team up, there's no way to clear such a difficult stage. He speculated that perhaps the King of Hell thought the annual vocational exam questions were too easy and deliberately increased the difficulty. However, Qin Fan knew that such challenging exams must have unique ways to clear them. He guessed there might be some mechanism to lower the difficulty or a device to prevent the tyrant's wraith from summoning more creatures. Yet, even with the awareness of such mechanisms, Qin Fan was not interested in searching for them. His goal was simply to annihilate all the monsters. After all, in this dungeon, the experience gained from defeating monsters would be tallied up after clearing the stage. He didn't want to waste any experience points from these creatures. More importantly, he had Xiaoju by his side. As a Dragon Tamer, what was there to fear in this vocational exam dungeon? He could just bulldoze through. Xiaoju, lazily perched on Qin Fan's shoulder, ignored the swarm of zombie creatures and the tyrant's corpse, content to make soft cooing sounds next to its master. In stark contrast was Su-ro, who was quite shaken by the scene before her. Although she hadn't expected so many enemies in the final stage, she tried to remain composed. Even if she couldn't assist Qin Fan, she refused to be a burden. Qin Fan gently stroked Xiaoju's scales and smiled as he commanded, Xiaoju, this army is a perfect playground for you. Go on, show them your earth-shattering form and see if these creatures can survive your onslaught. Xiaoju never disobeyed its master's orders. Ever since forming a bond with Qin Fan, Xiaoju considered him its everything. Any threat to its master would be torn apart by its sharp dragon claws. Upon receiving the command, Xiaoju immediately assumed its earth-shattering form. Unlike the previous encounter in the dark maze, this time, in the lavish underground palace, the magnificent architecture gleamed brilliantly, fully revealing Xiaoju's true form. With a deafening roar, Xiaoju's body rapidly expanded. From the size of a cat, it grew to a staggering 100 meters tall as it flew towards the center of the palace grounds, truly becoming a towering presence. Its fiery red scales appeared as if they were magma being cooled and carbonized, displaying a fearsome blend of black and red hues. The charred scales appeared like a thick layer of metallic armor draped over its body, showcasing an unmatched level of supreme defense. Xiaoju's form had completely transformed, shedding any hint of cuteness and replacing it with an overwhelming sense of terror, as if a god of destruction had descended. Its dragon claws turned a shade of ash gray, making it resemble a mighty steel-armored dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Suddenly, a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the underground palace, reverberating through the open space. The sound waves were so powerful that even Su-ro had to cover her ears, her face contorted in pain. The audience outside, witnessing Xiaoju's sky-shattering form through the screens, were wide-eyed, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. This scene completely overturned their understanding of dragons, and their astonishment was palpable. Is this a dragon? Is this what a true dragon looks like? Gasped voices erupted from the crowd. Qin Fan's strategy was clear, intended to crush every obstacle in this challenge with the most straightforward and forceful approach. While others might think of finding mechanisms to weaken the monster, Qin Fan had no interest in such tactics. He neither needed nor cared for shortcuts. Xiao Jiao's towering figure, standing 100 meters tall, was even more intimidating than the monster itself. Someone in the audience couldn't help but ask, can anyone give an initial estimate of this dragon's attributes? Upon hearing this, all the principals and teachers, including the two bigwigs from the Anning City Education Bureau, instinctively turned their eyes towards Lu Bin at the center of the podium. As the only third-turn expert present, Lu Bin's knowledge and experience far surpassed that of the others. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bin spoke with a grave expression. Judging by the immense power emanating from its limbs, its strength attribute is at least close to 4,000 points. Moreover, its defensive attribute is absolutely top tier. This form, as if clad in black gold armor, is like a perfect warrior born for close combat. As Lu Bin finished speaking, everyone present gasped, their faces filled with disbelief. Are you serious? Even when it came from Lu Bin's mouth, the other principals and teachers were left in a state of shock. Their instincts told them that even a juvenile dragon shouldn't possess such terrifying attributes. However, the reality before them hit hard, showing them just how powerful this dragon truly was. Even the Starslayer Sword Saint was watching in awe, let alone everyone else. They were well aware that their experience paled in comparison to the Sword Saints, so what Lu Bin said was likely true. A juvenile dragon, just by transforming, could elevate its strength attributes to nearly 4,000. This was insane, truly insane. Look closely, Lu Bin pointed out. While this form enhances its strength and physical attributes, its intelligence attribute is significantly weakened. After careful observation, Lu Bin concluded, this Crimson Dragon has 4 transformation forms. One inclined towards magic, the current one focused on physical attacks and melee combat, a 30-meter-tall normal form, and an adorable kitten form. Lu Bin, being Yin Wang's student, quickly grasped the transformations of this juvenile dragon pet with just a brief observation. Ever since Qin Fan revealed this dragon pet, all the principals and teachers present lost interest in the other students' exams, focusing entirely on Qin Fan's test. After all, it was their first time witnessing a high-tier baby dragon firsthand. Look, Qin Fan is about to order this baby dragon to crush everything, a teacher suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was stunned to see Qin Fan, after receiving a buff from Su Rou, find a safe spot to hide. Then, he leaped onto Xiao Jia's head. Standing 100 meters in the air, he could even feel the ghostly winds from the crypt maze. Looking down, the once awe-inspiring army of undead now seemed like tiny ants. Is this what it feels like to be above it all? Qin Fan couldn't help but reflect as he stood on Xiao Jia's head. He finally experienced Xiao Jia's perspective on other creatures. From this viewpoint, everything seemed insignificant. This feeling was intoxicating. No wonder Xiao Jia always looked down on others with a haughty tilt of the head, treating other creatures with disdain. In this view where it feels like you're towering over everything, it's hard not to feel proud and arrogant. Damn human, what is that thing you're riding? Unlike previous levels, this tyrant undead retained some intelligence. When it saw Xiao Jia reveal its true form, a long-lost sense of fear resurfaced in its heart. No, impossible. The tyrant undead roared internally. I am a renowned emperor, a tyrant feared by all. How could I be intimidated by this human? But it quickly realized that it wasn't the human that intimidated it, but the dragon before it. For the first time, it felt its own insignificance, as if under the dragon's disdain. A strong sense of impending death arose within. Perhaps out of fear, the tyrant undead didn't order its subordinates to charge at the towering dragon. It was paralyzed by fear, unable to give commands. This is precisely a small mechanism my teacher embedded in this level. Lu Bin explained to the outside world. If you can enrage the tyrant undead, it will personally attack the challenger without ordering a horde charge. But if you can instill fear, it loses its emperor's courage, passive skill, equivalent to losing its imperial prestige. Thus, the surrounding elite monsters won't follow its orders. Everyone suddenly understood. That was the trick. No wonder this level was so tough. It was because of this mechanism that prevented the horde from recklessly charging. In fact, many high-difficulty dungeon instances have such mechanisms and tricks to avoid triggering certain monster skills. Lu Bin added, by finding and activating these small mechanisms, the dungeon's mechanics become significantly simpler. Right now, Qin Fan's dragon hadn't even made a move, yet it had already intimidated the tyrant undead. Such is the fearsome power of a dragon. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Qin Fan couldn't care less if his opponent was terrified. To him, this horde of monsters was just a pile of experience points. Once the tyrant undead was slain, these monsters would likely turn to dust as well. Xiao Jia, charge forward, Qin Fan ordered. Crush the little ants beneath you first, then squash that big ant. Xiao Jiu acknowledged with a roar. Then, boom! With just the first step, a massive 3-meter-deep dragon claw crater appeared on the palace floor. That was Xiao Jiu's footprint. More importantly, with each step, the entire palace began to shake violently. The zombies closest to Xiao Jiu didn't even have time to react before the powerful shockwave shattered them. At this moment, Xiao Jiu's strength attribute had reached 4,500, an incredibly terrifying number. Of course, this was only possible in its current form. If Xiao Jiu reverted to its normal form, its attributes would balance out again. Nonetheless, this clear division of power and magic forms provided Qin Fan with great convenience. At least he could freely switch between magical and physical forms. Boom! As the second foot landed, another large group of zombies was obliterated. The intelligent undead generals and ghostly ministers, sensing the overwhelming destructive power, immediately turned pale and retreated. However, before they could escape, a massive black gold dragon tail swung down like the scythe of death, sweeping across the ground with tremendous force. This time, the casualties were even more severe. Rough estimates suggested that Xiao Jiu's tail sweep alone had slain over 1,000 zombies. With a single sweep, over 1,000 zombie creatures were obliterated, accounting for 10% of all the lesser monsters. Xiao Jiao's massive dragon tail swung through the air, tearing the zombies apart like paper. If these creatures had been clustered together, this strike alone would have annihilated them all. Roar! Xiao Jiao let out a dragon's roar, its enormous golden eyes sparkling with a childlike playfulness. Everyone present watched in astonishment. Clearly, to this dragon, the final stage that was seen as a death trap by the candidates was nothing more than a giant playground. This overwhelming display of destruction perfectly illustrated the essence of the Dragon clan. The most shocked of all was the final boss, the tyrant undead, which stared dumbly at its feeble army, unable to accept the reality before it. Qin Fan observed the tyrant undead's reaction and silently empathized with its feelings. The once invincible undead army was as fragile as paper before this dragon. He couldn't help but ponder why dragon tamers couldn't control the mythical dragons of the Dragon Kingdom. But he quickly realized that the dragon gods of the Dragon Kingdom could never be subdued by mere mortals. Only Western dragons would succumb to human control. Of course, the main reason is that humans have yet to discover the whereabouts of the Eastern dragon. No one in the world knows if the Eastern dragon truly exists, and if it does, where it might be hidden. For now, such exploration is far beyond human capabilities. Nevertheless, Qin Fan was already quite satisfied. With Xiao Jiao by his side, his mundane life had taken a turn. He had thought he would live a simple life as a chef, but fate had given him a chance to turn things around. He resolved to seize this opportunity and change his destiny completely. Sensing the determination rising in its master's heart, Xiao Jiao let out another roar and charged toward the tyrant undead. The ground cracked under the dragon's mighty steps, buildings collapsed, and the undead army was reduced to dust in this destructive charge. Nothing could stand in Xiao Jiao's way. Seeing the inevitable outcome, the tyrant undead summoned its last ounce of fighting spirit and courageously rushed towards Xiao Jiao. However, the result was predictable: splat. With just one foot, the tyrant undead was crushed into pulp. At that moment, a faint golden glow enveloped the tyrant undead's body, radiating immense vitality. To Qin Fan's astonishment, this level 30 golden 5-star boss reassembled its body in just 2 seconds, standing once again before Xiao Jiao. Advanced Resurrection? This life-saving skill is exclusive to level 30 and above monsters. In the hell level difficulty of the graduation exam dungeon, having such a skill was not surprising. However, Xiao Jiao was clearly unfazed. It impatiently lifted its foot and stomped on the tyrant undead again. To the tyrant undead, Xiao Jiao's foot was a colossal object that blotted out the sky. This stomp not only crushed the tyrant undead completely, but also cracked the palace floor. Looking around, the palace built in the underground tomb was in shambles, with zombie remnants scattered everywhere. The elite monsters were all wiped out in Xiao Jiao's charge. As for the ghostly elite monsters, Xiao Jiao simply unleashed a breath of simple dragon fire, obliterating them entirely. Even though Xiao Jiao's magic damage was somewhat reduced in its sky-shaking state, it was more than sufficient to deal with these ghosts. Thus, in this final stage that struck fear into all candidates, every monster was utterly annihilated by Xiao Jiao. If not for Xiao Jiao's brief moment of playfulness, the battle could have ended even faster. Nonetheless, Qin Fan knew he was undoubtedly the fastest to clear the stage, second to none. No matter how well those attempting the solo challenge performed, they couldn't surpass his score in terms of time or performance. Qin Fan was securely in first place. Good job. Besides roast piglet, I'll prepare a few roast lambs for you. Cumin, spicy, savory, I'll satisfy all your tastes. Qin Fan chuckled as he patted Xiao Jiao's head. Roar. Xiao Jiao's eyes squinted in delight at the mention of food. It was a little foodie, It had agreed to a contract with Qin Fan for a bottle of divine fire essence. Of course, it was also because it felt a warm, comforting presence from Qin Fan. Instinctively, it believed that following this master would lead to a happy and fulfilling future. Just then, Xiaojiao shuddered, and the sound of crackling filled the air. Qin Fan watched in surprise as Xiaojiao's iron scales began to shed in large quantities, disintegrating into dust. Simultaneously, new crimson scales rapidly grew in their place. Roar! Xiaojiao let out a satisfied cry, then gradually shrank in size. Qin Fan understood that Xiaojiao likely wanted to rid itself of the disgusting remnants of the zombie creatures that had clung to its scales, so it shed its old scales and grew new ones. With a dragon's immense vitality, this was hardly a challenge. At that moment, a notification from the dungeon finally sounded. Ding! Congratulations to freshman Qin Fan for successfully clearing the silver-level dungeon, 2 Maze. Current stage difficulty, Hell level. Clear time, 12 minutes and 56 seconds. Performance rating, SSS. Time rating, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Your results have been successfully uploaded to the Dragon Kingdom's graduation exam data center. In 1 minute, the dungeon clearance rewards will be issued. Please collect them promptly, freshman Qin Fan. Hearing this announcement, Qin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Excellent. He had successfully completed the system's first task, achieving outstanding results in the graduation exam. Though he didn't know what the system's rewards would be this time, he wasn't too concerned. Now, all he needed to do was wait here for the rewards to be distributed. Outside the examination hall, the stage fell into silence once more. All the leaders, principals, and teachers seemed to turn into statues, their faces frozen in shock as they stared intently at the screen. What's happening here? A teacher couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. On the screen, the final level, composed of nearly 10,000 small monsters, was effortlessly wiped out by a single dragon. Even more astonishing was that the level 30, 5-star golden dragon boss didn't seem to use any skills, merely relying on its invincible body to wreak havoc through the level. The dragon's eyes even sparkled with a childlike playfulness. Incredible, exclaimed Lu Jinliang, the director of Anning City's Education Bureau. Even if the principals here were to face this, it would be extremely challenging. After all, in our remote 4th or 5th tier city, having a 2nd tier strength is already considered impressive. Everyone nodded in agreement. Such a formidable and overpowered boss being defeated twice was a testament to the strength of the dragon race. It seems that no matter how complex the exam questions set by Yama might be, they can't compare to Qin Fan's dragon. Lu Jinliang continued, overpowered, that's my evaluation of this dragon, and also of Qin Fan, who managed to form a pact with it. The principals and teachers present were deep in discussion. They realized that while the dragon was indeed powerful, Qin Fan, who could tame such a strong creature and have it obey him, was even more remarkable. It's known that even the legendary 100-level beast tamers only form equal alliances with sub-dragon species, not master pet contracts. A record time of 12 minutes and 56 seconds. Plus, all scores are SSS level. Lu Bin declared solemnly, there's no need to look further. The top scorer of Nanzhou province this year is undoubtedly him. Everyone nodded in agreement, especially Luo Yang and Zhao Li, who couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who would have thought that the small city of Anning would break the historical record for the vocational exam and produce a genuine provincial top scorer? This was the best result Anning City had achieved in decades. While everyone was celebrating, Lu Bin reminded them, remember to keep this confidential. The recording of Qin Fan's exam and his success in forming a contract with a true top-tier dragon must not be leaked. Anyone who dares to leak it will face my wrath. His gaze, filled with killing intent, swept across the room, and everyone shivered. This was no joke. Given the strict confidentiality of vocational information in the Dragon Kingdom, anyone leaking such information would indeed be pursued across the nation. As the principals discussed, Qin Fan inside the instance had already received abundant rewards. A golden beam descended from the sky, generating items in its light. Scanning them with his appraisal eye, the reward details immediately appeared before him. Suro, how much experience did you gain? Qin Fan asked softly. I got 50,000 experience points, which is a lot. Suro replied joyfully. Qin Fan understood that the experience in this secret instance was distributed based on contribution. Although Suro didn't play a significant role in the breakthrough, she still met the minimum reward threshold of 50,000 experience points. Do you want any of these rewards? Qin Fan asked with a smile. Suro shook her head and declined. No, getting experience points and attribute rewards is already great. Plus, I got an excellent exam score. I'm satisfied, so these rewards should all go to you. She knew very well that without Qin Fan, not only would they fail to clear the level, but they wouldn't even have the courage to attempt the hell level difficulty, let alone claim any resources. Here, take this level 25 golden scepter. I don't need it anyway. Qin Fan said casually, handing the gleaming scepter to Su Ro. Su Ro's eyes widened as she covered her mouth with her small hand in shock. I can't accept this. It's too valuable. Indeed, a level 25 golden quality scepter was worth a fortune in the current market. In Anning City, where equipment was scarce, such a weapon could fetch a starting auction price of at least 80 million long coins. To an average family, it was an astronomical sum. As the team leader, I'm giving it to you. Just take it. Qin Fan insisted, tossing the scepter to Su Ro as if it were something trivial. Su Ro hurriedly caught it with care, and upon closer inspection, she was moved. The golden level equipment lived up to its reputation, with enchantment effects and intelligence attributes far surpassing her family's custom-made scepter. Thank you. Su Ro expressed her gratitude sincerely. Qin Fan waved it off and stuffed the remaining items into his internal storage space. All right, the exam's over. Time to head out. He grinned. Those big shots outside will be shocked. Su Ro joined in the laughter, her smile radiant and charming. Qin Fan thought to himself that having a beautiful companion in a dungeon really lifted the spirits. Just then, a small creature nestled in Qin Fan's arms, Xiao Jiu, poked its head out and let out a gao, as if seeking recognition. All right, I know you did most of the work. Tonight, we'll have roast piglet, roast lamb, and roast rabbit all lined up for you. Qin Fan chuckled, patting the little creature's head, as Xiao Jiu hummed contentedly. Outside, the magic teleportation array in the center of the plaza began to ripple. The crowd turned to see Qin Fan and Su Ro slowly materializing. Lu Bin, seated on the podium, was about to rise and speak with Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan had already sent Xiao Jiu back to his pet space. As a hidden class Dragon Tamer, his pet space was much larger than that of regular beast tamers, easily accommodating the massive size of dragon species. Just as Lu Bin was about to speak, the magic array fluctuated again. 5 battered figures suddenly appeared, with 2 of them collapsing unconscious immediately. Help! Someone! Help! Cried a priestess whose mana was depleted. The standby medical team rushed forward to assist. Qin Fan and Su Ro quietly observed the team that had chosen the hard difficulty. 2 frontline warriors covered in blood with shattered armor. The remaining 3 were a melee damage dealer, a ranged mage, and a priestess, barely maintaining the classic dungeon lineup. Suddenly, a desperate scream echoed from the screen. A mage attempting a solo run on normal difficulty had his legs crushed by a giant, stitched zombie. He frantically reached for a town portal scroll but was torn apart by the creature before he could use it. Blood splattered like rain as the zombie, along with the faces stitched onto its body, eagerly opened its mouth to savor the fresh meat. Su Ro's face turned pale as she covered her mouth, unable to believe what she had witnessed. A vibrant life had vanished right before everyone's eyes. The already terrified priestess, witnessing this, was reduced to tears, likely scarred with an indelible trauma. The principal and teachers on the stage silently observed the scene before them, their faces etched with sorrow. As educators, they mourned the loss of their students, yet they were helpless against the harsh reality of the career transition exam. On the distant front lines, countless career transition warriors face monsters far more terrifying and powerful than the enemies in the exam's secret realm. These principals and teachers had witnessed numerous live broadcasts of the exams over the years and had become accustomed to such scenes. Qin Fan also watched in silence, fully aware that anyone hoping to endure on the path of a career transformer must undergo such a brutal test. It was akin to when he risked his life battling a cat demon to obtain the divine fire jade marrow to hatch a dragon egg, uncertain if his beast affinity talent would work. If it didn't, he would have faced a life-and-death battle. As everyone was engulfed in silence, the magical teleportation array flickered continuously, and groups of examinees and solo candidates emerged one after another. To the surprise of those around, even the prodigious Ho Eboss stumbled out, looking disheveled. He had chosen the difficult level for the solo challenge. Oh my gosh, even Ho Eboss couldn't pass. This year's exam is insanely difficult. Look, Qin Fan and Su Ro came out before us. They must have failed too and had to retreat. Upon hearing these comments, the previously dejected Ho Eboss lifted his head and fixed his gaze on Qin Fan and Su Ro. He slowly stood up and approached them, staring directly at Su Ro. Su Ro, Ho Eboss said in a low voice, I have to ask, do you regret it? I suggest you do what I did, retake the year, and team up with me for next year's dungeon. Sticking with this useless Dragon Tamer. You got eliminated, didn't you? He sneered as he spoke. Clearly, Ho Eboss mistakenly thought Qin Fan and Su Ro had also failed and exited early. At this moment, many other candidates who hadn't passed the assessment turned their attention to them. Those who had successfully passed were still battling in the secret realm, likely needing at least another hour to emerge. The difficulty of this year's exam had indeed surpassed everyone's expectations, with most candidates halted at the 4th stage, let alone the final one. Now, with Ho Eboss's disappointment in the exam, seeing Su Ro seemingly facing setbacks as well, he couldn't resist offering advice while throwing in a taunt. When Su Ro heard Ho Yiba's meaningless mocking words, the smile that had been on her face vanished instantly, replaced by an icy coldness. She stared at Ho Yiba with a look that was anything but friendly. Ho Yiba initially thought his words would hit Su Ro hard and make her regretful, but he didn't expect her attitude to turn so cold. This reaction only reinforced his belief that Su Ro's results must also be unsatisfactory, otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way. Just as Ho Yiba was about to say something more, he suddenly noticed the principal and teachers on the podium coming down. Even the chief examiner, who exuded a powerful sword aura, was walking over with a broad smile. This scene left Ho Yiba stunned. He couldn't understand what was happening or why every principal and teacher had such a joyful expression. Could it be because of him? Ho Yiba began to doubt. He recalled that he had failed and exited midway through the 5th level, without even seeing the final boss. Yet now, the teachers and principals were smiling as they approached him. Could it be that the exam was so difficult that, despite not clearing it, his current performance was enough to contend for the top spot in Anning City? As this influential group drew closer, Ho Yiba unconsciously straightened his back. The surrounding candidates watched in a daze, equally puzzled by what was unfolding. At that moment, with a buzz, 3 more figures were simultaneously teleported out. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and a proud-looking girl. From her attire and equipment, she appeared to be a member of a prominent family in Anning City. Seeing this, Ho Yiba's expression immediately turned sour. He hadn't expected Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang to team up, which was completely different from the prior agreement to tackle the difficult level exam dungeon solo. Noticing Ho Yiba's expression, Tian Jinming calmly explained, "Sorry, before going in, I assessed the exam master's usual style. Even at the difficult level, we might not have been able to clear it alone. I didn't want to attempt the normal difficulty dungeon, so I teamed up with Xiong Shuang and Zhang Yu. It turned out to be the right decision. We successfully cleared the difficult level dungeon. If we had attempted it solo, we would have failed long ago." Tian Jinming's words carried a clear air of boastfulness, spoken loudly enough to flaunt in front of the other candidates who hadn't done well in the exam. Sure enough, the surrounding candidates immediately cast envious and jealous glances at Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Zhang Yu, showering them with praise. Some said Tian Jinming was not only capable but also smart, unlike the foolish Ho Yiba. Others predicted Tian Jinming would undoubtedly become the top scorer in Anning City, and that even the 3 top academies might recruit him, a rare occurrence over the years. Hearing these discussions, Ho Yiba became even more furious. He turned to Qin Fan and Su Ro, angrily saying, "It's all your fault, you useless person. If you hadn't taken Su Ro away, my team result would definitely not be worse than theirs." This brainless comment made Qin Fan frown. He had previously ignored them because he didn't take these so-called city-level prodigies seriously. But if they kept pestering him like flies, Qin Fan wouldn't hold back. After all, during the Wild Dungeon, he had mercilessly killed Zhuo Feng, Lu Qing, and Zhou Xian. If it weren't for the public setting now, Ho Yiba would have been killed countless times by him. Just then, the principal and teachers finally reached them. Seeing these influential figures, Ho Yiba's arrogant attitude slightly toned down, but inwardly he was very bitter. He thought they must be here to congratulate Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Zhang Yu on their excellent performance in the career transition exam. Tian Jinming and the others clearly thought the same, immediately stepping forward with smiles to greet them politely. "Greetings, examiners, principals, and teachers." The influential figures nodded slightly. The principal of number 3 high school walked up to Tian Jinming with a cheerful smile and asked, "Xiao Tian, you seem to have done quite well. By the way, can you tell us your completion score?" Tian Jinming was momentarily taken aback, thinking, didn't the principal watch the live broadcast? Or is he asking deliberately in front of everyone so I can announce my score and show off? Yes, that must be it. So, he replied with a seemingly humble tone, "Principal, the exam was incredibly difficult. Even with all our efforts, our final completion time was 22 minutes and 45 seconds, and our overall rating was only an A. I'm afraid I brought shame to number 3 high school." As soon as Tian Jinming finished speaking, the surrounding candidates erupted in awe and admiration. Someone exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing. An A rating. I only got AB rating on the easy level." Others asserted, "It seems our city's top scorer will definitely be one of them." Listening to these compliments, the expressions on Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang's faces grew even more smug. Ho Yiba, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth, nearly grinding them to pieces. Only Qin Fan, Su Ro, and the influential figures showed no sign of excitement or enthusiasm. Even the principal of the school, Tian Jinming, and Xiong Shuang attended merely nodded faintly, saying softly, "Not bad, indeed quite decent. Huh." When Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and others noticed the faint smiles on the faces of the big shots, they were taken aback. Even the compliments from the principal of 3rd high school felt somewhat perfunctory. Was this achievement not good enough? They had cleared the difficult level of the graduation exam dungeon as a team. That was considered top tier in Anning City, something no other candidate around could achieve, right? As they were puzzling over this, the chief examiner, Lu Bin, surrounded by an aura of terrifying swordsmanship, bypassed them and approached Qin Fan and Su Ro. To their astonishment, other principals and teachers followed suit, encircling Qin Fan and Su Ro. This scene left the surrounding candidates dumbfounded, and even Tian Jinming, Hoiba, and others stood frozen in place. They couldn't comprehend what these big shots were up to. In the next moment, under the shocked gaze of everyone, Lu Bin, the normally stern third-turn sword saint, unexpectedly broke into a highly satisfied smile. He patted Qin Fan heavily on the shoulder, saying, "Qin Fan, you did very well. Exceptionally well." Such a gesture was clearly the kind of appreciation an elder would show to a younger person they admire. But wasn't Qin Fan supposed to have failed the challenge? What had he done to deserve such praise? Tian Jinming and the others were thrown into a state of confused disbelief. The praise that should have been theirs was instead directed at Qin Fan. How was that fair? Lu Bin concluded with a meaningful reminder. All right, you two can go home and rest well. Just wait patiently for the results to be announced in 7 days. Also, keep it confidential. Qin Fan and Su Ro nodded in thanks and then left the examination hall under the bewildered and confused gazes of those around them. After Qin Fan left, Li Bin turned to Lu Jinliang and said meaningfully, "Director Lu, we shouldn't be stingy with this year's top scorer." Lu Jinliang immediately responded generously, "Rest assured on that point. The moment I saw the results, I had already prepared the rewards for the top scorer. The city's education bureau will award 2 A-grade universal skill books, 30 million dragon coins, a top-tier villa in Century Manor, and a set of level 20 purple grade armor to this year's city top scorer." At these words, everyone present was visibly shocked. The candidates exclaimed, "Oh my gosh! The city top scorer this year gets such incredible rewards? Especially those 2 A-grade universal skill books, which are priceless treasures." Lu Jinliang continued, "Of course, our local pharmaceutical companies, forging companies, real estate companies, car companies, and others will also offer generous rewards. Now, Examiner Lu, you should be satisfied, right?" These words once again left the candidates utterly astonished. It seemed the entire city's resources were being utilized to reward this year's city top scorer. Previous top scorers never received such treatment. Was it because this year's exam was particularly difficult, prompting such generous rewards for those who excelled? But this was overly generous. After all, this was a small 4th or 5th-tier city. Yet the rewards surpassed even those of major cities. It's said that even in 1st-tier cities, the reward for a city top scorer is only 1 A-grade universal skill book. Yet Anning City gritted its teeth and offered 2. Tian Jinming and Xiong Shuang were completely stunned, but soon they became excited. They speculated that the reason Examiner Lu went over to pat Qin Fan on the shoulder must be because of Su Ro. It was well known that although the Su family in Anning City was just a small family in the Dragon Kingdom, Su Ro's father had once saved the life of a 4th-turn expert. Because of this, Su Ro had received a gift from that expert, a 2nd-turn scroll for a song of praise singer. They believed that Examiner Lu's gesture was mainly to comfort Su Ro, thereby indirectly giving face to that 4th-turn expert. The city top scorer would still be one of them. Reflecting on his performance in the dungeon, Tian Jinming realized his output percentage was 5 higher than Xiong Shuang's. This made him feel confident that he could claim the title of city top scorer. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but grin, thinking to himself, "Awesome. Life couldn't be better. Once I become the city top scorer, I must propose to the Su family and marry Su Ro, and in the process, connect with that 4th-turn experts network. Then I'll have both connections and resources. Sweet." Xiong Shuang, seeing Tian Jinming smile, felt a wave of anxiety. He knew his output percentage wasn't as high as Tian Jinming's. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. So he approached his school principal and quietly asked, "Principal, do you think Tian Jinming will be the city top scorer?" The principal of 3rd High School shook his head with a laugh. "You silly kid. What a ridiculous question. How could Tian Jinming possibly be the city top scorer?" Hearing this, Xiong Shuang's eyes lit up with joy. He thought, if it's not Tian Jinming, then it must be me. However, the principal seemed to read his mind and added with a sigh, "Don't get your hopes up. You're not the city top scorer either." Xiong Shuang was completely dumbfounded. He walked back to Tian Jinming in a daze. Tian Jinming, still full of confidence, smiled as he looked at the other candidates around him. Seeing him so smug, Xiong Shuang couldn't stand it any longer. He pulled Tian Jinming aside and said, "All right, come here. I need to tell you something." Tian Jinming chuckled. "What's up? Are you jealous that I'm about to become the city top scorer and want me to share some of the rewards with you?" "No way." Xiong Shuang couldn't help but curse. "Damn it." Tian Jinming laughed. "See, you're getting all worked up." Xiong Shuang glared at him and said angrily, "Worked up my ass. Neither of us is the city top scorer. Do you know how ridiculous you look with that smug face? Tian Jinming was taken aback, asking incredulously, What? It's not us? After leaving the exam hall, Qin Fan said goodbye to Su Ro. She initially wanted to invite him for dinner, but the fierce look from the small dragon peeking out from his collar quickly changed her mind. She knew all too well how formidable this little creature could be and dared not provoke it, despite her growing fondness for Qin Fan. Instead of heading straight home, Qin Fan made his way to the largest meat market in Anning City. Amidst the astonished gazes of the vendors, he purchased 20 magical antelopes, 20 Xinjing black-haired pigs, and 20 unicorn demon rabbits. Although these weren't wild, their meat was tender and delicious, surpassing that of wild game. This was thanks to the rapid development of magical technology in recent years and the merging of reality with gaming, which had significantly advanced animal husbandry. After handling the meat, Qin Fan stored it in his storage ring and also picked up a professional barbecue grill. Back at the orphanage, he started grilling the meat to the cheers of the children. Xiao Jiao, the little dragon, emerged from Qin Fan's embrace, instantly capturing the children's attention with its adorable sounds. Brother Qin Fan, what is this? It's so cute. Brother Qin Fan, can I play with it? Wow, it's so cute. Can I pet it? The children flocked around Xiao Jiao. To Qin Fan's surprise, the little dragon didn't mind at all. It proudly enjoyed the children's affectionate touches. Perhaps it sensed the children's pure goodwill. Nearby, the caretaker, known as Amma, watched with a smile. She didn't ask about Qin Fan's exam results. She never had high expectations for the children, preferring to give them ample freedom as long as they stayed out of trouble. Once everyone was full and satisfied, Xiao Jiao contentedly snuggled back into Qin Fan's embrace, purring softly. Qin Fan took it to his room and began to review the rewards he had received from today's exams. First were the experience points, attribute points, and skill points. The 150,000 experience points propelled Qin Fan from level 18 to level 22, while Xiao Jiao advanced from level 10 to 12. This was accompanied by a significant boost in their four-dimensional attributes. Next was the Tomb Raider King title, which granted an additional 15 points in strength, 15 points in wisdom, and a 15 increase in movement speed. While not extraordinary, the cumulative effect of title attributes was a noteworthy enhancement. The Yinfeng set was a level 20 purple grade armor set, consisting of shoulder guards, a belt, and leg guards. Each piece provided 5 strength, 30 stamina, and a 15 increase in attack speed, casting speed, or movement speed. The set effect offered a 10 reduction in all damage when hit. Though not as impressive as the system-rewarded Swift Wind set, it was still a decent acquisition. Qin Fan contemplated selling this set for dragon coins to support the orphanage. He also began preparing for his upcoming study tour, hoping to manage all the orphanage affairs and lighten Amma's load before he left. Lastly, there was the Tyrant Corpse's enchantment orb, which could add the Dominion effect to a weapon, increasing the user's strength by 15. Such percentage-based enchantments were quite valuable. The braid material, the Tyrant Corpse's heart, could be used to refine a rare poison pill. Overall, the greatest gain from this Secret Realm adventure was the extraordinary amount of experience points. Both Qin Fan and Xiao Jiao saw tremendous improvements in their attributes. Qin Fan carefully reviewed his updated attribute panel. Name, Qin Fan. Age, 18. Level, 22. Profession, Dragon Master. Talent, Beast Affinity SSS, Culinary Expertise E. Strength, 700 Wisdom, 700 Stamina, 600 Agility, 600. Professional Skills, Dragon Mastery S, Bloodline Fusion SSS, Grudge Mark B, Dragon Frenzy B, Dragon Claw Strike B, Fire Dragon Bullet B, Dragon Pet, Blazing Sacred Dragon Endless Fire. Name, Ingju. Nickname, Xiao Jiao. Gender, female. Age, less than a month. Level, 12. Attributes, Strength 2200 Wisdom, 2200 Stamina, 2100 Agility, 2100. Xiao Jia's growth was the most remarkable, with a total increase of 4,000 points in her attributes. Qin Fan couldn't help but marvel. This is incredible. When Xiao Jia reaches level 30 and enters her growth phase, her power will be even more terrifying. And the system task rewards haven't been distributed yet. They'll be awarded after the official exam results are released. I'm truly on my way to becoming unstoppable. Resting on Qin Fan's chest, Xiao Jiao seemed to sense her master's amazement and let out a delighted little laugh. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this particular morning, the air in Anning City was filled with tension and anticipation. Parents, with anxious expressions, sat with their children in front of computers, eyes glued to the screen. As the clock struck 9, the official website of the Anning City Education Bureau was about to release the college entrance exam results. This day was eagerly awaited not only by Anning City, but also by students and parents across the country. For ordinary families, whether their child could secure a place in a prestigious university represented a turning point for their future. Since the fusion of games and reality and the onset of the Great Catastrophe, career changers have become a force highly valued by governments worldwide. Industries related to these career changers such as high school teachers specializing in career changes, adventure guild training mentors, and practical combat instructors have all become lucrative and popular professions. Many ordinary families hoped their children could gain admission to a top combat academy, ensuring a promising career in these coveted fields. Furthermore, if one could secure a position at a university, the future would be even brighter. Hence, the results day of the college entrance exam naturally became a nationwide focal point. Qin Fan, however, was not waiting in front of the computer for the results. Over the past 7 days, he had been preparing for an upcoming study trip. During this time, he contacted Su Ro, asking her to use her family's connections to find reliable new staff for the orphanage. Just then, Qin Fan's phone rang. On the other end, Su Ro's excited voice exclaimed, "Qin Fan, the results are out. You're the top scorer. You're the provincial champion of Nanzhou." Qin Fan responded calmly, "And what about you? How did you do?" "Thanks to you, I did very well too, among the top 20 in the province. I'm sure I can apply to one of the top 5 universities." Su Ro gratefully acknowledged, "Without you, I wouldn't have achieved such a good result." Su Ro's words were not an exaggeration. In the exam, she only applied some buff skills to Qin Fan, but it was his outstanding performance that significantly boosted the team's overall score, earning her such an excellent comprehensive evaluation. "Congratulations. Which university are you planning to apply to?" Qin Fan asked. Su Ro didn't answer directly but instead asked, "What about you? Where are you applying?" "I'm likely going to choose Dongling Academy," Qin Fan replied. The top 5 universities are Dongling Academy, Fengtian Academy, Shangchuan Academy, Nanyun Academy, and Yaoxing Academy. Ordinarily, Qin Fan would be expected to choose Nanyun Academy, located in Nanzhou Province. However, Nanyun Academy does not specialize in training combat professions, but focuses on secondary professions. In this world, professions are categorized into lifestyle, enhancement, and combat types. Combat professions hold the highest status and are further divided into offensive and support roles. Lifestyle and enhancement professions are collectively known as secondary professions, such as chefs, enchanters, blacksmiths, and alchemists. Nanyun Academy is a top institution specializing in these secondary professions, with several world-renowned master-level secondary profession deans. It's worth noting that Nanyun Academy, as a premier institution for secondary professions, is financially robust and bases its admissions not on career change exam scores, but on whether the awakened talents are suitable for secondary professions. This is why Qin Fan chose Dongling Academy over Nanyun Academy. "My dad wants me to go to Fengtian Academy." Su Ro's tone noticeably dropped. Qin Fan consoled her, "That's not bad either. Fengtian Academy has strong overall capabilities. You'll learn a lot there too." What Su Ro didn't say was, "I actually want to apply to the same school as you." She kept her promise by not revealing Qin Fan's secret of having a dragon companion to anyone, not even to her father. Moreover, apart from the scores, other information about candidates is strictly confidential. The public only knew Qin Fan as the top scorer, but his combat footage was kept strictly confidential by the Stadia rule that applied to all candidates. "Don't forget to go to school tomorrow. Recruiters from the top universities will be there in person," Su Ro gently reminded him before hanging up, feeling a bit downhearted. Qin Fan didn't mind too much. It was normal for Su Ro to choose Fengtian Academy. After all, it's located in the capital of Longhua, bustling with talent and influence, which would greatly benefit the future development of the Su family. Maybe one day, Su Ro might even marry into a prominent family. These were not Qin Fan's concerns. He simply appreciated that Su Ro, despite being a wealthy heiress, lacked the typical arrogance and was polite, making her a pleasant friend. If she had chosen the same university, they could have teamed up in the future. But since they were going their separate ways, so be it. While Qin Fan was pondering what to have for dinner, the system's notification suddenly sounded. "Congratulations to the host for outstanding performance in the Career Change College Entrance Exam, securing the top spot in Nanzhou Province. Based on the host's overall performance, the system's challenge task has been overachieved. Now, the corresponding rewards will be issued to the host." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's eyes lit up instantly, sweeping away all his previous thoughts. The long-awaited system rewards were finally here. Ding! A series of generous rewards suddenly appeared before Qin Fan, making his eyes widen in disbelief. Strength Dragon Language Magic Skill Book. Roar of the Flame Dragon, 200 skill points, 200 free attribute points. Strength Talent, Extraordinary Healing, level 20 Gold Tier Staff. Blazing Flame Staff, Strength Dragon Pet Skill. Divine Firefall, Title, Dragon's Majesty, Strength Heavenly Treasure, Celestial Fire Essence. As Qin Fan silently repeated these rewards to himself, a wave of ecstasy surged through his heart. He couldn't help but pinch his cheek to ensure he wasn't dreaming. "All strength rewards," Qin Fan exclaimed, recalling the apprehension he felt when he first took on this challenging task. Back then, he didn't even have a dragon, yet he aimed to become the top scholar in the city. To his surprise, not only did he complete the task, but he also emerged as the top scholar in the province. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fan began to carefully examine each reward. First were the 3 strength skill talents. Roar of the Flame Dragon is a powerful AoE skill that inflicts massive burning damage on enemies. Extraordinary Healing is a life-saving skill, allowing any injury to heal rapidly as long as it's not instant death. Divine Firefall is Xiaoju's exclusive skill, enabling it to launch wide-scale bombardments on ground targets from the sky. Next was the Blazing Flame Staff, a level 20 gold-tier equipment. Qin Fan carefully read its attributes and effects, feeling secretly delighted. This staff, forged from the spine of a Sky Flame Dragon, not only significantly boosts the power of fire spells, but also forms a protective shield of fire, making it the ultimate weapon for explosive flame mages. Finally, there was the Celestial Fire Essence, the Dragon's Majesty title, and other rewards. The Celestial Fire Essence is a heavenly treasure containing pure fire energy, deadly to ordinary people but greatly beneficial to Xiaoju. The Dragon's Majesty title directly enhances Qin Fan's attributes and skill damage. After tallying all the rewards, Qin Fan closed his eyes and, with a thought, transferred all the skill book information instantly into his and Xiaoju's minds. He then took out the Celestial Fire Essence, and Xiaoju immediately chirped excitedly. Qin Fan smiled and handed the bottle to it. "Here you go, little glutton." Xiaoju eagerly grabbed the bottle, expertly uncorked it, and tipped it back. The liquid, capable of burning through an ordinary person's throat, went down Xiaoju's throat like a regular drink, and it finished it in no time. After gulping down the heavenly fire essence, Xiaoju let out a long, satisfied burp. Qin Fan was astonished to see the little dragon's eyes grow drowsy, while its scales and the divine fire patterns on its chest became increasingly radiant, flickering with intense fiery light. At this moment, Xiaoju resembled a child who had accidentally consumed strong liquor, swaying drunkenly. Realizing the potency of the heavenly fire essence far exceeded that of the divine fire jade marrow, Qin Fan decided to let Xiaoju rest. He gently cradled the little dragon, feeling its warm, comforting heat. Xiaoju obediently snuggled into a cozy position in his arms and fell into a deep sleep, beginning to absorb the powerful energy within. Qin Fan knew that once Xiaoju awakened, its abilities would surely see another significant boost. While Qin Fan was focused on tending to the dragon, a storm was brewing outside. When people saw the name Qin Fan at the top of the results list, they were wide-eyed with disbelief. "No way. Qin Fan is the top scorer in Nanzhou province. I've never even heard of this name before. 862 points. That's 200 more than the second place. Unbelievable. I heard he cleared the hell-level exam dungeon in a team and could possibly score over 930 alone." Suddenly, Qin Fan's name exploded across Nanzhou province. Countless people began frantically searching for his background and personal information. Enterprises in Anning City quickly sprang into action, as they all recognized this rare dragon master who was once dismissed as a waste. Various companies made their announcements. Ling Shui Alchemy Company. "We're gifting 3 sets of rare-grade medicinal herbs to the new provincial top scorer." Tianhao Real Estate. "We're offering a luxurious villa, the most expensive in Anning City, free of charge." Some even proposed marriage alliances. Does Qin Fan have a partner? If not, we're willing to offer our daughter in marriage. Reporters were not to be outdone, flocking to interview Qin Fan's classmates. These classmates found themselves in awkward positions, never expecting that the waste they once mocked would become someone they now looked up to. The reporters were especially thrilled when Su Ro, the eldest daughter of the Su family and Qin Fan's teammate, agreed to an interview. Reporter: "Miss Su Ro, what do you think of Qin Fan?" Su Ro: "I'm not qualified to evaluate him, but my impression of him is summed up in 2 words. Powerful." Reporter: "As a dragon master, Qin Fan becoming the top scorer, does it mean he successfully bonded with a dragon pet?" Su Ro: "I'm not sure about that. You should ask Qin Fan directly." Reporter: "Do you have feelings for Qin Fan? Do you think you might end up together?" Su Ro: "I do have feelings, but whether we end up together depends on fate." As this interview aired on television, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Ho Yibo sat at home, their faces dark with embarrassment. They recalled their mockery of Qin Fan during the exams and now felt utterly ashamed. They couldn't accept this reality, but reality was indifferent to their acceptance. Meanwhile, the phone at the principal's office of First High School was ringing off the hook. Each call excited Principal Luo Yang, as they were from the admissions offices of the nation's top 20 combat universities. They had arranged to visit First High School the next morning for recruitment activities, urging the principal to ensure Qin Fan's attendance. Upon hearing the news, Qin Fan agreed to attend the recruitment fair the following day. Such events were typically reserved for the top 100 students in the province. The fact that Nanzhou province's top scorer was a dragon master piqued everyone's curiosity. Did he really manage to bond with a dragon pet? I only know that the principal asked us to do everything possible to get Qin Fan to choose our school. Funny enough, our leaders said the same. It seemed that the star-slaying sword saint had indeed kept Qin Fan's dragon bonding a well-guarded secret. The next morning, as the sun began to rise, Qin Fan stepped out of the orphanage to find a car waiting patiently. The door opened, and his homeroom teacher, Zhao Li, emerged with a broad smile. Good morning, Qin Fan. Congratulations on becoming the top scorer in the Nanzhou Provincial College entrance exam. Zhao Li exclaimed warmly, pride shining in his eyes. Normally, this place would be swarmed by media eager to interview the provincial top scorer. However, under the strict orders of Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning City Education Bureau, all media were prohibited from disturbing Qin Fan. At this moment, only Zhao Li had come to personally pick up the student who made him so proud. Zhao Li was filled with excitement, never imagining that his class would produce a top provincial scorer. He felt a surge of gratitude, as though he had hit the jackpot. Qin Fan quietly got into the car, and the two headed to the school. Throughout the journey, Zhao Li occasionally glanced at Qin Fan, his admiration for the student growing stronger. Upon arriving at the school, Qin Fan immediately became the center of attention. The admiring gazes of younger students followed him, accompanied by whispers. Look, that's Senior Qin Fan. Wow, he's quite handsome. I can't believe a Dragon Tamer won the top scorer title in our Nanzhou province. Did he really manage to contract a dragon pet? That's incredible. Amidst the flurry of discussions, Qin Fan remained calm and composed, showing neither arrogance nor disdain. Zhao Li, observing this from a distance, nodded approvingly, deeply impressed by Qin Fan's poise. Impressive, not arrogant or impetuous. Zhao Li thought. It's rare to see a young person remain so grounded in such circumstances. Having witnessed Qin Fan's exam performance firsthand, Zhao Li knew just how talented and exceptional this student was. Qin Fan was the first in the history of Longhua to successfully contract a high-level dragon species as a Dragon Tamer feat never accomplished before. While others had contracted dragons, they were beast tamers and dealt with lower-tier dragons. Zhao Li even believed that Qin Fan had surpassed countless peers and could be considered the foremost among the younger generation. Despite possessing such a powerful dragon pet and immense strength, Qin Fan remained humble and composed, a quality Zhao Li greatly admired. Under Zhao Li's guidance, Qin Fan was led to the school's largest and most luxurious conference room. As he entered, he found it packed to capacity. Seated around the conference table were 19 teachers, both male and female, exuding a formidable presence. Qin Fan discreetly used his appraisal skill and was surprised to find most teachers were above level 50, their aura exceptional. These were the top 20 university admissions officers Zhao had mentioned. In addition to these highly competent admissions officers, there were familiar faces: Su Rou, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, Hoiba, and other top students from various high schools. These students had also performed outstandingly in the exams and were naturally on the special recruitment lists of various universities. Notably, each teacher was accompanied by 2 or 3 university students. This was common practice, as university teachers often traveled with students who could earn some credits in the process. As Qin Fan, with his impressive demeanor, entered the conference room, the reactions were varied. The admissions officer's eyes lit up with intense interest, as if they had discovered a rare gem. Su Rou's eyes sparkled as she approached Qin Fan to greet him. Meanwhile, Tian Jinming, Xiong Shuang, and Hoiba's expressions turned slightly sullen. After a quick glance at Qin Fan, they averted their eyes, regretful of their past attitudes towards him. The university students accompanying the admissions officers looked at Qin Fan with curiosity, eager to see the provincial top scorer up close. Qin Fan finally arrived at the event. Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning Education Bureau, sat in the center with a satisfied smile on his face. As a leading figure in Anning's education sector, he was well aware of the significance of this national top-tier university recruitment event and naturally took it upon himself to personally welcome the participants. Lu Jinliang stood up and warmly approached Qin Fan, shaking his hand as he said, "Come, let me introduce you." He looked around and pointed to each of the teachers present. "This is Teacher Yuan from Dongling Academy, Teacher He Yalan from Fengtian Academy, Teacher Shueshang from Shengchuan Academy, Teacher Qiu Qingla from Yaoxing Academy, and Teacher Zhang Shan from Xinyang Academy." Lu Jinliang meticulously introduced each teacher to Qin Fan. Qin Fan politely greeted each teacher, making a mental note of these representatives from the nation's top 20 prestigious universities. It is worth mentioning that Nanyun Academy, known for specializing in secondary careers, did not send a representative. This was not out of disregard for Qin Fan, but rather due to its unique educational focus. Once the introductions were complete, Lu Jinliang smiled and said, "All right, I, the old guy, won't say much more. Teachers, this is Qin Fan, the top scorer of the latest vocational entrance exam in Nanzhou province. How you persuade him to choose your school is up to your abilities." With that, Lu Jinliang returned to his seat and leisurely sipped his tea. As soon as Lu Jinliang finished speaking, a female teacher immediately stood up. She was a representative from the admissions office of Bingling Academy, ranked 15th nationwide. She softly began, Qin Fan, I believe you understand why we are all here to win over the top scorer of the vocational exam. If you choose Bingling Academy, we offer an annual scholarship of 20 million long coins, an A-level general skill book, and a B-level experience resource as a reward. As soon as the female teacher finished speaking, a middle-aged teacher with a large belly interjected with a laugh, haha, isn't Bingling Academy being a bit stingy? This is the top scorer in the Nanzhou Province College entrance exam, and a Dragon Master at that. Even though we haven't seen the exam video yet, the principal must have instructed us to recruit this top scorer. Why not consider Qin Fan as the first ever Dragon Master to successfully contract with a dragon? Bingling Academy's offer doesn't match his worth. Our Tianwu Academy is willing to double that offer. Upon hearing this, a gasp echoed through the meeting room. The top students present exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. A threefold offer, 60 million dragon coins and scholarships annually, 3 A-level universal skill books, and 3 B-level experience resources. Such terms were already considered extremely generous in the current resource-scarce environment. In previous years, such an offer would have been enough to entice the provincial top scorer, let alone a city-level one. The female teacher from Bingling Academy's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and she closed her mouth with a hint of frustration. She knew full well that she had no chance of recruiting this Nanzhou province top scorer, and had just been going through the motions. However, she also understood that the chubby teacher from Tianwu Academy wouldn't be able to recruit Qin Fan either. The reason was simple. The truly powerful top 5 academies hadn't spoken yet. With Nanyun Academy absent, only 4 top academy admissions officers were present. At this moment, they continued to sip their tea calmly, not rushing to make their offers, appearing unusually composed. Clearly, they held even more enticing offers in their hands. Zhou Qingla, a teacher from Yaoxing Academy, chuckled and said, haha, Tianwu Academy's offer is indeed impressive, but it's still not quite enough to secure this top scorer. Let me raise it a bit for Yaoxing Academy, double what Tianwu Academy is offering. Before he could finish, Yuan from Dongling Academy interrupted. Alright, Teacher Chiu, let's not drag this out. We're here to recruit the top scorer, not to bid in an auction. I'll state Dongling Academy's offer directly. 100 million dragon coins and scholarships annually, 3 A-level Dragon Master Profession skill books, and 1 A-level experience resource. Additionally, Dongling Academy will cover all of Qin Fan's equipment needs until he reaches level 50. With these words, the entire meeting room erupted. Faces changed drastically as everyone gasped. The 100 million dragon coin scholarship was impressive enough, but the key was those 3 A-level Dragon Master Profession skill books and 1 A-level experience resource. It's important to note that the Dragon Master is an extremely rare profession, and high-level skill books are incredibly scarce. This offer transcended monetary value. Under such terms, the other teachers who intended to make offers fell silent. The teachers from Shangchuan Academy and Yaoxing Academy exchanged glances and tacitly refrained from speaking further. It wasn't out of stinginess on their part. They simply couldn't produce 3 A-level Dragon Master Profession skill books. The secret realms controlled by their academies hadn't yielded Dragon Master Profession skill books. Dongling Academy could make such an offer because they recently acquired a level 50 secret realm dungeon, the Toxic Dragon's Nest, which could potentially yield Dragon Master Profession skill books upon completion. Seeing the others cease their bidding, Yuan smiled and turned to Qin Fan. Qin Fan, what's your decision? Just as Qin Fan was about to speak, a clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out, 200 million dragon coins and scholarships annually, 1 level Dragon Master Profession skill book, and 1 level Universal skill book, 3 A-level experience resources, and the Dragon Spirit Secret Realm. Qin Fan, this is our academy's offer. Everyone turned in surprise to see that it was the exquisitely beautiful teacher He Yalan speaking, representing Fengtian Academy. As her words echoed, the entire meeting room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone in the conference room was visibly moved. The terms offered by teacher He Yalan left everyone present utterly astonished. Lu Jinliang, the director of the Anning Education Bureau, twitched slightly, and the admissions officers from other schools were left speechless. The group of university students' faces changed dramatically as they began to whisper to each other. Hiss. This, my goodness. These terms are outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Fengtian Academy is willing to pay such a high price just to recruit the top student in the province. Although Fengtian Academy is known for its abundant educational resources and generous offers, giving Qin Fan direct access to the Longling Secret Realm was truly astonishing. Upon hearing teacher He Yalan's proposal, Qin Fan felt an intense inner turmoil. Originally inclined towards choosing Dongling Academy, he was now completely swayed. The Longling Secret Realm. It's one of Fengtian Academy's major sources of wealth. As a transmigrant, Qin Fan was already familiar with the information about the top academies. The Longling's secret realm of Fengtian Academy is rich in a treasure called Dragon Spirit Grass, which is not only food for young dragonlings, but also a valuable alchemy ingredient. Many beast tamers who have contracted low-level dragons are willing to pay a hefty price for it. It was unexpected that Fengtian Academy would be so generous as to offer this lucrative resource directly to Qin Fan. Student Qin Fan, I would like to hear your answer. Yalan's eyes were fixed intently on Qin Fan, eagerly awaiting his response. Just as Qin Fan was tempted, a familiar system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a school selection dilemma, now triggering a benefit task. Task content. Please choose a school, and you will receive a corresponding reward. Choose Dongling Academy, and receive a top-tier spiritual weapon, the Spirit Dragon Armor. Choose Shengchuan Academy, and receive 3 Shrank Dragon Tamer skill books. Choose Yaoxing Academy, and receive an S-Rank talent. Choose Fengtian Academy, and receive a random dragon egg. The unexpected task at hand left Qin Fan momentarily stunned. His once resolute decision to choose Dongling Academy was suddenly shaken. Taking a deep breath, Qin Fan slowly spoke. My choice is Fengtian Academy. With those words, the tense atmosphere in the conference room immediately eased. The teachers from other academies exchanged wry smiles, realizing they were unprepared and hadn't anticipated Fengtian Academy offering such generous term ceding an entire secret realm to the top student of Nanzhou province. This decision would undoubtedly cause a stir in academic circles. Yalan's face lit up with a radiant smile, barely containing her urge to cheer. As the niece and vice dean of Fengtian Academy's principal, she understood the value of Qin Fan, the first Dragon Tamer to successfully contract with a high-ranking dragon. She had watched the confidential video with the principal the previous day, and, shocked by what she saw, the principal had immediately dispatched her to recruit Qin Fan to Fengtian Academy at all costs. It was clear that the principals of other top academies had also seen the video and issued similar directives. However, the admissions officers underestimated the situation and lacked the necessary authority, allowing Yalan to seize the opportunity. Her offer was astounding. An S-level professional skill book, an S-level general skill book, and the invaluable Dragon Spirit's secret realm. Yalan smiled and said, Welcome to Fengtian Academy, Qin Fan. I will personally come to pick you up in a week, so please be prepared. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Nearby, Tian Jiming, Xiong Shuang, Hoiba, and others were enviously grinding their teeth but were powerless to change the outcome. Su Rou, on the other hand, looked at Qin Fan with admiration and awe in her eyes. As the other teachers were about to shift their focus to other students, Yalan turned to Su Rou. Su Rou, are you interested in joining Fengtian Academy? I can offer you 3 A-level priest skill books, along with 3 level experience resources. This proposal elicited gasps and complaints from the other teachers, but Su Rou accepted it with delight, sneaking a glance at the contemplative Qin Fan. At this moment, Qin Fan was checking the rewards in his system's Storagia random dragon egg. He couldn't determine what level of dragon this dark egg might hatch into and decided to set it aside for now. Just as Qin Fan was about to speak, suddenly Gao, a fiery red little head popped out from his collar, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Already captivating as the top exam scorer, Qin Fan now became the undeniable center of attention. The sudden appearance of a little fiery red head left everyone in the room wide-eyed. Silence fell over the conference room as all eyes fixated on the unmistakable sight of dragon. Holy crap! Is that a dragon? Someone exclaimed, breaking the silence. No way. He actually managed to contract a dragon. Another voice quivered in disbelief. Students stood up, craning their necks for a better look. Even the admissions officers leaned forward, eyes wide with astonishment. The little dragon, sensing the attention, gazed back with proud, round eyes, defiantly meeting the stares. Qin Fan initially intended to push the dragon's head back down, but on second thought, he realized that news of successfully contracting with the dragon race would eventually come out. There was no need to keep it secret any longer. More importantly, with the little dragon by his side, he felt confident in his safety unless facing a third-turn powerhouse. So, he let the dragonling stare back at the teachers. Rawr! The little dragon suddenly let out a warning cry, surprisingly adorable, which instead of frightening the audience, triggered a wave of good-natured laughter. I suddenly regret it. You inside, and the other teachers, watching the little dragon's bravado, shared a similar look of regret. No wonder Yalan offered such high terms. Someone realized, even going so far as to leverage a resource secret realm to win over this top student. It turns out this dragon master really contracted a dragonling. The teachers scrutinized the little dragon, feeling the sacred and majestic aura it exuded. This is definitely not the demeanor of a lower-tier dragon. One teacher murmured, it must be an upper-tier dragon. Everyone marveled at the revelation that the legendary upper-tier dragons could be so adorable in their youth. However, if Qin Fan and Yalan knew their thoughts, they would likely respond with a cold laugh. Adorable? they probably hadn't seen the little dragon display its sky-shaking power. At that moment, they would feel despair, not cuteness. In the province of Nanzhou, nestled within the Congfeng Mountains, lies a picturesque area that's both a natural wonder and a private resource owned by a prestigious family. Beneath a cascading white waterfall, an 18-year-old young man sits cross-legged, allowing the rushing water to batter his body. His muscular physique, marked with scars, and his rugged, square face exude a wild aura. He emanates a fierce presence, akin to a beast lying in wait. On the riverbank, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a suit, quietly approaches. He bows respectfully, standing silently aside, careful not to disturb the young man's training. Time passes slowly, nearly 2 hours drift by. Suddenly, a towering creature, the size of 3 to 4 meters, bursts from the dense underbrush, a demon-patterned giant tiger. This fearsome level 28 magical beast charges at the meditating young man with its jaws wide open. Yet, the young man remains unmoved in the face of this sudden peril. In that critical moment, the sound of thunder and lightning erupts from beneath the waterfall surface. In an instant, brilliant lightning envelopes the entire water surface, engulfing the attacking demon-patterned giant tiger. The beast, which would terrify many seasoned adventurers, is paralyzed and rendered unconscious by the violent thunder, its massive body plummeting from the air. With a splash, the water breaks open, revealing the enormous head of a dragon covered in white scales that emerges and devours the demon-patterned giant tiger whole. Then, a majestic white dragon, towering several dozen meters high, surfaces, revealing its full form. In the sunlight, its white scales gleam with a cold, hard sheen, and its powerful claws seem capable of tearing through anything. Most astonishingly, this dragon possesses 4 snow-white wings and is surrounded by thunder, signifying its extraordinary lineage, a 4-winged storm dragon, a rare breed with both wind and thunder attributes. Xiao Bai sit. The young man in the waterfall speaks in a deep voice. Astonishingly, the massive 4-winged storm dragon obediently complies, sitting down with a thud. Then, it emits a dazzling white light, rapidly shrinking to the size of a kitten, transforming into an adorable little dragon. This is the dragon race's unique ability to change forms, and this 4-winged storm dragon has 4 forms: a balanced normal state with both wind and thunder attributes, a storm form, a thunderstorm form, and the current pet form. The little dragon, named Xiao Bai, chirps and flaps its wings, flying to the young man's side. The young man stands up, walks out of the waterfall, and approaches the riverbank, accepting a towel from the elder. "Young Master Bai," the elder says respectfully, "in a few days, it will be time for you to head to the Feng Tian Academy. The master asked me to inform you to prepare your belongings." The young man, known as Young Master Bai, is Bai Wushuang, a level 25 beast tamer and the eldest son of the Bai family, with a strong potential to become the future heir. He is highly esteemed because he is one of the few beast tamers in the world who owns a dragon-type beast companion. In this world, dragons are classified into 5 levels: earth dragons, flying dragons, sub-dragons, great dragons, and sacred dragons. It's rumored that above sacred dragons lies the mythical divine dragon, though no one has ever witnessed one. Even globally, beast tamers who can contract with flying dragons are exceedingly rare, and those who succeed with sub-dragons number fewer than 5. As for great dragons and sacred dragons, no one has been able to master them. Thus, Bai Wushuang's future is limitless. Barring any unforeseen events, he is destined to become one of the strongest beast tamers. "All right, I understand. I'll get my things ready," Bai Wushuang replies calmly. After drying his hair and getting dressed, he casually asks, "Who is this year's top scholar in Nanzhou province? Is it Lin Xiuling?" Lin Xiuling, a renowned prodigy in Nanzhou province, is a dark sorceress. During Bai Wushuang's first and second years of high school, she was his formidable rival. Afterward, Bai Wushuang acquired the rare 4-winged wind thunder dragon egg. To successfully hatch and bond with this dragon pet, he embarked on a perilous journey to the Congfeng Mountains, fully supported by his family. After enduring countless hardships, he finally unearthed a rare A-grade natural treasure known as wind thunder essence deep within the mountains. However, this valuable wind thunder essence came at a steep cost, for the Bai family. 7 level 50 class changers lost their lives during the mission. The tragedy occurred when a ferocious level 60 guardian beast suddenly appeared and launched a brutal attack as they entered the core area of the Congfeng Mountains. Although Bai Wushuang narrowly escaped with his life, he managed to return with the wind thunder essence, albeit in a battered state. Despite the heavy losses, Bai Wushuang ultimately succeeded in taming the 4-winged wind thunder dragon. Over the following year, he dedicated himself to training in the Congfeng Mountains, leveling up with his powerful dragon companion, and rapidly advancing his skills. Bai Wushuang was unfazed by missing the class change examination. In his view, possessing such a formidable dragon made the exam seem trivial. He was confident that with the power of the 4-winged wind thunder dragon, he could easily crush any opponent. More importantly, by successfully bonding with the dragon, Bai Wuxiang had already secured a special admission spot at one of the top 10 elite academies in Longhua, allowing him to bypass the class change exam entirely. Among the various prestigious academies, Bai Wuxiang chose Fengtian Academy, renowned for its abundant educational resources and talented individuals. He was convinced that there, he would embark on his unparalleled journey. With his four-winged wind thunder dragon, he was determined to obliterate any obstacles in his path. Whether it was Lin Xiuling or any other adversary, he would show no mercy in defeating them. As Bai Wuxiang was lost in his visions of future glory, an elderly white-haired servant softly reported to him, "Young Master Bai, the top student in the southern province is not Miss Lin Xiuling, but someone named Qin Fan." Qin Fan? Bai Wuxiang was taken aback, having never heard the name before. "What is his profession?" he asked, a hint of unease in his voice. The white-haired servant respectfully replied, "Young master, his profession is Dragon Tamer." Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxiang's expression froze. He stared intently at the servant, his voice trembling slightly. "Say that again. What is his profession?" The servant confirmed once more, "Young master, his profession is Dragon Tamer." Bai Wuxiang fell into a prolonged silence, his face a complex mix of emotions. The news of Qin Fan choosing the Fengtian Academy spread like wildfire across the internet. Many netizens speculated that this prodigy, who had claimed the top spot in Nanzhou province as a dragon master, must have contracted a powerful subdragon as his beast companion. After all, in the minds of ordinary people, a dragon or holy dragon-level entity is simply impossible for humans to contract. Nevertheless, everyone unanimously believed that as long as Qin Fan didn't meet an untimely end, he was destined to become a formidable force in the future. Over the next 3 days, Qin Fan was incredibly busy. Besides packing his belongings, he had to ensure the well-being of the orphanage's caretakers and children. By the second day, his bank account was credited with 1 billion long coins, half of the scholarship promised by Fengtian Academy. In this world where the game of divine realms and reality merge into a career-changing universe, an 18-year-old billionaire is not unusual. As long as one displays enough talent and strength, a steady stream of funds will flow in. With this money, Qin Fan immediately set about improving the conditions of the orphanage. He not only moved the orphanage into a spacious compound, but also hired a team of level 20 career changers to provide preschool career guidance to the children, preparing them for future specialized education. By the following evening, Xiaojio finally awoke from its slumber. It had fully absorbed the grade divine medicine, heavenly fire essence, and Qin Fan could clearly sense the astonishing improvements in the young dragon. The system panel displayed, Dragon Pet, Blazing Holy Dragon, Master of Endless Fire. Name, Ingju. Nickname, Xiaojio. Gender, female. Age, less than a month old. Level, 15. Attributes, Strength 3000, Wisdom 3000, Constitution 3000, Agility 3000. Xiaojio's level had surged from level 12 to level 15, with its attributes reaching a perfectly balanced 3000 across the board. Due to the SS level skill bloodline fusion, Qin Fan inherited 20 of Xiaojio's attributes, bringing his own stats to an astonishing level. Strength, 850 Wisdom, 850 Constitution, 800 Agility, 800. Such figures are unheard of for a level 22 career changer worldwide, as Qin Fan is the only dragon master who successfully contracted a holy dragon-level dragon pet. Seeing Xiaojio awaken, Qin Fan retrieved a mysterious black dragon egg from his system storage, an award from the school selection process that could hatch a dragon of random rank. As soon as the dragon egg appeared, Xiaojio, who was enjoying Qin Fan's gentle strokes, suddenly became alert. Its golden eyes fixed on the egg, emitting a low warning growl. All right, Xiaojio. Don't worry, it's not an enemy." Qin Fan reassured with a smile, gently stroking Xiaojio's head. Xiaojio looked at Qin Fan with curiosity, then glanced at the egg, seemingly asking, "If it's not an enemy, then what is it?" It should be your future brother or sister," Qin Fan explained helplessly. "After all, I don't know what kind of dragon is inside either." Although Qin Fan had tried using his Dragon Master skills to tame the egg, every attempt ended in failure. Unlike the hints provided by the system when hatching Xiaojio, this mysterious dragon egg offered no information. Hearing it might be a future sibling, Xiaojio became excited. It fluttered its wings and joyfully flew to the egg's side, curiously inspecting this mysterious new member. Little Gio circled the mysterious black dragon egg, occasionally reaching out with its tiny paw to gently touch it. This behavior eased Qin Fan's worries, as he had been concerned that little Gio might reject the egg. Suddenly, little Gio wrapped its adorable dragon claws around the egg and let out a soft "gaw." Qin Fan, who shared a deep bond with little Gio, immediately understood its intention. It wanted to sleep with the mysterious dragon egg that night. Qin Fan found this both amusing and endearing, so he agreed to little Gio's request. Little Gio nestled the black egg beside Qin Fan's pillow, its purrs resembling those of a cat as it drifted into slumber. However, Neither Qin Fan nor Little Ju noticed that the shell of the dragon egg had begun to quietly peel away. In the stillness of the night, Qin Fan felt an intense chill in his sleep. Groggily, he realized it was as if a layer of frost had settled on his chest, enveloping him in an icy cavern. A few seconds later, he fully awoke. As he opened his eyes, he felt two distinct weights pressing on his chest, one scorching hot, the other ice cold. This strange sensation snapped him into full awareness. Looking down, he was astonished to find, alongside the fiery red Little Geo, an ice-blue baby dragon clinging to his chest. Scattered around the bed were fragments of the eggshell, no longer black, but a frosty ice-blue hue. Qin Fan instantly understood. The mysterious dragon egg had hatched overnight. At that moment, both Little Geo and the ice-blue dragon hatchling awoke. Golden red dragon eyes met clear ice-blue ones, and a sense of tension and curiosity seemed to fill the air. Yip! A melodious yet slightly anxious chirp escaped from the mouth of the icy blue little creature. This just-hatched dragon was clearly startled by Xiaojio. Meanwhile, Xiaojio continued to gaze with wide, golden eyes, her head tilted in curiosity as she examined the icy blue dragon, whose bloodline pressure was no less imposing than her own. The icy blue dragon indeed appeared more regal than Xiaojio. Its rotund body shimmered with a crystal blue hue, with delicate snowflake patterns adorning its wings. Two crystal-like horns crowned its small head, and its eyes were a pristine, sky blue reminiscent of a wintry sky. If one were to compare, Xiaojio resembled a lively, charming girl next door, whereas this icy blue creature was akin to a princess of the dragon realm, exuding an aura of noble elegance. After the initial panic, the icy blue dragon regained its noble composure. It lifted its head with a haughty expression, deliberately ignoring Xiaojio and instead fixing its gaze on Qin Fan, who looked utterly bewildered. To Qin Fan's astonishment, he could comprehend the little dragon's intent. "Servant, why are you standing there? Hurry over and handle this bothersome creature for me." Qin Fan was taken aback. It considered him a servant? More puzzling was the fact that he could understand its intentions. While Qin Fan was still in shock, Xiaojio, driven by curiosity, started inching closer, her little paws padding towards the icy blue dragon, cornering it. She sniffed at its scent with her nose. "Gall?" Xiaojio tilted her head, looking at Qin Fan, as if to ask, "Is this my sister?" "Yip yip." The icy blue dragon immediately let out a protesting chirp, clearly unwilling to be considered Xiaojio's sister. It was then that Qin Fan noticed the difference in their voices. Xiaojio's calls were "gaw gaw," while the icy blue ones were "yip yip yip." But now was not the time to focus on their calls. Qin Fan suddenly realized, upon careful sensing, that he had somehow formed a bond with this icy blue dragon. When did this happen? He remembered that his attempts to tame this mysterious dragon egg with his dragon taming skill had always shown failure. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The system detects extreme confusion in the host, providing an explanation. The mysterious dragon egg, as a bonus reward, automatically bonds upon successful hatching, with no stringent bonding conditions. So that's it. Simultaneously, detailed information about the icy blue dragon flashed through Qin Fan's mind. Dragon pet, frost dragon, ruler of winter. Name nickname, not assigned. Gender, female. Age, less than a month old. Level, 1. Attributes, strength 300, intelligence 300, constitution 270, agility 270. No buffs, equipment, or item enhancements. Skills, ice immunity S, passive skill, as the ruler of winter, immune to 100 ice damage. Frost breath S, active skill, exhales a frosty breath, dealing significant ice damage to all enemies within a certain range. Embrace of snow A, active skill, grants nearby allies the protection of frost, increasing their health and dual resistance by 80. Damage increased by 200. Winter's domain S, or a skill, when activated, decreases all attributes of enemy targets within a 1-kilometer radius by 70. Qin Fan was utterly stunned. This hatchling from the mysterious dragon egg was on par with Xiaojio as a supreme dragon. Their level 1 attributes were identical, and both had a skill set of 3 level and 1 level abilities. The difference was that this frost dragon's abilities leaned more towards support, especially with the skills Embrace of Snow and Winter's Domain, one boosting ally stats and the other weakening enemy stats, with both effects being remarkably potent. Yip! As Qin Fan marveled at the little creature's formidable abilities, a small, plaintive chirp echoed beside him, as if calling for help. Turning his head, he saw Xiaojio already assuming the role of big sister, extending her little tongue to lick the frost dragon she considered her sister. This behavior was evidently a trait carried over from feline habits of providing care and comfort, and it seemed dragons inherited this trait too. However, the frost dragon was clearly repulsed by her self-appointed sister. The creature fluttered its delicate wings, adorned with beautiful ice patterns, desperately trying to escape. The intricate frost designs on the frost dragon's wings shimmered under the sunlight, casting a crystalline glow. However, its struggle was futile against Zyogeus' overpowering level 15 attributes. Zyogeus' two dragon claws held it firmly in place, rendering the frost dragon immobile. With no other options, the frost dragon let out a soft whimper, gazing pitifully at its owner, Qin Fan, with large, moist eyes, silently pleading for help. Seeing this, Qin Fan quickly intervened. "All right, Xiaojiu, can't you see your sister is about to cry? Let her go." As he spoke, he gently pulled the overly enthusiastic Xiaojiu away and tenderly cradled the frightened frost dragon in his arms. Despite being pulled away, Xiaojiu showed no signs of anger. Instead, it bounced around excitedly, its four small dragon claws tapping the ground, eyes filled with excitement, never taking its gaze off its sister. Under its owner's protection, the frost dragon immediately regained its proud demeanor. It lifted its little head high, deliberately ignoring its overly enthusiastic sister, as if the earlier embarrassment had never occurred. Qin Fan chuckled and patted the frost dragon's small head, saying, "Since you're my second dragon companion, it's about time I gave you a name." Ing. The frost dragon let out a crisp chirp as if to say, "Hurry up and give this lady a nice name." Its haughty response made Qin Fan smile wryly. Nonetheless, Qin Fan took the task seriously. He considered himself somewhat skilled in naming. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase from a game he played in his past life, inspired by a classical poem. "Who first saw the snow by the river, and when did the snow first reflect upon people?" The original line was about the moon instead of snow. Inspired, Qin Fan smiled and said, "Your princess-like haughty demeanor and frost attributes really suit that character. Little one, you'll be Qing Han, with the nickname Xiaohan." Ing. Upon hearing this, the frost dragon's clear ice-blue eyes sparkled brightly, clearly pleased with the name. Seeing that its sister had also received a name from their owner, Xiaojiu erupted in joy, chirping excitedly, "Gao Gao." It leaped around happily, its four short legs stomping on the ground, seemingly celebrating for its sister. The entire scene was filled with warmth and joy. Qin Fan never expected to acquire a second dragon pet so easily. To his surprise, Xiaojiu was not at all displeased with the new addition. Instead, it welcomed the frost sacred dragon as a sister with open arms. For Xiaojiu, Qin Fan meant everything, and now having a sister dragon of equal lineage filled it with joy. Although Xiao Han was proud and often feigned disdain towards Xiaojiu's enthusiasm, its feeble resistance was no match for Xiaojiu's superior attributes and level. Watching the two young dragons playfully chase each other around the room, Qin Fan couldn't help but smile. The successful contract with Xiao Han not only meant having another dragon pet, but also granted Qin Fan a 20 attribute boost through the bloodline fusion skill. Just as Qin Fan pondered how to level up with Xiao Han, the phone rang. It was teacher Yalan, informing him that she had arrived downstairs to pick him up. Qin Fan hurriedly responded, asking her to wait a moment. The two little dragons obediently entered the dragon pet space. Xiao Han, being unable to master the dragon form transformation skill, was too large to snuggle into Qin Fan's arms like Xiaojia. Although Xiaojia could adjust its size at will, it chose to accompany its sister into the dragon pet space. Qin Fan granted them the freedom to come and go from the space. After packing his bags and putting on his storage ring, Qin Fan headed downstairs to the entrance. His foster mother kindly reminded him to be obedient, eat on time, and not stay up late. The children from the orphanage came to see him off, eager to say goodbye to Xiaojiu. Responding to the children's calls, Xiaojiu poked its cute little head out, followed by a curious Xiao Han, whose icy blue dragon eyes met the children's gaze. They were wide-eyed with amazement, having never seen such an ice-blue dragon before. The foster mother gently urged the children not to delay Qin Fan and wished him a safe journey with a smile. Qin Fan nodded farewell and had the two dragon cubs return to the pet space before stepping out of the orphanage. Outside, a luxury car awaited, with Yalan wearing sunglasses, looking every bit the fashion icon, signaling Qin Fan to get in. They drove to a grand space teleportation station. In this world where high technology and magic coexisted, space teleportation arrays had become commonplace and were the preferred choice for long-distance travel. Qin Fan marveled at the high-tech facilities around him. Intelligent AI robots, fully automated transparent elevators, and smart ticket machines, all vastly different from his previous world. Yalan smiled and invited Qin Fan to follow her onto an enormous space teleportation magic array, which was set to take them to the Feng Tian Academy in Feng Tian Province. As the teleportation magic circle beneath Qin Fan's feet emitted a bright glow, he could distinctly feel the intense surge of magical elements and the ripples in space around him. The clear, melodious voice of Yalan sounded in his ear, "Relax, don't be nervous. This is just the process of the magic circle pattern merging with spatial forces. You might feel a bit dizzy, but you'll get used to it soon." Sure enough, A slight dizziness washed over Qin Fan's mind, but it lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. When his vision cleared, the surroundings had completely changed. We've arrived at the Longdu teleportation station in Fengtian province. We can step out now, He Yalan said with a smile, leading the way out of the magic circle. Qin Fan noticed other travelers deftly stepping into their respective teleportation circles, a sight that filled him with amazement. Covering such vast distances in mere seconds was truly magical. This was the world of a game where magic and technology seamlessly intertwined. Longdu City in Fengtian province, home to the prestigious Fengtian Academy, is the largest and most bustling city in the Dragon Kingdom. It gathers elite families, influential figures, business magnates, Fortune 500 companies, renowned adventure guilds, trading houses, and various professional associations. As the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, it's no wonder Fengtian Academy is hailed as the nation's top university, with the richest educational resources and the strongest faculty. It's worth mentioning that Su Ro, a member of the richest family in Anning City, had planned to travel with Qin Fan. However, she left early with her father, who needed to negotiate a business deal with a pharmaceutical company in Fengtian province. Fengtian Academy is located in the northern part of Longdu City, near the northern suburbs. Despite being slightly off the main path, the surrounding streets and neighborhoods are bustling and lively, with expansive commercial streets and plazas. Numerous companies and commercial organizations have sprung up around the academy, all seeking to establish favorable relations with this prestigious institution. Welcome to Fengtian Academy, Qin Fan, He Yalan said with a smile. Qin Fan was taken aback by the bustling scene before him, with countless students in school robes coming and going, exuding an extraordinary aura. He was surprised to find that even the sophomores here were at least level 40. In Anning City, the head of the Adventure Guild was only level 42. This place truly gathered the elite of the Dragon Kingdom. At the entrance, some sophomore students were guiding the newcomers. Qin Fan noticed that these seniors seemed to place great importance on appearances, showing extra enthusiasm towards handsome boys and pretty girls, while offering a simple guidebook to the average-looking students. As Qin Fan and He Yalan walked through the academy gates, some sharp-eyed sophomores recognized her. "Hello, Dean He," they called out. It was then that Qin Fan realized He Yalan was actually a dean at the academy, though he wasn't sure of which faculty. This revelation highlighted her formidable strength and impressive background. "Hello," He Yalan responded with a smile. Soon, the student's attention shifted to Qin Fan. "Dean He, who is this student?" "He's a new student at Fengtian Academy, named Qin Fan," He Yalan introduced directly. "His profession is Dragon Tamer, and he's also the top scorer in this year's vocational exam in Nanzhou province." Her words caused a moment of silence around them, followed by countless gazes fixed on Qin Fan, filled with curiosity, intrigue, skepticism, challenge, and arrogance. The students conversing with He Yalan were visibly shocked. The top scorer in Nanzhou province? They hadn't expected that this good-looking young man was the much-discussed top scorer. Yes, much discussed indeed. 3 days ago, when the Dragon Kingdom's Education Bureau announced the results, everyone following the vocational exams nationwide had taken note of Qin Fan's name. Over the past 3 days, the special instructions from the Anning City Education Bureau and officials allowed Qin Fan to quietly manage and settle the affairs of the orphanage without any media interruptions. However, this surface calm couldn't hide the buzz online and within the national battle academies. The name Qin Fan, due to his unique profession as a Dragon Tamer, has caused a sensation across various platforms, drawing more attention than even the top scorers from other provinces. As a hidden profession within the Beast Tamer category, Dragon Tamers were once ranked in the top 3 for profession strength by the Global Combat Profession Association. This ranking sparked widespread debate and ridicule. The association explained that if a Dragon Tamer could contract a dragon of the Great Dragon level or higher, they would be unstoppable. Yet, this explanation only reinforced the belief that Dragon Tamer was a useless profession after all. Who could possibly form a contract with a proud dragon? Now, the so-called useless profession holder has emerged as the top scorer of Nanzhou province's college entrance exam, and this under the examiner known for setting notoriously difficult questions. This news dropped like a bombshell, igniting countless discussions online. No way. He's the Dragon Tamer? Could he really have contracted a dragon? Impossible. Probably just a lesser dragon. Maybe he had some special opportunity, like that invincible mage. Around the gates of the academy, conversations buzzed with speculation. Principal He Yalan seemed unfazed by the attention, leading Qin Fan on a tour of the campus. The scale of Fengtian Academy left Qin Fan in awe. The distance between dining halls spanned several kilometers, requiring the use of small spatial teleportation arrays. He Yalan showed Qin Fan key locations such as the Secret Realm Hall, Forging Hall, Enchantment Hall, Skills Library, Arena, and the Free Trading Market, explaining the function of each place in detail. Finally, they arrived at the dormitory area. Pointing to a cluster of high-end apartment buildings, He Yalan introduced, "This is where most students live," She then led Qin Fan to a more luxurious area, saying, "This is the top-tier villa area, where only a few students reside. The top 50 students in each grade qualify to live here." They reached a luxurious building labeled Villa Number 1, atop a small hill. Qin Fan asked in surprise, "Teacher He, is this really where I'm staying?" He Yalan smiled and explained, "Yes. Our school ranks new students based on their entrance exam performance. After reviewing your exam battle video, the deans unanimously decided to rank you as the top freshman. However, there will be a new student placement exam in a month, and if your performance isn't up to par, you might have to move out." Just then, a familiar system notification sounded. Ding! The system's voice echoed in Qin Fan's mind, announcing a new challenge to secure first place in the upcoming freshman exam. The rewards for success included a legendary treasure chest and a diamond treasure chest, while failure would result in the random deduction of a level skill or higher. Hearing this, a spark of excitement flashed in Qin Fan's eyes. He thought to himself that this was a perfect opportunity to measure the strength of the top talents from across the nation. Before leaving, Teacher He Yalan solemnly reminded Qin Fan, "The opening ceremony is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Make sure to attend it at the Holy Spirit Auditorium. Also remember, to wear the crown, you must bear its weight." You have been pre-ranked as the top freshman by all the deans. As one of the 5 elite academies, we admit the best talents from all over the country. They are used to being admired, and seeing someone ranked above them will surely provoke challenges. I hope you're mentally prepared. Qin Fan nodded earnestly, indicating his understanding. He was already prepared to face challenges, knowing that in a world where strength reigns supreme, challenges are inevitable. After watching He Yalan leave, Qin Fan took a deep breath and stepped into the luxurious Villa Number 1. As soon as he entered, he was amazed by what he saw. The place was not only lavishly decorated, but also exuded a strong sense of modern technology. The nano camera at the entrance instantly completed identity verification and automatically opened the door for him. A spherical intelligent robot flew to his side, politely inquiring about his needs. The entire villa was equipped with various functional mini-robots that could cater to Qin Fan's every living requirement. Whether it was bathing, dining, massage, watching movies, or training, there were corresponding high-tech amenities and services. Qin Fan couldn't help but marvel at the top-tier comfort of his accommodations, which further solidified his determination to maintain his top rank in the freshman exam. Once everyone else had left, 2 little dragon cubs emerged from the pet space. They curiously examined their surroundings, making adorable sounds. Xiao Jia's cries were like the playful chirps of a little girl, while Xiao Han's were more like the delicate calls of a charming young lady. Qin Fan generously told them, "This is our new home. Feel free to play around." His willingness to let them roam was backed by the presence of intelligent robots to clean up. More importantly, the house was specifically designed for pet creatures, complete with a variety of toys to keep the 2 dragon cubs entertained for hours. After all, this luxurious villa takes into account that some of the students might be beast tamers, so it's only right to provide ample space for their pets to play. Inside the pet play area, a spacious and bright room is filled with all sorts of toys, from fluffy cotton balls to lightweight balloons. Upon hearing that she could play freely, Xiao Jiao became instantly excited, scrambling around the room with all her limbs. Her dragon scales shimmered joyfully under the sunlight, and the wagging of her tail seemed to express endless delight. In contrast, Xiao Han maintained a dignified and ladylike demeanor, her little head held high, eyes showing disdain for her sister's childish antics. However, this poise didn't last long. Xiao Ju leapt agilely, her little paws accurately grabbing a cotton ball and hurling it precisely in Xiao Han's direction. With a soft thump, the cotton ball gently hit Xiao Han's head. Though it didn't hurt, the unexpected attack still annoyed Xiao Han. She let out a displeased chirp, her eyes widening as she warned her sister to stop. Xiao Jiao, however, paid no heed to her sister's warning and instead burst into a fit of giggles, flicking her tail to send another balloon towards Xiao Han. Chirp! Finally unable to hold back, Xiao Han unfurled her icy patterned wings with a sudden grace, tracing a delicate arc in the air as her dragon tail precisely struck a cotton ball, sending it flying back at Xiao Jiao. Despite her agility, Xiao Jiao deliberately didn't dodge, allowing the cotton ball to hit her head. This act seemed to encourage her sister, marking the official start of their game. In an instant, the entire pet playroom transformed into a joyful battlefield. Cotton balls and balloons flew and bounced through the air at a dizzying speed, as if they had come to life. With a whoosh, a balloon zipped past Qin Fan's cheek, moving so fast he barely had time to react. Qin Fan was secretly relieved that these toy balls had been magically reinforced. Otherwise, with the little dragon's strength, they would have been smashed to pieces. He couldn't help but marvel at how intense dragon play could be. If one of those rapidly flying toys hit an ordinary person, it would probably sting quite a bit. However, for the thick-skinned little dragons, these impacts seemed to be painless. They continued to romp around blissfully, thoroughly enjoying themselves. The room was filled with the cheerful sounds of dragon chirps and the clatter of toys, like an endless festival of joy. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Qin Fan opened his eyes right on time. As he was about to get up, he felt a weight on his chest. Looking down, he saw two round little dragon hatchlings comfortably asleep on him. Qin Fan carefully got out of bed and quietly made his way to the bathroom. To his surprise, the two little creatures woke up too and seemed to have an innate sense of cleanliness. They looked at Qin Fan with expectant eyes, as if asking for his help. Understanding their unspoken request, Qin Fan filled the large bathtub with warm water and added some fragrant bath oil. The two dragon hatchlings joyfully jumped in, splashing around and washing themselves clean. After freshening up, Qin Fan put on his tidy school uniform, ready to attend the opening ceremony at Fengtian Academy. Besides the ceremony, there would also be the sorting of new students into classes. Fengtian Academy comprises 4 colleges: the Tactical College, the Combat College, the Magic College, and the Enhancement College. The Tactical College trains strategic command talents, focusing on theory and big-picture thinking. The Combat College admits students of various combat professions. The Magic College is exclusively for students of magical professions, and the Enhancement College caters to students with exceptional talents in auxiliary professions. Although combat professions dominate this world of career transitions, auxiliary professions are equally indispensable. The potions, tools, and equipment needed by combat professions are all produced by auxiliary professions. These professions are ranked from D, C, B, A, S, Master, Grandmaster, to God level. Those at B level and above can enjoy a comfortable life, while God level talents are considered national strategic assets. Qin Fan strolled through the campus, observing the new students around him. Some were cautious, likely those who just barely made the admission cut. Others were composed, clearly special recruits, at least among the top 100 in the province. Entering the Holy Spirit Auditorium, Qin Fan saw it was already filled with over 1,000 people. Just as he was about to find a random seat, a familiar voice called out, "Qin Fan, over here." Looking up, he saw Su Ro waving at him. She was sitting with 2 other girls and a boy, all of whom were curiously eyeing Qin Fan. At that moment, the entire auditorium's attention turned to Qin Fan, and whispers filled the air. "Is that the Dragon Tamer who topped Nanzhou province? He looks ordinary, just a bit handsome. Don't underestimate him. To top the list as a Dragon Tamer, he must have something special. I bet he's either contracted a flying dragon or a sub-dragon, or he's unlocked some special Dragon Tamer ability. Surely he hasn't contracted a giant dragon, right? That would be like having the power of 4 fourth-turn strongmen." Unfazed by the chatter, Qin Fan simply nodded at Su Ro and found a secluded seat. Su Ro seemed to want to say more but was stopped by the girl next to her, who began speaking to her in low tones. The boy gave Qin Fan a thoughtful glance before closing his eyes to rest. Even in the corner, Qin Fan could feel the curious gazes from all directions. Just then, a tall figure suddenly appeared on the main stage, stepping out of thin air. Instantly, the entire auditorium fell silent, all eyes drawn to this unexpected powerful presence. Standing before them was none other than a formidable level 90 space mage, Lu Boming. At 52, he serves as both the Dean of the Magic Academy and the Vice Principal of Fengtian Academy. His presence emanated an awe-inspiring aura of spatial magic. Despite his age, his face bore a gentle smile, and his rich voice resonated throughout the venue through a microphone. "First and foremost, thank you all for choosing Fengtian Academy. On behalf of the school, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. I am Lu Boming, and I believe many of you are already familiar with me. As the Dean of the Magic Academy, I am also the host of today's opening ceremony." As soon as he finished speaking, the audience of new students erupted in enthusiastic applause. It was hardly surprising, given that Lu Boming was a legendary 4th-tier mage and a space mage idolized by countless aspiring mages. Qin Fan noticed that many of the magic students were gazing at the vice principal with admiration and excitement. Lu Boming raised his hand slightly to signal for silence and continued. "I know young people aren't fond of lengthy speeches, so I'll keep it brief. Regarding the school's rules and regulations, I'm sure you've already gone through the guidebook. Today, I want to focus on just 2 things. First, the default ranking for freshmen, and second, the upcoming freshman exam in a month's time." Just as Lu Boming finished speaking, there was a sudden knock at the door. All eyes turned to the entrance where a tall, nearly 6'3" young man stood alongside another young man and a young woman. They were covered in dust and looked quite disheveled, as if they had just been through a battle. The tall young man spoke lazily, reporting in. His tone showed no trace of reverence for the vice principal. The previously quiet freshmen were suddenly abuzz with excitement and astonishment. Exclamations filled the room. "No way! By Wu Shuang? And the sword fanatic Fang Tairan, along with the magical prodigy Sun Yinyan. How did they show up together? And why do they look like they've been through a war?" Fang Tairan, a sword enthusiast and the top scholar from Dongling province, entered the grand hall alongside Sun Yinyan. a magical prodigy and the top scholar from Xinya province. Their arrival drew the attention of everyone present. Fang Tairan, a spirit swordmaster from the most prestigious family in Dongling province, stood with his sword in hand, exuding an air of aloofness and sharp focus. His family, renowned as the Sword God family, boasts 3 fourth-tier sword gods. Sun Yinyan, a chaos mage and heir to an elven lineage, walked with radiant beauty. Her family is home to 2 fourth-tier magic gods, and every member is strikingly attractive. Sun Yinyan herself was breathtaking, with waist-length golden hair as smooth as silk, pointed ears hinting at her elven heritage, and intelligent golden eyes. Dressed in a mage's robe, she exuded elegance and nobility. Her entrance immediately captivated most of the boys in the hall, including a boy sitting next to Su Ro who couldn't resist stealing glances at her. Following closely behind, a strong and imposing young man strode in, exuding an aura so powerful that it was hard to meet his gaze. This was Bai Wushuang, son of the Bai family patriarch from Fengtian City, and an exceptional beastmaster. He had successfully bonded with a 4-winged wind thunder dragon, a creature on par with a human 4th-tier powerhouse. Remarkably, Bai Wushuang had also mastered wind and thunder dragon magic due to the dragon's influence. The arrival of these 3 caused Vice Principal Lu Boming to frown. "Why are you late?" he asked. Sun Yinyan was the first to speak, her voice clear and crisp. "Vice Principal Lu, we have a reason for being late." Pointing to Bai Wushuang, she explained. "I woke up late and ran into this lunatic on the way. He insisted on a fight, and I got annoyed, so I taught him a lesson." The surrounding new students were stunned. So Bai Wushuang was a battle maniac. Lu Boming turned to Fang Tairan, who coolly replied, "I walked by and saw them fighting. I couldn't resist joining in." Bai Wushuang retorted, "If I could fully unleash my power on campus and summon my dragon, neither of you would stand a chance." "Please, I wasn't even using my full strength," Sun Yinyan countered. "I haven't even drawn my sword yet," Fang Tairan added. Lu Boming sighed helplessly. "All right, take your seats." Once they were seated, he continued, "As for the preliminary rankings, you're all aware that they are based on entrance exam predictions and special admissions, and are only for reference. The real rankings will be determined by the freshman exams in a month. You can now check the initial rankings on the school website." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flurry of activity as everyone pulled out their phones to check the rankings, followed by a wave of exclamations throughout the hall. "No way. Qin Fan is ranked first? How can he be number 1? I think Bai Wushuang is stronger. Are the deans playing favorites?" Bai Wushuang, Fang Tairan, Sun Yinyan, and Luo Hao are all ranked below him. The new students buzzed with disbelief over the unknown top scholar from Nanzhou province being ranked first. Vice Principal Lu Boming noticed the confusion and dissatisfaction on their faces, a slight smile playing at his lips. This was exactly the reaction the deans desired. Besides Bai Wushuang, Fang Tairan, and Sun Yinyan, there was also Luo Hao, the top scholar from Fengtian province, who sat next to Su Ro and was a berserker. This year's freshmen were exceptionally talented, with 5 top scholars among them, including Qin Fan. Many of the top 10 from each province had been admitted to Fengtian Academy. This cohort was truly a golden generation, and Lu Boming was already looking forward to the freshman exams in a month. Ranking Qin Fan first served not only to motivate the other prodigies, but because the deans genuinely believed he deserved it, as he had bonded with a holy flame dragon. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Fan now had 2 holy dragon-level bonded creatures. Suddenly, with a loud bang, someone slammed their chair's armrest and stood up. Turning to the ever-calm Qin Fan, he declared angrily, "I challenge this initial ranking. I want to duel Qin Fan. Isn't that Chen Wei?" The crowd of new students buzzed with excitement, their voices rising in a chorus of curiosity and surprise. All eyes were on the boy who had suddenly stood up, as if he were some rare gem. "Chen Wei? Who's that? You don't know him? He's ranked 7th in this year's Fengtian province. He's an assassin. He was placed 12th in the initial ranking. Wow, so it's him." Listening to the whispers and feeling the weight of the curious and respectful gazes around him, Chen Wei couldn't help but lift his head high, confidence shining in his eyes. Principal Lu Boming smiled and asked, "Chen Wei, did you just say you're challenging Qin Fan because you disagree with the initial ranking?" Chen Wei stood tall, his voice firm and resonant. "Yes, Principal Lu. I believe Qin Fan doesn't deserve to be the top freshman. The difficulty of exams varies by region, so the standards for judgment differ. Even if this year's South Zhou province exam was tougher than usual, the top students from other provinces could still surpass him. Therefore, I don't acknowledge this ranking and am willing to challenge it." As soon as he finished speaking, many students around him nodded in agreement, and the discussion resumed. Chen Wei has a point. Different provinces have different exam standards. I think Qin Fan isn't as strong as Luo Hao or Bai Wushuang. I agree. This year's initial rankings seem questionable. Let's see if Qin Fan dares to accept Chen Wei's challenge. The support from his peers only strengthened Chen Wei's resolve to challenge. He snorted and continued, "Oomph." Before the exam results, no one had even heard of Qin Fan. He's just a nobody. Before this, Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Feng Tairan were the ones frequently featured in the papers. And now, your school ranks other provincial top scorers after the South Zhou province's top scorer, implying they're inferior. His words resonated with the new students. Principal Lu Boming turned to Qin Fan, who had remained expressionless throughout, and asked, "Qin Fan, what do you think?" All eyes were instantly on Qin Fan, many filled with disdain and a hint of schadenfreude. To them, this South Zhou province top scorer had little chance if he accepted the challenge. Qin Fan replied calmly, "I have no objections. I accept his challenge." Chun Wei was delighted, smirking with arrogance. "All right, I thought you'd back down, but you actually accepted. I'll try not to hit too hard so you can lose with some dignity." His confidence was overwhelming, as if he had already secured victory over Qin Fan. As an assassin, Chun Wei's confidence was not unfounded. The assassin class was not only agile, but also excelled in single-target damage with lethal capabilities. While not as effective in dungeons requiring wide-range AoE skills, in unknown combat, even top talents like Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, and Feng Tairan had to be cautious. Just as Chun Wei was about to leave, Qin Fan called out, "Wait a minute. Oh, what? Are you scared now and want to back out?" Chun Wei sneered. Qin Fan replied coldly, "You're overthinking it. I just want to add a little wager." "Fine. What wager?" "Let's bet our initial school credits." Qin Fan's proposal sent a wave of shock through the crowd. "No way. That's a huge gamble." Entering Feng Tian Academy, all expenses require credits: food, forging, enchanting, dungeons, resource maps, trades, everything. Freshmen receive 5,000 initial credits after the rankings are set, basically their living expenses for the month. Qin Fan's wager left everyone stunned. Speculation began. Isn't he afraid of losing? Or maybe he really bonded with a dragon. Otherwise, how could a Dragon Tamer dare a duel with an assassin? Excitement spread rapidly. Wow. The opening ceremony just started, and we get to see the top Dragon Tamer versus Feng Tian Province's 7th-ranked assassin. I wonder if Qin Fan will really summon a dragon? Dream on. At most, a land dragon or flying dragon. Who do you think has a better chance of winning? Hard to say. If Qin Wei were up against Luo Hao or Bai Wushuang, his chances would be low, but against this unknown Dragon Tamer, his chances are high. Not necessarily. Qin Fan is the top scorer of South Zhou province. Who doesn't believe he has some skills? Let's wait and see. This unexpected challenge thrilled all the students. Feng Tian province's top scorer, Luo Hao, glanced at Qin Fan, then turned to Su Rou beside him, asking softly, "Xiao Rou, who do you think has a better chance of winning?" Without hesitation, Su Rou replied, "Qin Fan." Luo Hao was slightly surprised, frowning. Why? As childhood friends, Luo Hao had feelings for Su Rou. He hadn't expected her to trust Qin Fan so much. Just a hunch, Su Rou evaded, unable to reveal that Qin Fan might really have a dragon, possibly even a holy dragon. At this moment, two giggling girls stood up, pulling Su Rou with them. "Come on, Xiao Rou, let's head to Arena 1. Quickly, the group made their way in grand procession to Arena 1. Dean Lu Boming personally led the new students through a series of training halls, finally guiding them into a smaller venue. The new students swiftly found their seats, their eyes fixed on the central stage. Surprisingly, Dean Lu Boming took on the role of referee for the challenge match. Qin Fan and Chun Wei wasted no time, stepping onto the stage and facing each other. With a mocking smirk, Chun Wei taunted, "Kid, if you really have a dragon, now's the time to summon it. Otherwise, you won't get another chance. I'll show you what instant assassination from an assassin is all about." Qin Fan retorted disdainfully, "You? Not even worth bringing out the dragon." Seeing both parties were ready, Lu Boming began the countdown. "All right, get ready. Starting the countdown now. 3 seconds to go. 3, 2, 1, begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, a small, exquisite purple gold dagger appeared in Chen Wei's hand. With a quick tap of his toe, he dashed towards Qin Fan like lightning, moving so fast that he sliced through the air with a faint whoosh. Gasps erupted from the audience. Wow, so fast. No wonder he's ranked 7th in the assassin class in Feng Tian province. Qin Fan's done for. Indeed, most of the new students couldn't track Chen Wei's movements with their eyes. In less than a heartbeat, Chen Wei had crossed over 10 meters, appearing behind Qin Fan in a flash. He thrust the sharp dagger towards Qin Fan's back without hesitation. Here it comes. This is the classic assassin opening move. Shadow step backstab. Someone explained from the sidelines, these two skills are the most commonly used and have the highest success rate for assassins. Shadow step is a movement skill exclusive to assassins. If backstab hits, it delivers an additional 120 critical damage. If Qin Fan gets hit, he'll surely lose his fighting ability. Everyone held their breath, thinking the match was decided. But unexpectedly, things took a turn. Qin Fan's figure suddenly vanished, and Chun Wei's deadly strike hit nothing but air. Stunned, Chun Wei's eyes widened in disbelief that his sneak attack had been dodged. Just as Chun Wei was about to interrupt the follow-through of his backstab skill, a chill surged from deep within him, racing to the top of his head. This was the assassin's instinctive sense of danger peril. Chun Wei realized Qin Fan was now behind him and attempted to use his shadow step to escape. But it was too late. Bang! A powerful punch, imbued with terrifying force, landed squarely on Chun Wei's back. The overwhelming strength surged into Chun Wei's body like a relentless tide. Boom! Under the audience's shocked gaze, Chun Wei was sent flying, crashing heavily into the stage barrier. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back as he instantly lost consciousness. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Even the usually calm top talents like Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and Sun Yinyan sat up straight, intently watching the stage. No way. Is this for real? One hit and it's over. This is insane. Are you sure this guy's a Dragon Master? Using the enemy's tactic against them, Qin Fan pulled off a sneak attack and then a knockout punch. The power of that punch is absurd. And Chun Wei was wearing armor. The shocked murmurs spread throughout the audience. Clearly, the outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. What was thought to be a prolonged battle ended with the favored Chun Wei being defeated by a single punch from Qin Fan. Vice Principal Lu Boming and Su Ro were not as surprised. The Vice Principal had seen Qin Fan's impressive performance in his entrance exam video, and Su Ro knew Qin Fan had a dragon. Yet, they hadn't anticipated Qin Fan's own combat prowess to be this formidable. Lu Boming announced loudly, "All right, the challenge match is over. The winner is Qin Fan. Congratulations, Qin Fan. Chun Wei's 5,000 initial credits will be transferred to your account." Qin Fan nodded, not bothering to glance at the unconscious Chun Wei, and walked off the stage. The spectators looked at Chun Wei with pity and whispered, "Poor guy. Just started school and already lost 5,000 credits. But to be fair, this Qin Fan seems pretty extraordinary. No wonder all the deans ranked him first. I wonder how he stacks up against top talents like Luo Hao and Bai Wushuang." Finally, Dean Lu Boming addressed the students. "All right, I won't take up any more of your time. Starting tomorrow, it's your golden opportunity to get stronger. In a month, the assessments will begin. Work hard to improve. After the big test, the real university courses will start. Dismissed." With that, Lu Boming waved his sleeve and vanished from sight. After the opening ceremony concluded, the crowd began to disperse. Su Ro stood up from her seat and hurried through the throng to greet Qin Fan with an expectant smile. Qin Fan merely nodded in response, his gaze steady and calm. At that moment, Luo Hao approached them, accompanied by two girls. One was his cousin Luo Tao, a few months younger than him, who ranked 98th in the Feng Tian province exams, just meeting the admission line for Feng Tian Academy. The other was Feng Yuanyuan, who ranked 100th. It's worth noting that the Luo, Feng, and Su families have close business ties, and these young people have grown up playing together. The Su family had previously been sidelined from this circle, but it's rumored that the head of the Su family recently saved a highly esteemed fourth-turn expert, prompting the Luo and Feng families to extend a friendly hand once more. Naturally, the Su family was overjoyed. Su Ro's father repeatedly reminded her to maintain a good relationship with Luo Hao, suggesting they team up for dungeon runs to grow stronger together. He even hinted at the possibility of a relationship developing between Su Ro and Luo Hao. As for Qin Fan, the head of the Su family had heard of him, especially since he was Su Ro's teammate during the college entrance exams. However, considering family background and strength, he believed Luo Hao was the better choice. After all, Luo Hao was the top scorer in Feng Tian province, known for its rich educational resources and strong faculty. Standing out in such a competitive environment was a testament to Luo Hao's exceptional abilities. Feng Yuanyuan was the first to speak, her delicate oval face and lively eyes drawing attention. "Oh, so you're the Dragon Tamer Su Ro often talks about? Nice to meet you. I'm Feng Yuanyuan." Luo Tao followed, her tone carrying a hint of superiority. "My turn now. I'm Luo Tao, cousin of the top scorer from Feng Tian province, hehe." She emphasized top scorer as if implying something. Qin Fan was unfazed by their veiled remarks, responding simply with, "Hello." To him, these people would hardly intersect with his life now or in the future. Luo Hao, on the other hand, acted the part of a courteous gentleman, smiling as he said, "I've heard a lot about you. I'm Luo Hao, pleased to meet you, Qin Fan." Qin Fan merely nodded slightly, offering no further comment. Su Ro's eyes sparkled with excitement as she asked, "Qin Fan, are you planning to dive into dungeons and level up this month?" Qin Fan nodded in agreement. This was indeed his plan, as it was for most freshmen. After all, the freshman exams in a month would determine future privileges and resource allocation. It was said that after the exams, the school would grant special permissions based on rankings. For instance, the top 10 students would receive 10 free dungeon entries per month, and the top 100 would be awarded level cultivation resources. These differences would directly impact the power disparity among students. Moreover, Qin Fan had another goal to level up his newly hatched companion, Xiao Han. While Xiao Jiu had already reached level 15, Xiao Han was just born and only at level 1. Dungeon runs would provide a quick way to boost Xiao Han's level in preparation for the upcoming exams. Seeing Qin Fan nod, Su Ro grew even more excited. Why don't we form a 5-person team then? With you and Luo Hao, it feels like we could easily conquer any dungeon. However, her suggestion caused Luo Hao, Feng Yuan, and Luo Tao to frown simultaneously. Especially Luo Hao, who quickly gave Feng Yuan a look, signaling her to say something. Sister Ro, I'm afraid this might not work. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan immediately sensed the underlying message. She quickly glanced around and then lowered her voice, saying, "We've already invited someone else for the last spot on our team." As she spoke, she looked at Qin Fan apologetically, wearing a polite yet distant smile. "I'm sorry, Qin Fan, but our team is really full." Qin Fan heard this and calmly shook his head, with no hint of disappointment in his voice. "It's fine. For me, it doesn't really matter if I'm part of a team or not." He wasn't just being polite. Given Xiaojia's current abilities, he could easily conquer a dungeon of the same level on his own. Su Ro also gave him an apologetic look. She clearly wasn't aware that Luo Hao and the others had already made other arrangements. Seeing this, Qin Fan shrugged lightly and said, "In that case, I'll be on my way. Goodbye." As he turned to leave, Qin Fan suddenly realized that he and Su Ro indeed lived in two completely different worlds. Su Ro was a lady from a prestigious family, surrounded by heirs of wealthy families, while he was just an ordinary guy with no special background. This wasn't to say Qin Fan had any inappropriate thoughts about Su Ro. In fact, he had no romantic feelings for her at all. Their previous dungeon runs together were simply because he found her personality pleasant and devoid of the arrogance typical of other wealthy heiresses, so he had just given her a hand. After entering university, the divide between social classes became even more apparent. Qin Fan had never been one to force himself into other circles, and naturally, he decided that he would keep his distance from Su Ro in the future. After all, different circles meant different values, which often didn't align. Watching Qin Fan walk away, a hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of Feng Yuan and Luo Tao. They sneered inwardly. Humph! A nobody with some basic skills trying to squeeze into their elite team? What a joke. Besides, if Luo Hao hadn't taken a liking to Su Ro, even she wouldn't have qualified to be on their team. Meanwhile, Su Ro stood there, watching Qin Fan leave with a complex expression in her eyes. Somehow, she felt as though she had lost something important, but try as she might, she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Returning to mansion number 1, the two little dragon cubs, Xiao Jiu and Xiao Han, leapt out of their pet space in an instant. Xiao Jiu gracefully jumped onto Qin Fan's shoulder, rubbing its soft head against his cheek and letting out a playful gawoot sound. Meanwhile, the proud Xiao Han elegantly positioned itself beside Qin Fan, lifting its little face with a look of expectancy. Qin Fan, understanding the intentions of these two little creatures, realized what they wanted. Xiao Jiu was being affectionate. "Master, I'm hungry, please feed me," while Xiao Han, with its haughty demeanor, seemed to say, "Servant, prepare my meal at once." In short, these adorable little beings were hungry. Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "I gave you each dozens of eggs this morning before we left, and it's not even noon yet. You're hungry again? You two are quite the little foodies." Nonetheless, he picked up his phone and logged into the Feng Tian Academy's dedicated app. This app was multifunctional, providing access to various campus information and offering a range of convenient services. It included appointments with enchanters, blacksmiths, and alchemists, food delivery from the dining hall, and marketplace and auction house transaction information. Qin Fan quickly navigated to the dining function to order food for his little companions. However, as he opened the dining page, his eyes widened in shock. What greeted him was a list of outrageously priced ingredients. Premium Xinjiang black-haired pork tenderloin, 30 credits per pound. Supreme Magic Sea Cucumber, 40 credits per pound. Superior One-Horned Magic Rabbit Leg, 20 credits per pound. Expensive. So freaking expensive. Qin Fan exclaimed. While these prices might not be high for other students, who typically ordered prepared dishes like a Xinjiang black-haired pork foot rice for just 10 credits or a Supreme Magic Sea Cucumber soup for 15 credits, for someone like Qin Fan, who had to feed two voracious little dragon cubs, it was astronomical. Back in Anning City, Xiaoju alone would consume nearly 100 pounds of meat a day. Now, with Xiao Han added to the mix, Qin Fan needed at least 200 pounds of meat to satisfy them. The key issue was that the school dining hall only sold top-quality goods. Ordinary Xinjiang black-haired pork was unavailable. Calculating with the premium pork tenderloin at 30 credits a pound, it would cost him 6,000 credits a day. Qin Fan's face darkened. Xiao Jiu continued to nudge him for attention, while Xiao Han flapped its shimmering ice-like wings, circling at his feet. Sigh. Luckily, that fool Qin Wei sent over 5,000 credits today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it through today. Qin Fan smiled wryly. Despite this, he placed an order through the campus app for 200 pounds of meat, including premium Xinjiang black-haired pork and other high-quality magical beast meat, totaling 6,500 credits. Within just 3 minutes, a drone delivery system transported the 200 pounds of meat from the foot of the mountain to the top. Upon seeing the high-quality meat, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han let out joyful chirps. Effortlessly carrying the 200 pounds of meat back to the kitchen, Qin Fan was relieved that the villa's kitchen was spacious and well-equipped, even boasting a large barbecue grill. As a Tier 2 spirit chef, Qin Fan's culinary skills had earned Xiao Jia's approval, making the little creature quite picky, preferring only the meals prepared by its master. Qin Fan skillfully cleaned and marinated the meat before placing it on the grill. After 2 hours, the two lively little creatures were finally satisfied, their bellies round and full, as they snuggled lazily in Qin Fan's arms, eyes drooping. Looking at these two little dragons who depended on him entirely, Qin Fan's eyes were filled with tenderness. However, when he checked his phone and saw his credits had dwindled to just 3,500, his mouth twitched. This won't do. I have to tackle a dungeon. Otherwise, I'll be completely broke. The next morning at 8, Qin Fan arrived at the Feng Tian Academy's Secret Realm Hall. This place housed the gateways to all the Secret Realm dungeons controlled by the Academy. Since the complete integration of the Divine Realm game with the real world, the dungeons from the game had also appeared in reality. Simultaneously, many Secret Realm dungeons had shattered, causing the monsters within to spill into the real world, wreaking havoc. Qin Fan recalled a news report he had seen on TV. A 70-level diamond dungeon had shattered above a small kingdom's capital, resulting in the entire city's population being wiped out by the invading monsters. Even in the Dragon Kingdom, some remote towns had experienced similar incidents. As a powerful nation, the Dragon Kingdom naturally had strategies to counter these threats. Across the country, large teleportation arrays have been established in towns and villages to provide emergency evacuation and military support in response to the disasters caused by the fragmentation of secret realms. Feng Tian Academy, as a top-tier institution, boasts 50 secret realm instances, the highest number among such academies. These instances range in difficulty from silver to legendary, with those below silver being disregarded due to their low challenge level. At this moment, the hall of the Secret Realm Pavilion is bustling with activity. Freshmen and sophomores gather here, with some teams poring over strategy guides despite their tired eyes. The pavilion is open 247, allowing failed teams to attempt challenges again, leading some students to persistently retry without giving up. Just then, Qin Fan steps into the hall, immediately capturing the attention of all the freshmen. As the top scorer from Nanzhou Province and a Dragon Tamer who defeated Qin Wei, the 7th-ranked student from Fengtian Province, with a single punch yesterday, Qin Fan's reputation has already spread throughout the academy. Opinions about his strength vary. Some believe he is powerful enough to defeat Qin Wei without summoning his dragon pet, while others speculate he may have activated some special class trait. Most notably, all the academy deans have ranked him as the top new student. The top freshman is here. Looks like he's heading into a secret realm instance, someone whispers. He doesn't seem to have any teammates. I heard he was supposed to join Luo Hao's team, but got turned down. That's understandable. No one wants to team up without knowing his true strength. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Qin Fan walks straight to the front desk, submitting his student ID to apply for an instance. He has already researched the relevant information on the school forum and decided to challenge the highest difficulty instances available: Tiger Forest, Troll Cavern, or Ice Serpent's Lair. These platinum-level instances require 1,000 credits per entry but offer substantial rewards, which align perfectly with Qin Fan's current needs. The sophomore girl at the front desk is surprised when she sees Qin Fan's registration details and covers her mouth in shock. Are you sure you want to go in alone, freshman? These are all platinum-level instances. I suggest finding a few teammates. Her words draw the attention of nearby students. Soloing a platinum-level instance? Does he even know how tough it is? Maybe he's trying to prove himself after being rejected from a team. That's so naive. Ignoring the skepticism, Qin Fan's expression turns colder, but he remains silent. He calmly replies, "My decision is made. Please stamp the form as soon as possible." With a sigh of resignation, the girl stamps his form. "All right, but don't push yourself too hard. Use a return scroll immediately if you're in danger." Qin Fan nods, takes the authorization, and heads towards the side hall, pushing open the platinum-colored door to Tiger Forest without hesitation. Watching his figure disappear, the crowd shakes their heads. Not even looking at the strategies, he's really bold. I bet he'll be down in 3 minutes. Well, he is a provincial top scorer. I'll give him 5 minutes. As the discussions continue, footsteps echo from the entrance of the hall. Everyone turns to see Luo Hao, by Wu Shuang, Sun Yinyan, and Fang Tairan entering with their respective teams. Luo Hao's team includes Su Rou, Feng Yuan, Luo Tao, and Chen Wei, who was defeated by Qin Fan yesterday. Standing beside Bai Wuxuang were a man and a woman, forming a small team. The man was Bai Dajiang, ranked 23rd, a burly warrior. The woman was Tong Jiejia, ranked 42nd, dressed in white robes and serving as a healer. Not far away, Sun Yinyan and Fang Tairan had also formed a team, accompanied by two others. The man was Zhang Shan, ranked 27th, also a warrior. The woman was Tao Qian, ranked 41st, also serving as a healer. This team configuration of frontline tank, a damage dealer, and a support was the standard setup for dungeon exploration, effectively minimizing the risk of unexpected incidents. However, the presence of these top talents sparked a buzz among the onlookers. No way. These top players are also going into the dungeon today? Good thing Qin Fan went in first, or it would have been really awkward. Didn't you see? Luo Hao would rather team up with Chen Wei, who was defeated by Qin Fan, than choose him. Forget it. He ventured into the forest of demon tigers alone. Who knows if he'll make it out alive? Listening to these discussions, Luo Hao, Bai Wuxuang, Sun Yinyan, and others couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Qin Fan venturing into the forest of demon tigers alone seemed overly ambitious. Even Bai Wuxuang, who had a dragon under contract, needed a team to ensure safety. Although the dragon was indeed powerful, Bai Wuxuang, as a dragon rider, was quite vulnerable and needed the protection of warriors and the healing of a priest. Otherwise, if the dragon was fighting up front and the master was ambushed by monsters, the consequences could be dire. Feng Yuanyuan turned to Su Rou and said, "Sister Xiao, did you see that? Not letting him join was the right choice. He's just a reckless fool." A worried look appeared on Su Rou's face. She knew Qin Fan had a dragon, but the place he entered was not the college entrance exam dungeon. A sense of guilt welled up in her heart. Her exam scores were thanks to Qin Fan's help, and logically, they should have continued to team up in university. But her father repeatedly urged her to get along with Luo Hao, and Luo Hao's group was unwilling to accept Qin Fan. After a night of reflection, she realized what she had lost Qin Fan's friendship. By choosing to side with Luo Hao over Qin Fan, she showed where her true feelings lay. Luo Tao giggled and said, "My brother Luo Hao has foresight. He'd rather choose the defeated Chen Wei than that reckless Qin Fan." Hearing this, Chen Wei immediately retorted defiantly, "Luo Tao, I was just careless. I didn't expect that guy to have such personal strength as a dragon rider. Give me another chance, and I'll definitely beat him." Yesterday's defeat left him frustrated, caught off guard during a skill cooldown. He was knocked out with a single punch and lost his points. If he had known Qin Fan's personal strength in advance, he would have used a more cautious strategy. Now, even his dungeon points were borrowed from Luo Hao, which made Chen Wei even more annoyed. He silently vowed to challenge Qin Fan again once he returned, to win back all the points he lost. Luo Hao said calmly, "All right, let's enter the dungeon. There's no need to fuss over a minor figure." With that, he led his team, under the watchful eyes of the others, and pushed open the platinum-colored door leading to the Forest of Demon Tigers dungeon. To everyone's surprise, Bai Wuxuang, Sun Yinyan, Fang Tairan, and others followed closely behind, opening the same door. No way. Are they planning to compete with each other while also overshadowing that poor Qin Fan? Someone murmured quietly. Meanwhile, Qin Fan had already entered the Forest of Demon Tigers' secret realm. Secret realm, Forest of Demon Tigers. Grade, Platinum. Difficulty, Hell level non-selectable. Player limit, 15. Background. This forest was once tainted by demonic corruption, causing all life within to mutate. Brave challengers, beware of the sharp claws that may suddenly strike from the shadows. They will show no mercy in tearing you apart. A system notification sounded in Qin Fan's ear. Ding. You have entered the Forest of Demon Tigers. Current difficulty, Hell. Number of challengers, 1. A teleportation scroll has been automatically placed in your inventory. Use it promptly in case of danger. Usage condition, 5-second chant. As Qin Fan recovered from the dizziness caused by spatial teleportation, a chilling scene unfolded before him. Twisted trees, withered leaves, and a deathly silence under a dim sky. Before he could fully adjust to the environment, a familiar area debuff enveloped him. The malevolent energy swept over the area, and the inherent field buff of the Demon Tiger's secret realm instantly enveloped everything. Qin Fan felt a wave of weakness wash over him, with his attributes plummeting by 30. He silently counted his blessings, thankful for the dispel and purification skills of his support class, which could mitigate the negative effects, reducing them to a minimum of 10. Suddenly, a roar filled with rage and murderous intent echoed from the dense forest. Qin Fan glanced around warily, spotting 10 large, winged demon tigers emerging from the underbrush, encircling him. These tigers were pitch black with wings sprouting from their backs, their bodies adorned with eerie white patterns, exuding a powerful aura. A system notification popped up. Monster, winged demon tiger white pattern. Level, 22. Type, beast monster. Skills, shadow magic, berserk, deadly pounce. Grade, platinum. Note, originally ordinary tigers, mutated after being infected by malevolent energy, becoming bloodthirsty and violent. Qin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Monsters with a platinum grade were no joke. He recalled the elite monsters from the college entrance exam Secret Realm, realizing that these winged demon tigers' attributes likely surpassed them. Though they lacked the grotesque appearance of stitched zombies, their strength was on a whole different level. Of course, they were still no match for the final boss of the college entrance exam Secret Realm, the tyrant zombie. But Qin Fan was well aware that was the ultimate boss of the entire Secret Realm. These 10-winged demon tigers before him might not even qualify as the appetizer for the first stage of this realm, perhaps just a warm-up. Faced with these menacing winged demon tigers, Qin Fan was confident he could handle them alone. However, remembering that the purpose of this journey was not only to level up and earn money, but also to help Xiao Han gain experience, he decided to give the little one a chance to train. Before Qin Fan could give the command, two childish cries echoed from the beast pet space. Gaw, Ing, Xiao Jiao, and Xiao Han emerged as if in sync. As soon as the two little dragon cubs appeared, the terrifying pressure of the holy dragon enveloped the entire battlefield. The 10 fierce winged demon tigers shuddered as if struck by lightning, letting out low growls before slowly retreating. Qin Fan couldn't help but smile. Seeing these small fries so terrified, Xiaoju was about to pounce and teach them a lesson, but Qin Fan stopped him. Xiaojiu, hold on. Let your sister handle this Secret Realm's 3 instances to enhance her combat experience. Xiaoju let out a worried cry, as if to say, but my sister is only level 1. What if these clueless small fries hurt her? Qin Fan's mouth twitched, thinking, come on, my little princess. The two of you are holy dragons. Even if these small fries attacked with all their might, they couldn't possibly penetrate the defense granted by dragon scales, right? Xiao Han, however, was unfazed, arrogantly raising her little head, dismissing her sister's concerns. She flapped her wings, her ice blue figure instantly appearing in front of the 10-winged demon tigers. In an instant, the entire world seemed to change. The wind howled, snowflakes danced, as if winter had descended. With just a flick of her ice blue tail, Xiao Han unleashed blades of icy wind, slicing all 10 of the platinum-grade winged demon tigers in half. Before the hot blood could spray, the bodies were instantly frozen. Qin Fan was dumbfounded. He never expected Xiao Han to possess such power at level 1. As he observed the swirling snow and wind around him, he realized this was Xiao Han's grade companion skill, Winter's Domain, which reduced all enemy attributes by 70 within a kilometer. No wonder the level 22 winged demon tigers were defeated in an instant by level 1 Xiao Han. This skill was truly game-breaking. Xiao Han flew back to Qin Fan's side, proudly raising her little head, as if saying, servant, praise me. Qin Fan affectionately patted Xiao Han's head. All right, Xiao Han. You're amazing. Xiao Han closed her eyes in contentment, purring like a lazy cat. Seeing this, Xiaojiu also nudged closer to Qin Fan, seeking attention. Qin Fan laughed. All right. Both of you can have it. In this perilous secret realm, such a warm and delightful scene unfolded, something unimaginable to those outside. After giving the two little creatures a good head pat, Qin Fan turned his gaze toward the forest shrouded in dark energy. Known as the Demon Tiger Forest, this platinum-level secret realm clearly followed a straightforward, linear progression to its end. In his mind, Qin Fan quickly reviewed the two main types of dungeon modes. The first type, like the labyrinth he faced during the vocational exam, consists of multiple independent stages that must be cleared one by one to unlock the next. The second type, similar to the one before him, is a continuous realm without spatial disruptions, allowing a direct path to the boss. Of course, there are also rare, unique secret realms. Qin Fan recalled hearing about narrative-driven dungeons where challengers must assume specific roles and make choices that lead to different rewards. However, such realms are incredibly rare, and most career changers may never encounter one in their lifetime. Although Qin Fan initially intended for Xiao Han to gain some battle experience, the prospect of breaking the completion record for additional rewards was tempting. With this in mind, he waved his hand in a commanding manner, embodying the air of a domineering CEO. Xiaojiu, Xiao Han, let's start steamrolling through. Leave no creature untouched in this forest, not even an ant. I want the experience and the record. Behind this bold declaration was Qin Fan's exasperation at the two creatures' insatiable appetites. 10,000 credits barely covered their meals twice, which was a constant source of worry for him. Upon hearing their master's command, the two little creatures sprang into action. With a loud roar, Xiaojiu ignited into a blaze of divine fire, growing from the size of a pet cat to towering over 10 meters high, turning the sky of the secret realm a glowing crimson. This was Xiao Jia's second form, world-destroying divine fire. Although smaller than its first form, its magical power was far more terrifying. The temperature of the entire demon tiger forest rose sharply, and the once withered, unburnable trees began to ignite under the holy dragon's fire. However, Qin Fan and Xiao Han, standing beside Xiao Jia, were unaffected by the heat, thanks to the friendly unit mechanism. Not to be outdone by her sister, Xiao Han unleashed her winter's domain. Interestingly, despite the howling cold winds, the high temperatures in the forest remained unchanged. This strange coexistence of ice and fire was another testament to the friendly unit mechanism. Qin Fan quietly observed everything, marveling at the deep integration between the game world of Divine Realm and reality. Not only did the career change system and monster dungeons intertwine, but even game mechanics seamlessly blended into the real world. Besides friendly and enemy units, he also thought of neutral units, like classmates, teachers, and passersby in everyday life. And so, with the formidable strength of the two dragonlings, Qin Fan led them on a conquest through the demon tiger forest. Neutrality doesn't guarantee absolute safety. It merely indicates that both parties have the freedom to choose whether to attack or not. It's like two strangers accidentally bumping into each other on the street. One shouting, "What are you looking at?" and the other retorting, "Looking at you. What about it?" A conflict could erupt in an instant, turning neutrality into hostility. At this moment, under the dual effects of Xiaojiu's divine fire and Xiao Han's icy realm, any winged demon tiger present would truly experience the phrase, "caught between fire and ice." Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, echoing through the sky. This was not Xiaojiu's usual cute, gao sound, but a majestic dragon roar. As this roar, representing the apex of the food chain, spread, all the creatures in the demon tiger forest trembled in fear. This was the might of the holy dragon. In contrast, Xiao Han also wanted to emulate her sister by unleashing the supreme pressure of the holy dragon lineage, but could only produce an adorable squeak resembling a clip sound. Seeing this, Qin Fan, their owner, could only cover his face with his hands, stifling laughter. He recalled that Xiaojiu awakened the dragon form transformation, a skill exclusive to dragons, at level 5. He figured Xiao Han would likely unlock it at the same level. But Xiao Han was only level 1 now, and couldn't grow tall and large like her sister. Despite this, Xiao Han's two grade companion skills were already fully deployed. Qin Fan could clearly feel a layer of faint, snow-white frost power enveloping his body, significantly boosting his health, dual resistance attributes, and attack power. Naturally, Xiaojiu also benefited from this powerful support. Xiaojiu, already displaying her world-ending divine fire form, was enough to crush this platinum-grade dungeon. With her sister's additional support, she became unbeatable. Xiaojiu let out a low growl, signaling Qin Fan and Xiao Han to climb onto her broad back. In the next moment, her massive dragon wings, shrouded in divine fire, unfurled, unleashing a terrifying wave of fire capable of melting any winged demon tiger. The trio soared into the sky, ascending hundreds of meters in an instant. The sudden acceleration was so intense that even Qin Fan, with his enhanced bloodline, felt his blood pressure surge violently, overwhelmed by a sense of weightlessness far greater than that experienced during an airplane takeoff. In contrast, Xiao Han merely tilted her cute little head, concernedly watching her owner's unusual reaction. Qin Fan couldn't help but marvel internally. Truly the physique of a holy dragon. Even he, with nearly 1,000 in all 4 attributes at level 22, struggled to endure. Yet the level 1 dragon cub remained unscathed. While Qin Fan was quietly voicing his thoughts, Xiaojiu had already entered a relentless harvesting mode. Countless magical rings appeared around her, unleashing terrifying magical waves. This was the dragon language magic that the dragon race prided itself on, and Xiaojiu's newest grade skill, Heavenly Divine Fire. More terrifying was that this was being cast in the Divine Fire world-ending form, increasing the magic's power by 500. Coupled with Xiao Han's skill boost and the monsters on the ground suffering from the weakening effects of the icy realm, it was an apocalypse. If someone were watching from a distance on the ground, they would undoubtedly be astonished to see a scene resembling a massive bomber sweeping over the demon tiger forest. The terrifying divine fire raining down from the sky was like nuclear bombs with destructive power, each impact unleashing unparalleled explosions. The winged demon tigers on the ground were suddenly thrown into bewilderment. Even the demon tiger king, lounging at the forest center, being served by hundreds of female winged demon tigers, was utterly stunned. They never imagined they would face such a catastrophic disaster one day. Thus, the formidable level 30 platinum quality winged demon tiger king didn't even have time to comprehend what was happening before its attributes were reduced by a full 70, only to be instantly obliterated by the rain of divine fire. If any eagle managed to survive and soar into the sky at this moment, it would be shocked to witness that the entire demon tiger forest had become a sea of divine fire. Even the demonic energy that had lingered for years was completely evaporated by the intense divine fire. In theory, the effectiveness of a skill is influenced by the level of the user. A level 10 job changer's control skill would never affect a level 50 job changer, as every skill has a note indicating that it is ineffective against targets more than 20 levels above the user. Different skill levels have different level restrictions. Level at level 1, a level at level 5, level at level 10, level at level 15, level at level 20, a level at level 25, and level at level 30. The greater the level difference between the target and the user, the weaker the skill's effect. For instance, a binding skill would only last 5 seconds on a target 5 levels above the user, and just 2 seconds on a target 10 levels higher. This level advantage has given rise to the common phenomenon of level discrimination, where higher levels often look down on lower levels. People strive to level up not only to gain more attribute points and skills, but also to reduce the likelihood of being controlled by others. So why can Xiaohan, a level 1 dragon pet, affect the level 30, platinum 5-star boss, the twin-winged demon tiger king? This is because Xiaohan possesses the sacred dragon bloodline, granting it an overwhelming dominance over any creature, allowing a 70 weakening effect to fully manifest on the demon tiger king. At this moment, the secret realm spirit's notification sounded. Congratulations to freshman Qin Fan for successfully clearing the platinum level secret realm instance, Forest of the Demon Tiger. Current difficulty, Hell level. Clear time, 2 minutes 32 seconds. Performance rating, SSS level. Time rating, SSS level. Overall rating, SSS level. Your achievement has been uploaded to the Feng Tian Academy Data Center. The secret realm clearance reward will be distributed in 1 minute. Please collect it promptly. Qin Fan thought to himself that the clearance time was just acceptable, considering he wasted some time at the start because the two little dragons wanted some attention. However, this score was definitely record-breaking. He had checked the secret realm information on the school app last night, and the best record for Forest of the Demon Tiger was over 7 minutes, set by a senior in her 3rd year. Qin Fan not only wiped out all the small monsters, but also cleared the realm in just over 2 minutes, showcasing the true power of a dragon master. Suddenly, a treasure chest radiating a purple-gold aura appeared out of thin air. Without hesitation, Qin Fan opened it. The system notification immediately followed. Fearless warrior. Congratulations on clearing the Forest of the Demon Tiger secret realm. Here are your exclusive clearance rewards. Reward, 300,000 experience points. Reward, 300 skill points, 300 free attribute points. Reward, Tiger Subduer title. Reward, Tiger King Great Axe, level 25, purple quality. Reward, Devourer Necklace, level 25, purple quality. Due to your outstanding performance and record-breaking success, an additional reward is triggered. Reward, S-level Universal Skill Book, Divine Flash. Reward, a level talent, Demon Breaking Eye. Qin Fan's eyes lit up with intense joy. The rewards were incredibly generous. The 300,000 experience points alone were enough to excite him. As a Dragon Master, the experience gained from clearing a secret realm is shared with the Dragon Pet, meaning Xiaohan at level 1 would experience tremendous growth. As Qin Fan reveled in his happiness, Xiaojia and Xiaohan curiously approached the treasure chest. The two little dragons, with their round little behinds, kept inspecting the treasures inside. Driven by curiosity, Xiaojia extended its little dragon claw and grabbed the Tiger King Great Axe, which weighed at least 300 pounds. It sniffed it and then opened its mouth to take a bite. While Qin Fan was busy counting his rewards, he suddenly heard a crisp crack. He turned his head sharply, only to be dumbfounded by the sight of Xiaojia, having bitten a notch into the level 25 purple quality Great Axe. My 2,000 school credits. Qin Fan wailed. He painfully realized that this purple quality level 25 Great Axe could have been sold to a newly enrolled warrior student for at least 2,000 credits. After all, just entering this platinum level secret realm required spending 1,000 credits on a ticket. As a result, the giant axe now had a chunk bitten out of it, and its price had to drop to 1,000 credits. Qin Fan looked at the weapon, damaged by the little dragon, with a pained expression, as if he could see a fortune flying away. He couldn't help but wail, 1,000 credits. How much meat could that buy? At this moment, Qin Fan resembled a father bankrupted by his little girl's appetite. Xiaohan, seeing her master's dramatic reaction, burst into giggles. The culprit, Xiao Jiu, seeing this, also started giggling. Qin Fan put on a stern face and pretended to warn them seriously. No more biting other things, understand? This is your food money. If you keep biting, we won't have any meat to eat. His words had the desired effect. The two little gluttons, upon hearing they might not get any meat, immediately sat obediently in place, their big eyes blinking at Qin Fan, afraid of angering him further. Finally managing to calm down the two mischievous little creatures, Qin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and began to tally the spoils. First up was the title. Tiger Slayer title, Strength 20. Damage to Tiger-type monsters 10. Qin Fan smirked. Same old mosquito leg title. Next was the equipment. Magic Devourer necklace. Grade, purple. Level, 25. Class, unrestricted. Attributes, Wisdom 50, Agility 30. Enchantment effect, generates a magical shield. The shield amount is 20 of your health. While the shield exists, your defense and magic resistance increase by 10. Note: after the magic shield is broken, it will enter a 10-minute cooldown. Qin Fan's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Although the cooldown is a bit long, the attribute boost while the shield is active makes this a nice piece of jewelry. He hesitated for a moment. Alright, sell it. At least 5,000 credits. To be honest, Qin Fan was quite tempted to keep the Magic Devourer necklace for himself, but thinking about the cost of raising two little dragons that were like money pits, he had to reluctantly part with it. As for the level 25 purple grade giant axe, Qin Fan didn't even bother looking at the obvious notch, pricing it directly. Sell for 1,000 credits at a low price. Finally, Qin Fan took out the biggest find of the trip. God Flash S, within 60 seconds, allows you to perform 3 long-distance blinks, ignoring obstacles. Note: the skill cooldown is 5 minutes. Each blink can cover a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. A divine skill. Truly a top-tier movement skill. Qin Fan exclaimed excitedly, wow. Each blink can cover up to 1,000 meters. This means with 3 consecutive God Flashes, you can distance yourself 3,000 meters from the original point. This skill, whether for offense or retreat, is an outstanding divine skill. Recalling the rules he had heard earlier, Qin Fan couldn't help but marvel. No wonder everyone at this level wants to conquer the Platinum Secret Realm. Breaking the record seems to have a chance of granting such level rewards. He continued to check the final reward. Magic Breaking IA. Your dynamic, static, and long-range vision will be greatly enhanced, and you will see through the magical energy flow when the opponent casts magic skills. Another good thing. Qin Fan rejoiced silently, having already automatically comprehended this rank talent the moment he opened the treasure chest. Just then, 2 notifications sounded in his mind. Ding. Your level experience bar is full. Would you like to level up directly? Your dragon pets, Ingjiu and Qinghan, have full experience bars. Would you like to level them up directly? Without hesitation, Qin Fan chose to level up his 2 dragon pets first. In an instant, a profound and vast wave of energy burst forth. The 2 little dragons sitting obediently on the ground began to glow brightly. Through these rays of light, Qin Fan could clearly see the sacred patterns on their bodies shining again, a clear sign of their bloodlines awakening once more. Meanwhile, in the outer secret realm hall, the magic circle in another side hall suddenly fluctuated. Shortly after, 3 teams appeared simultaneously. The surrounding students exclaimed, wow, as expected of the equally matched prodigies. They all came out around the same time. That's normal, someone explained. The Magic Tiger Forest is a straight-through challenge mode. Teams can ignore the small monsters and go straight for the boss, so it's all about the boss killing time, which is why Luo Hao, by Wushuang, and the others returned around the same time. Suddenly, someone noticed a missing person. Huh? Seems like Qin Fan also went in a while ago, and he still hasn't come out yet. Could he have died inside? No idea. There's no live feed in there. Don't bother looking. He probably got blocked by the small monsters and hasn't even seen the boss yet. The surrounding students' chatter made Luo Hao, by Wushuang, and others appear even more indifferent. Even Luo Tao turned to look at Su Ro, implying, Sister Su Ro, you should be glad you made the right choice. In the forest of demon tigers, the crimson glow from Xiaojiu's recent upgrade gradually faded. This fierce flame dragon, known as the Master of Endless Fire, had its level jump from 15 to 17, with each of its 4 attributes increasing by 500 points, reaching an impressive 3,500. While 300,000 experience points would typically boost a common beast pet by 5 levels, for a powerful dragon pet like Xiaojiu, it only resulted in a 2-level increase. At the same time, Xiaohan also completed her upgrade. Wrapped in a shimmering ice blue light like a delicate veil, this noble and adorable frost dragon, the ruler of winter, displayed more pronounced icy blue divine patterns across its form. Its body was covered in crystal-like dragon scales, reminiscent of a princess's gown. Xiaohan sat obediently on the ground, gently flapping her small wings, and chirped joyfully at her owner, Qin Fan, sharing the happiness of becoming stronger. Qin Fan, with a smile on his face, checked Xiaohan's information panel. This 98-month-old female hatchling had jumped directly from level 1 to level 7, with her 4 attributes breaking through the 1,000-point mark. The effect of 300,000 experience points was particularly evident on Xiaohan, showcasing the tremendous potential of her dragon lineage. In addition to level and attribute enhancements, Xiaohan awakened 2 new skills: the dragon-exclusive skill Dragon Form Transformation and the rank support skill Frost Blessing. Dragon form transformation includes 4 forms: Shimming Divine Ice, Sacred Snow Heart, Normal form, and Hatchling form. The Shimming Divine Ice form enhances frost attacks, while the Sacred Snow Heart form significantly boosts support effects. Frost Blessing can instantly remove negative statuses from a target and provide ongoing immunity to control effects. Qin Fan studied Xiaohan's new abilities with visible delight. He realized that the Frost Dragon could serve as a powerful support unit while also possessing decent offensive capabilities. Although she couldn't match her sister Xiaojiu in sheer destructive power, Xiaohan's versatility within the team was more pronounced. As Qin Fan pondered, Xiaohan let out a soft chirp, her body glowing with an ice blue hue. She quickly shrank to the size of a cat and lightly flew to perch atop Qin Fan's head. Content: the little dragon settled down, purring with satisfaction. Having mastered dragon form transformation, Xiaohan could now snuggle up to her owner, just like her sister Xiaojiu. Qin Fan felt a cool little snowball resting on his head, while Xiaojiu let out a soft "gaw" and transformed into its pet form, jumping onto his shoulder. Just like that, Qin Fan now had 2 adorable little companions with him. Alright, I've lingered here long enough. It's time to head to the troll cavern and the ice serpent's nest. Qin Fan muttered to himself, taking out a special secret realm teleportation scroll. This kind of scroll allowed him to directly jump from the Forest of Magic Tigers to other dungeons, a tool provided by the Academy's secret realm hall to facilitate continuous dungeon raids for students. Qin Fan recalled the Madness Cup speedrun dungeon competition the school had organized, where participants used these scrolls to save on teleportation time. He chose to use the scroll primarily to avoid the disdainful looks and ridicule from others upon leaving. As an avid reader of online novels, he was well aware of what might happen next. Thinking of his past life's parents going bankrupt and the ugly faces of relatives, Qin Fan couldn't help but sigh at the variety of people in the world. He decisively used the scroll, and as spatial ripples spread, the figures of 1 person and 2 dragons instantly vanished from the Forest of Magic Tigers. In the next moment, Qin Fan found himself in a dim, damp cavern, the air thick with the stench of decay. Low growls echoed around him, and pairs of blood-red eyes full of murderous intent emerged from the darkness. Facing these threats, Qin Fan remained calm, simply pointing ahead with a majestic aura radiating from him. Xiaojiu, Xiaohan, go get him, he commanded in a deep voice. The 2 little dragonlings sprang into action, their wings flapping as their crimson and icy blue forms dove towards the lurking troll creatures. As they flew, their bodies rapidly expanded, transforming into 2 colossal beasts dozens of meters tall. When their massive forms landed heavily, the entire cavern quaked violently as if struck by a magnitude 12 earthquake. 2 roars, imbued with supreme dragon might, reverberated through the tunnels, and the once excited troll creatures were instantly stricken with terror, dropping their weapons and fleeing in panic. However, escape was futile. Scorching divine flames and the chilling breath of the shimming dragon swept through, annihilating the hundreds of level 23 troll creatures in the first wave before they could even scream. The subsequent second and third waves met the same fate. When the 4th wave's boss, the Troll King, saw its 5,000-strong troll army being effortlessly crushed by the 2 holy dragons, a look of unprecedented fear and despair spread across its hideous face. It couldn't comprehend why, as a level 32 platinum dungeon boss, it had provoked 2 apex creatures of the food chain. Soon, a system notification chimed, announcing Qin Fan's successful completion of the platinum-level dungeon troll cavern in 3 minutes and 15 seconds, earning an SSS rating. Watching as Xiaojiu and Xiaohan kicked the boss's head around like a ball, Qin Fan couldn't help but look up and sigh. Boring, so boring. This kind of dungeon raid lacks any excitement. Meanwhile, in the outer hall of the secret realm hall, the magical teleportation array flickered to life again, spatial ripples spreading out. The crowd, while grumbling about how long Qin Fan had taken, craned their necks towards the side hall, eagerly awaiting his appearance. The next moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden burst of teleportation light in the adjacent hall. When the light faded, it revealed Luo Hao and Su Ro's team. This scene left everyone present stunned. To their surprise, aside from Luo Hao, Luo Tao, Su Ro, and Chen Wei were all visibly injured to varying degrees. Even more shocking was that Feng Yuanyuan was unconscious, being carefully cradled in Luo Hao's arms. Senior, I'm sorry, but I need a second-tier priest for healing. Please hurry. Luo Hao, ignoring the murmurs around him, walked gravely toward the front desk. The senior in charge of part-time registration nodded promptly and quickly arranged for a sophomore second-tier priest to come for treatment. Under the priest's care, Feng Yuanyuan soon regained consciousness and returned to peak condition. Despite this, a deep-seated fear still lingered on her face. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, a sophomore senior stepped forward to explain. All right, stop guessing. She was likely hit by a boss's special skill memory poison. Once hit by this skill, the target's memory is forcibly altered, and they remain in a poisoned state that a first-tier priest can't dispel. Only a second-tier priest can help. The senior's explanation enlightened the gathered freshmen. They finally realized the danger of the dungeon and understood why Luo Hao and his team had exited early. As discussions continued, someone suddenly remembered, hey, Qin Fan still hasn't come out yet. Could he have perished in the demon tiger forest? This reminder left everyone stunned, realizing that Qin Fan indeed hadn't appeared yet. Hearing this, Luo Hao and his team raised their eyebrows slightly. The Dragon Tamer, who ranked first by default, hadn't come out yet? Luo Tao and Qin Wei wore mocking expressions, and even Feng Yuan, having just recovered from her fright, looked curious. Only Su Rou looked genuinely worried. She quickly approached the front desk, earnestly asking, Senior, could you please check Qin Fan's status in the secret realm control room? The senior nodded and headed toward the resource control room. Just then, the space in the adjacent hall rippled again with teleportation waves. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn there, including Luo Hao and his team, who looked on with curiosity. However, emerging from the teleportation array was Su Ninian and Feng Tairan's team. Even more surprising was Feng Tairan, carrying their unconscious priest, Tao Qian, in his arms. As people began to discuss, the teleportation array lit up once more. Surely, this time it must be Qin Fan? Yet, stepping out from the light was Bai Wushuang. Seeing the crowd's disappointed expressions, he asked in confusion, You? Sighing and moaning at my appearance, what's the deal? Did I offend you? When someone asked if Bai Wushuang had cleared the dungeon, he cursed and gestured with his thumb over his shoulder. Only then did everyone notice Bai Dajiang emerging, carrying the unconscious Tong Jejia. Due to Bai Wushuang's tall and robust figure blocking Bai Dajiang and his companion behind him, the crowd initially didn't notice them. Suddenly, a wave of exclamations erupted from the group. Whoa, this dungeon boss is way too fierce. You should say it's cunning, someone retorted. Didn't you see it's targeting the weakest players? That shows it's really smart. 3 elite teams have already fallen for the boss's trick. You've got to admit, the Troll King is impressive. The defeat of the 3 teams made everyone present realize the terrifying nature of this platinum-level dungeon. Just then, the teleportation array in the side hall lit up again, drawing everyone's attention. This time it better be Qin Fan, someone murmured. As the light faded, a figure appeared. The crowd immediately erupted with mocking jeers. Finally, it's him. Come on, if you're so great, don't come out at all. 21 minutes. Huh. With that completion time, you still managed to be ranked first by the deans. Faced with the scorn and sarcasm, Qin Fan, who emerged from the teleportation array, appeared bewildered but remained calm and composed. Su Rou quickly approached him, asking with concern, Qin Fan, are you all right? Qin Fan merely glanced at her without responding and walked straight past her towards the front desk. Sister Su Rou, why are you concerned about such a rude guy? Luo Tao couldn't help but interject. Spending over 20 minutes on the Demon Tiger Forest run? What future can you expect from such a loser? Her words seemed to ignite a fuse, and those around her chimed in. She's right. This guy has no future. I've said it before, those initial rankings are overrated. And yet he managed to get first place. It's ridiculous. Are there no talents in Nanzhou province this year? How did he become the top scorer? The pleasure of seeing others fail was evident in the growing tide of criticism. The darker side of human nature was on full display, unable to stand others' success, or perhaps feeling superior when belittling others. This mindset is common, whether in reality or online, where some people elevate themselves by putting others down. A silver-ranked player defying a king-tier champion, someone earning 3,000 criticizing billionaires, outsiders critiquing industry experts. Such acts of ignorance are all too common. Now, as Qin Fan found himself in this power-centric world, when these people saw that the person ranked first was seemingly beneath them, they couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude. Their joy was built on mocking Qin Fan. Is that it? So you're not much after all, Nanzhou province's top scorer. Faced with the disdainful jeers, Qin Fan simply took a deep look at everyone, as if memorizing each person who mocked or belittled him. At that moment, a senior student emerged from the control room, her face filled with shock. Upon seeing Qin Fan waiting at the counter, her face flushed with excitement. Before she could speak, Qinwei eagerly asked with a grin, Senior, did you find out? How long did it take our new top student to clear the Demon Tiger Forest? His question immediately drew a chorus of agreement. Yes, Senior. What's the top scorer's clearance record? Share it with us. I'd love to see what this top scorer is capable of. Looking at the still mocking freshman, the senior's usually composed face showed a rare hint of anger. You all want to know Qin Fan's score, right? Fine. I'll announce it, she said sternly. Just hope you don't end up feeling ashamed. With that, she directly accessed the Feng Tian Academy's database to retrieve Qin Fan's clearance information. Soon, The guild hall's crystal-clear holographic display screen prominently showed Qin Fan's results. Everyone, including Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Su Rou, turned their gaze to the holographic screen. The next moment, the secret realm hall was filled with gasps of disbelief. Every face was marked with shock, astonishment, and utter disbelief. Even the elite like Luo Hao and Bai Wushuang were stunned, trapped in a state of awe. The holographic screen boldly displayed a series of face-slapping records. Demon Tiger Forest Secret Realm Record Holder, Qin Fan. Completion time, 2 minutes 32 seconds. Overall rating, SSS. Troll Cavern Secret Realm Record Holder, Qin Fan. Completion time, 3 minutes 15 seconds. Overall rating, SSS. Ice Serpent Nest Secret Realm Record Holder, Qin Fan. Completion time, 2 minutes 42 seconds. Overall rating, SSS. The entire hall was silent. Everyone struck speechless by these astounding achievements. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the hall of the secret realm sanctuary, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared wide-eyed, faces etched with disbelief, their eyes locked on the information displayed on the screen. Their understanding of the world seemed shattered, leaving them in a daze. The crowd couldn't help but recall their earlier mockery and disdain for Qin Fan. Their smug superiority now vanished. Their faces burned with shame, as if they had been slapped hard. In this eerie silence, Chen Wei was the first to break the tension. He loudly questioned, "Senior, are you sure these details aren't mistaken? This guy spent over 20 minutes in the Demon Tiger Forest. How could he achieve such an astonishing result?" Chen Wei's words seemed to open the floodgates, and the previously silent crowd quickly chimed in. "Yeah, Senior, are you sure there isn't a bug in the database? This result is just too outrageous. He's broken the best record of every realm by over 5 minutes. I seriously doubt this. Can a human even achieve this? I don't believe it. Either the central data site has been hacked, or it's a display glitch. I really can't believe these results are from Qin Fan." Everyone voiced their skepticism, not out of stubbornness, but because Qin Fan's results were simply too astounding. Typically, a secret realm dungeon's highest difficulty has two best records, the best solo record and the best team record. The solo record showcases individual strength, while the team record tests group coordination. Usually, team records are much faster than solo ones. Take the Demon Tiger Forest as an example. Before Qin Fan, the best solo record was 7 minutes and 42 seconds, while the best team record was 4 minutes and 31 seconds. Yet Qin Fan astonishingly shattered both records with a time of 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Even more shocking, he achieved an SSS comprehensive rating, indicating not only speed but also a complete sweep. Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and other elites were initially stunned by Qin Fan's performance but soon joined the chorus of doubt. Only Su Rou knew for certain that Qin Fan's results were genuine, as she was aware of Qin Fan's dragon. However, seeing Luo Hao's icy gaze, she chose to remain silent. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Qin Fan remained silent, as if the surrounding clamor had nothing to do with him. Yet his silence only reinforced Chen Wei's suspicions. Just as Qin Fan was about to leave, Chen Wei suddenly blocked his path, sneering, "What? Are you trying to run away because your fake results were exposed? Don't worry, just admit." Before he could finish, a shocking scene unfolded. Two small heads, one fiery red and the other icy blue, suddenly emerged from Qin Fan's collar, moving as fast as lightning. Before Chen Wei could react, a scorching red flame and a biting blue frost struck his face. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the hall. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Chen Wei fell heavily to the ground. His face severely burned, losing consciousness from the intense pain. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected Qin Fan to suddenly make a move at that moment. Qin Fan once again defeated Chen Wei in an instant, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. However, the most surprised person was Qin Fan himself. He hadn't expected the two little dragonlings to suddenly emerge from his collar and unleash a dual attack of ice and fire on Chen Wei. As Qin Fan glanced around, he noticed that apart from top talents like Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and Sun Yinyan, the other freshmen had all taken a step back in fear. Clearly, the shocking scene had left a deep impact on everyone. "My goodness!" someone whispered in awe. "This Qin Fan is terrifying. He doesn't hesitate to strike hard, and it's straight to disfigurement." What was even more alarming was the chilling magical power many felt from the flames and frost just moments ago. If that attack had been directed at them, they feared they would end up as miserable as Chen Wei. At that moment, everyone picked up on a crucial piece of information. Qin Fan could actually use magical skills, and they were instant cast. It seemed the only magic a Dragon Tamer could wield was dragon language magic. Magic skills in dragon language without the need for chanting. Someone exclaimed. No wonder he achieved such phenomenal results in the secret realm. He was holding back his true abilities. Though Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, and Sun Yinyan were not frightened, their expressions turned serious. They began to reconsider if they had underestimated this Dragon Tamer from Nanzhou province. Faced with the crowd's wary, fearful, astonished, and solemn gazes, Qin Fan simply turned and left the secret realm hall. This time, no one dared to stop him. Just a few steps out of the hall, Qin Fan heard giggling from his chest. He pulled open his collar to see two adorable little dragonlings clinging to his shirt, hanging onto him while laughing mischievously. Clearly, they were quite pleased with their recent deed. When Qin Fan glared at them, the two dragonlings immediately tilted their little heads, feigning innocence. "You guys," Qin Fan sighed. "Never mind." Faced with these cute little creatures, he couldn't bring himself to scold them. As their bonded partner, Qin Fan understood their thoughts. Since they had formed a contract with Qin Fan, the dragonlings could understand human language. They had quietly listened to the slander and mockery directed at their master. At that moment, they were already finding it hard to hold back. If Qin Fan hadn't forbidden them from acting on their own, they would have rushed out to teach those short-sighted people a lesson. Finally, when Chun Wei stepped forward to block the way, it completely enraged the two dragonlings. In their eyes, their master was as noble as they were, and those mocking him were no different from the low-level monsters in the secret realm, with the only question being whether they could be killed or not. These lowly creatures not only insulted but also dared to block the way. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han couldn't hold back any longer and directly unleashed a small dragon breath on Qin Wei. Their movements were as quick as lightning, so much so that the crowd only saw a burst of powerful flames and frost erupt from Qin Fan's chest, and then Chun Wei collapsed unconscious, with severe burns and frostbite on his face. This was Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han showing as much restraint as they could. If they had truly been angry, that small dragon breath could have melted or frozen Qin Wei's head entirely. At that point, only a third-turn priest's resurrection spell could have saved him. Fortunately, Qin Fan's coat was thick enough, and with the dragonlings deliberately shrinking their size, outsiders couldn't tell he had two little treasures hidden in his chest. In the future, don't attack anyone without my permission, understood? Qin Fan scolded them with feigned severity. The two dragonlings whimpered in grievance, clearly not understanding why their master was reprimanding them. They thought they were helping him vent his anger. Seeing the little ones' pitiful expressions, Qin Fan's heart softened. He quickly patted their little heads and gently said, "I'm not blaming you. Just give me a heads up next time before you act." Qin Fan had to make the dragonlings understand the importance of not acting on their own. In this world, there were strict legal constraints on job changers. As mentioned before, only a minority could become combat professionals during the job change ceremony. Most people, due to lack of talent, would eventually return to ordinary lives. So, the majority of the world consisted of ordinary people. This presented a problem. What if job changers abused their powers to oppress ordinary people? After all, ordinary people were incredibly vulnerable in the face of combat professionals. To address this issue, Longhua and the rest of the world had established laws to regulate job changers. Nations had even formed an international job change arbitration court. To prevent the dragonlings from accidentally harming others in the future, Qin Fan felt it necessary to remind them. The two little dragon hatchlings drooped their ears in disappointment, having hoped for praise from their master. Instead, they had to endure Qin Fan's lecture. However, being simple-hearted creatures, their spirits were quickly lifted when Qin Fan acknowledged their opinion of Qin Wei and solemnly promised to reward them with 200 pounds of premium magical beast meat that evening. Instantly, the little dragons perked up, wagging their tails with excitement. Qin Fan patted their heads, reminding himself that he needed to visit the trading market before making the purchase. Reflecting on the spoils from the recent battles, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The rewards from this adventure were substantial. 300,000 experience points from the Forest of Magic Tigers, 350,000 from the Troll Cavern, and 320,000 from the Ice Serpent's Nest. A total of 970,000 experience points propelled Qin Fan from level 22 to 28. Meanwhile, Xiaoju advanced from level 15 at the start of the school term to level 19, and Xiao Han leapt from level 1 to level 11. In addition to the experience points, Qin Fan acquired various items, equipment, and skill books. Scanning through the system notifications, he noticed an exceptional talent. His summoned spirits and contracted beast companions could now benefit from a 15 lifesteal effect. Although this seemed unnecessary at the moment since they hadn't encountered any creatures capable of injuring the sacred dragon, Qin Fan knew this ability would prove invaluable in the future. What thrilled him even more was that this talent allowed him to instantly cast spell-based skills that usually required chanting. He examined the newly acquired Roar of the Ice Dragon skill, a rank exclusive to dragon language mages, capable of inflicting damage and having an 80 chance to freeze enemies for 8 seconds. While not as powerful as the Shrank Roar of the Flame Dragon, its control effect significantly enhanced Qin Fan's combat flexibility. As for the other forging materials, equipment, and items obtained, Qin Fan decided to sell them all without hesitation. What he needed most now were academic credits to feed the two voracious little dragons. Besides, the system rewarded Flaming Staff and Mystic Crystal Scale Sword were of superior quality, and there was potential to acquire even better equipment through future system quests. Qin Fan quickly reviewed the attribute panels for himself and the two little dragons, marveling at the tremendous boosts they received with each level up. While ordinary magical beasts typically gained only a few dozen points per level, these two creatures experienced hundreds of points in comprehensive enhancement. Thanks to the SS level skill Bloodline Fusion, which shared 20 of their attributes, Qin Fan's stats were far superior to those of peers at the same level. With this sense of joy, Qin Fan arrived at the bustling free trading market of the Fengtian Academy. It was a lively place, second only to the secret realm hall, where students gathered in large numbers. He curiously surveyed the surroundings, ready to embark on his trading journey. In the prestigious university, student-run stalls coexist with shops from outside businesses, adding a lively atmosphere to the campus. A banner at the Forge shop reads, "Grand Opening Sale." The pharmacy advertises a clearance sale, and there's no shortage of ads for high-price buybacks scattered around. Qin Fan stood on the street, contemplating whether to set up a stall. Although he had obtained valuable items from the secret realm, selling them would be time-consuming. Thinking of the two little dragon cubs and their impending hunger in an hour, he knew he had to act. As a responsible caretaker, Qin Fan knew their feeding schedule by heart. Eventually, he entered a pawn shop that claimed to be a centennial establishment. The shop boasted ample financial resources, willing to purchase any valuable items. As soon as he stepped inside, a beautiful senior in a qipao, with a graceful figure, greeted him with a polite smile. Qin Fan noticed the purple badge on her chest, indicating she was a sophomore in the 47th grade. Even in a top-tier university, students had to take on part-time jobs to earn precious credits, which were essential for accessing advanced dungeons and equipment. Some seniors were even willing to work as servants or caretakers for credits, though without providing any special services. The kippa-clad senior noticed Qin Fan's blue badge and was momentarily taken aback. She gently reminded him, "Junior, we only purchase items here. We don't sell anything." Qin Fan shook his head and explained, "You misunderstood, senior. I'm here to sell." Just as he was about to retrieve items from his storage ring, the shop door was suddenly flung open. A young man with dyed yellow hair swaggered in, followed by several companions. "Stay outside. Don't disturb Senior Xiaonua." The blonde youth shouted arrogantly, "Senior Xiaonua, are you here? I'm looking for you." The Qipao senior's expression instantly darkened. The moment the blonde youth entered, he spotted Qin Fan sitting next to the Qipao senior. Qin Fan's striking appearance and demeanor immediately sparked his jealousy. "You dare to mess with the woman I have my eyes on," the blonde youth cursed, placing his foot on the table in a show of arrogance. However, before he could continue his act, Qin Fan moved like lightning. The blonde youth barely registered a blur before a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. With a thud, the blonde youth collapsed to the ground, unconscious before he could even cry out. The Qipao senior stared in shock at the scene. Qin Fan turned, his gaze resting on her. "Senior, it's all your fault," Qin Fan murmured softly. "Young master." Several of the henchmen outside witnessed through the glass door the moment the blonde youth was knocked out with a single punch and let out a wail before rushing into the shop. However, even more shocked than them was the beautiful and charming Xiaonuya, dressed in a qipao. This freshman suddenly sprang into action, taking down the blonde youth who was a professional martial artist with just one punch, leaving Xiaonuya utterly speechless. As a level 47 second-tier mage herself, she was both startled and impressed by the sheer power and speed of that punch. It far exceeded what one would expect from a freshman, and what was even more surprising was that it was just a straightforward punch without any skill enhancements. In a panic, the henchmen lifted the unconscious blonde youth. One of them, pointing at Qin Fan with a face full of anger, shouted, "Hurry up and get the young master treated. Kid, I'm telling you, you're in big trouble now. How dare you hit the second son of the Ma family from Fengtian? Just wait, you'll be ruined." After leaving these harsh words, they hurriedly left. Qin Fan was taken aback. Did this group really just leave like that? Normally, they would have swarmed him, right? It seemed these guys had a bit of wisdom, knowing not to mess with someone who had just knocked out their master with one punch. They decided just to make threats and deal with it later. Xiaonuya said softly, "Freshman, you're in big trouble." Qin Fan glanced at her and cleared his throat. "Senior, you're in trouble too?" Xiaonuya looked puzzled. Qin Fan continued, "If the big shots behind that guy come looking for trouble, I'll just say I was hired by you, senior, to specifically deal with the blonde. So, you won't be able to stay out of it either." Xiaonuya widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. How could he be so shameless? She hadn't even had a chance to speak, and he had already thrown a punch. Now he had the nerve to shift the blame. Qin Fan sighed to himself. "Sigh, I just wanted to sell some stuff. How did I end up in this mess?" Xiaonuya replied softly, This had nothing to do with you in the first place. You just went and punched him without a word. Qin Fan fell silent. He realized he had indeed acted rashly. The situation felt all too familiar, and his protagonist instincts kicked in. He should have just left, but he wanted to enjoy a moment of glory like the heroes in online novels. Xiao Nuya explained, that blonde youth is Ma Qingfeng, the second son of the Ma family from Fengtian. The Ma family is an ancient martial arts family with two level 104th-tier martial gods. They're not only renowned in Fengtian province, but also across the entire Dragon Nation. She paused briefly before adding, but fortunately, this is Fengtian Academy, and the Ma family's influence doesn't extend here. However, you've likely made an enemy of Ma Qingfeng, and the school will hold you accountable for initiating violence. After speaking, Xiao Nuya sat back on the leather sofa with a calm expression, her long, fair legs crossed, exuding a mature and sensual charm in her qipao. Qin Fan tilted his head, looking puzzled. The school holding me accountable? Shouldn't it be you, senior, being harassed by a thug, and me stepping in to punch him? That's clearly an act of bravery, not initiating violence. Xiao Nuya was taken aback, not expecting such a perspective. Qin Fan went on, since the Ma family's reach doesn't extend here, there's no need to worry. Back to the main point, do you still accept items here, senior? He knew well that while the Ma family was powerful, in a top-tier combat academy like Fengtian Academy, the influence of ancient martial arts families couldn't penetrate. The students here represented the nation's strategic reserve force, and most would directly enter elite corps after senior year. With the principal and deans present, along with many alumni holding high positions in elite corps, even a family as powerful as the Ma family wouldn't dare provoke such a formidable institution lightly. Understanding this, Qin Fan was no longer concerned. He chose this top-tier academy precisely because of the nation's emphasis on it. This meant that even commoners, if talented, could receive fair treatment. In an ordinary vocational academy, offending a young master could spell disaster, as even the most powerful fourth-tier warriors might shamelessly strike, and with his current strength, he couldn't possibly handle that. A hint of interest appeared on Xiao Nuya's pretty face. We do. What items do you have, freshman? Just show them. Clearly, she was intrigued by the business involving credits. She didn't expect much from Qin Fan, a freshman who had just started university. However, in the next moment, Qin Fan's actions completely shattered Xiao Nuya's expectations. With a gentle touch on his storage ring, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth. Accompanied by a whoosh, a dazzling array of items poured out like a waterfall, instantly covering the entire table. Xiao Nuya's previously composed expression froze as she straightened up in disbelief, staring at the mesmerizing treasures before her. Thanks to her identification skill, the detailed information of each item appeared clearly before her eyes. A level 25 purple grade Devourer necklace, a level 25 purple grade Windbreaker ring, a level 25 purple grade Bloodsucking spear, a level 25 purple grade Demon Flame armor set, a level 25 purple grade Tiger King battle axe, A grade enchantment material Ice Serpent King's core, A grade forging material Troll King's finger bone, B grade mage skill book, Star Flame burst, C grade warrior skill book, Brave taunt. Xiao Nuya was utterly stunned, and even the female manager in the second-floor office was drawn downstairs by the extraordinary aura of these treasures. She hurried down in her high heels, and upon seeing the rare items laid out on the table, she too was left speechless. Seeing their reactions, Qin Fan was secretly pleased. The more shocked they were, the more it proved the immense value of these items. As expected, after an initial appraisal, the female manager offered a staggering 60,000 credits. The B-grade mage skill book alone accounted for 35,000 credits, as skill books above B-grade are extremely rare drops in regular dungeons, especially for the highly sought-after mage profession. The transaction was finalized, and the credits were transferred. Before leaving, Qin Fan gave senior Xiao Nuya 1,000 credits, preparing for any future investigations. After leaving the shop, Qin Fan, accompanied by the excited chirping of two young dragonlings, used the school's grocery app to order 200 pounds of premium magical beast meat, having it airlifted directly to the villa. For the next 2 days, Qin Fan barely left the house, dedicating himself to familiarizing himself with his new skills and talents in the villa's luxurious training room. Although his dragon companions were powerful, he understood the importance of enhancing his own abilities as well. Meanwhile, the school began to deliver on the promised rewards. First was an S-grade Dragon Tamer skill book titled Chain of Life, a powerful survival skill that allowed Qin Fan to transfer 80 of his damage to his dragon companions. For the resilient Holy Dragon duo, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han, such damage would feel like mere scratches. As for the other rewards, such as 3 S-grade universal skill books and 3 A-grade experience resources, these were still pending approval. Instructor He Yalan explained that due to the intense battle 3 months ago at the Rift frontline, many exceptional talents had earned their merits on the battlefield, necessitating national rewards and causing a resource drain. Qin Fan's rewards might take at least 3 months to arrive. and she hoped he would understand. However, the Dragon Spirit's secret realm would open in a month, and the school would notify him then. Qin Fan understood the delay in receiving rewards. Since the global catastrophe, the lines between the game and reality have blurred. Not only have secret realms shattered and monsters run rampant, but rifts from unknown dimensions have also appeared in this world. The creatures emerging from these rifts are bloodthirsty, devoid of humanity, and incredibly powerful. Humans and other game-descended races have had to unite, building defensive fortresses at the rift battlefronts to fend off these catastrophic creatures. Senior students from the university are fighting valiantly on the front lines, shedding blood to protect the lives behind them. Qin Fan believes that it is only right for the country and the school to prioritize rewarding these brave warriors. Besides, it's not like I can't wait a few months, Qin Fan thought to himself. For the strong on the battlefield, mastering one more high-level skill could mean another chance at survival. Seeing Qin Fan's understanding attitude, teacher He Yalan felt relieved. Suddenly, she remembered something interesting and asked, "By the way, have you checked the school's official forum these past few days?" Qin Fan shook his head. "No, I've been in the training room adapting to my new skill talents, except for eating and sleeping. Then I suggest you take a look. There's quite a buzz going on," He Yalan said before hanging up the phone. Driven by curiosity, Qin Fan logged onto the school's official forum. The homepage was filled with eye-catching post titles. "Is this really the freshman first place chosen by your dean? Faked secret realm scores, and a coward who doesn't dare to show up. Forget by Wushuang. How are Sun Yinyan, Feng Tairan, and Luo Hao any worse than Qin Fan? Why are they ranked below him? The thought of that guy living in Villa, #1 on the hilltop, looking down on us is disgusting. It's unfair. We demand a rematch. I rank 3rd in Yunchuan province, so why am I 57th? I strongly suggest an immediate freshman exam." Qin Fan squinted his eyes. Clearly, these freshmen were dissatisfied with him, but he understood that he was just a trigger. The real issue was that everyone was unhappy with the initial rankings, feeling underestimated and eager to prove themselves through exams. As teacher He Yalan said, this year marked a golden era for Fengtian Academy, attracting top students from across the country. These students, accustomed to being the best in their local areas, naturally felt discontent when ranked below those they considered inferior. While browsing, Qin Fan stumbled upon an amusing post. "Whoever can beat Qin Fan for me will get 1,000,000,000 long coins." The post was by an ID named Handsome Breeze. Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. That yellow-haired. Just as he was about to continue browsing, suddenly, a small mouth with sharp teeth appeared at the edge of his laptop. With a crunch, the expensive laptop screen shattered instantly. Xiaojiu," Qin Fan exclaimed. Xiaojiu peeked out, its golden dragon eyes looking innocently at its owner. Before Qin Fan could reprimand it, a loud crash came from the kitchen. He rushed out of the bedroom to find the plump Xiao Han sitting in front of the refrigerator, which was emitting black smoke due to its frost power. "No, my fridge," Qin Fan groaned again. Although the school provides students with excellent living conditions, it doesn't mean they can destroy furniture at will. For every item damaged, Qin Fan has to spend credits to repair or replace it. Looking at the chaos before him, he couldn't help but sigh and rub his forehead. Over the past few days, Qin Fan's home has been in complete disarray. Two mischievous little creatures, acting like demolition experts, have already destroyed 3 holographic projectors, 2 computers, and a refrigerator. Each time Qin Fan tries to reprimand them, they gaze at him with their adorable big eyes, softening his heart and ultimately sparing them from punishment. While Qin Fan was busy dealing with these destructive little dragons, an important meeting was taking place in the top-floor conference room of the main teaching building at Fengtian Academy, known as Fengtian Tower. The dean of the Magic Academy and vice president, Lu Boming, was gathered with other deans to discuss the issues reported by the student body. Sipping his tea with a smile, Lu Boming remarked, "It seems our prodigies are quite dissatisfied with the initial rankings we've set." Present at the meeting were Lu Jianhua, dean of the Combat Academy, Zhang Tao, dean of the Tactics Academy, Li Yujie, dean of the Enhancement Academy, and He Yalan, vice dean of the Combat Academy. Despite being only 28 years old, He Yalan was already an 87th level, third-turn powerhouse, and her strength was not to be underestimated. With a hint of disdain, He Yalan commented, "That little guy Qin Fan broke records in 3 secret realm dungeons, which is truly remarkable. It's no wonder there's skepticism. If it weren't for confidentiality concerns, I'd love to make his dungeon clearing videos public." Lu Jianhua calmly noted, "The students are strongly demanding an early freshman examination. It seems they are eager to prove their abilities." Zhang Tao proposed, "Why not grant their wish? It would be a good opportunity to see if their skills live up to their reputation." Li Yujie and He Yalan expressed their agreement. Lu Boming, slightly surprised, finally decided, "In that case, let's accommodate them. Inform everyone that the freshman examination will begin tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in Arena 1. Lu Boming then announced, "Additionally, Due to the doubts about Qin Fan's secret realm completion time, this year's freshman exam will include a secret realm assessment. Notify the secret realm hall to prepare the Imperial Laboratory dungeon as the first round of the exam. This decision left everyone slightly taken aback. The Imperial Laboratory is an extremely challenging dungeon, with only a best team record and no solo record to date. Clearly, the vice president was provoked by the skepticism of these young talents. Ding! A notification from the Fengtian Academy's official communication system simultaneously buzzed on every freshman's phone. The message was straightforward and shocking. The freshman assessment, originally scheduled for a month later, had been moved up to 9 a.m. tomorrow at Arena 1. Additionally, the official website unveiled a new assessment component, a highly challenging Imperial Laboratory dungeon. The news hit like a bombshell, instantly igniting a wave of excitement, anxiety, and anticipation among the freshmen. Some students jubilantly exclaimed, "Finally! A chance to shake up this cursed initial ranking." Others confidently declared, "With my skills, making the top 300 is a given." However, their excitement quickly turned into astonishment when they logged onto the official website for more details. The inclusion of the Imperial Laboratory dungeon caught many off guard. This renowned dungeon had never been cleared solo. Only team records existed. Students speculated that this was the Academy's response to recent skepticism, aiming to prove the fairness of the rankings. Discussions erupted. "This is insane. Is the school trying to embarrass us? Can Qin Fan clear it solo? We better team up. Solo is not an option." Meanwhile, in Villa 2, Bai Wuxuang was gently stroking his obedient white dragon, his eyes sparkling with a cold determination. He was brimming with confidence, seeing this assessment as the perfect opportunity to claim the top freshman spot. He scoffed at the new dungeon challenge, firmly believing that he and his dragon could tackle any instance alone. On the lawn of Villa 3, a small barbecue gathering was underway. Luo Hao, Feng Tairan, Sun Yinyan, Su Rou, Feng Yuanyuan, and Luo Tao were seated in a circle, enjoying food and laughter. Suddenly, Feng Tairan reminded everyone to check their phones, and surprised expressions quickly spread across their faces. The group swiftly delved into discussing the sudden announcement. Feng Yuanyuan expressed surprise at the exam's rescheduling, while Sun Yinyan pointed out the addition of the Imperial Laboratory dungeon. Luo Tao reminded everyone of the dungeon's high difficulty, joking that it might be due to freshmen being dissatisfied with Qin Fan's ranking. Seizing the moment, Feng Yuanyuan turned to Su Rou and said, "Sister Su Rou, see? If you teamed up with him, you'd be in the spotlight too. And there's no way he can get you through this Imperial Laboratory dungeon." Su Rou managed a faint smile in response, though her heart rippled with unease. In his heart, he was pondering, was his decision truly the right one? Luo Hao suddenly reached out, gently holding Su Rou's small hand. His touch was gentle yet firm, and his voice was low and comforting. "Don't worry, we'll make it through the Imperial Laboratory with ease." Su Rou was taken aback and instinctively wanted to pull away. But under Luo Hao's confident and determined gaze, she ultimately gave up resisting. Inwardly, she prayed. Hopefully, her choice was the right one. Nearby, Sun Yinyan squinted her eyes, watching the scene with keen interest. She always found such dramatic situations fascinating. As far as she knew, Su Rou had teamed up with Qin Fan during the college entrance exams and even publicly expressed her liking for him. Yet, upon entering university, she decisively chose to team up with Luo Hao, leaving Qin Fan aside. This storyline couldn't be more typical. To be honest, Sun Yinyan didn't care who would come out on top. She believed that as long as she did her best, there was no need to be overly competitive. At the moment, she was more interested in how things would unfold. However, judging by her assessment, this situation was likely to end in Luo Hao's favor. After all, how could a poor boy from Anning City compete with the heir of the Luo family, which boasted 4 powerful fourth-tier warriors? In the blink of an eye, the night quietly slipped away. However, many freshmen found it hard to sleep due to excitement and nerves. Just past 6, the freshmen were already up, quickly having breakfast and starting to meticulously check their gear and equipment. Unlike the vocational entrance exams, the university assessments weren't bound by many restrictions. The vocational exams had strict rules on the use of health and mana potions and limitations on item levels. The university assessments, however, had no such constraints. Any means were allowed as long as you could defeat your opponent. Once preparations were complete, everyone headed toward Arena 1. Meanwhile, in Villa 1, Qin Fan was reluctantly getting out of bed. It wasn't because he was nervous about the assessment, but rather because his 2 little dragon cubs were at it again, waking him up with their playful antics. As for today's freshman exam, Qin Fan felt no particular anxiety. He paid no mind to the external doubts and criticisms. At this moment, his full attention was on these 2 mischievous little ones. Feigning anger, Qin Fan scolded, "No more playing around when I'm sleeping. Otherwise, no more meat for you." Jie Wu. Ing. The 2 dragon cubs raised their heads, responding adorably. But whether they truly understood was another matter. Qin Fan knew these two dragon cubs were like innocent children. You couldn't expect them to behave perfectly all the time. And Qin Fan didn't want to stifle their nature and joy. If he wanted, he could train them to be as obedient as puppies. But to Qin Fan, these two were not pets. They were equals, partners to accompany him through life's journey. So naturally, he couldn't look down on them like mere pets. Let's go, time to head out. After breakfast, Qin Fan, with the two dragon cubs in tow, leisurely made his way to Arena 1. By 8 in the morning, the grand and spacious Arena 1 was already bustling with noise. Many freshmen had already arrived, their eyes fixed on the vast expanse in the center of the arena, which was as large as several football fields combined. There stood a series of dazzling diamond gates, gleaming in the sunlight. Are those the diamond-level secret realm dungeons? The freshmen stared intently at the luxurious diamond gates, as if they could sense the roaring chaos beyond them. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Look, they're here." Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Feng Tairan appeared in view. These prodigies immediately became the center of attention, drawing everyone's gaze like magnets. Bai Wushuang, level 32, Beastmaster. Luo Hao, level 33, Berserker. Sun Yinyan, level 32, Chaos Mage. Feng Tairan, level 32, Swordsman. Su Rou, level 31, Priest. Luo Tao, level 30, Archer. A chorus of awe echoed around them. Wow, their levels are so high. They could all advance to the second tier already. I'm only level 26. That's expected. They have exceptional backgrounds and family resources, and they were already above level 27 when they came to school. They reportedly cleared several secret realms quickly and gained a lot of experience, so it's normal for them to be at this level. Then why haven't they advanced to the second tier? Clearing the second tier trial dungeons takes a lot of time. With the freshman exams starting early, they don't have the time to advance. True. But still, the gap between prodigies and us ordinary students widens slowly like this. We're only ordinary in a relative sense. Let's not underestimate ourselves. Compared to freshmen from regular academies, they can't even come close to us. That's true. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussions, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the arena, and the whole place fell silent. The figure that appeared at the entrance was truly remarkable. Qin Fan's arrival was like a refreshing breeze, instantly capturing everyone's attention. His chiseled and handsome face was the first thing people noticed, followed by his tall, athletic, yet not bulky frame. He wore a set of swift wind light armor that fit him perfectly, adding an air of sharpness to his presence. His masculine charm was undeniable, and it was far from anything effeminate, causing many of the girls present to secretly swoon. All the first-year students' eyes were fixed on Qin Fan, their gazes filled with a mix of emotions: hostility, disdain, skepticism, as well as caution, solemnity, and even a sense of facing a formidable opponent. Despite the scornful comments about Qin Fan on the official forum, some rational individuals realized that this top scorer from the Nanzhou province vocational exam must possess exceptional abilities. Prominent figures like Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Feng Tairan also glanced at Qin Fan, but quickly looked away, evidently not considering him to be on the same level as themselves. Su Rou watched Qin Fan with a complex expression, while others like Feng Yuan, Luo Tao, and Qin Wei displayed outright disdain. At that moment, the main stage of Arena 1 suddenly rippled with a mysterious spatial distortion. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared out of thin air, startling everyone present. This was the handiwork of the space mage, Lu Boming, who had teleported the other deans and teachers there. Apart from the 4 deans, there were vice deans and highly skilled teaching staff who would form the panel for this freshman examination. Silence, a teacher called out sternly, causing the freshmen in the arena to immediately cease their whispers and look gravely towards the figures on the stage. Each figure emanated an awe-inspiring aura. Since they did not conceal their personal information, the freshmen could easily use their appraisal skills to view the levels and professions of these individuals. All 4 deans were over level 90 and had undergone 4 class advancements. The vice deans were above level 85 with 3 class advancements, and even the teaching staff had a minimum level of 75. Even more surprising were the non-human faces among the teaching staff. The Battle Academy's warrior instructor was a large, tusked green orc. The archery instructor was a delicate-featured, silver-haired silver moon elf. The Reinforcement Academy's forging professor was a dwarf who claimed to be of royal forging lineage. Additionally, there were a halforc and a catwoman from the catfolk responsible for assassin courses, and a lizardfolk woman teaching the cleric profession. This lineup astounded the freshmen, and even Qin Fan found these non-human teachers intriguing. The fusion of game and reality had brought about these non-human empires, each with its own nations and cultures. As the Rift Wars spread, humans and non-humans began to cooperate. Besides these teaching staff, there were also many exchange students from non-human empires studying in Long Country. Faced with the students' curious gazes, these non-human teachers were already accustomed to it. After all, they experienced this every year and had long adapted to such scenes. Many of you might be familiar with Dean Liu, but may not know me or the other deans and teachers yet. On the stage, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, stood up and spoke in a clear voice. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Jinhua, Dean of the Battle Academy. I will be overseeing this freshman examination. Following his introduction, the other deans and teachers briefly introduced themselves. The involvement of so many deans and teachers for a freshman examination highlighted its significance. Dean Liu Jianhua's clear voice echoed across the arena. New students, we are not here for mere spectacle, but to select talent and recruit new students for our respective academies. He glanced around, his eyes sweeping over the young faces in the crowd below. At this point, you freshmen have yet to choose your academy. Once the freshman exams conclude, we will have a better understanding of your true abilities, followed by the sorting ceremony. Then, we teachers will naturally compete to recruit the most outstanding talents into our academies. He paused, a slight smile playing on his lips. Of course, the top 100 ranked students in the freshman exams are bound to be the focus of every academy's attention. Noticing the students' slightly impatient expressions, Dean Liu cleared his throat. All right, I understand you're not fond of lengthy speeches. We've also heard your dissatisfaction with the initial rankings. Now, we're offering you a chance to prove your skills. His voice suddenly rose. As for the importance of the freshman exams, I trust you've already read about it on the official website, so I won't elaborate. I hereby announce that the first round of the freshman exams will commence in 3 minutes. Please proceed to the corresponding Mystic portal according to your initial ranking number. If you're in a team, simply enter the same door. In 3 minutes, the trials will begin. As Dean Liu's words concluded, the vast arena erupted into activity. Most freshmen wore serious expressions, quickly checking their gear and supplies. However, amidst the chaos, prodigies like Qin Fan, Luo Hao, and Bai Wushuang appeared remarkably composed, seemingly confident about the upcoming trials. One of the instructors couldn't help but admire. Look at these prodigies, so calm and confident. They're truly different from the others. Another instructor, an elf named Anna, softly remarked, I'm quite curious about this Qin Fan. After all, our academy went to great lengths to recruit him. I hope he doesn't disappoint us. Vice Dean He Yalan heard this and smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, Anna. Just make sure you're not too surprised by what that kid is capable of. Anna nodded with a smile. I'll be watching closely. The 3-minute preparation period flew by. With a resonant hum, nearly 1,000 diamond portals leading to the mystic realms burst into brilliant light, and the mysterious spatial energies began to ripple. The freshmen, already in position, each touched their designated portal. Instantly, detailed information about the mystic realm appeared in the minds of all the freshmen. Mystic realm, Imperial Underground Laboratory. Difficulty, Hell. Player limit, 15 people. Realm background. In the dark, damp underground laboratory, eerie murmurs and howls occasionally echo, with the air thick with the stench of decay and the tang of machine oil. Some say it holds the Empire's secrets, others claim it harbors endless biomechanical monsters. With another hum, the previously bustling arena quieted significantly as most freshmen entered the mystic realms. However, what shocked the remaining students was that Qin Fan and Bai Wushuang chose to enter the diamond portals alone. Many were left speechless. Is Qin Fan courting death? At least Bai Wushuang has a 4-winged storm dragon as a trump card. What does Qin Fan have? Did he really contract a dragon? That's wishful thinking. If dragons could truly be tamed, the dragon tamers of past years wouldn't have died in obscurity. Luo Tao sneered, glancing at the diamond portal marked number 1. Overestimating himself. She turned to take Su Ro's hand. Sister Su Ro, let's go. The team of Luo Tao, Su Ro, Luo Hao, Feng Yuan, and Chen Wei stepped towards their portal and soon vanished into the radiant light. Luo Hao had once considered the possibility of tackling the dungeon solo, but after careful deliberation, he dismissed the idea. Despite Bai Wushuang's powerful 4-winged Wind Thunder Dragon, solo mode simply couldn't match the speed and efficiency of a team, whether in clearing levels or defeating monsters. Weighing the pros and cons, he concluded that teaming up was the easier and more efficient choice. As for Qin Fan's decision to go solo, Luo Hao scoffed. To him, it was a foolish act of self-sabotage, and he speculated that Qin Fan would likely be ejected from the dungeon system before even passing the first level. Once all the new students officially entered the secret realm dungeon, a clear holographic screen appeared at the center of Arena 1. Before the image fully formed, a burst of laughter erupted from nearby speakers. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought? The monsters in this secret realm dungeon are all of the dark element. This is a dream come true for our team. As the image sharpened, the audience saw beams of light magic striking the grotesque creatures lurking in the shadows. This was a team with a holy spirit mage at its core. The mage's spells naturally carried light attributes, giving them a distinct advantage over dark element monsters, hence their excitement. The scene shifted again, and a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly drew the attention of all the deans and teachers. They sat up straight, their expressions turning serious. A massive, white-scaled dragon was seen unleashing a devastating breath of wind and thunder upon the grotesque monsters of the first level. Ugh! The monsters disintegrated into ashes under the dragon's fearsome breath in less than a second. The teachers gasped in astonishment. Wow! Bai Wuxiang's four-winged wind thunder dragon is incredibly powerful, though the first level was considered a warm-up, with monsters being the weakest in the secret realm dungeon at level 28. No other new student team could achieve a one-hit kill. This was, after all, a highly challenging diamond-level dungeon. Yet, in the face of Bai Wuxiang's dragon, these monsters couldn't withstand even a single breath. The teachers unanimously agreed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bai Wuxiang was destined to become one of the world's strongest beast tamers. The four-winged wind thunder dragon was an exceptionally rare dragon breed. Rumor had it that upon maturity, there was a chance for its bloodline to evolve. If it could transform into a subdragon species, Bai Wuxiang's power would be greatly enhanced. Even the deans nodded in agreement, recognizing the dragon's immense potential. Dragons were nearly at the top of the biological hierarchy. Whether it was the flying four-winged wind thunder dragon or the ground-dwelling armor dragon, these beasts were typically only owned by nobles with significant resources. Speaking of dragons, Anna, an elven teacher, suggested, since we're talking about dragons, shouldn't we give Qin Fan some screen time? After all, he's the true Dragon Tamer, and we'd like to see if he's really bonded with a legendary dragon. The suggestion was met with widespread approval from the teachers, all curious about Qin Fan, who had been ranked first by the deans. Could he really have contracted a mythical dragon? Principal Lu Jinhua agreed. All right, let's give Qin Fan some screen time. However, when the director switched to Qin Fan's footage, everyone was taken aback. Huh. The screen showed nothing but blinding white, as though engulfed in a fearsome snowstorm, completely obscured by endless snowflakes. The sight left everyone stunned, even the director, who couldn't believe his eyes. What's happening? Did I switch to the wrong camera? The director muttered to himself. How could an entrance to a dark underground chamber be filled with snow and ice? This is bizarre. Lu Jinhua commanded. Activate camera 2. The director hurriedly switched to the second camera, but the scene remained filled with ice and snow. What's going on here? The confusion deepened. Camera 3, Lu Jinhua ordered. The director scrambled to switch again, only to see more snow. Camera 4, snow. Camera 5, snow. Camera 6, snow. Bang! Lu Jinhua finally slammed the table in frustration, shouting, Old Joe, what kind of trick are you playing? Are you sure these are the Empire's underground lab cameras? The director, known as Old Joe, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, swearing, Principal, I assure you, these are indeed Qin Fan's cameras. Hearing this, Lu Jinhua fell silent, and the atmosphere in the hall grew tense as everyone pondered the mysterious truth behind the strange footage. The school had already installed nano cameras in every secret realm, with thousands in each level, to capture every detail of challengers' battles from all angles. However, after switching through dozens of camera feeds, the staff only saw a blank white screen. They couldn't spot a single person, and even the basic images were blurry. This situation was perplexing. The likelihood of a camera malfunction was almost zero, as the footage remained clear. The only plausible explanation was that the lenses were covered by frost. Dean Lu Jianhua reluctantly ordered, Enough, switch Qin Fan's camera to the second level. This scene is likely caused by that kid using some kind of frost magic. Let's wait for him at the second level. The deans and all the teaching staff present were filled with curiosity. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Even those who knew Qin Fan possessed the blazing holy dragon were deeply questioning themselves. Logically, if the view was obstructed, it should have been by endless divine fire, not frost. Had this kid acquired some kind of frost divine skill in such a short time? No matter what, the answer would soon be revealed. They just needed to wait by the camera at the next checkpoint. However, when the director, known as Old Joe, switched to the second-level camera showing Qin Fan, all the deans and teachers were dumbfounded. This time, the screen was filled with overwhelming firelight, but it was much clearer than the first level. But where was the person? The vast laboratory was ablaze with endless flames. The liquid tanks storing biochemical monsters were all shattered, and the level 33 diamond 3-star mechanical minotaur beasts, biochemical cat demons, and terrifying xenomorphs were all reduced to ashes. The speakers emitted a chilling, crackling sound of burning. This was the second level of the Empire's underground laboratory. Had all 8,000 alien monsters been burned to death just like that? More shocking was when Dean Lu Jinhua, with a face full of shock, asked Old Joe to switch to the other cameras on the second level, only to receive Old Joe's tearful response, Dean? Those cameras are really broken. They've all been burned out. This conclusion left the teachers stunned once again. The high-tech nano cameras, specially treated with magical means to prevent damage from new student skills, had been burned out. These cameras had undergone rigorous quality tests before installation and could withstand bombardment from over a dozen level 45 second-tier wizards without a scratch. Yet now, these indestructible cameras were burned out by a level 29 freshman. Apart from the deans who knew about the blazing holy dragon, all the teachers were completely baffled. In just 1 minute, they experienced more shock and surprise than in an entire year. At this moment, Teacher Hyalan seemed to realize something and urgently shouted, "Uncle Zhou, switch to the camera on the 6th level immediately." This statement once again left the teachers astonished. The 6th level, wasn't that the final boss stage with the mechanical Minotaur King and the terrifying Xenomorph Queen? Old Zhou didn't hesitate and complied immediately. Having worked at the school for decades and organized hundreds of campus competitions and assessments, this was the first time he encountered a situation where the cameras couldn't keep up with a person. Seconds later, the image of the Empire Laboratory's 6th level finally appeared before everyone. This was the very center of the lab, housing the mechanical Minotaur King and the terrifying Xenomorph Queen. At the outermost part of this level, there were 50,000 level 37 elite monsters, mechanical Minotaur commanders, biochemical cat demon leaders, and terrifying Xenomorph generals. Once the two bosses' health was reduced to 50, they would automatically trigger summoning skills. Challengers had to find a way to interrupt the boss's summoning chance, or they would have to crush their return scrolls to escape. As the camera on the 6th level gradually cleared, a slender figure finally appeared before the deans and teachers. They swore it had been a long time since they had felt such an intense curiosity about someone. Unfortunately, when they finally saw the person they were so curious about, everyone's expressions froze. There, in front of the slender figure, was a large, glittering diamond treasure chest. Behind him lay a dense carpet of monster corpses, including the massive bodies of the mechanical Minotaur King and the terrifying Xenomorph Queen. At that moment, the voice of the spirit of the secret realm echoed clearly through the speakers into the ears of all the deans and teachers. Ding! With the sound of the system notification, a series of exhilarating messages echoed in Qin Fan's ears. Congratulations to freshman Qin Fan for successfully completing the diamond-level dungeon, Empire Underground Laboratory. Current difficulty, Hell level. Completion time, 2 minutes 7 seconds. Performance rating, SSS. Time rating, SSS. Overall rating, SSS. Your results have been successfully uploaded to the Feng Tian Academy's data center. The dungeon completion rewards will be issued in 1 minute. Please collect them promptly, freshman Qin Fan. This message was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the observation room. The dean and teachers, who had been focused on other students, were now all stunned, their eyes fixed on Qin Fan's image. A wave of unprecedented regret washed over them, lamenting the precious minute they wasted. If they could do it over, they would have locked the camera on Qin Fan from the start. Dean Liu Boming took a deep drag of his cigar, the smoke enveloping his ageless face. Slowly exhaling, he declared decisively, "This Qin Fan, he must join my school of magic." This statement was like a fuse, instantly igniting the emotions of everyone present. The once courteous deans and teachers suddenly became like cats whose tails had been stepped on, vehemently opposing one another. "Dean Liu, you're mistaken. Qin Fan belongs to our school of combat." "Nonsense. He's meant for our school of tactics. Sending Qin Fan to your theoretical school would be a waste of talent. He should come to my school of enhancement." "Get lost. There's no place for your school of enhancement here." The room erupted in chaos, filled with the clamor of arguments. Meanwhile, Qin Fan was quietly waiting for his rewards in the dungeon, oblivious to the external commotion. Despite casting a scent-purifying spell on himself, he couldn't completely block out the stench from the monster corpses. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han, being holy dragons with highly sensitive senses, had already retreated into the dragon pet space, unable to bear the smell of the grotesque creatures. Reflecting on the recent battle, Qin Fan couldn't help but feel a sense of ease. For him, this so-called first-round dungeon assessment was a breeze. From the 500 primary terror aberrations in the first level to the 8,000 monsters in the second, they were effortlessly shattered under Xiao Han's winter domain and frost breath. Xiao Jia's dragon breath swept away all obstacles like a storm. As a dragon master, Qin Fan seamlessly complemented his dragon pets. With the enhancements from skills like Dragon Frenzy, Dragon Majesty, and Hate Mark, their combat power reached terrifying levels. Even the elite monsters in the later stages were easily crushed by them. Competing with other students in mind, Qin Fan wasted no time, moving swiftly from one level to the next. Click! The treasure chest opened, revealing a dazzling array of rewards in front of Qin Fan. 1. 1,000,000 experience points. 2. 1,000 skill points, 600 free attribute points. 3. Title, Aberration Nemesis. 4. Weapon, Mechanical Minotaur King's Battle Axe level 30, gold quality. 5. Weapon. Terror Aberration Queen's Tentacle Sword level 30, gold quality. 6. A Grade Priest Skill Book, Holy Blessing. 7. A Grade Enchantment Material, Aberration Core. 8. Scrade Forging Material, Terra Mechanical God Stone. Even more surprising, as the first solo clear of the dungeon, Qin Fan triggered an additional reward. 9. Scrade Dragon Master Skill, Heavenly Dragon's Path. 10. Scrade Talent, Wandless Casting. Looking at these unbelievably generous rewards, Qin Fan's usually calm eyes shone with joy. The total value of these rewards surpassed the combined value of the rewards from his previous 3 dungeon completions. Considering the harsh environment around him, Qin Fan quickly stored most of the rewards in his storage ring, but immediately learned the Scrade Dragon Master skill Heavenly Dragon's Path. This skill allowed him to grow dragon wings, enabling flight like a dragon and inheriting relevant skills from his dragon pets. The Scrade Talent Wandless Casting allowed him to cast magic skills without a weapon, perfectly complementing his rapid casting talent. After collecting all the rewards, Qin Fan didn't hesitate to crush the return scroll, instantly teleporting back to the real world. However, when he recovered from the dizziness brought on by the teleportation, the scene before him left him stunned. All the deans and teachers stood before him, dozens of eyes staring intently, like hungry wolves eyeing a tender, juicy lamb. Qin Fan couldn't help but take several steps back, his face full of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Could someone tell him what exactly was going on? Buzz. A sudden ripple in space occurred as Qin Fan found himself surrounded by a group of deans and teachers. Simultaneously, intense spatial fluctuations appeared in front of other portals. In the blink of an eye, several battered figures were teleported out of the secret realm. These freshmen, with tattered clothes and bodies covered in wounds, had clearly been through a fierce battle. Damn it, we let our guard down. One freshman cursed in frustration. We failed to interrupt those 2 bosses summoning skill casts. From their angry complaints, it was clear that these elite freshmen, ranked in the top 200 initially, had become the first batch of failures in this secret realm challenge. They had no choice but to crush their return scrolls, forcing a teleport back to the real world. While they sighed in disappointment, the spatial teleportation arrays in front of other portals began to fluctuate violently again. In no time, the silhouettes of over a dozen more teams were teleported out. These individuals were also battered and bruised, in a state of utter disarray, evidently forced out after failing the challenge. What the hell? Is this mechanism even beatable by humans? One freshman couldn't help but swear. The boss summons 50,000 elite mobs when its health drops below 50. How are we supposed to fight that? The key issue is that these 2 bosses' chant time is only 1 second, another added. And they dodge interrupt skills by moving during the chant. I'm done for, someone cried out in despair. I beg the school to be humane. How is there such a difficult dungeon? I think only those top-tier teams might barely make it through. It's worth noting that all these freshman teams were composed of elites from the top 400 rankings. In contrast, the lower-ranked freshman teams hadn't emerged from the secret realm yet. This doesn't mean the higher-ranked teams were inept compared to the lower-ranked ones. In reality, those lower-ranked teams likely hadn't even cleared the elite mob stages. Although these strong freshman teams could easily handle the earlier mobs and elite monsters, they stumbled at the final boss. Who could have anticipated that the final stage's mechanical Minotaur King and horrific alien queen had so many frustrating mechanisms? Every 10 of health loss triggered a 1-second invincibility shield with counterattack capabilities, making it impossible for any team to instantly defeat them. These 2 bosses were high in attack, defense, and health, requiring the team's damage dealers to be fully buffed by support to make any impact. The real kicker was the summoning mechanism triggered when their health dropped to 50. 50,000 elite mobs, no amount of mana could allow a mage to clear them all. Moreover, according to information left by seniors on the campus forum, when these bosses' health drops to 10, they trigger a revival mechanism, fully restoring health and mana. No wonder there's no solo clear record for this diamond-level dungeon. Strategy guides on the forum suggest waiting until level 35, completing a second class change, and forming a 5-man team from the top 100 of the grade for a relatively easier clear. Initially, these prodigies from various regions scoffed at such guides. Ridiculous. I'm the top talent from such and such province, such and such city. I usually solo dungeons. Even if this dungeon is diamond level, what can it do to me? However, reality delivered a harsh and resounding slap. Just as everyone was sighing in frustration, someone keenly noticed the tall figure surrounded by deans and teachers in the distance. Hey, isn't that Qin Fan? He came out this early too? As soon as this was said, whoosh, all eyes turned sharply toward the lone figure in the distance, like arrows being shot. Surprise, confusion, and ridicule were all etched on their faces. It really is him. No way. He got out before us? What's going on? Did he actually clear it? Clear it? Look at him surrounded by the principal and teachers. Probably got scolded for losing so badly. The chatter grew louder, and the gloomy crowd suddenly seemed to lighten up. Someone sneered, "Looks like the principal's judgment isn't that great after all. Is this the top freshman they picked? Huh. They wanted to use this diamond-level challenge to shut up the skeptics, but now it's backfired. Guess Qin Fan just couldn't live up to the expectations." Amid the laughter, even those who were neutral about Qin Fan's abilities began to scoff. They eagerly awaited the reactions of talents like Bai Wuxuang, Luo Hao, and Sun Yinyan. Just then, lights flashed in front of the portals numbered, and with a ripple of space, several figures emerged. Bai Wuxuang appeared first, exuding arrogance, with a small white dragon perched on his shoulder. Following him were Luo Hao's team, then Sun Yinyan, and finally Fang Tairan. Bai Wuxuang is first, Luo Hao second, Sun Yinyan third, Fang Tairan fourth, the crowd exclaimed, though not too surprised. Congratulations, Bai. First place. Bai, you're amazing. Solo speed run. And you came out before Luo Hao's team, proving your way ahead of them. Initially thinking he had failed, Bai Wuxuang's solitary smile returned with the flattery from his followers, Bai Dajiang and Tong Jiejia. Of course, my dragon is unbeatable. Qin Fan? Luo Hao? Sun Yinyan? Step aside. Hearing this, Luo Hao cast a dark look at Su Rou, whose face was pale, clearly blaming her. In the final boss fight, he was delayed saving Su Rou and couldn't interrupt the mechanical Minotaur King summoning. Luckily, Qinwei intervened in time to stop the Alien Queen's chant. Despite this, over 20,000 elite monsters were summoned. Luo Hao had to use his ultimate level skill, Furious Blood Sacrifice, to kill the boss in the last 10 seconds. The rest of the team quietly blamed Su Rou, and even Luo Hao's gaze was filled with disdain. Su Rou felt bitter, reminiscing about the figure who always protected her, not expecting him to also fall in this diamond-level challenge. A few minutes later, most freshmen exited the realm, and Bai Wuxuang, with a proud smile, approached the principals and teachers like an uncrowned king. Dear principals, esteemed teachers, isn't it time to announce the results of the first assessment? He then turned to Qin Fan with a mocking tone. Too bad, Qin Fan. Didn't expect you to fall so soon. If you tried a bit harder, you might have overtaken me and secured that top freshman crown. Haha. Come on, Bai Gu. Even if Qin Fan gave it everything he's got, he still wouldn't match up to you. A student teased loudly, drawing laughter and agreement from those around. Exactly. You're soloing the challenge, which is even more impressive than the team efforts of Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan. Another voice chimed in. However, the cheerful atmosphere suddenly shifted. A few students keenly noticed something was off. Why do I feel like the deans and teachers are looking at Bai Gu strangely? Indeed, the deans and all the teaching staff were watching Bai Wuxuang with amused and mocking eyes, as if they were looking at a naive fool, much like they would regard any other ordinary student. Bai Wuxuang's admirers exchanged puzzled glances. Logically, as the top scorer, shouldn't Bai Wuxuang be receiving praise? Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, and Fang Tairan also looked confused. At that moment, Dean Lu Boming slowly spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Interesting, are young people these days always so full of themselves? But since you youngsters are so eager to see the rankings, very well, let me grant your wish. Before he finished speaking, Dean Lu waved his sleeve. The holographic screen, which had been displaying the freshmen's challenge scenes, instantly transformed, and a ranking list cascaded down like a waterfall. The room fell silent. All eyes were glued to the ranking list, and the expressions on their faces quickly shifted from surprise to shock. At the top of the list, in bold letters, was the name Qin Fan. Bai Wuxuang's name was once again overshadowed. The detailed ranking information was clearly visible. Qin Fan. Solo challenge, completion time 2 minutes 7 seconds. Overall evaluation SSS, ranked first. Bai Wuxuang. Solo challenge, completion time 8 minutes 52 seconds. Overall evaluation SS, ranked second. Luo Hao. Team challenge, completion time 9 minutes 3 seconds. Overall evaluation S, ranked third. Bai Wuxuang's eyes widened, his mind buzzing. He finally understood why the deans and teachers had looked at him like that earlier had been so full of himself. The first place had beaten him by over 6 minutes, and he had been smugly humiliating himself. Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, and others also stared at the screen in disbelief. At that moment, Chunwei suddenly shouted, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! This data is clearly fake. How could anyone achieve such an exaggerated completion time?" Another freshman with dyed yellow hair, Ma Qingfeng, stepped up. Even if he breezed through the first 5 levels in a minute each, how could he possibly finish the final, difficult boss level in under a minute? I even suspect the school is blatantly helping Qin Fan with some inside deal. Chunwei continued to shout. Or is Qin Fan some high-ranking official's illegitimate child? Chunwei and Ma Qingfeng's doubts ignited a spark. The freshman, who had been stunned into silence, began to stir. Yeah, who the heck would believe such results? Even by Wu Shuang, who has a contract with a dragon, only managed 8 minutes 52 seconds. Luo Hao, the top scorer from Fengtian province, even with a team, took 9 minutes 3 seconds. The gap? It's too big. So big that it makes you question it. Someone even made a vivid comparison. It's like a world record for a 30-second event suddenly being smashed to 5 seconds. Without a doubt, my first impression is that he's definitely cheating. The furious shout shattered the silence of the exam hall, instantly igniting the indignation of all the freshmen. Unfair. Unfair one. A wave of anger surged through the room, like a tsunami engulfing the entire hall. A burly freshman stood up, his eyes blazing as he glared at Qin Fan on the stage, gritting his teeth as he questioned, in a prestigious school like this, is it really okay to be so blatantly corrupt? If you had posted a 5-minute passing score, maybe I would have believed it, but barely over 2 minutes? Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Huh. Another tall, slender freshman sneered. I guess there's no need to continue with this exam. No matter how we perform, Qin Fan will always be first. Faced with these courageous freshmen questioning the school, the deans and all the teachers were momentarily taken aback. Then, as they exchanged glances, instead of showing any anger, they responded with knowing smiles. That's more like it. Lu Jinhua, the head of the Battle Academy, nodded approvingly. If you're not bold and spirited, can you still call yourself young? If you're unhappy or dissatisfied, then stand up and speak out. The 5 top academies have always encouraged fierce competition among students. The school even explicitly states in its rules, in case of conflicts, the school supports resolving them in the arena. Lu Jinhua recalled a previous incident where a freshman, after struggling in a wilderness map, was about to successfully kill a monster, only to have a sophomore swoop in at the last moment to steal the final blow. The freshman complained to a teacher, who simply smiled and said, "That's easy. Challenge him in the arena and beat him up to vent your anger." "But I can't beat him," the freshman said weakly. The teacher's smile vanished, and he sternly scolded, "You know you can't beat him? Then suck it up. Get lost. You think the school will help you? Don't be ridiculous. Survival of the fittest. Strength is the law. That's the rule all top academies follow. Of course, this doesn't mean students are allowed to fight privately or maliciously. All competitions must be officially approved by the school." Lu Jinhua looked around the room, his gaze sharp, his voice booming. "Not satisfied, are you? Good. I was worried you'd all turn into cowards after seeing Qin Fan's score, too scared to speak up. Everyone, get on the arena now." His voice rose. "You suspect the school of favoring Qin Fan, don't you? You're unhappy with your initial rankings, right? Get on the stage. Free competition is allowed. Lower-ranked students can challenge higher-ranked ones, and higher-ranked students cannot refuse. If a lower-ranked freshman wins, they can take the loser's current rank. Enough talk." Lu Jianhua waved his hand. "I now announce the start of the second round of the freshman exam." Wow. The initially outraged freshmen were now buzzing with excitement and anticipation on their faces. Countless hostile gazes fell upon the tall figure standing beside the deans and teachers. Throughout the accusations, mockery, and disdain, Qin Fan's expression remained calm and unbothered. His indifferent attitude only fueled the crowd's resentment. "You think hiding behind the deans and teachers will protect you?" A tall freshman shouted at Qin Fan. "Now that the free competition is open, you, a so-called top ranker, get ready to be knocked down." "I, Ma Qingfeng, challenge Qin Fan, the top freshman." "I, Chunwei, challenge Qin Fan." "I, Bai Dajiang, also challenge Qin Fan." "I, Tong Jiejia, challenge Qin Fan too." "I, Zhang Shan, am here to challenge Qin Fan." Barely 5 seconds after Lu Jinhua's announcement, several top-ranked freshmen declared their challenges against Qin Fan, and they were all ranked in the top 100. Wow, he's really pissed everyone off. Damn, I want to challenge Qin Fan too, but my rank isn't high enough. I have to wait my turn. He's done for. Who knows how many people will beat him up today? The surrounding crowd buzzed with schadenfreude. Su Rou looked worriedly at the calm figure, wanting to say something, but Luo Tao and Feng Yuanyuan had already stepped forward. "Perfect." Feng Yuanyuan said coldly, "I have some anger to vent too, and Qin Fan will be the perfect outlet. Let's do it." Luo Tao was eager and ready. They both couldn't wait to take on Qin Fan. Chunwei, Luo Tao, Feng Yuanyuan, Bai Dajiang, Tong Jiejia, Zhang Shan, Tao Qian, Ma Qingfenjie top-ranked freshmen openly declared war on Qin Fan. Even the deans and teachers had never seen anything like this in a freshman exam. "I called it first. Let me challenge first." Ma Qingfeng shouted, glaring fiercely at Qinwei. Despite his lower ranking, he showed no fear. Qinwei sneered, "You, a warrior ranked 98, think you can compete with me, a rank 7 assassin?" Ever since he and Luo Hao cleared the high-difficulty Empire laboratory dungeon, Chun Wei's ranking had shot up to 7th. Ma Qingfeng remained defiant. Even if your rank is higher than mine, I called it first. By rights, I should challenge first. The surrounding freshmen watched with interest, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude, all turning their gaze towards Qin Fan. Ha! This Qin Fan is so pathetic. He's like a soft target for everyone. Isn't that right? Qin Fan's in for a beating today for sure. This might be the most unimpressive and least intimidating freshman number 1 ever. Normally, people are too scared to challenge the top rank. But now, everyone is eager to take a shot. It's hilarious. At that moment, Dean Lu Jinhua finally spoke up, smiling as he turned to the still calm and composed Qin Fan. Qin Fan, you can step onto the stage now. Lu Jinhua silently admired this student's unshakable composure, like a rock standing firm, exuding a quiet yet formidable pride. Such a demeanor he had never seen in peers of his age and rank. Others might have been enraged or trembling under such provocation. He was more curious about Qin Fan's combat skills, especially with that mysterious dragon companion. Qin Fan nodded in agreement and walked confidently to the nearest arena. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this much-questioned freshman top ranker finally let a smile filled with battle intent play on his lips. His voice boomed across the field. Stop fighting. All you challengers, come at me together. I'm short on time. Before his words even settled, Qin Fan's piercing gaze locked onto by Wu Shuang, Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, and Feng Tairan, pointing directly at these 4 prodigies. And you guys, stop acting all high and mighty. Get on the stage. If I don't beat the crap out of you today, consider yourselves lucky. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Holy crap, what a maniac. This guy is seriously crazy. Not only were the freshmen stunned, but even the deans and teachers were taken aback. The named challengers were seething with anger. Luo Hao's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Chun Wei, Yuan, Xiao Tao, Brother Luo, what do you need? Chun Wei asked with a grin. Feng Yuan and Luo Tao also looked towards Luo Hao. Since he wants a beating, give it to him. All together. Let's vent some anger. Luo Hao said indifferently. All right, I'll listen to Brother Luo. Taking this kid down doesn't even deserve your effort. Chun Wei nodded, then walked onto the arena with Feng Yuan and Luo Tao. Bai Wushuang also calmly instructed by Dajiang and Tong Jejia, go up there, and don't hold back too much. The two nodded and joined the stage. Similarly provoked, Sun Yinyan and Feng Tairan nodded, allowing their subordinates Tao Qian and Zhang Shan to join the fray. In no time, the vast arena was filled with 8 challengers ranked within the top 100. Ma Qingfeng was about to speak, but was met with cold stares from these 7 challengers sent to teach Qin Fan a lesson. If you don't want to join, get lost. Qin Fan asked for this himself. Don't blame us. Though they were proud and usually disdained ganging up, Qin Fan was too arrogant. Whether Onionon or Manionon, he'd still get beaten, and this way, it was more efficient. Ma Qingfeng jumped off the stage in frustration. You guys have no honor. I do. I'll wait until Qin Fan heals before I fight him. No one expected this hothead to be so principled, but considering his background from an ancient martial arts family, it made sense. A teacher acting as a referee looked towards the deans. The deans nodded in agreement, surprised by Qin Fan's decision to take on a group but not worried. After all, Qin Fan had that terrifying dragon companion. The referee stepped onto the arena, and a transparent energy shield buzzed to life, separating the audience from the intense battle that was about to unfold. Qin Fan coldly surveyed the 7 opponents before him. Chun Wei, Tong Jejia, Zhang Shan, Tao Qian, Feng Yuan, Luo Tao, and Bai Dajiang. They were all above level 30, having clearly pushed themselves to level up in the secret realm over the past few days. Their cold stares were fixed on Qin Fan, as if they were looking at a doomed opponent, not even bothering with threats. The crowd below was in a frenzy as the Onversus 7 showdown was about to begin. The referee raised his right hand, and a holographic countdown appeared in the air. 3, 2, 1. With a crisp ding, the battle erupted. Assassin Qin Wei, armed with a sharp dagger, dashed toward Qin Fan, who stood 50 meters away. Even at such a distance, under the enhancement of his rank skill, Shadow Instant Kill, Chun Wei reached Qin Fan in less than a second. What was even more surprising was that priests Tao Qian and Tong Jejia simultaneously cast attack buffs on Qin Wei, boosting his momentum to its peak, with a faint glow of enhancement shimmering around him. The audience gasped, believing that Luo Tao and the others might not even have a chance to act, and that Qin Wei might defeat Qin Fan in one swift blow. However, Qin Fan showed no intention of summoning a beast pet, indicating he indeed had no dragon pet. Die! Qin Wei roared, his dagger slicing a bright arc aimed at Qin Fan's arm. He didn't want a quick kill. He wanted to cripple Qin Fan, making him suffer. Clearly, the shame of his 2 previous defeats fueled Qin Wei's immense hatred for Qin Fan. In that split second, Qin Fan's eyes took on a mysterious purple hue demon-breaking eyes. With this rank talent, Qin Fan gained unparalleled dynamic vision. Chun Wei's lightning-fast attack appeared as slow as a crawl to him. Facing Chun Wei's fierce assault, Qin Fan simply sidestepped. Swish! Chun Wei watched in disbelief as his dagger cut through empty air. No! A chill ran down Chun Wei's spine. This scene was all too familiar, reminiscent of his first encounter with Qin Fan. Back then, he thought he lost due to underestimating his opponent, but now, even with full effort and the support of two priests, he was still facing defeat? Bang! The answer came in the form of Qin Fan's iron fist, as large as a sandbag. This punch had no skill enhancement, purely the result of 1,400 strength points. When the fist struck Chun Wei's chest, the life-saving barrier generated by his level 20 purple-grade armor shattered instantly. The terrifying force surged through his body. Chun Wei let out a piercing scream as Qin Fan's punch sent him flying, crashing heavily into the energy shield. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell unconscious, his fate uncertain. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. The audience and the remaining 6 challengers on stage stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They had expected Qin Fan to be taken down by Chun Wei, yet it was Chun Wei who was instantly defeated. Even more astonishing was that Qin Fan seemed to achieve this without using any skills. In that moment, everyone realized they had severely underestimated this top contender from the province of Nanzhou. With a single move, Qin Fan's display left the audience in utter shock, and the expressions of the 6 challengers on stage turned grim. Yet, Qin Fan didn't give them any time to think. Swish! Without employing any special skills, Qin Fan relied solely on his 1,300 agility points to unleash an unparalleled burst of speed. He launched a counterattack, taking on all 7 opponents alone. This time, he set his sights on Tao Qian and Tong Jujia, both of whom were priests. As priests, they were fragile and had weak self-defense capabilities, particularly before their second job advancement, making them the easiest targets. Although priests gain enhanced attributes and survival skills after their second advancement, they were undoubtedly the weak link at this stage. Qin Fan's decision to target them was akin to picking the low-hanging fruit. Nevertheless, the priest class isn't entirely powerless and can hold its own in battles of the same level, possessing a few wholly attribute magic damage skills for offense. However, due to their frail nature, this class demands high levels of maneuvering skill from its users. I'll block him. Warrior Zhang Shan roared. Luo Tao and Bai Dajiang, flank him with me. Feng Yuan, stay on the sidelines and protect Tao Qian and Tong Jujia. Zhang Shan raised his shield to confront Qin Fan, while Luo Tao and Bai Dajiang coordinated to attack him from both sides. Mage Feng Yuan began her spell incantation, with magical energy rapidly building up. Meanwhile, Tao Qian and Tong Jujia weren't idle either, fervently waving their staffs to buff their teammates, regardless of mana consumption. This scene elicited gasps from the freshman audience below. Wow, is that necessary? They're treating Qin Fan like a boss fight. Didn't you see that punch earlier? He took out Chun Wei, who had priest buffs, in one hit. If they don't take this seriously, they'll be the ones who look foolish. I give up. Could Qin Fan be pretending to be weak? That's possible, but we can't jump to conclusions yet. That 2-minute clearance time isn't something you achieve with just one punch. Luo Tao and Bai Dajiang had successfully flanked Qin Fan, attacking from left and right with great momentum. Unexpectedly, Qin Fan halted his charge, standing at the center of their encirclement. Zhang Shan seized the opportunity to step forward, forming a siege with the other 2. With priest buffs and Feng Yuan providing support, the trio felt confident. Attack! Bai Dajiang shouted, raising his level 25 purple-grade heavy sword high. They had learned from Qin Wei's mistake and wouldn't underestimate their opponent. However, as the trio, brimming with overwhelming force, closed in on Qin Fan, they noticed a peculiar smile creeping across his lips. Something's wrong. Retreat. Luo Tao, reacting the fastest, sensed danger and attempted to withdraw. But Bai Dajiang and Zhang Shan had already committed to their brank skill, fearless charge, making it impossible to stop their momentum, leaving them no choice but to charge at Qin Fan. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind. In the next instant, the icy magic aura enveloped the trio. Crack! In mere moments, the 3 who sought to overwhelm Qin Fan were engulfed by the terrifying cold, turned into ice sculptures. This was the roar of the ice dragon. The A-rank dragon language magic skill, cast with the talents of wandless casting and quick casting, was released almost instantaneously and without warning. The 8-second freeze time left the trio trapped in ice, unable to move. Here it is. Dragon language magic? He truly mastered dragon language magic. The audience below exclaimed in awe, finally witnessing Qin Fan's true power. Back in the secret sanctuary, they had witnessed Chun Wei's face being disfigured by Qin Fan's magical skills. On the arena stage, a flicker of realization crossed the eyes of the 3, as if the scene from that day was being replayed. They thought to themselves that the magic before them was likely the terrifying skill they had seen then. Soon, a bold speculation emerged in their minds. This guy might also possess a fire attribute dragon language magic. However, their guess wasn't entirely accurate. In reality, it wasn't Qin Fan's skill that marred Shinwei's appearance in the secret sanctuary, but rather two seemingly adorable yet dangerous baby dragons. Despite this, they unexpectedly predicted Qin Fan's next move. Qin Fan's eyes sharpened, and a cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he prepared to unleash level dragon language magic skill Dragon's Roar of Fire. The three opponents, still frozen in shock, had no time to react as Qin Fan commenced his blazing ice and fire strategy. Suddenly, fierce flames appeared out of thin air. The audience barely had time to register Qin Fan's casting actions before, in the next moment, a terrifying wave of heat swept across the entire arena. The three trapped in ice could only watch helplessly as the menacing wave of fire surged toward them, offering no chance to struggle. Behind them, Feng Yuanyuan, Tong Jia, and Tao Qian were equally stunned by the scene, their faces pale, slumped to the ground, despair evident on their faces. At this moment, they finally realized the terrifying power this seemingly ordinary young man possessed. As with magical skills, its potency is directly linked to the caster's intelligence attribute. This means the same skill can vary dramatically in impact depending on the mage using it. The frost magic Qin Fan had just wielded had already covered the expansive arena with a thick layer of ice. If not for the protective energy barrier, even the freshmen watching from the sidelines would have been affected. And now, this dragon language magic, akin to the descent of a fire deity, had elevated its power to the utmost extreme. Everyone present clearly understood. Qin Fan was far from being a lamb to the slaughter. He was a fierce tiger lurking in the shadows, ready to deliver a lethal blow to his enemies at any moment. Weak. So weak. Qin Fan glanced coldly at the so-called top 100 prodigies of the grade, a disdainful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. To the new students, these individuals might seem exceptionally talented and powerful, but to Qin Fan, they were nothing more than ants he could crush effortlessly. He thought dismissively that there was no need to summon Xiao Jiao and Xiao Han. He could easily handle this farce on his own. On the dueling platform, Qin Fan waved his hands, unleashing the roars of an ice dragon and a fire dragon simultaneously. Even though this was a weakened version, it instantly enveloped the entire vast arena. The clash of ice and divine fire generated thick steam, obscuring the view of the audience below. Though the spectators couldn't see what was happening on stage, they could feel the overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down their spines. They knew all too well that the seven on stage had been defeated, completely routed. "Oh my gosh!" someone exclaimed. "This guy was playing the fool all along. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable." Another chimed in, "He can cast dragon language magic without chanting or a staff." Voices buzzed with speculation, some guessing Qin Fan had acquired some fortuitous opportunity that allowed him to master dragon language magic without a dragon companion. Others went so far as to suggest he might become a Dragon Tamer specializing in dragon language magic. However, a keen observer pointed out, those saying he was playing the fool, didn't he never actually pretend to be weak? It was us who saw him through biased lenses. Fear and awe spread among the crowd. Many were secretly relieved they hadn't rashly challenged Qin Fan, and some outright declared they'd never dare oppose him again. This battle, seemingly arrogant, was in fact a show of power and deterrence. Clearly, it was highly effective. Those who once doubted him now bowed their heads, forced to acknowledge his strength as the top freshman. Even Ma Qingfeng, known for his chivalrous spirit, could only console himself begrudgingly. A wise man knows when to retreat. Revenge can wait. I'll settle the score once I become a fourth-turn martial god. However, the ones feeling most unsettled were Luo Hao, Bai Wushuang, Sun Yinyan, and Feng Tairan. They watched everything unfold on stage, their eyes flickering with complex emotions. This battle not only solidified Qin Fan's status, but also shattered preconceived notions about dragon tamers. Once considered a fragile profession, beast taming in Qin Fan's hands displayed terrifying combat prowess. The reason Qin Fan's strength was so formidable was due to the stacking of multiple amplifying effects. Titles like Dragon's Majesty provided significant attribute bonuses, and passive skills such as Dragon Battle in the Wild and Dragon's Berserk greatly enhanced his overall attributes. Coupled with the equipment boosts from the Scorching Flame Staff and Swift Wind set, his attributes reached an extraordinary level. Even though Xiao Han had yet to use its amplifying skills, Qin Fan's four-dimensional attributes had already surpassed the 3,000 mark. Such power for a level 28 Dragon Tamer was unheard of. As the battle concluded, the steam gradually dissipated, revealing the battered state of the seven on stage, confirming Qin Fan's formidable strength. In that moment, everyone realized that a true genius had emerged, and they were witnessing the birth of a legend. I don't know if it's just an illusion, But at the moment when Qin Fan unleashed his battle power, a chilling sense of danger surged uncontrollably in their hearts, as if it was piercing their minds. The four prodigies' expressions suddenly grew serious, their bodies tensed instinctively, as if facing a fierce beast about to pounce. This battle completely changed their perception of Qin Fan, and they no longer dared to underestimate him in the slightest. The headmaster of the Magic Academy, Lu Boming, could no longer contain his excitement. He slammed his hands on the table with a crisp bang. "Excellent," he exclaimed. "It seems this youngster has truly mastered the unique traits of a Dragon Tamer." Lu Boming turned to his colleagues, eyes gleaming with excitement. Beast Tamers can enhance their attributes through their pets, and so can Dragon Tamers. However, many Beast Tamers rely too heavily on their powerful pets, neglecting the potential development of their own combat abilities. But this Qin Fan before us, he paused, his voice filled with admiration. He not only possesses an incredibly powerful Holy Dragon companion, but also exhibits exceptional combat skills and insight. A century? No. Lu Boming shook his head vigorously. He's a rare prodigy, the likes of which we might only see once in a millennium. The astonishing power Qin Fan displayed in that moment left all the teachers present in awe. Their eyes were fixed on the young man, as if witnessing an unbelievable miracle. In that instant, the teachers felt the pressure of a level 50 warrior emanating from Qin Fan. "This kid is unbelievable," one teacher couldn't help but exclaim. "The boiling magical elements around him don't belong to a level 28 Dragon Tamer at all. He resembles a true dragon mage more than a dragon mage does." As soon as the words were spoken, another voice chimed in agreement. "I've always said this kid belongs in our Magic Academy." "That's nonsense," another teacher immediately retorted. "He'd fit just as well in our Combat Academy." As the discussion quickly spiraled into a verbal tug-of-war over talent recruitment, several deans could only shake their heads and smile wryly. Vice Principal He Yalan elegantly crossed her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, a charming smile on her face. She softly remarked, "If the recruitment officers from the other four top academies knew about Qin Fan's current performance, they'd be regretting their oversight deeply." In fact, it was those recruitment officers who hadn't taken their headmaster's instructions seriously. Accustomed to enrolling top students from all provinces each year, they overlooked this immensely talented individual. Now, upon returning to their schools, they've likely been scolded harshly by their respective headmasters. At this moment, the mist on the arena dissipated, and the lingering effects of frost and divine fire elements gradually subsided. The crowd could finally see the scene before them, and they gasped in shock, faces filled with astonishment. 7 charred figures lay quietly on the platform, almost indistinguishable from corpses if not for the faint heartbeat and life signals they emitted. Although priests above level 50 can use the life resurrection skill to revive the dead, the cost of death remains significant. Levels and experience are greatly reduced, and there is a risk of losing innate skills and attribute advantages. In today's resource-scarce environment, this is undeniably a huge loss. Qin Fan did not kill the 7, not out of mercy, but in adherence to school rules. However, through this battle, these 7 had deeply experienced the despairing pain of being scorched by divine fire. The referee gestured, and the medical team quickly ascended to the platform to carry the injured away for treatment. The outcome of the match was no longer in doubt, but Qin Fan did not leave the stage. The new students watching followed his tall silhouette with their eyes, and the disdain and scorn in their gazes had vanished, replaced by apprehension, gravity, and even an unmistakable fear. "My offer still stands. Anyone who wants to challenge me, come at once. I'm pressed for time," Qin Fan declared once more, his tone still indifferent. This time, no one dared to laugh, and no one dared to call him arrogant. The scene fell into silence, with everyone exchanging glances, their intentions to retreat unmistakable. This freshman top of the Dragon Master rankings had responded to doubts with strength, like a resounding slap to everyone's face. However, faced with this audacious challenge, someone finally couldn't hold back. "I'll go." A voice broke the silence. A stir erupted, revealing it was Fong Tairan, the top scholar of the Eastern Spirit Province, known as the Sword Enthusiast. Following him, Sun Yinyan, a half-elf chaos mage with golden hair and dressed in a black and gold wizard's robe, also stepped forward, gracefully stating, "Apologies, Fong Tairan, but I too wish to challenge this freshman champion alone." The crowd was once again in an uproar. Luo Hao, the top scholar from the Immortal Plains province, stepped forward expressionlessly, silently indicating his intent to challenge. Bai Wushuang merely smirked, playfully teasing the small white dragon on his shoulder. "Even if you're strong, can you be stronger than my four-winged storm thunder dragon? Save it, get past these 3, and I'll step in. Otherwise, I fear my dragon's breath might kill you, and you won't have a good show to watch." The crowd was reminded of Bai Wushuang's formidable four-winged storm thunder dragon. Even in its juvenile stage, it was more than enough to handle Qin Fan. The dragon's position at the top of the food chain led many to believe that Qin Fan was ultimately destined for defeat. Sword enthusiast, let me go first, Sun Yinyan said coolly. No, I'll go first. Fong Tairan, the battle fanatic, insisted. Luo Hao remained silent, arms crossed, standing off to the side with a cold demeanor, unwilling to argue with the two of them. On the stage, Qin Fan reiterated, enough, stop arguing. I said you can all come at me together. This arrogant attitude made Sun Yinyan, Fong Tairan, and Luo Hao all frown simultaneously. As top students from their respective provinces, they had their own pride and would never team up against someone, even if it meant losing. While Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan hesitated, Fong Tairan had already leaped onto the stage. Sun Yinyan was about to follow but was stopped by the referee. Let Fong Tairan go first. But from the looks of it, Qin Fan doesn't mind if all three of you come at once. Are you sure you want to insist? Sun Yinyan was at a loss for words. Teaming up with Fong Tairan would be beneath her dignity, and winning wouldn't bring any honor. So she reluctantly stayed back, waiting with Luo Hao below the stage. The referee signaled both sides to prepare. Without a word, Fong Tairan drew the Qinghong sword, a level 30 gold grade sword just sent by his family, crafted specifically for him. Qin Fan, however, did not summon his little dragon. To him, Fong Tairan was nothing more than a chicken, not worth using the dragon blade against. He thought disdainfully, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry deserves to see my prized possession in action. Instead, Qin Fan drew the Xinjing Dilling sword, a level 15 purple grade heavy sword he had upgraded to gold grade through extensive re-enchanting and forging, spending over 3,000 credits. Seeing this, Fong Tairan's face darkened. An amateur wielding a sword to challenge him, a spirit sword master, was a blatant insult. As soon as the countdown ended, Fong Tairan unleashed a pure sword intent, its sharpness piercing the sky. He held the Qinghong sword, its tip aimed directly at Qin Fan, and thrust forward with force. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through the air, creating a sonic boom. Although the sword tip didn't touch Qin Fan, he still tensed and quickly sidestepped. Bang! The energy shield behind Qin Fan reverberated with a dull thud, the intense fluctuations indicating the power of the strike. Someone in the audience immediately explained, that's spirit sword technique, the signature skill of a spirit sword master. It's said that a 4th-tier spirit sword master can take an enemy's head from miles away. A new student also admired Qin Fan's reaction. Qin Fan's reflexes are incredible. If it were me, I'd have been hit already. Oomph. Hide. Is that supposed to help? With that shabby greatsword of yours, you think you can stand against me? Ridiculous. Fong Tairan sneered with even more disdain after his attack missed. But just as he finished speaking, Qin Fan was already on the move. Qin Fan, expressionless, took a step forward, launching himself like a bullet from a gun. The sound of cutting through the wind followed as he closed in on Fong Tairan in an instant, raising his greatsword high and striking down fiercely at his opponent. Fong Tairan was startled by Qin Fan's terrifying speed. Yet as the top scholar of Dongling Province and the future heir of the Sword God family, his combat skills were not lacking. Seeing Qin Fan's aggressive approach, Fong Tairan advanced instead of retreating, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. If you want to cut me, fine. I'll let you try. Fong Tairan shouted, not dodging Qin Fan's descending greatsword, but instead thrusting his Qinghong sword fiercely towards Qin Fan's stomach. Come on, wound for wound. You cut me, and I'll stab you. Let's see who gets hurt more. To Fong Tairan's dismay, even in this critical moment, Qin Fan's gaze remained calm and fearless. But the attack was inevitable, and Fong Tairan calculated that his enchanted Qinghong sword would inflict a debilitating effect lasting 10 seconds on the targeted hit. Under the intense gaze of the audience, both attacks landed simultaneously. With a resounding bang, Qin Fan's Xinjing Dilling sword struck heavily on Fong Tairan's shoulder. The immense force immediately triggered the life-saving shield on Fong Tairan's level 30 purple grade armor, propelling Qin Fan back several steps. However, as the dust settled, everyone was left in shock. Fong Tairan stared in disbelief at his hand. His prized Qinghong sword was now reduced to just a hilt, with the blade shattered into pieces on the ground. What on earth is this? Fong Tairan muttered, utterly baffled as he looked at the fragments of his sword, unable to comprehend the situation before him. The prowess of those from noble families truly lives up to its reputation. Fong Tairan not only wielded advanced weaponry but also donned an extraordinary set of armor. When Qin Fan's potentially crippling sword strike came down, Fong Tairan's life-saving shield activated just in time, not only blocking the deadly blow but also generating a powerful shockwave that pushed Qin Fan back several steps. This was the confidence Fong Tairan had in trading blows with Qin Fan. However, Qin Fan had his own unshakable confidence. His level talent, extraordinary healing, allowed him to recover rapidly from any injury, even mortal wounds. Moreover, he possessed the skilled chain of life, and coupled with his incredible defensive attributes, it was nearly impossible for Fong Tairan's sword to inflict serious harm on him. The battle took an unexpected turn at that moment. Fong Tairan's prized Qinghong's sword shattered, leaving only a bare hilt. Qin Fan looked down to see Xiao Han and Xiao Jiao, the little dragon cubs in his arms, tilting their heads and gazing at him with their adorable big eyes. Just as Fong Tairan's sword was about to strike Qin Fan, the cubs, with their holy dragon clan's keen senses, detected the danger. They simultaneously pounced on the sword, with Xiao Jiu biting the tip and Xiao Han the blade, instantly crushing the priceless level 30 golden grade weapon. Two neat rows of holes appeared in Qin Fan's clothing, marks left by the sharp dragon teeth of the little ones. He recalled how Xiao Jiu had easily bitten a notch into a level 25 purple grade battle axe before, feeling secretly grateful for the presence of these two little creatures. This sudden twist left Fong Tairan utterly dumbfounded, and the audience was equally shocked. The outcome of their exchange was worlds apart. Fong Tairan's armor lost its life-saving effect, and his precious sword was reduced to a hilt, while Qin Fan, apart from being pushed back a few steps, remained unscathed. While Fong Tairan was still in a daze, Qin Fan's figure flashed like lightning to his front. "Why are you daydreaming? Watch the sword!" Qin Fan shouted, his arm muscles bulging as he raised his Xinjing Earth Scale sword for a powerful strike. Although Qin Fan was not a swordsman and knew nothing about the so-called way of the sword, he understood one true strength is paramount. Fong Tairan felt unprecedented pressure facing this mighty blow. Without his armor's protection and lacking a weapon, he was like a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. "I surrender." Just as the Xinjing Earth Scale sword was about to strike, Fong Tairan finally cried out in despair. Qin Fan halted his sword just a centimeter from Fong Tairan's shoulder, the fierce aura of the blade still ruffling Fong Tairan's hair. Qin Fan expressionlessly sheathed his sword and gently held back the two little dragon cubs in his arms with his left hand. The cubs clearly wanted to give Fong Tairan more trouble, but Qin Fan stopped their mischievous antics in time. It was fortunate that the little dragon deliberately restrained its dragon aura. Otherwise, the self-proclaimed exceptional Bai Wuxuang in the audience would have witnessed an unexpected spectacle. His prideful little dragon might have been scared out of its wits. With Fong Tairan voluntarily conceding, the referee promptly announced the result. In this match, Qin Fan wins. This outcome was like a hammer blow, shattering the expectations of the new audience members. They looked at each other with disbelief written all over their faces. Someone murmured, "Did Fong Tairan really lose just like that?" Qin Fan won too easily. Indeed, on the surface, this duel seemed disappointingly simple. After just a few exchanges, Fong Tairan's weapon and armor were destroyed, and he conceded immediately. This long-anticipated clash of top-tier fighters ended so abruptly. Even the usually composed Luo Hao and Su Ninian frowned. They keenly sensed that things weren't as straightforward as they seemed. The key was how Fong Tairan's weapon was destroyed in an instant, a devastating blow for a swordsman, akin to a beast losing its fangs. But the question remained, how did Qin Fan manage to do it? Probably only the dean and the teachers on the dais caught the fleeting critical moment. This detail put the doubtful teachers at ease. They exchanged knowing glances, realizing that Qin Fan indeed possessed the bloodline of a true dragon. Dean Lu Boming could no longer contain himself. He slowly stood up and announced in a deep voice, "Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, Bai Wuxuang. For the next match, all three of you go up together. Stop wasting time." As soon as the dean finished speaking, the entire audience erupted. They exchanged incredulous whispers, shocked that the revered dean would openly imply that Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, and Bai Wuxuang's cream of the crop might lose. At that moment, Dean Lu Jinhua's voice boomed like thunder. "What are you all standing around for? Start challenging each other. Do you not want your rankings?" The named newcomers snapped out of their daze, hastily refocusing and beginning to challenge one another. They were well aware that if things continued this way, the freshman assessment would turn into Qin Fan's solo performance. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fong Tairan, looking utterly defeated, slowly descended from the stage. His expression was dazed, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This top scholar from Dongling province had clearly never lost to a peer before, especially not in such a decisive manner. What Fong Tairan found hardest to accept was that his level 30, diamond-grade sword shattered before even touching his opponent. This was a weapon that had withstood the full force of a level 40 second-tier mage's assault without damage. Yet in front of Qin Fan, it broke like fragile glass. At that moment, it felt as if his very spirit as a swordsman had collapsed. The teachers on the podium watched this scene with mixed emotions. Some worried that Fong Tairan might be crushed by this defeat, but the head of the Battle Academy, Lu Jinhua, had a different perspective. "Don't worry, these prodigies are not as fragile as you might think," Lu Jinhua said firmly. "Failure is actually beneficial for these geniuses who are used to smooth sailing. The sooner they taste failure, the sooner they can recognize their shortcomings and improve faster. More importantly, it's far better to suffer a setback now than to pay with their lives on a real battlefield in the future. His words made the other deans and teachers serious. They realized that such setbacks could indeed help these self-assured prodigies adjust their attitudes and understand that there are always others better than themselves. Lu Jianhua continued, "That's precisely why I arranged for Luo Hao, Sun Yinyan, and Bai Wushuang to challenge Qin Fan together. Luo Hao looks down on people from other regions because he's the top scholar of Fengtian province. Sun Yinyan thinks she's superior due to her chaos magic talent. Bai Wushuang believes he's invincible just because he was lucky enough to contract with a dragon. In terms of talent and character, all three fall short compared to Qin Fan." On the stage, Qin Fan calmly gestured to his hesitant opponents. "Come on, all at once. No need to give me time to rest." Despite having just dominated a Ani against 7 match and defeating the top scholar of Dongling province, Feng Tiran, Qin Fan showed no sign of fatigue. The magical aura surrounding him was still intense, as if his mana consumption was negligible. This scene left everyone present in awe, considering that the 2 large-scale ice and fire spells he cast earlier would have drained 70 of a mage's mana at his level. In truth, Qin Fan's ability to maintain such formidable combat strength was due to his intelligence attribute of 1400, far surpassing others his age. This not only gave him a higher mana capacity, but also an astonishing mana recovery rate. Faced with Qin Fan's urging, the 3 prodigies wore somber expressions, with a flicker of apprehension in their eyes. Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan even felt a twinge of fear, having witnessed firsthand how easily Feng Tiran, who was usually their equal in strength, was defeated. Only Bai Wushuang, with his dragon by his side, retained some confidence. As the 3 hesitated, voices from the audience rose in waves. "Get on the stage already. Are you too scared to lose? Yeah, don't waste time. Qin Fan still has other challengers to face. Principal Lu Jinhua has spoken. What are you waiting for? Get up there. Weren't you looking down on our top scholar from Nanzhou province before? Where's that arrogance now?" Other new students had already begun to mock and ridicule. These students from Nanzhou province, much like Qin Fan, had been under scrutiny for some time. It wasn't just Qin Fan. The entire batch of new students from Nanzhou province was being mocked. Remarks like "students from Nanzhou are all rookies," "a loser" topped the list, and "this year's Nanzhou freshmen are the worst" were rampant, leaving the freshmen from Nanzhou seething with frustration. Now, with Qin Fan rising like a dark horse, the freshmen from Nanzhou began to voice their long-held grievances. Luo Hao, who had always been admired since childhood, couldn't hold back any longer as he listened to the harsh discussions around him. "Damn it!" Luo Hao cursed angrily, his face darkening as he stepped onto the stage. Sun Yinyan followed closely behind. Only Bai Wushuang stood with arms crossed, sneering. While the other prodigies were wary of Qin Fan, Bai Wushuang remained confident, a confidence stemming from the small dragon perched on his shoulder. The referee asked, "Bai Wushuang, why aren't you going up?" Bai Wushuang smiled arrogantly and shook his head slowly. "Teacher, this arena is too small for my pet dragon to show its true strength. I'd like to request a change to a more expansive secret realm battlefield. I admit that Qin Fan's personal strength surpasses mine, but I am a beast tamer, and I rely on my pet for battle. I can't be expected to fight without my strongest pet, can I? If so, I might as well concede." Bai Wushuang's words resonated with the surrounding freshmen. Everyone knew that most beast tamers had weaker personal strength, relying on their pets as their true weapons. Although the current arena was quite large, once the 4-winged storm dragon unleashed its full battle form, it might even break through the arena's energy shield. It would indeed be unfair to have Bai Wushuang fight Qin Fan empty-handed. The referee nodded in agreement. "All right, the battlefield can be changed." A few minutes later, a portal to a secret realm appeared in the arena. The referee said, "Go on in. The space inside is vast enough to accommodate not just 1 dragon, but 100. Qin Fan was indifferent, even pleased. The 2 little ones in his arms were already eager to play. He thought to himself, "Perfect. You've been speculating whether I have a dragon, haven't you? Today, I'll let you short-sighted folks see for yourselves. I, Qin Fan, am the first ever Dragon Tamer to contract with a holy dragon, and I'll show Bai Wushuang that his little dragon isn't worthy of arrogance in front of my 2 dragonlings." The 4 of them stepped through the portal, instantly finding themselves in a boundless plain battlefield. Outside the secret realm, the staff set up a holographic screen made of interwoven light beams, clearly displaying the battlefield on the plains. Countless eyes were fixed on the holographic screen, and even the ongoing battles among the new students paused as they stared at the screen. Chen Wei, Feng Yuan, Luo Tao, and others, having been healed, returned to the battlefield with grim expressions. Passing Nanzhou freshmen deliberately taunted them. "Bark again. Keep barking. Didn't you say our Nanzhou top scorer was a loser? Then how come you all lost together? Beaten 1 against 7. Do you even know how to play?" Chen Wei and the others heard these words, clenching their teeth in anger but unable to retort. They felt their faces burning with shame, recalling their past words and attitudes, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Standing aside, Su Rou sighed deeply, a bitter smile on her face. She realized she had made the wrong choice, but there was no turning back now. All right, everyone. The battle is about to begin. A loud voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Don't waste your energy on Luo Tao and those clowns. Let's see how Fan handles those three prodigies. Outside, after two intense battles, the freshmen from Nanzhou province regained their confidence, cheering and rallying for Qin Fan. Their faces beamed with pride and anticipation, as if they could already see the dawn of victory. However, not everyone shared this enthusiasm. A disdainful voice suddenly interjected. Oh, come on, don't get too cocky. I admit, Qin Fan is impressive, but have you considered that no matter how strong he is, can he really defeat Bai Wuxuang's flying dragon? That's a real dragon. Your Qin Fan might take on 7, but Bai Wuxuang with a dragon can do the same. I don't know what you're so proud of. These words were like a bucket of cold water, quelling some of the excitement. Yet, a defiant voice rose. Ha! Just because Bai Wuxuang has a dragon, doesn't mean our fan can't have one too. This remark sparked laughter. Haha, are you dreaming? Dude, he says Qin Fan can have a dragon too. Makes me laugh. Let's see Qin Fan turn into a dragon if he's so capable. The mocking voices continued. Someone who seemed knowledgeable chimed in. In case you've forgotten, let me remind you, only a dragon master can form a contract with a creature of the caliber of a great dragon or a sacred dragon. But throughout history, no dragon master has ever succeeded. And you're telling me Qin Fan has a dragon? That's hilarious. Stop deluding yourselves. Qin Fan should just settle for being the second among freshmen. The first belongs to our Bai. The supporters of Qin Fan were momentarily speechless. They understood that these words were indeed true. Dragon masters were considered useless because the conditions for contracting a dragon were too stringent. Earth dragons, flying dragons, and sub-dragons couldn't be contracted. Only great dragons and sacred dragons could. This has resulted in no dragon master ever having a dragon companion. Seeing Qin Fan's supporters fall silent, the others laughed triumphantly. All right, let's just enjoy Bai's flying dragon show, they said eagerly. Meanwhile, in the secret battleground, Bai Wuxuang arrogantly glanced at Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan, dismissively waving them aside. All right, you two just sit back and watch. Let me teach Qin Fan a lesson. Show him there's always someone better. Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan's faces turned sour, never having suffered such humiliation. They wanted to retort, but seeing the threatening growl from the white flying dragon on Bai Wuxuang's shoulder, they reluctantly stepped back. Jerk. Just because you have a dragon, you think you're unbeatable? Luo Hao gritted his teeth, unable to maintain his usual pride. Sun Yinyan, however, appeared much calmer, aware of the strength gap between herself and Qin Fan. At that moment, under the astonished gaze of all, Bai Wuxuang unleashed his dragon companion's battle form. A mighty dragon roar echoed in the skies, and the once tiny cat-sized mini flying dragon swelled in size. Accompanied by deafening thunder, a 50-meter turtle, four-winged flying dragon enveloped in raging lightning appeared before everyone. The first form of the four-winged storm dragon. Thunderstorm form, someone exclaimed. This spectacle left everyone in awe, whether it was Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan in the secret realm or the audience outside. It was their first time witnessing such a majestic lightning dragon. Wow, is this the battle form of a flying dragon? It's incredible. This dragon is truly awe-inspiring. How's Qin Fan supposed to fight that? Haha, Qin Fan dared to challenge Bai as well? Now look at him, probably stunned. However, amidst the chatter, someone suddenly noticed something unusual. Wait a minute, why doesn't Qin Fan seem scared at all? Through the camera feed, the audience saw Qin Fan standing calmly before the towering dragon. Despite the raging storm of lightning elements around him, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had faced even more terrifying battles before. This led viewers to speculate whether this young man had once participated in the Rift Wars, or if he was simply too stunned by the scene to react. Meanwhile, the deans and teachers eagerly anticipated Qin Fan's dragon companion. Would it be a great dragon, or a holy dragon? Except for a few deans who had seen Qin Fan's college entrance exam footage, everyone else was left guessing. What happened next stunned everyone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Fan, still composed, unfastened his swift-winged armor. Suddenly, two chubby little creatures tumbled out of his clothes and onto the ground. The staff, already briefed on what to do, immediately directed high-tech nanocameras at the two small beings, allowing everyone to see them clearly. Outside, the female viewers were instantly captivated by the adorable sight, their eyes filled with hearts. In contrast, Bai Wuxuang's four-winged thunder dragon, even in its smaller pet form, appeared fierce and menacing. Its body was covered with white scales, and its head seemed helmeted, exposing only one eye. Its wings occasionally twitched, emitting an unsettling aura. Qin Fan's two little creatures, one fiery red and the other icy blue, were round and short-limbed, exuding a sense of innocence with their jewel-like eyes. Their soft scales drooped without any hint of aggression. Realizing they were apart from their owner, they quickly hopped to Qin Fan's feet, climbing up his pants like little kittens, showing a deep attachment. Their cries of "Gao" and "Ing" melted everyone's hearts. Not only were the girls enchanted, but even the men, typically uninterested in pets, couldn't help but feel a pang of affection. People began to wonder if these were Qin Fan's dragon companions. Moreover, were there really two of them? But what level of dragons were they? Their overwhelming cuteness and the deliberate suppression of their draconic aura made it difficult to ascertain their true nature. Logically, as a dragon tamer, Qin Fan should have contracted with a great or holy dragon. Yet the affectionate demeanor of these two little creatures completely overturned people's understanding of high-level dragons. Could it be that Qin Fan, through some unique opportunity, had broken the limitation that prevented dragon tamers from contracting with lower-tier dragons, successfully bonding with two flying or sub-dragons? The crowd was puzzled. Could these seemingly harmless little creatures truly defeat Bai Wuxiang's fierce dragon? Bai Wuxiang's reaction was the most dramatic. Upon seeing Qin Fan's two dragon companions, he nearly spat out his drink. He instinctively glanced at his own massive dragon beside him, relieved to find it showed no fear, which reassured him. Bai Wuxiang felt fortunate, assuming Qin Fan had only contracted two flying dragons. He concluded that they couldn't possibly be sub-dragons, great dragons, or holy dragons, as his little white showed no fear towards them. Therefore, he felt confident, knowing his four-winged thunder dragon was a standout among flying dragons. Qin Fan, I must admit, I truly admire you for breaking the limits of a dragon master and managing to contract two flying dragons. Bai Wuxiang stood beside his colossal four-winged thunderstorm dragon, his eyes glinting with mockery. His voice brimmed with confidence. But if you think this will be enough to defeat me, you're far too naive. Qin Fan merely glanced at Bai Wuxiang, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Gently stroking the two little dragon hatchlings hanging from him, he spoke softly. Xiaojiao, Xiao Han, did you hear that? Someone called you flying dragons. Suddenly alert, the two dragon hatchlings, previously indifferent to their surroundings, flapped their tiny wings and jumped down from Qin Fan. Under the slightly worried gazes of the onlookers, the two chubby, adorably tiny dragons waddled on their four little paws towards the imposing four-winged thunderstorm dragon, surrounded by a stormy aura. Compared to the towering 50-meter turtle dragon, the two little hatchlings seemed insignificant, like specks of dust. The audience tensed at the sight, with some even exclaiming, "What are they doing? They should shift to battle form immediately. They'll be crushed if they get any closer." Bai Wuxiang, however, laughed disdainfully, thinking his opponent might be trying to win sympathy through cuteness, knowing he couldn't win the battle. The proud four-winged thunderstorm dragon merely looked down at the approaching ants with indifference. Just as the dragon prepared to lift its paw to crush the two foolish little creatures, a blinding light suddenly erupted from the hatchlings. Fiery red and icy blue lights intertwined, enveloping their rapidly expanding bodies. Within just 3 seconds, the light dissipated, and the entire arena was plunged into stunned silence. Before everyone's eyes stood two majestic dragon figures, towering 100 meters high. The camera crew, caught off guard, struggled to adjust the camera angles, leaving the audience with only a partial view of these colossal beings. "What the heck is that?" Cries of disbelief echoed around. As the nano cameras swiftly adjusted, the full majesty of the two dragons came into view. Xiaojiao was entirely crimson, its body a masterpiece of creation. It was enveloped in divine flames, its scarlet wings unfurling to block out the sky. It seemed to be a deity of fire descended upon the earth, sacred and inviolable. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was an icy blue, smaller and more graceful than her sibling. The magical aura surrounding her was breathtaking. Her ice blue scales shimmered like crystals in the sunlight, resembling a noble princess of the dragon race. Holy dragons. They're the legendary holy dragons. Everyone stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The academy's deans and teachers were even more astounded. They knew Qin Fan had dragons, but never imagined they were two holy dragons, beings akin to deities. Bai Wuxiang stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the towering dragons, his mind blank. His four-winged thunderstorm dragon was already paralyzed with fear, its once proud 50-meter height now insignificant, like an ant. Overwhelmed by the dragon's superior aura, the once arrogant dragon felt the urge to bow down in reverence. High above, Xiaoju let out a clear yet mighty roar, its majesty far surpassing the thunderstorm dragon's howl. The roar seemed to proclaim to all, Who dares call us lowly flying dragons? Elsewhere on the battlefield, Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan exchanged looks, finding themselves trembling under the awe-inspiring dragon presence. For the first time, they truly felt the insignificance of their existence, mere ants before these holy dragons. Reflecting on their previous underestimation of Qin Fan, they felt utterly foolish. Now they understood why Qin Fan stayed in his villa, avoiding the public eye not out of fear of criticism, but to prevent his little dragons from accidentally crushing all the new students. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. It was Xiaojiao, lifting its colossal dragon paw like a pillar of heaven, swatting the trembling, cowering thunderstorm dragon on the head. The 50-meter dragon was sent flying over 2,000 meters, carving a long trail across the vast battlefield. The scene was reminiscent of a gang boss slapping a presumptuous underling into the distance. To add to the absurdity, the previously exalted dragon fainted from the blow. Xiaojiao glanced disdainfully at the unconscious dragon, letting out a low growl, as if to say, "Is this what you call a dragon?" The four-winged wind and thunder dragon of Bai Wushuang was defeated. This dragon, possessing attributes of both wind and thunder, was effortlessly taken down by a single slap from Xiaojiao. Qin Fan looked at the fallen dragon and shook his head with a sigh. Too weak, it couldn't even withstand a casual hit from Xiaojiao. Xiaohan, standing nearby, was also taken aback, clearly not expecting the previously boastful little dragon to be so easily defeated. Amidst the swirling dust, Bai Wushuang coughed repeatedly, looking disheveled. He stared in disbelief at his unconscious dragon companion, then turned his gaze to the two imposing sacred dragons, feeling a tide of fear and despair wash over him. This is outright bullying. Bai Wushuang raged internally. How can Qin Fan have a contract with sacred dragons? And two at that, how am I supposed to compete? In utter despair, Bai Wushuang slumped to the ground, stiff and numb. His previous confidence was shattered, and recalling his earlier arrogance, he felt like a complete fool. Not far away, Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan stood dumbfounded, their mouths agape. The audience outside was equally shocked, and even the new students engaged in a PK battle stopped in their tracks, staring blankly at the giant screen in the sky. In truth, the moment the two young dragonlings revealed their true battle forms, the outcome of this three-unknown match was sealed. Qin Fan, observing the three defeated prodigies and the dragon knocked out with a slap, felt a bit unfulfilled. Quite boring. Qin Fan muttered to himself. I was hoping for an intense dragon battle, but it turns out this four-winged wind and thunder dragon is so fragile. This scene also made Qin Fan truly understand the strict bloodline hierarchy among dragons. Bai Wushuang's level 24 wind and thunder dragon was 5 levels higher than Xiaojiao and 13 levels higher than Xiaohan, but its four-dimensional attributes were probably just over 1,000. Meanwhile, Xiaojiao's attributes were more than 4 times that, and the newly born Xiaohan was ahead by several hundred. In its sky-shaking form, a casual slap from Xiaojiao could severely injure even a level 50 human professional. If it were a fragile class, they might be reduced to a pulp instantly. Go wo, ing. The two dragonlings disdainfully reverted to their pet forms, flapping their wings like two round little balloons and flying towards Qin Fan. Their soft and cute appearance starkly contrasted with their previous divine majesty. Do you still want to continue fighting? If so, I'm ready, Qin Fan calmly asked Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan while holding the two dragonlings. Come on, be reasonable. Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan shouted in their hearts. How can we fight when a 50-meter dragon was knocked out like a toy, and your sacred dragons could blow us away with a breath? No, no more. I concede. Luo Hao, the top student from Fengtian province, swallowed hard and lowered his proud head. Sun Yinyan, the chaos mage, quickly put down his staff, afraid of provoking the two little creatures in Qin Fan's arms. I'm convinced, utterly convinced of our defeat. Since that's the case, this match is over, the equally astonished referee announced loudly. Given that Bai Wushuang and his dragon have lost the ability to fight, and Luo Hao and Sun Yinyan have also conceded, I declare the winner of this match to be Qin Fan. A burst of astonished chatter erupted. The audience finally snapped out of their shock and began discussing. Qin Fan really contracted 2 sacred dragons. I must be dreaming. Where's the prophet who doubted Qin Fan contracted dragons and sacred beasts? Bring them out for a reckoning. With this, doesn't Qin Fan become the first Dragon Tamer in history to have dragon companions? Yes, and if nothing unexpected happens, he's destined to become a world-class powerhouse in the future. The voice of Lu Jinhua, the head of the Battle Academy, thundered across the arena. Enough with the chatter. Get on with the challenges. In 10 minutes, this freshman exam will be over. His commanding shout was like an alarm bell, snapping everyone out of their shock. The freshmen quickly gathered their wits and began challenging each other. However, what unfolded next was unexpected. The freshman from Nanzhou province suddenly stepped forward, their eyes blazing with anger. specifically targeting those who had previously mocked Qin Fan. The scene became lively in an instant. I, Zhou Wudong from Nanzhou Province, ranked 25, challenged Chen Wei, ranked 7. A burly young man declared, pointing fiercely at Chen Wei. Get up here, kid. I've had enough of you. Another voice followed. And me, Pan Yongshi from Nanzhou Province, ranked 32, challenged Feng Yuanyuan, ranked 18. Pan Yongshi sneered at Feng Yuanyuan. You were the one mocking our brother Fan, right? Get up here and take your beating. A petite yet formidable-looking girl joined the fray. And you, Su Ro, get up here too. She stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Su Ro. Even though Fan helped you through the exam, you teamed up with these people against him. I, Li Biao, ranked 16, challenge you, Su Ro, ranked 12. Li Biao scanned the crowd and continued, Ma Qingfeng, right? You showed some sportsmanship, so I'll let you off this time. But that brat by Dajiang, don't think I can't see you just because you're ducking your head. Get up here. In less than 10 seconds, all those who had openly mocked Qin Fan in the secret hall were called out. These challengers, mostly from Nanzhou Province, had been taunted and now found their chance to retaliate. The faces of Bai Dajiang, Feng Yuanyuan, Luo Tao, and others turned sour. They had never been subjected to such humiliation, but the rules of the freshman exam left them no choice. The rules stated that those with lower rankings could challenge those with higher rankings, and the challenged couldn't refuse. If someone was unhappy with their ranking, they could challenge to claim the other's position. This straightforward and unvarnished competitive style resonated with many freshmen. They appreciated a contest where rankings were determined by sheer strength, without any underhanded tactics or hidden agendas. At that moment, Qin Fan emerged from the secret battlefield, his appearance adding even more excitement to the scene. Qin Fan glanced indifferently at Feng Yuanyuan and the others being brought onto the arena, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. To him, they were nothing more than jesters, not even worthy of being considered obstacles. However, at that moment, a group of girls with eager eyes rushed towards him. Qin Fan, can I touch your two little dragons? What are their names? Oh my gosh, they're so cute. I just want to hug them. As the girls approached, the two little dragons became instantly alert. Gore! Eek! They let out sharp cries, their noses overwhelmed by the pungent scent of perfume. Little Jia's mouth sparked with flames, while little Han's mouth gathered frost, both ready to unleash their dragon breath at any moment. Qin Fan coldly replied, Want to touch them? Fine, but at your own risk. Don't come crying to me if you get seriously hurt. Hearing this, the girls quickly retreated in alarm. To appease the little dragons, Qin Fan reluctantly promised to buy 100 purple crystal goose heads that night, making braised and roasted goose for them. Each goose cost 200 academic credits, amounting to 20,000 credits in total. Qin Fan would be bankrupt, but as long as the little ones were happy, it was worth it. 10 minutes later, the challenge competition officially ended. Feng Yuanyuan, Luo Tao, and others all fell out of the top 100 rankings. Though their conditions could recover, the exhaustion from continuous challenges and the mental collapse from ridicule severely impacted their performance. This group, who should have comfortably stayed in the top 50, was utterly defeated by the freshman training. Everyone started calling Qin Fan Brother Fan. As the top freshman and a Dragon Tamer contracted with 2 sacred dragons, his achievements were unprecedented. The news of his success would likely cause a worldwide sensation. The dean of the Combat Academy, Lu Jinhua, announced, The freshman assessment is now concluded. The rankings are set. Is there anyone who is dissatisfied? The new students responded in unison, No. It was indeed the fairest competition, and anyone who was still dissatisfied clearly had problems with their reasoning. Those who had been the most vocal before now saw their rankings plummet, with Feng Yuanyuan and others falling out of the top 50, and Luo Tao dropping to 212th place, their faces now sullen and grim. Lu Jinhua continued, Great. Now, the sorting ceremony officially begins. He turned to Qin Fan. In my capacity as the Dean of the Combat Academy, I invite you to join us. If you choose our academy, you'll receive Insgrade Herb and Insgrade Universal Skill Book. This statement immediately aroused envy among the crowd. Such treatment was reserved only for the top 50 new students, let alone being personally offered by the dean with such generous terms. Not to be outdone, the dean of the Magic Academy, Lu Boming, chimed in, I've noticed your impressive magical talent. Join our Magic Academy, and your mastery of dragon language magic will surely reach new heights, bringing you endless benefits. As soon as the words left the speaker's mouth, the audience collectively gasped. The crowd buzzed with whispers, astonished by the generosity of the head of the Magic Academy. It was clear that the headmaster was determined to recruit the immensely talented Dragon Tamer, Qin Fan, into the academy. Although the Magic Academy typically only accepts magic-oriented professions, Qin Fan's display of magical prowess in the Ani against 7 challenge had already captivated the headmaster. Even more surprising was the revelation that Qin Fan possessed not one, but 2 holy dragons. This news left even the other headmasters, who were aware of Qin Fan's possession of a blazing holy dragon, utterly flabbergasted. Zhang Tao, the head of the Tactical Academy, sighed, knowing he could not compete with the wealth of Lu Jinhua and Lu Boming, the other affluent headmasters. Li Yujia, the head of the Enhancement Academy, offered an even more enticing proposition. Qin Fan, join my Enhancement Academy. While I can't offer you an strength skill book, I promise that all the materials you need for forging and enchanting will be provided for free, as long as they are in the Academy's inventory. Despite Li Yujia's considerable resources, the rarity of an strength skill book is something that can't be measured by dragon coins, credits, or even sacred crystals. Nevertheless, his offer was tempting enough to sway many. Some might wonder if joining the Enhancement Academy, which primarily trains support in secondary professions, would hinder Qin Fan's future as a pure offensive class. In truth, this concern is unfounded. The key lies in the second job advancement choices available to a Dragon Tamer. Upon their first job advancement, individuals choose a profession based on their awakened talent. By the second job advancement, they face a wider array of choices. For example, a swordsman can become a sword soul, sword demon, or sword hero. A mage can advance to elemental king or magic warrior. The magic warrior class completely overturns the stereotype of the fragile mage by enhancing their physique with magic, granting them combat capabilities rivaling melee classes. A Dragon Tamer has at least 4 second advancement paths, one of which is the Dragon Spirit Priest. This class specializes in strengthening dragon pets, possessing numerous skills to enhance the dragon's abilities, such as Dragon Berserk. Although the Dragon Spirit Priest's own combat power is relatively weak, the fortified dragon pets become unstoppable forces. The Enhancement Academy recognized this potential and sought to recruit Qin Fan. Of course, even if Qin Fan chose not to become a Dragon Spirit Priest, with 2 holy dragons, any second advancement path he chose would undoubtedly lead to extraordinary achievements. The crowd buzzed with discussion, both envious of the generous offers Qin Fan received and curious about which academy he would ultimately choose. At that moment, He Yalan, the striking headmistress who had remained silent, finally spoke, her voice brimming with confidence. A portion of strength medicinal material, celestial fire essence, and a portion of celestial cold essence. Qin Fan, join my combat academy. As soon as these words were spoken, the 2 little dragon cubs in Qin Fan's arms immediately reacted. They perked up their ears and poked their heads out from Qin Fan's collar, first glancing at the smiling He Yalan, then nuzzling Qin Fan's neck with their heads, purring softly like affectionate girlfriends urging their boyfriend to buy something. Lu Jinhua, head of the combat academy, beamed with joy, while the other 3 headmasters sighed in resignation. Clearly, He Yalan had come prepared. These 2 strength materials are typically used to craft high-level elixirs and might not mean much to ordinary job advancers. But for Qin Fan's 2 dragon cubs, they are their favorite delicacies. The Celestial Fire Essence and Celestial Cold Essence come from the Fire Coral of the Endless Fire Domain and the Extreme Cold Snow Lotus of the Winter Snow Domain, both of which are forbidden zones for humans. As the niece of the president of the Feng Tian Academy, He Yalan had the means to acquire such rare materials. Facing the affectionate coaxing of the 2 dragon cubs, Qin Fan couldn't resist. Smiling, he said, Dean Liu, Director Li, thank you both for your generous offers. But my choice is the Combat Academy. And so, the top new recruit was successfully won over by the Combat Academy, largely thanks to the efforts of Vice Dean He Yalan. 10 minutes later, the sorting ceremony concluded. The top students received personal invitations from the headmasters or teachers, while those in the middle and lower ranks needed to log onto the website to fill in their information and register their academy choices. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dean Lu Jinhua cheerfully announced, "All right, classes will officially start tomorrow. You can all go back and rest now." The Battle Academy was undoubtedly the biggest winner in this year's entrance exam. Qin Fan's enrollment seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as other top-ranking students also chose the Battle Academy, much to the displeasure of the other 3 deans. Interestingly, the school authorities did not require students to keep Qin Fan's contract with the Holy Dragon a secret. They merely prohibited the use of recording devices in the arena. This might seem like an oversight, but it was actually a strategic move. Without video evidence, mere verbal accounts are hard to believe. As a key training base for reserve forces in the Dragon Nation, the school has enough strength to protect its students. It's undoubtedly a perfect opportunity to lure out any hidden threats. Qin Fan was not worried about this. With the school's protection, he no longer needed to cautiously hide his abilities as he did before. At that moment, Dean He Yalan, dressed in a professional skirt and black stockings, waved at Qin Fan. "Qin Fan, over here. Follow me. These rewards are personally funded by Dean Liu and myself, and you can claim them directly." Qin Fan nodded and followed her, with the 2 baby dragons in his arms appearing quite excited. They arrived at a small spatial teleportation magic array beside the podium. As magic power was infused, the space twisted instantly. In the next moment, they found themselves in a grand and imposing hall. This is the administrative hall of our battle academy, Yalan explained while leading the way. As the top new student who had contracted 2 holy dragons, Qin Fan was clearly receiving special treatment. The niece of the headmaster, deputy dean of the battle academy, and a beautiful dean who reached the 3rd rank at the age of 28 personally guided him, attracting the attention of the clerical staff in the hall. Soon, Yalan led Qin Fan to a massive magical door. This door, cast from mysterious black crystal stone and covered with magic arrays, couldn't be forced open even by a 3rd-rank powerhouse. Yalan lightly touched the door's surface, and the magic array patterns began to rotate like gears. With a soft sound, the door slowly opened. Come, Yalan gracefully stepped inside, with Qin Fan following closely behind. What met their eyes was an extremely luxurious private treasure vault, with a design reminiscent of a history museum. Every item around exuded an extraordinary aura, especially the massive beast skulls, which, though long deceased, still emitted a menacing presence. Yalan approached a cabinet, took out 3 jade bottles and a box containing a skill book, and handed them to Qin Fan. Here, take these. These are your rewards. The rewards included a portion of heavenly fire essence, a portion of heavenly cold essence, an unnamed scrade herb, and an scrade universal skill book. Yalan added. All right, you can go back and rest. Classes start as usual tomorrow. I'll prioritize securing access for you to the 2nd-rank trial grounds. You reached level 28 before clearing the Imperial Laboratory, and now with 1,000,000 experience points stored, you should be able to manually level up to 30. Qin Fan nodded sincerely in gratitude and then left. Back in front of Villa Number 1, Qin Fan first ordered a purple crystal lionhead goose on his phone. His substantial spending had already caught the supermarket's attention, marking him as a VIP customer. These businesses would exchange goods for credits with the academy, then auction them off outside, undoubtedly generating considerable revenue. Just as Qin Fan was about to enter, a familiar voice called out. Qin Fan, turning around, he saw Su Ro, her face full of guilt. Just as she was about to speak, Qin Fan closed the villa door. At that moment, Su Ro felt a chill run through her. She finally realized that the boy who once braved challenges alongside her now saw her as a stranger. The chance of reconciliation was now 0. Ultimately, she could only leave the villa area, looking lost and dejected. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.